But me personally, I think it's a pyramid.
I just find it fucked up, dude. Like honestly, like do I honestly believe that, you know, men stepped on the moon? No.
Wow. Why not?
It's if you go back into research and stuff like that,
Whose research? What
Armstrong was
research?
never fucking once never landed on the moon, dude. Never.
I disagree.
If you honestly think that, no. It was all production work. It was almost like Hollywood, where they had all sorts of like AI technology and stuff like that.
AI technology? What the hell?
I don't know. Where they got AI
1969 was a wacky time in AI technology, as everyone knows.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not from here. I'm just giving you information.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm not from around these parts.
Yeah, which star system do you hail from, friend?
I don't answer questions.
What are you using your Fifth Amendment? What the hell's going on here?
I don't answer questions. You ask me a question, I don't answer questions.
Are you the dog on the profile picture, kind of like Man in Black, like an alien in a dog body that can talk?
Rich Evans, what's going on? Did you get that straightened out?
Sorry, I'm learning a new game.
Guys, I'm fucking with you. I just wanted to come by and say happy 4th. I didn't mean to get your your adrenaline pumping or getting all pissed off, stuff like that. Like it's all conspiracy to me. It doesn't matter
I think
if
you
the
just
Earth is flat, it doesn't matter
trigonometry
if
is
it's
all you
round.
did, so don't worry about it.
So
Wait, what, Rich Evans? I heard my name. What do you say about me?
Oh, I was just saying
I personally think that they send robots on the moon and that's about it, and it would be a reasonable choice for the problem. You don't need to invent anything new. You can use existing technology. Beat the Russians at it, right? Claim that you did. You get to pocket a lot of money right in your pocket. I would say anyone who would get that problem on their desk would just fake it and send robots there. Just drones.
Wait, so this whole like government gets a lot of, or people got a lot of money from this thing? Why would I do something as crazy as faking a moon landing when I could just like create a military black project and get a couple $100 billion?
You're gonna spend more money on your black project than using existing technology, and you also risk it because the Russians, the USSR, could beat you there first.
I don't think you get what I'm
So it
trying to
would
say.
be actually
Hold
really
on.
beneficial to fake it, arguably.
Yeah, hold on. My claim was that if you're going to try and get money from something, why would you fake the moon landing when you could just create a black project and pocket all the money that way?
The thing is, in order to actually take money, you don't take it, you launder it. You need to make some kind of a bogus project with exorbitant prices so you can make
just
a
like the US
difference in that project
Like a
and put it
$1
in your
toilet?
pocket, saying that you had to spend that money, that you have a difference laying around.
So like the
you
US
have to spend that money on new technology and shit, which you didn't have to.
So like the US military. Yeah.
$1 million ink pen, $1 billion toilet, 800 million.
Yeah. And then you buy a $8 million toilet, right? Let's say the real price for it is 1 million, right? It's a golden
No, it's
share.
about $10.
And then you can go to that company. If you arranged prior to the deal a backdoor deal, that company will give you a split. That difference you have from the real
Dude, the
price
US
and the
military does
exorbitant,
that on a grand
they'll
scale
give
every
it to
year.
you in
What are you
private in
talking
an
about, dude?
envelope. That's how money laundering works when it comes to government contracts.
The military does it all the time.
Everyone does it. Civilian sector too. I personally worked as a 3D graphic designer, exhibition stand designer, and I personally seen it right in front of me.
Rich Evan launders tons of money from his family business, dude. He's crazy.
It's not very nice.
All it takes is a bogus, stupid, pointless project, and you're good. And some company that you can work with and then do the backdoor deal with.
Well,
that
have you
maybe
have you seen the like mega bills that they pass through Congress? You don't even need a project. It's like they're like, okay, we're going to give $100 million to fighting the homeless and also $1 billion to something else. And then you ask them like, why can't you split those things? Like, why do they have to be together? Why can't they be separate
Well,
funding?
I'm pretty sure if we dig into the details, they'll have companies that are buddies with them, they're friends, right? And they'll go to them, ask to buy something, and to exorbit the price. They'll exorbit the price more than it actually is, and then after the deal, they meet in private and they exchange, split that difference between each other, and that'll be it. That'll be hand to hand.
My favorite flat earther is Jenna because I like stupid people.
Is that why you like me so much?
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself, kid. Don't be a rude ass.
I come here to state the facts and the truth. Nothing but that.
Hey, your reasoning, okay, you know what you told me? I'm gonna tell the whole room what you told me when I asked, okay, so
Let's
why
do
the
it.
fuck does NASA need a green screen and an underwater camera crew in their quote unquote training pool? You said because they can. Because they want
Yep.
to. That is a ridiculous fucking reasoning. Why would they need that? Because they want to is a terrible fucking answer.
But, did they not want to do it? Is that why they did it? Is that what you're telling me?
You said, I'm smarter than you. See, this is your problem. You are
So
what?
you're telling me that
Fucking
they
18
built it?
years old. You think you're fucking smarter than everybody.
He's an intern. He's an intern.
Jenna, I am absolutely smarter than you, 100%.
No, you just absolutely have a bigger ego than me.
Yeah, my ego is huge and it's worth it. Unlike you. Right.
Yeah, no, it's not okay, and it doesn't work in here. I'm sorry. There is no fucking reason why they need this green screen and this underwater
Because they
camera
want to,
crew
right?
in their training pool. It also doesn't make sense that they would train in deep water to simulate space when water has this positive pressure, right, that pushes in on them, right, as where space is the opposite of that, right?
Yeah,
So, yeah, it's all fucking ridiculous. It's all fallacious on its face and then some.
How would I explain it to you?
You think they're
Jenna?
going to space? Like, it's funny, right? Because you think that they're going to a place that is in direct violation of natural law. Like, it's fucking wow, dude. And they got these green screens, but you're still going to sit there and swim in your cognitive dissonance, like, because they can. The fuck?
Do you pay Cyclone to White Knight for you, Jenna?
Excuse me?
Do you pay White Knight?
Typical Glover behavior.
White Knight for you?
Nobody's white knighting for me. I can hold my own. Thank you very much.
He's doing it in the chat right now. I mean, I would talk to him about that. If you don't want to,
Oh my god, fucking Canadian. To make realistic Canadian atheists, to make realistic training videos.
Euclid, I told you yesterday, this is a super weird thing to focus on, like, to stop insulting her.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just gonna be a triggered little bitch about it, then
Yeah, there's no reason. There's absolutely no reason to have a green screen in your training pool. It doesn't make any sense to have a green screen in your training pool unless you're faking some stuff. Underwater camera crew, like the excuses that you guys come up with for this is just wow. Oh, what else do I say? Wow.
yeah, he's gone. I mean, we don't need to listen to that.
Your space cartoons are not evidence, Froggy. Free aspirant. Like at this point in the game, how can anybody look at that and be like, that's a real picture of a globe Earth? So it's either a picture, it's either a photo or a painting. But everybody's fucking wrong. It's a fucking photo of a painting.
That's the real mystery. How do grown adults still cling on to this fucking ridiculous baller story?
That's what I want to know. I want to know how in the fuck from pre-K on up we were taught that water seeks level on the surface, and we get to grown fucking adult stage and we're like level curves, hurdy dirty dirt.
Exactly. Like grown adults clinging onto this fucking ball like it's a security blanket. I witnessed it with my friends. They're like, they just won't let go of it. Like they need it.
Don't take my ball, please don't take my ball. Oh Jesus, dude.
That's more or less the sum of it.
So
They
much
don't want you to
And it's
take
their
your
space
ball
fantasy
away.
too, right?
substance.
And their space fantasy. They really, 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 really want their space fantasy. It's real to them.
They
They
can't
can't
live without
validate.
it. You would think it's fucking heroin. Like,
Yeah, fucking space fan. I think it's funny, right? Because why would NASA have green screens and an underwater camera crew in their big quote unquote training pool? It also doesn't make sense that they would be training in the pressures of water to simulate the vacuum of space. That is just totally counter fucking intuitive. Am I wrong about this? Anybody? I mean, I'm sure the Globers will say that I'm wrong about it, and they'll make
You're right.
I got a
If
flat
there
Earth
was a
answer.
leak in a suit, would it not show if you're in water?
Yeah, so why the
mention that
bubbles in
pop-up.
space? Yes, it would show that you're in water because people have been asking, why are there fucking bubbles in space?
They're
What is going
you're
on in
not
these
seeing
videos?
you're not seeing
Bubbles in
bubbles, but
space.
you're too incredulous to admit that.
Am I too
What
incredulous,
is
or
it?
are you
Ice.
too dishonest with yourself?
It's
Because people are
ice.
asking, why are there bubbles? There's
It's
bubbles.
Yeah, what is it then?
ice.
Is ice?
Ice.
The fuck?
Ice? Oh, bubbles. Ice. Bubbles? Ice. You're fucking retarded.
You just said
Ice,
two words
ice,
over and over
bubbles.
again, and then you call me that. You're
Yeah,
ridiculous.
because you're the one that claimed it's fucking ice, moron.
That's what
When
it
we can
is.
clearly see fucking
I'm
bubbles,
correct.
you motherfucking permatarded asshole.
Nope.
Demonstrate the ice bubbles in the vacuum for us.
Yeah, I think you got it mixed up that the physics, what happens to water in the vacuum? Does it freeze or does it boil?
Dun dun dun. It fucking boils, dude. I'll just answer that.
Yeah, so how would you possibly have ice in the vacuum?
You don't think that comets can exist?
No, that's the whole problem because if
You
you're
don't
in a
think it takes
vacuum,
time for there to be sublimation to fully occur?
this is your imagination. These are questions
No,
coming from your
chemistry.
imagination.
I know chemistry is
Guaranteed
probably
no
too
that
hard for
heroin I
you,
was
but
telling you about.
Can you show us the comments on the ISS Live, please? Everybody tune into the ISS Live,
Took a
all
hit
the
of his face.
audiences and
it's not my
everybody.
fault you've never seen a comet.
Called the ISS Live. It's not my fault. You're not going to be able to point one out for
Comet
us.
coming up from the fucking horizon for a goddamn globe, so that's another point.
So the thing that goes around the Earth live every 90 minutes doesn't got any live meteors or comets coming in. Doesn't got any
Look, you guys
asteroids or
figure out
anything.
which one of you wants to
Not
try to make a
far
point,
footage
and then let
of
me
any
know.
Brother, we're asking for your demonstration of meteors on the ISS.
Zemok and I are both making the
Someone
same
on the
fucking
ISS
point.
gonna point to a satellite and be like, "Oh, look at that satellite passing by."
Yeah, but now they can't use it for nothing. Now the satellite's broke. Now they don't trust their own satellite, huh?
2,700 satellites. I've never seen one on the ISS. Funny.
Yeah, it's really funny, right? These fucking these space loving fucking anti-FE permatards are over here like, oh, the ISS and it's in space. It's actually not fucking in space. Like okay, yeah, the ISS, I do think it's a thing, but I don't think that it's in space because space is not a fucking place that you can get to. Space, as they tell you, is a place that fucking is in direct violation of
This is all
natural
just what
fucking
you
law,
assert.
man.
That's none of what you say is backed up with any justification, and you're just
Absolutely.
gonna keep waffling.
No. Fucking
Said you live video or
Boyle's
nothing.
law, Lusak's law, Charles' law. These are all laws of fucking gas pressure. I can fucking cite them all day.
You believe in scientific discovery?
And you're li-
Yeah, that's
and we got
shocking.
live video, and you're denying live video. What a retarded motherfucker. Live video of no meteors, no comets, no space junk, no debris,
That's
no
fucking wild. I
satellites.
just want to see a comet or a meteor that's shooting up from the horizon. You globetards got any of that?
Why does the
Because we
moon
should be
look
seeing,
upside?
for a globe, right? We should be seeing some shit like that. We should see these meteors and comets coming from all directions, up from the horizon,
What?
fucking down to the horizon. You should be seeing it coming.
Why
We're on
is
a
that
damn globe. We got
necessarily the
meteors flying
case?
fucking everywhere. How come we
You
don't see them
know,
coming up from the horizon, bro?
as we respect your beliefs, you probably should also respect the beliefs of others. You know, I often hear this globe
Nah, I don't
cards,
think
V
so.
cards. Man, maybe there's.
Fuck all
No,
that
this
religion.
isn't a belief server.
You
You're in the
don't
wrong
deal in
server.
beliefs, buddy.
No, it's kind of
They're facts.
distasteful argument.
Take your beliefs to the Sci-Fi Channel.
Hey, I'm okay
Yes.
with you
So,
calling my
so the
beliefs sci-fi,
rationality,
by
right?
the way.
So the rationality has still not been fucking reached. The rationality for why they would have a green screen in a training pool, right? Which, by the way, the pressures of water would be different than the pressures of a vacuum. Counterintuitive, anyway. So that it still stands. Why in the fuck would they need a green screen in their quote-unquote training pool with an underwater camera crew? Please, give me your best excuse.
As Scott pointed out, you didn't prove that they actually had one.
I just posted. Oh my god, there's a video in the chat.
Where? At what time?
Okay, scroll up to 47 minutes past the
Oh
hour.
my god. Alright.
And it looks like the Dookie on a gray screen, but you can still click it and play the video. You'll still see it.
What? You're talking about the Ballers Studio?
No, okay. Do you see where I posted at 47 after the hour?
Oh, the other one.
Yeah. It shows the green screen
So
and their pool and their underwater camera crew.
so what I see at the top, like the first thing that you see is just green beside the pool, right? That doesn't necessarily look like a green screen.
Okay, I need you
There's a
to
green
shut
screen
your
in
two
another
mouths
room
and
that's
open your
not
one ear.
that's not underwater.
Yeah, I need you to shut your two mouths for a second and open your one ear and watch the whole video.
Well, I have to go through each individual part, right? Okay, so that's not in the pool.
Yeah, and then it's going to get to the point where they just took the money for fucking Hubble, didn't do a goddamn thing, put a quote-unquote Hubble on Sophia on the 747. There's no
I'm not
Hubble
seeing any
in
green
space.
screen in the pool.
You don't see that?
No.
I can
What's the
see it.
timestamp?
Oh my god, I just told you.
I'm looking at the video. It's a 1 minute video. What's the timestamp in the video where there's the green screen in the pool?
Green screen in the aqua training pool. Right there, 3 seconds afterwards, you got another screen up there that shows the green screen.
Where's the first one? Like,
okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3 seconds in, green screen. 5
that's
seconds
not in
in,
the
green
pool
screen.
though.
Green screen on the screen, which is in the pool.
How do you know that's in the
Going
pool?
11, 12, 13 seconds, 14 seconds. We're
How do you
talking
know
about
that what's
Hubble.
on the screen there is in the
They took
pool?
the money from Hubble,
Oh
and
man.
they didn't actually launch it. Okay,
God,
22
honestly,
seconds, 23 seconds,
no one could
24
even
seconds,
attempt.
25 seconds.
No one should attempt to discuss this with you because this is just so disingenuous.
No,
Trying
it's
to go through
disingenuous
the
for your
video
thing,
with
right
you, and
there
you're just
on the
over talking
747.
me and just
Okay,
saying that it's
on a plane
there.
that NASA
You're
owns,
bricked.
they put Hubble on Sophia and began to take some pictures of the celestial bodies and of the Earth with Hubble, right? But they don't actually have that thing floating around in fucking space. Golly. Shut up, Grim. All you do is come in here with your same stupid fucking diatribe about the moon, which we've already showed you time and time again how that works, but you refuse to concede and you obfuscate to other bullshit and you just make a mess of it. So, fuck you, Grim. You're a coward. Mic up.
Whoa.
Your projections are noted, Grim. So there's absolutely no valid fucking reason that there should be any green screens fucking anywhere, right? NASA should not be using green screens and these camera crews and these big studios for any fucking reason. They should actually be using vacuum chambers to train their astronauts, not fucking pools.
Not scuba diver assistants.
Why would they use
Scuba diver
vacuum
assistants.
chambers as opposed
I
to
would not.
pools? That's really asinine.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, okay? How well would I be able to assist if I got a goddamn camera in my hands? Are you stupid?
Shut the fuck up is a great retort. Thank you.
You're fucking welcome. How the fuck would you be able to help and be at assistance if you got a goddamn camera in your hands? How are you assisting? Please tell me, if you're an underwater fucking camera crew for goddamn NASA in their training pool, how the fuck are you assisting?
You're not assisting. They have people with scuba tanks assisting.
Just some people with scuba. No. Oh my god, Mark. They have fucking cameras. Why?
To record the
We gotta play
training.
it-
Why else would they have cameras?
Training. Oh, we gotta play it back to the astronauts. Here's where you fucked up in your training.
Yeah, they have training for NFL teams, for basketball teams. They have training. They record training for everything to record what they do so they can improve. What's the problem with that? Just asinine to think they wouldn't.
It's asinine to
With
think that they
millions
would
and millions of
train in a
dollars
goddamn
on the
pool.
line.
It's asinine to think that they would train in a goddamn pool where the
Exactly.
pressures are the opposite of what would be in space.
Yeah. Well, they
Yeah.
do it so they have zero buoyancy, right? So they can equalize the buoyancy and
The
have
zero buoyancy?
it
No,
Yeah.
you have this positive pressure pressing in on you from all fucking directions when you're in the water. That is completely
And-
opposite to what allegedly is happening in the vacuum of space. God,
Yes, but if you
damn,
understood what
you
if you understood what
can't even hold to your
spacesuits
own
do,
fucking belief, dude.
if you understood what spacesuits do, this would not even be an issue. You just have this.
Yeah, all
You
those
would
zippers
overcome
and
your
buttons.
moronic objection.
How the fuck are all those
Yep.
zippers and buttons holding their guts in the vacuum?
Yeah. Let's
So
see
what's-
one
what's
test
the
of
point of
a spacesuit in a
the point of a
vacuum.
spacesuit?
Shut
The
up,
point
Mark.
of a spacesuit.
Your
The point
space
of a
fantasy is
spacesuit
fake and you can't
to
cope
achieve-
with it.
is to achieve something near one atmosphere inside the suit, right? Is that the point of a spacesuit?
You're a stupid retard.
You're a fucking idiot. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot, Mark. You are a goddamn idiot.
So if the point of a spacesuit is achieve something like one atmosphere inside the spacesuit, if they could achieve that underneath the water, what's the difference to the astronaut?
Prove that they're doing that.
Prove that they're not. They're claiming they are.
No, that's the whole
You
problem.
can't
No,
prove that they're not.
prove that they're not. Here you go again. Here you go again with prove that they're not. Fuck you, go fuck yourself. Prove that they are. The positive claim, the burden of proof is on the positive claim. Prove that they are. I don't have to prove that they're not.
You're claiming this makes no sense and using a green screen. I see no evidence that either of those things are true.
I posted it for you. There's a green screen being used at 8 minutes after the hour.
Not in the water. I see what might be a green screen, but people use green screens all the time, including every fucking
yeah.
podcast on the planet.
Oh, so
Doctor.
sometimes I
People
guess,
use
so
them for fucking
sometimes-
Zoom these days.
so
That
sometimes,
augmented
right?
reality, man.
So
Just pulling this
sometimes, right?
fucking little plushie out of nowhere with their augmented reality. Y'all space tards need to get a fucking grip.
Yeah, that's their job to go up in
Space tard? That's a new one.
play
I like
with-
that one.
play with stuffed
I'm definitely a
animals.
space tard.
Get it?
I'm glad I can be of assistance, space tard.
I might get that on a t-shirt. That's awesome.
Should.
Yeah, you should. Space tard. Oh no, don't do that to yourself. Okay, you gonna do that to yourself? Oh damn. You might as well smear your own shit on your face if you're gonna get a T-shirt like that, man.
Oh, he probably does that now.
Paints his face with war paint with his own shit.
Oh no, just rubs shit on his face.
They already got globe shit all over their face.
Check out all those
Samar.
bullhorns, man. Check out that praise to Moloch, that praise to Val.
Monkey suits.
Y'all don't think that looks
spades.
weird? Y'all don't think them fucking horns in the circle looks weird? Y'all don't think that's something fucking weird? That's what special fucking clubs do. Yep, see, it goes quiet. As soon as I say prove the positive, y'all go fucking quiet. I don't have to prove a negative because that's not how it fucking works. There is no valid, rational, logical, reasonable argument for why they would need these green screens and this underwater camera crew and all of this extra BS, this counterintuitive training in a fucking pool, which has pressures pushing on you from all directions, as opposed to training in, say, a vacuum, right, which would simulate the negative, right, pressure of space. Y'all are fucking retarded.
Yeah, they are retarded. That'd be like them practicing basketball underwater.
We're testing rockets underwater.
Y'all went, these Globers went real quiet. 3 aspirant wanted to ask me something in VC. Go ahead.
Can I ask you something? Can you hear me?
I'm
He
here.
Googled,
My mic
he
working?
Googled why they use green screens and got all kinds of information about it. Did you know NASA has the largest green screen in the world, and they also have the largest filming blue screen tank in the world for filming movies?
Well, Doctor,
My mic working?
according to trigonometry, Euclidean trigonometry, man, it's Brazil. Brazil has the largest green screen, apparently, allegedly. So that would mean that the NASA has what, the second largest? Doesn't
Yes.
matter. NASA. The point is, NASA's still fucking using green screens, and they're still playing around in zero-G planes. So what I said earlier to Manufactotum in the chat, even though he's not in the VC, is that they are faking space in zero-G planes and in studios on Earth. Why else would they need fucking green screens, y'all? Why the fuck else? Fucking think.
I posted a
Why
zero
don't you
G
go to NASA
flight.
and ask them?
Yeah, I posted a zero G flight, and if you look on the right, you'll see the green screen that they're using in there when they do stuff. You'll see her floating around. There's a green screen on the right. Interesting, huh?
How do flurfers become experts in so many subjects? Well, I can tell you, Canadian atheists, is because we spend hour after hour, hundreds upon thousands of fucking hours just doing research and using discernment and being logical and rational about things. It's not that we're experts either. 3 aspirant, go ahead and ask your question again.
Hey, can you hear me?
You're coming in loud and clear.
So if you're concerned about SpaceX faking their photos, have you ever thought about asking them, like why they use green screens or whatever?
Oh, we don't need to. You don't need green screens in space. You just float around, dummy.
Why don't the religious globetrotters ask them? They're the ones that have the positive claim.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up, okay? Because here's the thing, is that I'm sorry. Ask your question again. I got thrown off track. Everybody else was talking. Aspirant. aspirant.
So you're concerned about SpaceX faking their photos from space, but have you ever thought about asking why they use the green screens?
Okay, thank you. Okay, you put me back on track. So, NASA's official YouTube channel has all the comments turned off because when people started catching on, right, when flat earthers started catching on, we did start asking them these questions in these comments of their videos. And then, boop, nobody would answer anything. They shut the comments off and just completely eliminated all line of questioning. So it's not like we haven't fucking asked them. We have, and then we got just radio silence. They turned the comments off on their official YouTube channel because they're not going to fucking answer questions. That's weird.
Say your only concern about their photos being fake is the use of green screen. So if they made like a reason for why they use a green screen and it like made sense,
Yeah,
or
that's
whatever,
not
like,
good enough. That's not good enough.
Yep. Flirters never take on globe experts directly. Yeah, okay, so I watched his fucking, what's his name? Brian Mayer, what's his name? That physicist got absolutely fucking obliterated. Right? Does anybody remember that debate? It was a good debate, good long debate. Was that it? Price of Adam? Brian Mullen? Was that his name? Brian Mullen? Maybe? I think. I know, right? I think. That's besides the point. There's absolutely no rational reason to have green screens in all of these places and these studios if they can just go there.
You only need to find out that they faked it once for them to lose all credibility.
And they go there all the time. There's like a shuttle that just goes up and refuels them and gives them food and pizzas. They have pizzas delivered. It's just weird. They can go up there all the time. They don't need green screens. They can just go up there with their iPhone, take pictures, eat pizza, and come back.
Yup. Don't make no damn sense. And that's the thing is when I actually went down this quote unquote rabbit hole, if you want to call it, that's what I found out was, holy shit, well, this doesn't make sense. Why are they faking this? Clearly they faked this. And after you see that they've faked something so many times, like fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Right? So shame on all of you fucking space tards. Seriously. Shame on all of you. Especially because we've been here pointing this out for years, and you want to make up bullshit, stupid fucking excuses that you can't even prove, right? Yeah, no, yep, sorry to kill the chat, golly.
Okay.
Lamb of God, you can, of not God, you can mic up anytime.
The sound of silence is you winning.
That's right.
It really is. This is the sound of silence.
3.
So what universities offer a degree in flat earth science? Yeah, universities offer degrees in fucking physics, you asshole. And we're using those basic fucking physics to determine that the earth is not a fucking globe. Because you cannot have gas pressure without containment. Okay, we know that the science of water is that water will rest flat, horizontal, level. That shit doesn't curve. Oh, hey, check out that face. Doctor, that's a good one. That face that pops up next to the shuttle. Yeah, they're totally in space, man.
Yeah, giants in space. The giant was looking at them while they were doing it. He was just making sure they were okay.
Hey, thank you, Price of Adam, for saving that little thing that I drew the lines under. Yep, the science of water. Water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted upon by another force such as wind. This comes from the National Air and Space Museum. Science in Pre-K. Also comes from physics hyper textbooks encyclopedias, universities, and much more. So if all of these things, which I'm stating directly, show that they're saying the water has a flat surface, right? You guys can't sit there and tell me that Earth is a fucking globe, because you'd have to be lying to yourselves. Forget that you're even lying to me, you're lying to yourselves. Because ultimately, because I think intuitively we all know. Intuitively, we all know what the fuck water does. We've been so fucking brainwashed to argue against your intuition. Congratulations.
I think everybody has seen a reflection in a lake or on the water, in the ocean. And you can't have a reflection that is so perfect if it was curved. It just can't happen.
I'm
Yeah,
kind of
because
curious whether the Earth is flat or not. What would be the difference? Like, what is the purpose of like? Does it matter if it's flat or not? Like,
yes,
Yeah, millions of
it
kids
really
being
does.
lied to in school. How's that?
It
so we're
matters.
lied to. We're lied to about so many things.
Oh, she's
So
happy
What
with
you're saying
being
that it
lied
doesn't
to.
matter? Hold on.
Hey,
Let me take this real quick because you seem genuine and you've got
I
some genuine
do.
questions. And so I will take you on with these genuine questions. Do you think the truth matters or not?
I think it does matter,
Okay.
but like I've seen so many people like debate, so like sometimes I come here because I like to listen to people, but I hear like a lot of people like sometimes hear like guys like just going full at it, like screaming, like
Oh God,
really
not the feelings
Okay.
intensely.
All
about
right. All right.
home
That's besides
police.
the point,
Fuck's
right?
sake.
It gets. I got her, doctor. It gets heated in here. It gets heated.
Yeah,
Flat earthers get heated. The globers get heated. Okay, it happens. Okay, we're human beings. It's just kind of a
of
natural thing that
course.
happens. Okay, so with that's irrelevant to the topic, I think. So the truth is important, right? The truth matters, and you and I can both agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So the problem is, what does it matter? Well, see, here's the thing: is you've got a group of elitist people who have actually very high amounts of knowledge it would appear
Oh
that they are
yeah, of
keeping.
course.
Yeah, and they're keeping that from the general masses. That's us. That's you. That's me. Okay. It doesn't take much for us to dig in and figure that out. And ultimately, I think it comes down to if we know what they know, well, they don't have power over. They never had power over us anyway, right? The whole thing is, why would they lie? Well, they want to make you feel insignificant. They want to make you feel small, powerless, all of these things, okay? Which we're not. We're not small. We're not insignificant. We're not powerless. And if we attain the same knowledge that they have, well, then they have nothing over us. Everybody's
Well,
on
yeah,
the same
that's
playing field. They no longer have control over us, our lives, our thoughts, our children. It's very important. It's very important.
I
It's much
agree
more
with
than just,
this. I
yeah.
very much agree with this. This is like my line of thinking. But my line of
Excellent.
thinking is more like not like so much flat earth or globe earth, but more like intense knowledge, like knowledge that is
Right.
very like you know, the high knowledge that they know or whatever the hell they know, like
Well, and this
since
would be part of it. Actually, it's kind of weird, right? Because if you look at like Masonic art, um,
exactly.
look at the Mason art, right? So it's showing that there's this arched over, this domed over kind of earth, like Polaris is at the center. You see the sun and the moon. It's all over a checkerboard floor. This earth is it's their chessboard. Okay, they know that it's flat.
Yes, yeah.
This earth, this whole everything is their chessboard, and they depict that in their Masonic art. They also depict a somewhat a domed over kind of earth and everything, Polaris, the sun and the moon, are contained inside that dome. And I think that's very interesting because they do act like that. They treat us as pawns in their game. They use this Earth as their chessboard. And you agree with that, and I agree with that. So that's the big reason. Why would they lie, right? Why would they lie? Because if they hold the knowledge and they can feed us some bullshit, well, then they hold the power. Because as we know, knowledge is power. We attain the same knowledge that they have. They no longer have any power over us. It's like, I know what you know, buddy. I fucking know what I know what you know, buddy. What do you have over me? You don't know shit that I don't know. Right? So that's the level playing field that this gets us to. Ironically, level playing field, no pun intended.
It's for me. It's a little how do I explain this? Because I've been thinking about this recently. Where I live, we have Pratt and Whitney military bases, and so I'm kind of like, or even wherever you go, like Area 15, wherever the hell you go, it's just we're not allowed. There's no transparency. We're always being lied to. So it's like even like the lower level security, they will not allow you to go. They will follow you around. They'll send people to your home. Like, it really sucks. So we
I mean,
can't even
FBI
attain,
agents.
Yeah.
FBI agents were going out to people's homes for fucking memes that people were posting on Facebook. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And so like even like at a very basic level, we're not allowed to have any power or knowledge. So like they
Well,
won't
it's
even
not that
let us.
we're not. I gotta stop you there because it's not that we're not allowed to. It's not that we're not allowed to, right? We have to fight a lot harder than them to come to the understandings that they have. We have to dig deeper. We have to lose more sleep. We have to go through all of this to figure out what the fuck do they know that we don't. And it's clear. It's very clear to me that they know something that we don't.
I agree.
So I guess when it gets down to it about the Earth, right, the shape of the Earth, right? So flat is not a shape. Would you agree? Flat's a description.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, because you can't draw me a flat. You can draw me a sphere, and you can draw me a cube, and you can draw me a pyramid, but you can't draw me a flat.
So what you're trying to say when you mean flat Earth, you're not actually like describing like the shape of an Earth. It would be more like a plane, like the plane that we're living on. Is that
Yes.
okay?
Bingo. Yeah, it's bingo. Yep, this is the terrestrial plane. It is a topographical plane, so it has high parts and low parts, but it has an overall level, right? A baseline to it. Period. Something that I like to bring up are the abyssal plains in the ocean. Have you heard of those?
Like mountains underwater?
No, not mountains underwater, plains. So like the North American plains or the European plains, these are flatlands, okay? Right?
Oh, like there's nothing there. It's just flat. It's like
right. So the abyssal
empty.
plain. Yeah, so the abyssal plains under the ocean in geography are described as the flattest parts of Earth, spanning more than half the Earth's surface. So if we have flat on the ocean floor for over half the Earth's surface,
there's a lot of it. There's a lot.
Yeah, there is. And it's
so how does it go like so much?
So, like, if it's that flat on the ocean floor, right, and we know intuitively that water seeks to rest level, then how, all of these years, right, we've been brainwashed into this, the water's curving. But you intuitively know when you fill up your bathtub that water's not curving. You know that if you were to make that bathtub as big as a lake, it's not going to curve. Make it as big as the
No,
earth.
because even in chemistry class, when they tell you you have to get down to the level of a beaker to look at it straight, so you know what measure it is. Even at the most basic level, you have to
So we call it
crouch
flat
down.
Earth. The room's called flat Earth because it's a trigger word for Globers that get absolutely triggered and they start shaking when they see it. It triggers them, and we love that the most.
I thought
True.
this was
Oh,
a
I
science
see.
channel. I thought it was a science
Okay,
channel.
I get it.
You
Alright,
trying
I
to
see
trigger
now.
people now, or you
I'm not-
trying to prove the shape of the Earth? Which one?
So here's the thing, right? So let's go ahead and address these tales
No
about
answer?
the
You're not going to answer that?
she's kind of new here. I want to give her the opportunity. You've been here before. Let's address the globe. Do you know how big they say the globe is?
I genuinely do not, but you know,
That's okay. No, that's okay. Give me just a second here, folks.
I assume it's that they say it's pretty big, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how big
Okay.
the planets are.
I guess my next question to you is, how good are you at geometry?
My geometry teacher killed her husband and
Whoa.
escaped to India.
Fucking plot twist. Damn. Fucking plot twist. My word. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you kind of understand it? Do you got like a general understanding?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I'll try.
You understand things like radius, right, and circumference.
Yes.
The radius is how you get your circumference.
What's your
and so on.
radius?
What's your radius? So
Yeah, I'd like to know.
the globe Earth has this purported radius of 3,959 miles. So that gives us a circumference of around 24,000 miles. Here's the
What's the
problem.
circumference?
Whoever is trolling with the little voice, please stop. We're actually having a serious conversation here.
Okay.
Because this nice young lady really wants to know, and she's being very genuine and respectful.
I'm also nice and young.
About
So,
how a giant ice wall keeps all the water from
So anyway, it sounds like there's a glober trying to sideswipe the conversation, but
How
that's
does the
okay.
water
So
stay on
I'm
the
going to
flat
continue
plane?
on with our young
What's
lady
the
here, with our friend,
blowing off the ice?
and I'm going to continue on explaining. Right. So the Earth has
I'll
a
listen.
radius of
Giant
30.
ice wall, right?
Yeah,
A big
has
ice bathtub.
3959 miles to it. And if anybody can mute that globe interrupter, that'd be great. So I'm sorry. You see, this is what the Globers do, hon. They come in here and they're interrupters. It's
It's
kind
your
of weird.
model. You're talking about the ice wall, right? I'm
In
just
a
bringing
lot
up
of
your model.
places.
Yeah, I don't have a model, and neither does the globe. Okay.
Okay, hold
The
on.
model is
Ice wall.
African.
Stop. Ice
Do not
wall.
segue this. I am
Ice
talking to our
wall.
friend here. I am
Ice
talking to
wall.
this. I'm talking to this nice young lady here. Okay, and I would like to finish
Enough.
this
The ice
conversation
wall
with
is
her
a
because
U.S.
she's actually
military term.
she's being genuine, and I want to finish this conversation if I can, please.
She actually is being genuine. You already see in the side chat someone is getting ready on the mute button. Come on.
What?
So, all right, hon. Okay, so here's the thing. If the Earth is a globe with a 3959 mile radius, then from a 1 foot observation height at the beach, we should only see about 1.22 miles to the horizon, to the geometric horizon for a globe Earth. Okay? Are you following me so far?
Yes.
Okay.
Like when you're at the beach and you see the horizon, but if you're like in the northeast and you're standing at one coast, like you can see like Cape Cod and all that stuff.
Yeah, miles away. No, it's crazy. Miles away. miles away.
Exactly.
And that should be impossible for a globe Earth with a 3950 radius or a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, so here's the thing: we've got this thing called the Black
8
Swan.
inches per mile square. That's pretty that's pretty short, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty steep. So for the globe, right at this 8 inches per mile squared, if you are 6 foot tall standing on the beach, you should only be able to see about 3.1 miles out to the horizon with or without a camera before curvature starts. But guess what? You ready for this? From a
A
1
lot
foot,
more.
yeah, we can see a whole lot more. So from a 1 foot observation height, we are able to see and resolve oil rigs that are 9.4 miles away from a 1 foot observation height. We should only see about a mile and a half, a mile and a quarter to the horizon, but we're seeing 10 times that far. So either we have to concede that the water is flat, or somebody's going to claim that the Earth is an even bigger globe that they can't prove. So,
Or there's refraction. But
or they'll claim that there's refraction, and when they claim that there's refraction, basically they're claiming that, say you stand behind a wall,
Refraction and
okay,
scaling.
and they'll aim their camera at the top of the wall. They're expecting some sort of amount of magical refraction to cause your image to pop up from behind the wall and be in their line of sight. So I know you're already laughing because you know as well as I do that doesn't happen. Refraction
except
doesn't
that's
happen
not
like
what we
that.
claim. So that's good.
You can say that all day long, but you're claiming that refraction is bringing things up into your line of sight from below a physical obstruction, from behind a physical obstruction. That's what you're doing.
Have you seen the original image that the Black Swan is taken from, or the original video?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know that early in the video you see that same exact image, and those oil rigs.
The question was. Yeah,
You
the
got
question,
muted. All right.
The
So our
question
young
was,
lady here.
Muted too. Nobody
was it-
take him off mute.
Yeah, the question was something getting refracted over the curve of the Earth? That was the question that you just skated past and didn't answer. So I think inquiring minds want to know: is something being refracted over the curvature of the Earth and into our eyes?
Well, Alpha, this young lady here actually seems to recognize that that's not something that refraction does. Refraction does not bring things up from behind a physical obstruction to pop them up into your line of sight. I'll give her. I want to give her a chance to speak on it. Okay, the floor is yours, hon.
I'm not too great at explaining it in English, but I think I know what you mean with refraction and water and how the light.
So, yeah, the refraction does a lot of things, right? You probably know, about as well as I do that refraction does a few different things, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so refraction, like you stick a pencil in a glass of water, it's going to make that pencil look broken, right?
Of course. Yes.
So that's refraction, right? So refraction also does things like it causes compression, and magnification, and other atmospheric effects like
Light
magnification effects.
stuff and a whole bunch of it's a lot. There's so many things that you
Yeah,
can
do
do
you
with
know
it.
refraction is being categorized as Snell's law? Do you know what Snell's law is, Misaki?
No, because I didn't have too great of a foundation education.
Oh,
But
yeah, but we have a library at our fingertips. All we got to do is type a few keystrokes, and we'll figure out whether or not we can understand what refraction is based on some agreed upon understanding. So, can you type?
of course.
Yeah, can you type in Snell's law into your Google right now?
Of course, I'll go look it up one second.
Yeah. And I think what's going to happen is we can read out what it is, and it helps us understand refraction better than versus us kind of saying words to each other, because we have a baseline for what it actually is and how we can understand it. If you do get there, can you just let us know when you get there? That way We know that you've pulled it up.
It's like giving me like a bunch of like formulas. I think I'll just go back to the first one. Hold on 1 second.
Just type in Snell law definition.
Yeah, you can just put it into the text channel. You can see that. Well, if you got the ability to copy and paste in the text channel, that'd be great.
Well, she was in chemistry and she's got to look through liquid through glass, so she must know what refraction is.
Yeah, she can probably know what it is, but having the understanding put forth so we can all see what it is, all of us
Yeah.
can.
I think
Yeah,
she's got Misaki. I genuinely appreciate you. You've got genuine questions. You seem like you're smart. You got a good head on your shoulders.
Yeah.
Things.
I'm trying.
So that's cool. So you put the kind of a little bit of an explanation of what it is. Do you want to read it, or do you want me to, or I don't matter. I just want to make sure that
I
audience
had
is
really
listening.
bad anxiety actually. That's kind of why
Oh, it's cool. I'll do it. I'll read it. It's cool.
Maybe you should
You do
just get rid of that
You're
anxiety.
doing pretty darn good for having anxiety, though. I got to give it to you.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and read it. That's what you posted. Snell's law, also known as Snell's Descartes' law, the Ibn Shaw, and the law of refraction, is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air. In optics, the law is used in ray tracing to complete angles of incidence or refraction, and in experimental optics to find the refractive index of a material. The law is also satisfied in metamaterials, which allow light to be bent backward at negative angle of refraction with negative refractive index. So just if we can cover the top portion of that that paragraph, you do see that it's
Medically, I know what this is because your eyes do this.
yes.
So
Well,
I know
eyeglasses,
exactly
yeah.
what it is with eyes.
Yeah.
That's how I can explain it because I'm great with medical stuff, but not
Yeah,
too
and-
much
and-
with chemistry.
Yeah, but I guess what's applicable here is the information that you can know that between the way light passes through a boundary between two isotropic media. So right there, you understand two isotropic media are needed for refraction to be applicable to something that we see, right? Can you understand that? Two isotropic media. Do you know what that means, Misaki?
I want to look up isotropic just in case.
It's
I
okay.
don't know.
Sure.
Yeah, no,
Like,
it's totally okay.
I think I know, but like I have to make sure
Yeah,
if,
well,
if
within
it's the correct word.
Yeah, within the
It's totally
explanation,
okay.
within the explanation, you could see that it's talking about such as. So it's giving examples. Do you see? Do you see the examples it gives that right after such as? Misaki?
Isotropic versus anesiotropic. Yes, I get it. Yeah.
Okay,
I
but it
understand
gave
now.
right. It gave us an example right after the word or words. So it says
Yes.
such as water, glass, or air. Now, if we have two different isotropic media needed, what's important here in this kind of detailed information for refraction to occur? So if we're saying refraction's
clear.
occurring, what does it say the things that it needs for it to happen? It's within what we just read. Two isotropic media.
Two isotropic media, so it's either through air and water or air or like
Glass.
yeah.
So like you know how people wear eyeglasses, right?
Yeah.
That helps them see. Well, that's kind of like what Snell's law is helping people understand. So it helps you see more clear through the air because it helps the optical resolution for the optic. So the eye sometimes it deteriorates over time, or sometimes people are just born that way. But with corrective lenses, you can actually get a better vision, right? Or a range of
Yes.
how clear you can see. So can
Yeah.
you can understand that?
Yes,
So the
yes.
boundary between the eyeglass and the air beyond that is causing the person to see better. Or and in the
Yes.
case of isotropic media, you would need the glass and the air. So there's two isotropic. So the boundary is from the the lens to the air. So there's a boundary. So where the optics actually gets what you see through is the isotropic media. What you're looking through. Does that make any sense? So like if
Yes,
you need to
the
you need
light is
to
going through the air down through the lens, and
Yes.
then I can see it because it's reflecting off the
Yes.
back.
Yeah, so in order for refraction to be understood, you need two isotropic media. So could refraction be happening in one isotropic media?
No.
Correct. So there needs to be in the understanding of what refraction is, because a lot of people use this as an ad hoc explanation for what their globe is to be looked at over, where things are being loomed up over the curve. They use looming as a type of refraction, but they're saying that that's what's happening. That's why you could see things farther on a globe, because the thing that's far away, where it's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, is being loomed up over the curve, and now your eyeballs can see it because of refraction. But according to Snell's law of what we understand refraction to be, and of course,
That doesn't make sense. It has to
Yeah.
be two things.
right. So that's why in this particular arena, it's misappropriated and used in a way that it's not described as what we all know it to be. Physics and things that we understand the physical natural world will help define the physical natural world in a way that we can understand or have a foundation for understanding between the things that we talk about. So we can all agree that this is how it works. Where we disagree on some of the guys that come in here that think the Earth is a globe is that refraction can operate outside of this particular explanation. Like it can happen within one isotropic media, which is just air. And that's incorrect, because they're trying to fit a narrative of how something that we understand works into something that they're trying to make work with the abstraction of the idea that the Earth is a globe. But for us, it's more simple. With physics and everything we understand with science, it all points to that this cannot happen or occur on something that they imagine it to be.
You're
It has to
coming
be
to
something.
them with a logical and scientific statement, and they're not
Right.
wanting to accept it because they want to accept some weird other narrative, and
Correct.
it's not making sense.
So for us, it's foundationally true, right? When we speak of things, it sounds like a meme on the internet when you hear of flat Earth, but when you actually start talking about it, the more you listen to our position, the more it makes sense. But not only that, it resonates with like science and physics. So we start being able to articulate our points a little bit more clear and concise, because the physical and natural world demonstrate themselves to be a flat and stationary topographical plane. So this is what we understand, right? Our understanding is foundational. Their understanding is more abstract. Like they can think of the Earth with, let's say, mathematics as a globe. And fair enough, you can draw whatever you want out with math. But what we always ask people is that you have to take the math that you look at and then comport it over to the physical and natural world and see if it actually does fit.
You have to apply it.
Yes,
You have
application.
to apply it to the scientific. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. If it
To
doesn't
the
fit, it's not gonna
scientific
work.
method of things, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So for us, it's paramount that this is taken into account. When we hear people that come in here and they want to misappropriate words or colloquially use words that don't have the correct terminology, I think we have beef with that. We were like, you can't say experiment if the thing you're talking about doesn't include natural science, which is when you do natural science, you have to include the causation and effect, how, why questions. What is question, like what is the Earth, doesn't fit into the science category. That's not science, right? We're trying to figure out the shape of something. And for that, it's a different application. We might use mathematics or geometry, but that in and of itself is not science. Science has a very different connotation. So when we study the physical natural world and we want to apply how, why, or a cause and effect relationship to it and figure out a hypothesis or do a hypothesis test, we have to figure out how to do that using natural science and not using it's different categories, right? We like to talk about.
Yeah, yeah. I get it a lot better now that someone actually explained it to me and didn't just
Sure.
like
Yeah, it's
troll me
difficult.
or something.
I know it's difficult, Misaki. It's difficult because in here we're already like 5 steps ahead, and we're like in between an argument. So if somebody jumps in that's brand new, I do like to take the time to explain to them like our position, and at least allow like me or Jedi or somebody else in here that have been doing this for a long time to kind of lay it out for you. Like it's not as easy to come into a room like this when we're beefing with the people who think that the Earth is a globe, and then stop and explain it to somebody brand new. But that's what our job is. We'd love to do that. Anytime we get a chance to, we want to take somebody aside and like, we will not let anybody intervene if some other globe
Explain.
earther comes in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want you to get the full concept of what this all is about. It just can't be, because it's broken down into subcategories, right? So you got flat Earth, but it goes into physics, it goes into science, it goes into math, it goes into like a lot of different categories. So hopefully that I don't know if Jedi wants
I'm
to jump in,
happy. It makes me happy that someone finally explained it to me without like,
Yeah.
all the BS on the side,
I don't know if Jedi is here, but he can take you through if you wanted to know a bit more. So observationally, practically, and measurement, we can talk about these categories as in being why we would say the Earth is flat and stationary. It's not just like some meme on the internet when somebody says the Earth is flat, but it's actually well thought out articulations of like what we would say the Earth is from a vantage point of just being like an observer that's on this Earth, and not some abstraction of math or you have to get on a rocket and look down, something like that. We want to talk about it practically, to someone.
I want to say that this is like maybe the best explanation I've gotten of it, and to make it make sense for me, because usually people will not break it down for you. They'll just be like, "Whoa, it's this," or they'll be fighting or arguing. But like I've been in like other public VCs and it was like absolute chaos. And like I'm
Got rid of
not
all the chaos makers for you. Got rid of them from text and audio.
I'm not very globe, and but I'm not 100% flat because I have like a very weird like perspective of like the Earth. Like I feel
Sure.
like there's more going on than just flat.
Right.
But I don't
And-
think
and-
it's a globe.
Yeah, the main part is that you're able to challenge the narrative, and not only that, if you come to a conclusion in any way, let it be because you actually got there yourself, and you weren't kind of like convinced into it by somebody speaking. So I
Yeah.
think the point that you actually, when it resonates with you, should be at your own discretion, like not at someone in here kind of trying to twist your arms into believing something, because that's the very last thing we want is for people to believe that the Earth is flat. We want someone to get to the place where they can actually know that it is. And I think that's a better place. It's instead of somebody jumping on a bandwagon because they think it's a cool
Yeah.
idea or something.
Exactly,
Logically,
Alpha.
for me, it makes sense.
And that's
It's nice.
yeah, and that's why I tell people like don't take my word for it. Go out and test it for yourself. Go out and do the research for yourself. I don't want you to take my word for it. I had to come upon these conclusions and on my own, and I was right where you are today. I wasn't on the fence either, right? I was on the fence. I didn't quite know, and the more I did the human eyes work, the more I understood about the physics of water, the physics of gases, and things like this, the more I came to understand that, wow, there is absolutely no way that this Earth could be a globe. So, but like I said, like Alpha said, don't take our word for it. Go ahead and give yourself the time, give yourself the space, and go and check it out for yourself. We can tell you all of these things, but it won't matter until you see it for yourself, right?
Yeah, another interesting point is that people that are making their observations don't realize that we haven't been taught how to adequately understand the physical and natural world from an observer perspective. We've always taught it or been told to think of the Earth in a more orthographic perspective. So that means that outside of your perspective, the Earth would stand alone, and everybody else on it has to be viewed as, on the side, and the Earth is the center. But in reality, we make observations that are centered on the person. So when you look at the physical and natural world, everything looks like it's radial to your position. That means like where you're observing the Earth, everything looks like it's like converging on you. So if you had spokes of a tire, like a bicycle, everything would be radially from your observation point. So like where you're looking at everything, everything's coming out like converging to your eye line. So I don't know if that makes any sense to you, but as an observer, right, just looking at stuff, you see everything in an angle of view, right? And people have known this for a long time. So it's a great way to think about how you see the physical and natural world versus this orthographic understanding of having to take yourself outside of the Earth and see it from a perspective as the Earth is the center of the universe, versus you are the center. Because when you make your observations, you tell people like, well, I see the star that I'm looking at, or the sun, or anything, it's at a specific angle of degrees in the sky. Well, that can only be said from your position, but somebody that's geographically located, 50 to 100 miles away from you, will say that position of the star, or whatever the sun, is at a different angle of view from them. So for their perspective, they see the angle of view differently to everything that they see, while you see everything at a different angle of view from where you see. So it's not this like Earth-centered perspective, orthographic view. It's more of a observer-centric. So if you could say that your primary experience of viewing everything in the night sky would be such that everything looks like at an angle degrees away from your perspective. So you basically see, the sky at an angle of degrees. So if you can understand what I'm saying, I don't know if you know what I mean, but an angle of view, you know what that means?
Yes.
Right. So everything, like if you were to say, Polaris looks at this specific angle in the night sky. Thinking about a protractor, right? 90
That's
degree beam.
exactly what I was
Yeah,
thinking of. Yes.
a protractor. Yeah, it's a perfect way to think about it, because you have a protractor has a flat baseline on the bottom, and everything on the top has an angle, right? So in order for us to get those angles, we have to have a baseline, if you can understand that. So the baseline
Yes.
would be 0 degrees. That's your baseline. And anything above 0 degrees will be, starting point to like where something
More
would
and
be.
more and more. Yeah.
Yeah, as an angle. And of course, zenith would be at your 90 degree right above your head. So if you can understand that point right there, that's how you and I see. But it seems to, or it appears to be, apparently to you and I, that we're looking at it like a dome of perspective. The perspective looks like a dome above us. So we can qualify everything that we see with a degree of angle. So as I'm
So
looking at,
perhaps
yeah,
that's
go
why
on.
people think that the Earth is a globe instead of
You're
a
catching on.
flat
Yeah, you're catching on.
place because of the zenith. When we're looking straight up, they think that we're seeing at a particular angle of the sky, because you can't see all the stars. You're just seeing a
Yes.
particular angle
You
of
got it, sister. You
Yeah,
got it.
now peep this, right? So ever since the 6th century BC, people have been using the conceptual tool. I'm gonna direct your attention to the celestial sphere. Now you can type that into your Google if you wish, but I want you to see what it says there. It's so important. It's almost paramount, because the celestial sphere is a conceptual model that's used to identify things in the sky, predictable movements of the heavens, the angle of view. It's useful for astronomy and celestial navigation. Now that's important, right? Because we have to have some way that we can conceptualize how we see things in an angle of view to each observer that's on the Earth. And not only that, we're able to catalog the way the movements of the heavens look to a specific geographic location. Does this make any sense to you right now? I just want to stop
is
and
that they it's like the angles when it's like how they describe it in science is like a circle, but how you're seeing it, and that's how they used to navigate like back in the day, like when they're traveling by stars and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they had
Yeah,
like
go ahead,
these.
Jedi. Did you want to say something?
I just unmuted because I heard what science says and she brought up circles. So I'm not going to jump in and be rude. Obviously, you're having a decent conversation, so I don't want to
No.
challenge the young lady on what she said.
Yeah. So, as I was saying, with the celestial sphere, you have to think about it as in you're standing on a flat plane, right, with 360-degree field of view all about you, and it's like a dome of perspective above you. So, in essence, that's how you would see the Earth, apparently to you. That's what it looks like. Let me see if I have a snippet of what you can look at it like as. I don't know if I saved it. I usually have my stuff all saved, but there's an image. Where is it at? I have it here. I have saved so many images because it's like I have to use this as an example. All right. No, that's not it. Okay. Somewhere. All right, I'll look for it later. But it details like when you're thinking of yourself standing on a flat plane, looking at the Earth perspectively. That's how you would be able to have the understanding that the angle of view that you have to everything has to have a flat horizontal baseline. But for us, we would say that's just the way we see things, right? And so
That
if you're
it
yeah,
is.
go ahead. Yeah, so
Because when
yeah.
they're traveling on boat, they're using sextants, and you need like the angle, and you need to see like if they're traveling, if there was. It goes back to like how like it was when it was cloudy, how they could like like travel, like they would travel by stars or whatever. Like I don't. There's a lot more that goes into it, and you know. Like back in the day, like when Columbus was like traveling and they were so sure that they're gonna like fall off the end of the earth, but
Yeah.
like they found land and they were using I forget what the word is called, dead
Reckoning.
or they couldn't, yeah, dead reckoning.
Mhm.
So it was difficult for them to navigate, but
Yeah, there's different methods to navigate the waters of the earth, but celestial navigation is definitely one of the biggest and most well-known laid
yeah,
out thought out ones. But once again,
exactly.
I brought in the celestial sphere to give you the understanding that we all see at an angle of view. So with the idea that celestial navigation and or astronomy is being talked about, it has to be talked about, and the framework for that would be the celestial sphere. So if we're saying the celestial sphere is the framework for astronomy and celestial navigation, anytime that gets brought up in this specific arena, you have to go back to the celestial sphere when somebody says, well, I know celestial navigation points to the earth being a sphere, an oblate spheroid. But all they're doing is seeing at an
Not
angle of view.
exactly,
Yeah.
though. Like, even
Yeah.
if you see, like, models and pictures of, like, the basic working of, like, the tools that they used back in the day, they're just, like, looking into the distance.
Right, right. And I posted a snippet. I'm gonna post 2 more snippets, or 1 more actually, of what the celestial sphere is, so that everybody can see. So that way, we're just on the same page. I think that's most important. So I don't know if you can see what I just posted.
Yeah,
It says celestial sphere.
I'll read it and see what's.
Alright, yeah, that's the AI overview, but what it is just describing what the celestial sphere is. I'll read it out. It's not that long. The celestial sphere is a conceptual tool used in astronomy and navigation to help visualize. See, this is the part that people don't understand. It's helping visualize, right? The positions of celestial objects in the sky. It's an imaginary sphere with an infinite radius that's concentric to Earth, with the Earth at its center or centered on the observer. The half of the sphere that's visible from the Earth is the sky overhead, while the other half is below the horizon. The celestial sphere can be thought of as a transparent dome with the Earth inside and the stars, planets, moon, and sun fixed to it. The celestial sphere is a coordinate system that uses a set of coordinates placed on the inside of the sphere to establish reference points and mark the positions of celestial bodies. The celestial equator divides the sphere into northern and southern hemispheres. and the horizon circle divided into 360 degrees, with 90 degrees between each of the 4 cardinal directions. The celestial sphere's equivalent of latitude is called declination, and its equivalent of longitude is called right ascension. The celestial sphere is useful for determining the rising and setting of points of celestial bodies and for locating stars and planets. However, it's important to note that there is
Okay.
no physical celestial sphere, and the stars are not all equidistant from Earth. For example, stars that appear closer together in the sky may be actually hundreds or if not thousands of light years apart. That was you get it now? Like that's why
Yeah, and I can also see like where both sides would come in and be like, no, it's a circle, no, it's
Right,
not.
right.
Like I know exactly where they would come in and they would say, oh, because it says it's this way,
Yep.
you're wrong. Yeah.
So it's useful for a conceptual tool, right? It's like a model basically. If you could see
Exactly.
if you could see a dome of vision above you, you could say, well, we see this dome of vision and everything looks like to be like a protractor at an angle of degrees from my view, concentric to me. So the thought of the celestial sphere could be, I could think of it like being centered on the Earth or centered on the observer, either one. It could work either way. But the most important thing that I should think about is how I see things. Primary experience would show me that everything looks to be apparently concentric to me. Because when I'm making a pointing to a star at an angle of view, it's that specific angle to me. Somebody geographically in a different location would see that star at a different angle to them. You get what I'm saying? So it's more concentric to the
Mhm.
observer than the Earth.
Because they're looking at a different horizon.
Yes,
And
that's
yeah.
correct. Do you get it now? Like that's where the miscommunication happens.
Yes.
That's why
Yes.
people talk past each other in this channel. And the abstraction of the Earth being a globe can be used. You could use the celestial sphere to say that the Earth is a spheroid, a terrestrial sphere. But the conceptualization of northern and southern hemisphere don't come from positions that were dictated from the terrestrial sphere. They came from the celestial sphere, and then equated to the ground positions of why they're saying northern hemisphere is a terrestrial from the terrestrial sphere, and it's not. It's from the celestial sphere. So when you say northern hemisphere, you mean in the sky, portions of the sky that are considered to be northern hemisphere,
Okay.
and points at a 90-degree angle to the ground positions to those stars would be considered underneath that northern hemisphere. So those positions geographically would be considered northern hemisphere.
So now when someone will be talking, I'll know what the heck they're talking about.
Sure.
And I'll be like, that
Yeah, the more you
sounds-"
know, right? And so
Yeah.
if now it's other things to think about, if the conceptual tool for the celestial sphere was thought of even back in the 6th century, Babylonians were using it, then
Yeah.
prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe, why are people thinking that it's a terrestrial sphere if you didn't need that before? Because all it was doing was help you look at positions of the celestial bodies in the sky at any geographic location. They were giving you those predictable movements, the cyclical nature of the heavens, because at a specific geographic location, you could tell me a degree of angle to those things at that specific location, and then catalog throughout a cycle, like a yearly cycle, a monthly cycle for the moon, that how their movements are apparently to you in that specific geographic location. So this was happening prior to people thinking that the Earth was a globe. Prior
It's a
to that,
globe. It's a globe.
but
Like Fourth of July.
can you see what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yes.
So that's important. I think for everybody that's thinking about it like that, it has to realize that you visually see the sky above you like a dome of perspective, and perhaps that's why people talk past each other in here and don't realize that the foundation for that is observation. They're looking at the sky in a dome of perspective, and then thinking that the Earth underneath is as a spheroid that matches a dome of perspective. That's why they abstract it to be a globe, and they say that ground positions will coincide with the mathematics of the spheroid with the radius value that it has for 3959.
I like hearing like people explain all these things, and I always like to hear like multiple perspectives of many different people. That's why this is very interesting to me, because I always want to know like what is behind it, what is the underlying, like what,
Yeah,
you
I mean, you
know,
could think of it like a
exactly.
you could think of it like a tradition. When people think of ideas and then hand them down to somebody else, it's these ideas that people have about things that have been abstracted. Like one of the cool things about it is if you look into history and when this all began, you get various answers as to like who actually started this whole thing. But
Yes, yeah.
once you start drilling down to like whether somebody figured it out like within a measurement or somebody conceptualized it as an invented thing, you start to realize quickly that it has its base origins in philosophy versus something that someone discovered that made a discovery of a measurement or realized that it was a spheroid because they seem to have figured it out with the distance and drop over distance. So, which nobody has done. This
So
is
the
yeah, go
origin
on.
is philosophy,
Sure.
for flat Earth. So like, how did this all? Like, I genuinely want to know. Like, I have never interacted with people who are flat Earth. Like, under the persuasion. How does it? Where did it come from? Philosophy. Like, I really want to know. Like,
What, flat Earth or the globe Earth?
flat Earth, yeah. Well, I
Oh,
don't both. Both.
well,
Like
flat Earth.
I want to know.
Yeah, flat Earth is more of the primary experience that a person has on the physical natural world. So when you go outside, everything that you do practically is on a flat and stationary Earth. There's nothing that you can get away from. So the topographical plane that you're on right now is treated as a flat and stationary Earth. It's not treated as a globe. In no way is it treated that way. Even people in their professions that they're pilots or they're mariners navigating the oceans, like they treat the Earth for practical purposes as it's flat and stationary. Everybody does.
That's how I would. That's how I see it too.
Right. Right.
So
But
why is
like,
it only why
So
is it
it's
only
not
cartography
it's not
the
rooted
flat
in.
earthers can't do?
All right, we're not gonna indulge any anti-flat earther at this moment. You guys can sit on silence for now because Misaki needs to have the explanation from us and not from you guys. Your points of contention can wait. So any anti-flat earther that chimes in will be swiftly muted, and mods also swiftly mute them as well if they start talking. This is not a moment for you guys. It's a moment for Misaki and any new person that wants to inquire about flat Earth. That simple. Go ahead, Misaki.
I just wanted to know like who was like the first person, like the like where the origins, like
Yeah.
history wise, because I
So
really love
yeah,
history more.
the ancients understood the Earth to be a flat and stationary world. It was basically considered like a realm, conceptualized with the idea like there's a dome above us, and a flat plane of existence. Not flat as in a flat piece of paper, but topographical. But it was a horizontal plane for sure. So every ancient culture, if you look into them, they all thought of it being that way. It's conceptualized that way as in an abstract model that you see like an orthographic view of like this
Is there
dome covered
like
horizontal plane.
some kind of like thing? Am I mistaken? Like, was there not like some kind of like silver thing like back in the day? Like they believed there was like some kind of silver lining between space and like our Earth. It was not the, what is it called in English? The thing that's being burned away that protects our Earth from the sun. I forget how to say it in
Ozone
English.
layer.
Yeah, it's not the ozone. It's not the ozone. Back in the day, like Nostradamus era, like they believed that there was like some kind of like silver like protection sphere or something, like or a layer of protection that like separates the boundaries between the heavens and the earth. Like
Firmament.
Maybe, I don't
I don't know
know.
what word you're looking for because I don't know that particular.
It might be it might be that, but that's what they used to believe, and so they thought like my thought process is always when we're sending all these drones, well, not drones, like
Satellites.
shuttles, satellites, probing oh, sorry, I have talk to speak to talk on. Some of them get far, but like we can't really get a lot of like people out. Like they only did a moon landing once, and
Right. Do you know?
people are like 50-50 on that.
Yeah. Do you know that people have been thinking they could go to the moon for the longest time, even prior to the advent of the technology that could actually get people there? There's this old movie that you have to check out. It's like one of the oldest movies around, built in I think it was 1914. I think it was. No, I might be mistaken of the actual time, but it's really, really early 1900s for sure. It's
Is it
called
like one of the first?
Yeah, it's called from the trip to the trip to the moon or something like that.
It's
From
the
the Earth to the
first
moon.
movie made.
Yeah,
I think
and
so. I think I know what you're talking about. It's
yeah,
like
and it
black
has
and
like
white.
yeah, it's like a stage, and it's got like these characters on there, and they're basically wearing wizard hats, and then all of a sudden
Mhm.
they're wearing like you know like robes or like they're scholars or like lab coats or I don't know.
It's a very cute movie. I like it.
It is, but the idea that people were already starting to have inventions of how you could have
Even back then, yeah.
yeah, even back then, if prior to the advent of that technology existing, they were already thinking of how that could actually work. It's funny, like how the mind actually thinks about things, right? So even back then, they were still thinking of like how they're going to be able to get to the moon and landing on the moon, what it would be like, and they would think about creatures that were there. It's just stuff like that stuff was already thought of way back then. So you don't think that people even before that, prior to that movie that was made, that they weren't still thinking that kind of stuff? Like just the idea of it. You know what I mean? Like they were,
Yeah.
yeah, they were still thinking about stuff like that. But the problem is like physics that demonstrate how the physical and natural world operates can tell us about what is possible and what is not, right? So we can't negate laws of nature just to say that these things that we think about exist. It has to be within the boundaries of the physical and natural world, not outside of the boundaries. So, in the case of trying to leave the Earth and going to logistically going to a place that you might think looks real because there's video evidence of it. Well, if you were a moviegoer back then, would you think that going to the moon is possible?
You might, or you
Hmm.
might not. Like
Right,
it's
but they
like
gave you the they kind of gave you the idea of by proxy of that silent film. So you could have thought, hey, I never thought of this. Like, look at this. You could actually,
yeah. It gives you
yeah,
the imagination to like think
correct,
of like like they wanted people to be like awestruck. They wanted people to
correct.
think
So
like,
think
oh,
think
I
about
can do
this.
this.
Think about this. Production value has increased from that moment till now. So how much more with the production value do they have to persuade the mind? Because
Not a lot.
a guy well, I would venture to say that it's a bit better than before. So a guy sitting in a movie theater a long time ago in that silent film would be like, wow, I've never seen this. This is crazy good. Is it possible that we could do this? So a person now sitting in front of their iPhone is going to look at a video from like ISS or whatever and going to have that same reaction that those guys back then did. Now I'm not saying that it's possible that they're there, but just the idea of what they're putting in your mind could be possible because they actually gave you a vehicle to think about. The vehicle is the video that you're looking at.
What I meant is when I go and talk to like people, like they don't talk about this. They like normal people, they're just gonna think, oh, it's the moon, like they're doing all that stuff and they're doing
Yeah,
the
sure.
NASA, and every day they're like releasing like, so these people like they're thinking like that these shuttles are eventually like to take people to the moon, and that's what they're testing, when reality is they're
Yeah.
sending up like satellites and spy drones or whatever they're
Yeah.
doing up there. It's
Yeah, so
not
they're telling people in mass that this is possible and they are doing it right now.
exactly.
So now the portion of where you're listening as a critical thinker and saying, okay, They're telling me something. Now, how can you test or verify that that is the case from your perspective?
I don't. I'm kind of a skeptic, so like I never really like believed like I
Yeah.
can't, because when I read the whole Wikipedia of all the between the Russian and the United States, the space wars, and there was only the one single landing on the moon with human beings by the US.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
like,
there's
you
many
know,
ways. There's many ways that people can tell you a story, right? With video, and I mean, they could tell you in a book or whatever. So there's many ways that you could think about things, right? So your mind can think about stuff, but the point where you start to make it real in your physical natural world is when you can actually test or verify some things, the laws of physics,
yeah,
and all of these things can
with the
coincide with what
scientific
they're
method.
saying. So it cannot be outside of the realm of that. Once somebody tells you that outside of the perspective or the natural laws that exist here on this earth can be negated because in a different location it operates a whole lot different than where you're at, then how can they prove that to you? You have to believe it as a system of belief. It can never be tested because logistically you don't have the means to go and verify these things.
I also don't believe that it can be tested, and that is a
Well,
thought that I've had for a very long time. Like,
yeah.
because when I was younger, and I went to like libraries when I moved here, like around age 13, I would go to like libraries, and they had really old books in this library because I'm in the Northeast, and you know they have all the weird libraries with the skull and bones BS and all that stuff. So they have some really old books. And I was able to sneak into places and look at these books, and like the astronomy or astrology or whatever, like I forget which one it is. Because I'm not paying attention to my language right now. Like I think in Polish. Um it didn't match exactly what you're saying, or what we're limited on natural laws. Like there was so much that, so I was thinking we can't pass natural law, like we have to, and then we would have to prove it. You can't, if you can't prove something, you can't, you know, like some people, like I was here I think before, or but it was very chaotic and people were fighting over like how can you prove it? You've never been to space. Well, yeah, that's true. A lot of people haven't been to space. It's very limited people that are into space, and those people are probably working under the narrative of people who are in power, and those people will not allow that person to say, oh no, it's like this or it's like that, and we can't do, like, we have to, like,
Yeah,
I guess we do have to talk about it.
there's a certain narrative that people carry depending on what type of profession that you're in. And if you don't line up with the curriculum, then you're not able to hold that position. So, for example, if you were to say I'm a teacher and I want to teach flat and stationary earth understanding in school, you probably wouldn't hold a position as a teacher because there's a
They'd kick
specific
you out.
right, there's a specific narrative and curriculum that has to be followed. Now, everything outside of that can't be given to the student to think about. Like, well, think about it. You can think about it as a globe, but think about it also as a flat and stationary plane. Like that information cannot be stated. Otherwise, you wouldn't hold a position. So there's a lot to say that if you don't line up with what they're saying or instructing, then you can't hold a position. So that's why they feel like they have the dominant force, because it's a dogmatic approach to give somebody a locked in viewpoint that they can't think outside of what's being said to them. So they're teaching you what to think and not how to think. And if they do tell you how to think, it's within the confines of those specific parameters of the earth being a globe and a cosmology being such that it's an ever expanding galaxy. You could say,
They don't give you enough information at
Yeah.
all, like where I was taught, like when I came here, they didn't give us any information at all. Like half the stuff that I've learned, not even more than half the stuff that I've learned, it was not in school. It was because I was inquisitive and I decided to go and read about this stuff, and that's how
Mhm.
I learned.
Yeah, a curious mind is a dangerous mind because you start thinking of things that the narrative doesn't like. It doesn't like that mind that can think up outside of things and forges its own way because you start going against specific narratives that are the status quo. So once you do that, you become an outcast or somebody who needs to be regulated or put back into the fold. And most of the guys that come into this channel they want to wrangle people back into the fold. You guys are fools, you're idiots for thinking the way they do. Yeah, and they get upset. They're all in their feelings telling us how we're wrong. But they don't ever state how we're wrong. They just say, you guys are dumb. You're wrong. And we're like, point out where we're wrong. Show us. And they can't do so because everything they know are just concepts, ideas, abstractions. And so this is the thing that's holding them. This dogmatic approach that it's like a religion if you think about it that way, that they're holding a
Mhm.
religious viewpoint and they don't want to think of anything outside of that religious viewpoint because it's heresy. You are like a literal heretic if you say anything against the globe earth paradigm. And I find that curious because their minds are so engulfed in this idea that the earth is a globe that they cannot possibly think that it's incorrect. So it's to me, I think, fascinating. I study these people, like the ones that come in here, and it's almost like you see their little ways that they speak, and they're very suggestive in the terms that they use, like, oh, the earth could be and maybe or should be or possibly. And I'm like, do you guys hear what you're saying? You're not certain if the earth is a globe. And the important thing about this whole thing is that they side with this viewpoint that not all people and not all globers, but there's a majority of them that will say science doesn't prove anything. Majority of globers will say science doesn't prove anything because that's not how science works. Science doesn't work in absolutes. Never, and it can never tell you something absolutely true. That's not science. So the majority of them will say that. The few that will buck the system and say, no, that's not true. I'm a glober and I think that you can't prove things with science. So, but the majority will say that. They'll say science doesn't prove anything because that's not how science works. So we can say the Earth's a globe, but not be 100% sure that it is. If you get me, that's
I do, and I do like to rely more on science, even though I'm quite an emotional person. I do
Mhm.
like to rely on science because that's where I come from, like my background when I'm learning, not in chemistry and like, but more biology, because I went
Mm.
medical route. But so I never had interactions with flat earth because of people who kept like who were like globers or whatever, uh doing memes and all that stuff and being so like
yeah.
aggressive about it, so I
Okay.
never got
I got
to
rid of all
have
those guys for you this time. Yeah, they're all gone.
Sorry.
And they're muted. I muted Scott Mackey, Rich Evan. They're all muted. They can't say shit. And if they get too annoying in a text, I just ban them.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's nice
And
to
the
have a conversation and not feel like I'm like freaking out
regulated.
from
Yeah.
anxiety.
The part about it though is that this becomes a war. It's a war for the mind. And I think we're basically 24/7 has been around for like 6 years in like YouTube. We've been doing videos and such, but we've been on the forefront of like speaking to people and just having either disputes, arguments, like debates, and like we've been doing it all. But for the most part, we think it's essential to speak to the hearts and minds of the people that are coming in that are genuinely inquisitive about it, such as yourself. And we will stop everybody. We'll make room for those people because
You
you
have a
guys are
YouTube. Oh, you
yeah,
have a YouTube. Oh, there you.
and a Rumble too. We have YouTube and Rumble. I think
Oh, you have
two.
Rumble.
Yeah, and YouTube. We're live streaming right now, as a matter of fact. So we're always live streaming 24/7. If somebody could drop the link for Misaki in the text channel, that'd be great. Por favor, and
I
thank you.
haven't heard a lot of people be on Rumble. That's like not a lot of people are on there, but the people that are on there, it's very nice to have something else other than like
And
YouTube.
YouTube,
Like,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
But I don't know. I think to me, critical thinking is fascinating because people lack the ability these days. Because, like I said, as you're growing up, being youthful, you're told what to think, and just kind of recall what you think. And it's not like teaching you how to process the information that you're being given. Well, they're going to show you how the Earth's a globe, and how is it possible that people realize this? And they're just telling you these narratives, and you either learn these narratives or you fail the class or whatever. It's mostly just getting people to believe a specific dogmatic viewpoint, and that's it. You start to think of life in a certain way. You identify with the Earth being a globe in the vacuum of space, whirling, tilting, spinning at all this ludicrous
But
speeds that
it's
they give you.
always been like this. Back in the day, even when they were like, no, the Earth revolves around the sun, or the sun revolves around the Earth, and they would persecute people. It's like basically the same thing now. It's just like less like, oh, you're gonna burn at the stake. More like people will like troll you or like just like
Yeah,
bring you down and just want to
of
say,
course.
you're crazy or that. But I like hearing these things, and it's nice, and it's good to have like a lot of discussion about this. So it's nice. Thank you for explaining for me. I kind of have to like
Yeah.
go help my parents because they're older.
Well, I
um,
mean, and I'm not gonna lie to you. This place does become an arena where it's like arguments,
I've heard.
battles, like yeah. So, for those who feel like they don't want to chime in those moments, I would say just listen. If not, just maybe come back some other time when the
That's
um
usually
the
what I
anti
do.
the anti flat earthers aren't here because they can get you kind of irritated listening to them because it almost sounds like somebody who doesn't want to change their mind. They want to preach a doctrine and they don't want a person to think critically for
They don't
themselves.
want to think. They don't
Mm-mm.
want to think.
No.
They just want to stay at as the status quo. I think to some point they're afraid, or they're just lazy, or there's
Hmm.
so many reasons why they don't want to. You know, but I
And
can't.
the only thing we advocate for is someone to think for themselves. That's what we do. We advocate for that. And here's the thing, if somebody thinks that the earth is a globe because they're thinking for themselves, then we question them. How is it possible that you came up with that idea if nobody primarily experiences an earth as a globe? Like you don't walk outside and say, "Man, the earth looks like such a globe today." Like, did you see how globish the earth looks? Like nobody does that. No one does that. Our vantage point is such that we observe the physical natural world as a flat, horizontal, topographical, stationary plane. That's true 100% of the time you go outside. So, they can have their opinions, but at the end of the day, they're going to have to square the fact that they see reality just as we do. And of course, like I mentioned prior, that the conceptual understanding of the celestial sphere helps us understand how we envision the night sky, like a dome of perspective. It's a transparent dome with the stars affixed to it. That's how the conceptual understanding, you can call it a model if you like. In any way you can conceptualize how you see the sky in an angle of degrees, just like a protractor with a flat baseline, it's perfect. Just the way you should think about it. There's nothing wrong with that. But we can understand, like you said before, how people can think of the Earth as a globe because they want to abstract the ground that they're walking over as a terrestrial sphere. See?
I get it now, and that's what I'm gonna use
Hmm.
the sphere model now to explain to people. But
Yeah,
thank you
and
for explaining it to me,
yeah,
and I have to kind of go for now though.
yeah, no problem. But thank you for your time, and yeah, we'll go ahead and resume the conversations with the rest of the
Another time.
guys.
Yeah.
Scott Mackey wanted to jump in, but he realized he was muted. I did that right when he came in.
Hit him off at the pass, huh?
Yeah, now he can chime in all he wants. Chime in. Chime in, you freaks.
Go ahead, Globies.
Chime in.
Now they don't want to talk because they only wanted to talk when the person was here that they could
Exactly.
run interference on. Because that's all they wanted to do is run interference. They didn't want to have
Well,
anything constructive to talk about.
Yeah, I run interference too. I just knock them out of the play before the play starts.
Dude, I was in the backyard starting my barbecue. I had no intention of talking. You guys are such little babies, man.
Pointing out that you had to preemptively mute
Well,
us was the point.
why wasn't I invited to this barbecue? bro?
Says the one who speaks up when he says he's not going to speak up.
Mick.
And
How far do you live?
I don't run interference
Where do you
at all
live,
on your
Steven?
shit, dog.
You stop
I live
on
in-
by, man. Stop on
I live
by.
in PA.
I don't
I
think
don't
you
run-
I'm
muted
out
though.
San Jose. It's a
I don't
little
run
far.
interference on your shit, dude. I just listen to what you got to do. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, but you didn't do that, so you weren't muted. I think it was Rich and Scott.
Yeah, I couldn't possibly have someone dropping some truth on your nonsense. Can't have that.
Like I
Don't you have
said,
some
he
leg
wanted
quarters
to
to turn
chime
over?
in. He wanted to chime in. See that? Somebody to drop some truth on your nonsense because he wanted to chime in during that.
Yeah, go flip your brats and burgers, man. Don't worry about
Yeah, he's talking about not chiming in while he's chiming in. That's just like a
You guys were
group.
so worried
one.
we would just unmute and just
Well, that's
slap
good,
you
too.
across the face while you were talking to them.
Yeah, they were terrified, weren't they? I don't know. Somebody might unmute and show how stupid I am.
Can't have that. Preemptively
No.
mute. Preemptively
No,
mute.
exactly.
You guys just
Who
disrupt
else
the
in the room
conversation
is smarter
with
than me?
nonsense.
Mute
So that's why you get muted. There's no point listening to you.
Well, you
I
just
consider-
spoke over me, so.
Yeah, I consider it an honor.
because you just. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, I think it says a lot about me and Rich that they'd pick us out. I mean, I'm
Rich
honored.
and I,
I'm
Scott.
honored.
Rich and
Yeah,
I.
it's just
It
no,
does.
no, it's
It
me.
shows
From me.
shows that
from me.
your
It's me.
opinions are just not
Who they are?
required.
Who they are two guys that are they are from some
What?
university? Who they are, that two guys, Rich and Scott? Are they from some university or something? Or from some mainstream?
Well, apparently we're both CIA.
Yeah.
Just guys
Oh,
in the
CIA.
internet.
Apparently.
Paid
CIA.
operatives.
If any of
CIA.
you are to be believed, we're CIA.
CIA.
If you guys are to be
That's
believed,
that's
the
above your
case.
pay grade, dude. You couldn't
Okay.
you couldn't apply to go there.
CIA.
Can
I
you
wouldn't let
mute
you
this?
guys mop the floor or cut anybody's hair of a dog.
Yeah, and Euclid is a
And
intern.
what are you doing here? Like what's your task here?
What's today's agenda?
That's for Scott and I to know and for you to figure out.
Yeah, he's just a colossal troll. That's it.
Yep.
You're just you are just like
Come back on mute.
you still didn't fulfill your ego. You're working on that every day. You are trying. You are not getting more. When you will get when your
Well,
ego will
it was
be
obviously a joke, right?
then-
Because the
then
only
you- then
person to
you-
ever call me FBI or CIA was
rich. When
people
your
in this
ego
flat
will be
Earth room. So.
fulfilled. When your ego will be fulfilled.
Well, we're glad to have no globe
Now.
evidence from you guys.
Now,
no globe.
okay.
no-
What do you need? What do you need?
Yeah, Rich is
Yeah,
only
yeah, after this.
being a janitor at the CIA.
Yeah.
Hey, that's
Well,
still
that's better than my job there.
Steven,
Yeah.
do you have an argument to show that that's
Yeah,
not working for the CIA?
Whatever, dude.
Yeah, I got pics.
I did find it quite telling, though, Alpha, when you said
What?
it's a war.
It is.
I like that. I like
he
that.
was
And
Yeah.
that MS Paint art I made of you, Stevens, on
wanted to
the
interrupt.
CIA.
You asked me the other day. You're like, what problem do you have with me? Remember? You asked me that.
Yeah.
And I told you straight up. We're on two different sides right now.
Yeah, I know. But I find
So-
that interesting. That's your mindset that this is a war. That
It is.
That the search for truth is a war in your mind.
No,
That's weird.
The defense
No,
of
it is.
truth
That's
is
very strange.
the defense of truth is because you guys think that you have this truth that you hold, and it's not truth. You're holding on to falsehood. We have the truth on our side. Everything from observation to practical use, measurement, everything's on our side. You got nothing. You got is just these abstractions, these concepts, and you believe them to be true, which it's the
Wait,
crazy
what is
part about it
truth
all.
other than an abstraction?
What do you mean, dude? It's the Earth being self-evident, like as what it is. What do you mean as an abstract?
No, like
You
what
don't-
is truth? Truth
Yeah,
is an
it's-
abstract, like as
it's
a is a
self-evident.
concept.
Truth is self-evident.
You can't
Concept.
just say truth equals flat.
No, truth
What-
equals what, Scott?
Wouldn't you think if it were self-evident, you wouldn't have to defend it?
No, you guys have made up.
Oh.
You made up a narrative that it's not.
Okay.
And so,
it's-
because
it must not
it's
be self-evident then.
Yeah, it
if
is
it has to be
because
defended.
it is because like when we tell people that's what you experience, right? They're like, well, no, I can think about it. Like you guys, because all you have is what you've been told and how you can think about it, how you've been told what it is.
Yeah.
You don't
I'm
know
not
how to go outside and see the Earth as a flat topographical horizontal plane. You don't do that.
You're right. I do not know how to go outside and see that. That's right. Because
Yeah.
when I go outside and I look, I don't see it.
Well, you see a globe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want to go. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure you're
Get rid
using
of
the
the
self.
liar.
You're using
Yeah,
self-evident
where do you
wrong,
see
man.
the
You
globe?
shouldn't be saying that
That's
anymore.
the dishonesty.
It is.
That's the dishonesty part, Scott. You're dishonest. You say you see a globe. No one sees a globe. Not even the globe experts say they see a globe.
He does. I think Rich
Who-
does too.
who are
Rich,
globe
do you see a
experts?
globe?
Wait, what's a globe expert?
Neil
Your
deGrasse
priest.
Tyson.
Wait, who's a
Yeah.
globe expert? Name some
Neil
names.
deGrasse
Neil deGrasse
Tyson.
What makes Tyson a globe expert?
He has a platform of millions of people. Let's see. He holds master classes to cosmology. I don't know. We can keep going on and on, but you've been debunked
And
just
that
by
makes
that.
him an expert on the shape of the
Yeah.
Earth?
So when he
Yeah.
says, when he
Wow.
says something is
Interesting.
so
I did not know that.
Yeah, too bad. You should have. That's your problem. When he says that you can't see Earth curvature for 120,000 feet from the Red Bull space jump, then what he says is basically law. You can't negate the fact that the Earth is
Basically law. Wow.
Yeah.
Who put him in
Because
that position?
you guys. Every
No,
globe
not
head,
us.
every. What do you mean? You're
I,
paying taxes for academia.
I must have missed that vote. They
You
didn't
don't
call
have
me.
to because they're taking
Damn
money
it,
from your
man.
taxes
I'm
and supplying
pissed.
it to academia so that they can have a platform to tell you what's what. Yeah.
I was not aware of this vote.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
he
one
speaks
is-
for the
you think-
Fucking
Globers.
Globers.
You think
Do
we
you have your
think
own
that-
cosmology?
Fucking Globers, man.
well, that's
Having
your
votes
problem.
without me.
That's
Ah.
your problem, not ours. You guys want to, and see, this is the thing, Scott. You make up your own cosmology when you're in here. You don't go along with the narrative. That's fine with me, but you don't have the narrative that they do. See, Neil deGrasse Tyson was giving you an olive branch. He's like, guys, stop talking shite on social media platforms. If you go along with what I say, you're good. You can't see Earth curvature from an airplane window or from Red Bull space jump. I'm giving you guys the out to say it looks flat, but it actually is a globe. In all reality, it's a globe. He's not saying that the Earth is flat. He's saying it looks flat from the lower altitudes. So then if you were to say, well, yeah, I go along with Neil deGrasse Tyson, then you would go under his wing to say that we can't see the Earth as a globe until you actually get farther out in altitude, which means a lot farther than most of these guys are saying they're at. So you would be all good and well to follow his words versus your words, where you could be debunked by a flat earther sending a balloon up at 120,000 feet. See what I mean?
Not at all.
If you would just follow him, you'd be good, but you're not. So that's why you get debunked on the daily.
Does that
It's
sound
all
like
on the
maybe I'm thinking for myself?
Well, you're making up your own cosmology, that's for sure.
Would that be thinking for myself?
Yeah, but what?
Isn't that what you just told this Misaki person to do?
Yeah, but you can't do that.
Wait,
You're
so I
following
can't.
a
I'm
narrative.
not allowed to do it.
You can't stop because you
I'm not allowed
subscribe
to think
to
for
what's
myself.
been given to you. You fucking moron.
I'm not allowed to
he
think for
doesn't
myself.
realize that.
Other people.
Yeah, he's fucking
Weird.
retarded. Just mute him.
Weird.
He's you're just fucking dumb as shit.
Yeah,
You
he's-
have to subscribe to it, Scott. You can't make up your own shit.
Yeah, he thinks he's making up his own stuff while going along with the predominant, with the predominant story or whatever.
Scott,
like
don't burn
he actually
don't burn
makes
your
up
pork
his own-
loins, dude. Go turn your pork
No,
loins over.
the calls are heating right now. They're not ready. They're
Well,
not
then
ready
you
for
have
the long
time
run.
to talk about nonsense then.
I do. About 5 more minutes.
That's what he does. That's the first honest thing we heard you say. That you talk about nonsense.
It's fine.
Well, I'm here, right? What else can I talk about?
Because that's all you have is nonsense, Scott Mackey.
Dude, we're
Well,
arguing
I
about
think
the
I think if
shape
he
of the-
started going off onto what he is not nonsense, you guys probably get pretty mad. Pretty quick.
All right, Rich.
Yeah.
You are you only good here for cheerleading? You You're hanging on Scott's jock so badly right now. Like,
No, I was just pointing.
is he your president or what is he? Like the
Smell it.
president
He's the
of
B team. He's the B team. Send in the B team. A team's failing.
A tag team. Tag
Yeah,
team.
you
fucked
tag
up
team
twice
the
as
fucking
hard.
numpty.
Tag
Yeah,
team, you're
yeah,
holding-
you're really doing a good job.
They love hanging on to others' balls. Just face it.
I mean, if you had to make a Glober tier list, Rich would definitely be one of the minions.
Come on, man, Rich. You can do better than cheering Scott Mackey on. You can actually do something for yourself and speak for yourself. Just saying, man. Gosh, that's irritating.
It's exactly
you don't
what
have
the
to share a
warlord
community
wants you to
brain,
think,
dude.
Steven.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I was just responding to what Steven said.
Thus saith Scott Mackey. Rich?
But it is kind of funny though. You guys accuse us of following some pattern. You guys repeat the exact same stuff over and over and over.
All right.
You just parrot some guy you heard on the internet, and you just say the same lines, almost verbatim. It's
Why do you always
weird.
gotta talk gibberish, Scott?
You wish,
gibberish,
Scott.
bro.
You wish.
It doesn't. Oh my
Okay,
god, dude.
that was funny. That was funny, Miggy. I like that one.
Scotty,
That was
can you
good.
tell me what
That was good.
I'm repeating from internet?
Everything you say.
What, Scotty?
Say-
Can you tell me what? Can you tell me
say-
what?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what?
Well, here, let's do a little experiment. How do
The
you know
funny
you're a
thing is,
guy?
Scott subscribes
I
to this
never-
ideology, but he has his own interpretation of it. He's too stupid to even follow the guidelines that's been set out for him.
Miggy, I want to say something.
Are you a non-denominational scientist, Scott?
Oh my god.
Oh, I am. Yes. Yeah. I've broken away,
here.
created my own sect. Yeah.
Miggy, can I tell you something about you?
Because
Spoke with
Rich is
that
asking
girl.
because he wants to apply. That's why he's asking.
Yeah,
Where
apply
do-
to the
where do I sign?
non-denominational. That's pretty
Hey,
ironic.
you guys have meetings every Sunday, or I mean, what's going on? Like, fucking Mackey's got his own movement and shit. Is that a 5013C? Is that, you guys nonprofit? Fucking hell. dude.
C3.
I don't know why you people. It's not Miggy. This is question. Why you people giving or who moderated these people even space because they don't have even nothing to offer. You know, in a sense, you know, like this is like a conflict in one moment. You can hear the conflict in the one moment. You do understand?
They continually win the hearts and minds of each other. It's crazy.
Like for example, Scott, you're fucking retarded. Then Scott will say to me, "Yeah, you are, dude. Why we are wasting time with these people who doesn't have to offer anything? Or if they have to offer something, like for example, you are something in some kind of debate, and now Scotty said this is totally retarded. This is wrong. Okay, can you tell us what is correct? Okay, this is correct. Okay, the third person who are listening will hear that what Scotty said. Okay, great. No fight. No, that, you know, somehow this Scott, all of them, they became some kind of idealization on internet, some kind of persons on server. You know, they're like a famous on the server or something.
No, they're not famous. They're just content.
No,
bro.
do you understand me? Not famous.
I get what you're saying. They're just content.
Yeah.
Usually they fill in the dead air spots, and then when they're speaking, some of the other numpties jump in and they're like, "Oh, I believe what he's saying." And I'm like, "Really? You know what's interesting is that when they hear them speak, they think they're like some kind of debate gods or something, and they're just really like dumb as rocks. But you know, we don't want to tell the audience that believes the Earth is a globe. We want them to fall into the trap to come in here
I'm
and say, "Man,
beginning
that was
to feel like a debate god. Debate god.
no, you're basically, you cheer on the debate gods. You're not the debate god. You're not." So sorry, I didn't mean you, Rich.
Well, I mean, I you could take that from our experiences together, but
No,
I
I'm just
know that
saying,
engaging
just-
with you is kind of just
No,
not
just
really
based
for the
on
best, 'cause you
based on
won't
the
accept anything.
Based on the conversations, you're
Straightforward
like far
academic
down the totem
definition.
pole, dude. You're far down the totem pole. You're like way down there.
Cool.
No, he's doing better. He's been studying for a few weeks. He's getting up. He's doing
All
some
right,
work.
well, we can test that if you'd like. See if he can move up a rank.
No,
I don't know if you want to award him.
I am not a dancing monkey. Thank you.
See, told you.
Yeah,
No
because
thanks.
I'm not going to do it when you, like, if you were to say, would you like to discuss this sometime? I'd be like, oh, maybe I'll think about it. But instead you're saying, all right, step up.
Yeah, if you think you got what it takes.
Yeah, you're a soldier for the cause, Rich.
Yeah, apparently you don't. So it shows
Well, I mean,
your colors.
Are the
Shows your
photos
colors.
that were are the
Listen,
photos
see,
taken
this is what makes
on
you.
the
This
are
is
the
what makes you a
photos
cheerleader.
purported to
This
have
is
been taken on the moon taken on the moon?
this is what makes you a cheerleader, Rich. This specific part right here. Somebody who's got it ready to go at the hip is able to fire off some of these answers, but you can't do so because you got nothing in the chamber, and we've all seen your hand now. Well, I don't want to answer anything at the moment. Why not? If you're able to articulate your point, just fucking talk. But no, you gotta be a fucking entitled baby. When I want to, when I'm ready, some bullshit. Then go to another forum where people fucking snowflakes over there melting away. We want the fucking soldiers. They want to stand up and say, you know what? I know there's a globe. Shh, right here, I got you. You can't do that, Rich. You only, follow behind those that can. That's why I'm saying you're down the totem pole, very bottom. Till we see some kind of effort. I mean, I don't think there is, but yeah, we have. And we got some people in here. Shoot, maybe some new people we can talk to. We have Guy at Earther. AJ's in the house. What's up, AJ? Are you here?
Yeah, man, I'm here. I'm just waxing snowboards and listening in.
Yeah, we got Cathos. I don't know. Somebody, Mai's in here. Migo, Wigo. What's up, Migo? Shout out to those silent guys. Plum Bob's in the house. What's up, Plum Bob? We got Jimsy, dude. I haven't heard you speak in like, it's been ages, bro. You still here? Hey, you got WTF is this? What's up, WTF?
I'm here. How you doing, man? All good.
Pretty good. You having a good day, man?
Yes, everything all right. Blessings.
All right. I was gonna say what's up so I can hear you say your rebuttal to that, but
It's the heavens, the heavenly realm.
Heavens above. Just look up.
it's not that hard. Yeah.
Yeah. Elevation angles from a horizontal reference plane. That's what's up.
I mean, elevation angles to Polaris.
Angles to Polaris from your horizontal reference.
That's cool. Got Daz Studio in the house. What's up, Daz?
All these people in silence.
Well, nobody has any information how the Earth's a globe, Paza, unless you do.
Oh, no one's got any, have they? Oh, what are we going to do?
I guess sit here until we get
What's up, guys?
a globe champion comes in here.
I like just listening, you know.
Oh no!
What's up, Plumbob?
In a world in which you have no evidence of the globe, what are we going to do? How are we going to proceed?
I don't think there's a way to proceed. Well, that's the reason why we're here 24/7. We're waiting for the guys to come in here and say, you know what, we've measured the Earth as a globe. Surface curvature is measured. Here you go. That's how we did it. We got people thinking they're doing stuff, and
well, hats off to you guys for sitting here, valiantly sitting here all this time waiting.
Well,
dedication.
It's easy when you're on the winning side. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. You guys gonna come up with a map soon, or is it? Well, there's a lot of people sitting here waiting.
Yeah, you don't have to. You got hundreds of maps. They're all flat. Take your pick.
Okay.
Take your pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, take your pick. Seriously. Which one are you gonna go with?
The ones with these things and all things on, yeah?
Well, I mean, they're all flat maps, so what are you gonna do about that?
I feel like they're all waiting for the answer too, because they haven't got one. So what are you doing here? You're just waiting for someone to show yourselves.
Yeah.
Are all the flat maps? Can all the flat maps be lashed together to make one big enormous flat map?
What do you mean latched together?
Well,
are you talking about a world map, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, a world map. Yeah, a world map.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. To navigate from one specific point to another, do you need a world map?
Yeah.
Where? When? Give me one instance where you're using the whole entire Earth to go from point A to point B.
But don't airplanes use big maps?
Yeah, but they're using navigational charts, aren't they? Paza.
Aren't they maps though, charts?
Yeah, but are they local or are they abstractions of the whole Earth?
They're not like local. They're
They're
bigger,
not
aren't they?
local.
They're transcontinental, aren't they?
Yeah, but are they using the entire Earth? If they only need information to go from point A to point B, why would they need the whole entire Earth for that?
Is there an entire Earth map? This is the thing.
Well, you guys claim that there is.
Yeah. Does it work? Does it work?
Does it? Well, yeah, but that wasn't the question. We're talking about. See how you get? Why are you so distracted, Paza?
Yeah, the military has one anyway. The MGRS map or something. It's called. So they already have a map out down to the meter. Every spot there is.
Yeah, we're talking about pilots using these maps, and you went off into talking about another topic. Why did you do that?
All right, let's talk about pilot. Let's talk about pilot maps then.
Well, we were, but you skipped off to another topic, which I think you found was a safe haven. But none of them, none of these things you're asking are safe havens for you.
Well,
they're exposing your position.
Pilot maps aren't a risky thing for me to talk about, are they?
What do you mean risky?
Well, you said it's an unsafe haven.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can you produce one, please?
Produce what?
Can you produce this map, this pilot map?
I didn't say it. Who are you asking? The person who brought up pilot maps or me?
Oh, are you not talking about pilot maps now?
No, I didn't. I didn't use the topic, did I, about pilot maps?
Yeah, he
okay.
says who. He's just going back in his turtle shell because he doesn't want to.
Do you know any
He
map?
don't want to be held.
He
He doesn't want to be held accountable for what he's saying. So it's what Globers do.
I'm not. You're talking about pilot maps. Why don't you bring them up?
Just go back.
Where's your turtle maps? Where's your turtle maps?
Turtle maps.
Yeah, you go back into your pilot shell. Don't worry about your turtle map.
What?
What happened to your words?
Holy cow, dude!
It sounded like his tongue just fell downstairs. What the fuck?
Yeah.
There are no turtle maps. We need the turtle maps now.
Okay, something happened to Paza. Who broke Paza?
Who put you in the? Where's your pilot shell?
Something happened to him, dude.
Yeah, just broke your brain, man.
You forget to put a quarter in there. Fucking. This machine ain't working.
So he mentions pilot maps. He mentions pilot maps, and I've then got to go and find them. Yeah, is that what you're saying?
No, Paza. Which map is not flat?
Which map is not flat?
Yeah.
Just when I think you couldn't be any dumber.
Which map cannot work on the flat Earth?
The entire surface cannot be mapped flat, can it?
Are you saying that? Can you present one map which cannot work on the flat Earth?
What, a flat map?
Flat map.
Yeah. So the
Flat
grid
map cannot work on the flat Earth.
The national grid of America is trapezoidal. It's not square, is it?
Trapezoidal.
Yeah, it's got all the eastings and northings grid areas are trapezoidal.
And that's what that means. But trapezoidal, it means that cannot be flat.
All the navigational charts are all flat.
They're on paper. That's true.
Yeah, no, not on paper.
They all represent they represent the surface. They represent the surface.
No,
yeah, that's why you can navigate across it using the chart.
What?
No, but there's some aspects of the topology of a flat map which is inaccurate in every sense, in every different projection.
What map presenting?
Sorry, can you repeat that but make it a full sentence?
What map presenting? When you see the map, what is on the map?
Different maps represent different things accurately and have a distortion in some context.
Okay.
Well, then what are you whining about?
If you have on the map Hungarian plain, does every map has Hungarian plain? That's the Hungary and the valley there.
Hungarian plain.
Yeah.
What you said?
Hungarian plain. That's the area in Hungary, and it's touching also other countries. But I'm asking, does we have that on the map? That Hungarian plain?
When I look at my local maps, I don't have the Hungarian plane on them. So every map
Okay, does
doesn't
we
have the
have the
Hungarian.
South Platte Lake, Bolivia on the map?
I don't know. Are you? What are you asking me?
I'm asking you for the things on the map. Do we have the UK on the map of the world?
There are maps. There are maps that have the UK on them, and there are maps that don't have the UK on them.
Ah, you have some map of the world where is no UK on the map.
Oh, you talk about a map of the world.
Yeah,
I
you was
posted it
speaking
for
about.
you. I posted
Yeah,
it for
oh.
you in the chat. So go ahead and read that whole link. I'll tell you how they mapped it all out down to the meter.
Yeah.
I ask you which map cannot work on the flat Earth.
Which map cannot work on it? Well, the AE map is not useful to you, is it? In some
Okay,
respect.
is it? Do we have the Hungarian plane on AE map?
Yeah.
Hungarian plane, it's a flat surface. It's working on the flat Earth. That means it's working, you know. Also, that map is good.
Okay.
You have the Salt Lake in Bolivia. It's also on that map, and it's flat, you know. It's not curved.
Two flat things on the map.
Not to. You have Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, all lakes, all seas. You know, they're also not curving. That's almost like a 70%, almost
Oh my God!
80% of the
You've
surface.
You've got this wrapped up, haven't you?
Yeah, and why people call sea level
Yeah,
level?
not wrapped up, laid out.
Really?
Why
Laid out with proportional distances
in
everywhere?
ancient? Can I ask you a question? In ancient time, when they discovered the birds, why they give the name sea level to level?
Because level's got different definitions, isn't it?
No, it is not.
Well, clearly it does.
I don't know. Maybe
Map makers level means.
Is
Okay, go on.
it that is it that in English or in every language?
Sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
Is it a level in English different definition or in every language?
Well, level has a contextual meaning in map making.
In my language, level means flat. I don't know. Is it in English?
Of course,
something
What does it mean? What does it mean in map making? Level.
In cartography, level means places of equal altitude.
There you go. Above sea level, right?
Well, no, yeah, but sea level in itself is not a flat surface necessarily, is it?
For what it is?
Mean sea level is 0. Yeah, they consider that a flat surface. That's why it's called mean sea level 0.
The seas of the world clearly are horizontal.
How you measure elevation then?
The seas, an ocean is never completely horizontal, is it?
Of course.
What are you
That
talking
take
about?
average. Because of that, you take an average because you have a land, you know. But land also should the curve, you know.
No, the sea is never level.
I'm telling you, when you touch the ground from the sea level, that ground should to curve in the distance also.
Yeah, okay, whatever you say, whatever. But the sea is never complete.
No, not what I
the sea
ever
is
say.
never horizontal,
That's
is
spirit
it?
saying. No. Listen this carefully. If you have Atlantic Ocean and you're coming from the England to the America, USA, you understand? You touch the coast now. The Earth starts again. It's with the distance you're going to the west. It's curving, you know, because it's sphere. That means it's curving underground. Is that correct?
That's what they tell you, doesn't it? The whole surface is curved.
Yeah. Well, how we measure elevation on the ground?
They measure it off. They measure it off of a datum, don't they?
Yeah. When you go, when you are touched the shore of the England or New York, and you go now to the Seattle, you know. Understand?
Seattle.
Yeah, from New York you're going to the Seattle, you know, with the car. Now,
okay, you're in a car.
Yeah, now you pass the 100 miles from New York to the Seattle. Understand? Now you're 100 miles from far away from the sea level, you know. Then you go 200 miles, then you go 300 miles, and I don't know, I think it's 1,000 miles, maybe more from distance from New York to Seattle.
Okay, yeah, you're driving in a car. What's the point?
Okay, that means 1,000 miles. How much drop we have on the sphere there?
Drop? There's no drop, is there? If you're talking about the drop from the horizontal plane at a given point, it's quite substantial, but on the surface, it's level.
It's level.
Do you
Of
want to
course
go
it's
ahead and
level.
explain what I posted and tell me why the military says the world is flat and it's used that way and that's how they grid it out?
Yeah, we measure elevation based on the sea level with the distance. You can be on the middle of the continent and you can be like, let's say, 10 meters above the sea level. That is not possible on the sphere, that you are like 1,000 miles away from the sea level and then you are 10 meters above the sea level. Do you understand that?
Okay, so the military grid is a Mercator oriented grid, isn't it? Can you see it there in the Mercator map? Yeah. I don't even have to watch your video to respond to this. I can see your Mercator. You can see your grid, square grid on a Mercator map.
There's no video. It's a Navy SEAL explaining how mapping is done in military.
Yeah, yeah, and clearly what you got
And
there
how
is
they
a
can
square
figure
grid.
out exactly where they're going.
Yeah, yeah, I can imagine a Navy SEAL would be.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Are you saying that Earth is
I'll be
curving?
quiet then.
Earth is curving in a flat way all the time. It's flat, but it's curving.
I don't know what that means.
I
But if the
don't know
Navy SEAL
also.
was going to, if the Navy
I don't
SEAL was
know
going to
also.
explain to you,
Can you
the
have
Navy
60
SEAL was
miles? Can you have 60 miles of flatness on the sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles?
It's possible, isn't it, to have flatness?
No, it's not possible. You cannot have 60 miles of flatness on the sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. You cannot have that.
Why not? Why not?
Because it's sphere. You cannot have flatness on the sphere.
I can take a sphere like a bowling ball,
With,
and I can grind a flat. All right, go on. You carry
listen,
on. You carry on then.
I will tell you. With the
He's
basketball,
asking if the water can be flat.
you cannot have 10 centimeters. You cannot have 10 centimeters of flatness on the basketball. Do you understand that?
Okay, yeah. So what you're asking me is if the water is ever flat, you're horizontal on the sphere. Is that what you're saying?
What it is?
The water everywhere on the Earth, the water is curved. That's what they're telling us, aren't they?
What water is telling you?
Water to the.
I know what
the
people.
resolution.
I know what people is telling
Go on.
you.
You tell me. You tell me the answer to the question you just asked me. Go on. Go for it.
Read what I just posted from that link since you won't read any of it.
Yep. Okay.
How flat surface could be flat? That's a question for you.
Not a sphere.
How the flat surface could be flat?
Said it is. All water is curved, isn't it?
How the flat surface could be flat? Can you answer me?
Yeah, just imagine it, brother, that the water's curved.
Yeah. So the military grid reference system is based from the transverse Mercator UTM grid. Yeah.
And
a Mercator map as a projection, because even in the Mercator
all
map,
you
the
have
North
to do
Pole.
is read what I posted.
Yeah.
You don't
I
have
just
to
did.
dig down anything else.
Okay.
You can say not a
Every night
sphere.
the same. You're not able to finish a sentence here. Why do people come here?
Not
no
a
idea.
sphere. Should I just post it not a sphere for you, or would you
Go on,
want to?
you just
If you want
reassert
to
your
read the
position
rest,
over and
I
over and
posted the
over.
link for you to read the rest. But you just want to pick that out. Maybe you should read the rest, the whole document.
No, well, I'm looking at the military reference system information right now. It's a transverse Mercator grid system.
I gave it to you. I'll give you the link again since you don't know what I'm talking about.
I am looking at the information online about the military grid reference system right now.
Hey, there it is. Go ahead and click that link and then go read through that and give me a summary. guys are in for a doozy in about 2 months.
You reckon
Something
what's going to happen?
special.
What's going
Got
to
something
happen in
special
2
coming
months?
out. It's got something
Oh,
special coming out for you guys.
have you really? What have you got?
I'm not giving it away.
Oh,
So
Go
if we
listen,
use that,
go listen
so if
last
we
night.
use that map that you
Listen to
provided,
last
what's
night's
my
show.
heading?
Listen to last night's show. You'll hear the surprise. It was given away then.
can I just say something to you? The description of the MGRS, the Military Grid Reference System, as a universal transverse Mercator grid system is in there, cut and pasted from Wikipedia. Now, if it's now, let's see if I can get to this sentence. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah. If you're going to go on a Mercator projection, then your North Pole is a long line at the top of the Mercator map. It's a distortion. It's not a grid that represents reality because there isn't a North Pole point on a Mercator map, so you know it's not representative of the shape of the surface you're living
So
in.
why are they using a
Because
grid
you
for it,
know,
brother? Just because it's easier, or
yes, because it's easier.
oh, easier than using the real life, like curved
Every single
lines and fucking
you want,
latitude and longitude
what,
and stuff like that?
what I'll ask you then is I've got a question for you. On the Mercator grid, all the lines of longitude are parallel. Now, are all the lines of longitude parallel in reality? Do you think?
No, I don't
Then
even know.
what use is that?
I don't know, to be honest with you, right? Like I can't get a bird's eye view of this place to tell you whether or not I'm going to assume a globe or not, right?
Well,
Those aren't
even if you,
those
even
aren't
if
lines
you,
of latitude. The latitude and longitude aren't on the MGRS. It's replaced
no,
by the
they're
MGRS.
east. No, MGRS uses eastings and northings effectively based upon longitude and latitude.
No longitude latitude in the
It's a
MGRS.
Cartesian system, bro.
Yeah, eastings, northings. Are you listening?
Yeah,
What?
those aren't in the MGRS. The MGRS is a grid system used by all of NATO that does not
Using
include latitude and
using
longitude.
the two axes of a grid system, whether it's the national grid in the UK or the European grid or the North American grid, are eastings and northings. That's the
Oh
name
yeah.
given to the two directions. Yeah.
Yeah,
Are we
yeah,
on the
you're
same page now?
yeah. That's the way you
Okay.
move the protractor across
Okay.
to gauge where you are.
Okay, now if on any 2 points on the Earth, if you keep moving north, you'll get to a single point in the North Pole underneath Polaris. Yeah?
That's why you got when you translate it from map grid to or magnetic. Yeah, you have to work it back and forth.
Yeah. So clearly, whenever you move north, everybody moves north in a slightly different orientation depending on where they are in the world.
Pause. At what point are you going to stop describing a flat Earth in this scenario here?
Say that again?
Yeah, I'll show you a good picture.
Well, you've been describing a flat Earth this entire time, so I was wondering when the globe comes in.
So
because this is the key
here,
point, isn't it? This is the key point. In that diagram, there's a globe. There's a projection from onto Mercator. There's a projection back into an azimuthal equidistance where you've got trapezoidal or near trapezoidal grids, and then you've got a small resolution, a tiny grid, which is represented as a square, and that's how maps are done. Planar surveying is passed into a localized grid system, but with a localized grid system, to translate between eastings and northings and to longitude and latitude, you have to go through a transform, which is not linearly proportional on both axes. There's a distortion.
Right. So they only measure rise over run on a flat plane, and then they convert it using some arbitrary Haberstein formula. But we don't have any of that curvature in real life, do we?
Do you understand that over great distances, Haberstein is useful?
What great distances will we be seeing this curvature, please?
Between cities.
Okay, where's that curvature and how do we measure it?
Well, we're not talking about curvature right now. What we're talking about is
Oh no! Of course, we're not talking about curvature. We're just talking about, sir. Where's the curvature at?
Can you see how a moment ago we were talking about grid systems?
Can you see how you're not demonstrating at any point that we live on a curve?
Well, yeah, I am, because if
oh, great! Where's that at?
Are you going to basically shout over me for the next
I'm
10
just
minutes?
asking you where it is. Where is
You're
it?
still doing it. You're still interrupting
So
me.
far, you've only described.
leave?
Yeah, you can talk about.
You,
You should probably
is this how
leave.
you?
I mean,
Is
at
this
this
how you
point,
win?
if
By
you
just
barely can
is this how you win?
actually.
Just like
No, I'm asking you very specifically where the curvature is, and you're not demonstrating it. Where is it?
the curvature is indiscernible to you on the surface most of the time.
Indiscernible. So it's a flat Earth. Thank you very much.
Does indiscernibility mean it doesn't exist?
Indiscernible means it's not there, right?
No, it doesn't. It means you can't see it.
Oh, it means you can't see it, you can't measure it, you can't find it, right?
No, not at all.
So where is it? Then you say not at all, so where is it? Paza, where is it then? If you saying that it is discernible, where is it?
It's discernible with equipment, but it's not discernible.
Which equipment are you talking about? I'm asking you very specifically. Which equipment can we find this curvature with?
Anybody doing surveying to the resolution of geodesy can see the curvature.
Okay, so where is it at? Show me how to do that.
They measure it with the reciprocal zenith angle.
Reciprocal zenith angles.
You're a liar, man.
Okay, fine. You
Where's
say
it
I'm a
at?
liar. That's up to you.
Where's
if
it
you
at?
want to pretend, if you want to pretend that the entire world is geodesy and cartography,
So they take a straight line
disagree with
measurement
you
and
are
they get
delusional or wrong. It's up to you, isn't it?
So
yeah, I know your incredulity is the problem here. So you say if you don't believe that someone's doing this and you haven't demonstrated it, yeah, I don't believe because you haven't demonstrated it yet. Where is it?
Your community hasn't got a map that's got.
What community? What are you talking about? Oh, everything that we have is flat maps as far as I can tell. What community? What are you talking about? Pausa, quit freaking out. You're making this about a community, and I don't want you to poison the well or stereotype people. I want you to show me where the curvature is. Pausa. Yeah, I know you're really bothered. Yes, pausa. I know you're very bothered by this idea. You want to talk about people. You want to talk about a community, but you don't have any curvature. That's the problem.
Every night the same. No census completed. Scared of what people might say to you.
So where is it? Where's the curvature at? Where is it at?
The curvature is demonstrated by geodesy.
Where is it at?
What do you
I
mean?
thought you said it
where's
was
at?
indiscernible.
Do you want to just lift? Do you want to lift a rock and show you something which is
I thought
of
he
a
said it
scale
was
you can't-
indiscernible, guys. Now it's discernible.
Indiscernible to you standing looking around the world in which you live using no equipment or
But
no
discernible
mechanism.
to what?
It's discernible to everybody who looks for it.
Oh, discernible but not discernible. So we got
No, it's discernible. It's discernible to
paradox,
everybody who wants to find it. You don't. You're not remotely concerned of how long it takes planes to fly around the world. Great circle route. The shape of the fact that that longitude lines don't converge south of the equator; they diverge back to a single point again. You don't care about any of that,
story,
do you?
bro.
All right.
That's your answer to that, isn't it? Cool story.
Carry
mate.
on,
You
Pazzo.
know it happens. You're just deluding
How do you
yourself.
know, man? How do
Because
you know
you
that
have
that
a-
happens? How do you know? Tell me, please.
Because on the AE map, the width of
What
Australia.
fucking map? How do you know, dude?
What do you mean? How do I know?
I'm asking you. How do you know? You're telling me
You
like
haven't got
this
some-
is an absolute in your mind that you know this, right?
The easiest
That
thing of the
imaginary
world-
lines on the Earth fucking converge. You know this, right?
Yeah, they do.
So you imagine this then?
No.
So
I'd
what?
have
You
to
went and
protect-
drew lines on the fucking
No.
Earth and seen them converge?
No. If you let me finish a sentence, and I doubt you will, yeah, I don't have to pretend that everybody who's measured this south of the equator has got it
Oh,
wrong.
so now it's not you,
do.
it's somebody else
You do.
measured it. You just said you know.
The entire humanity has measured it and agrees with this.
They have
delusional to
they?
think They haven't. Yes. Of course they fucking have.
Dude, they measure flat lines, man, and then they apply them to an ellipsoid, man.
That's right. You tell me what they've measured. You poorly represent.
What does a fucking theodolite measure, dude?
Who mentioned the theodolite? You did.
Oh, you're talking about fucking surveying.
Yeah, and not all surveying's done with the theodolite, is it?
Whatever. How about a fucking transit or a fucking whatever you want, man? They measure straight lines, dude. Nobody measures curves.
No, everyone measures distances. Here's the key.
And then you're saying vertical lines that come down to that straight line are fucking offset.
The fact we know
Linear
the tropics are
distances.
the fact we know the two lines of tropics are the same length is a problem for you, isn't it?
Why?
Because
And how do you
because
know that?
if it's on a flat surface, they're not, because we understand what the tropics are and what they mean and what the manifest consequences of that are. I get it. I get it. You've got a position. You're wrestling with it. That's fine. I'm
So
waiting
wrestling
to see
with
what's
what?
going to come out.
Anyone's
Two
wrestling with
imaginary
position is
lines.
What are we, a couple of months away from this thing you're talking about? I can't wait. I can't wait
And
for
you
what
got,
you've
like
got. I
he
really
said, you
can't.
got imaginary lines, right?
Yeah, if you make your imaginary
Aren't they
lines the
imaginary?
same size, I'm okay with
Do
that.
they?
It is-
You say they're imaginary. Do they conceptualize some physical aspect of the universe we live in?
No.
Okay, fair enough. I've got nothing much to say to you in that respect. Then, if you don't think longitude, latitude reveal anything about the shape
No,
of
you
the
said
nature of the Earth,
you didn't say that. You said Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn.
they're not imaginary lines.
Oh, you can see them. They're painted in the ground.
They're not drawn on the ground. But then again, borders to countries aren't imaginary, are they? They just don't happen to be drawn on the ground.
Father,
They're
you're
not
so weird, dude.
imaginary.
Run,
Do you think
bitch, run.
Do you think the Mexican-American border is
All right, dude.
imaginary?
Yeah, it was imaginary for thousands and thousands and thousands. It's
No,
still
it wasn't.
imaginary
It
today.
wasn't. It wasn't imaginary. It wasn't there.
They
There's a line,
crazy.
a line
As
painted
a-
through these Texas guys'
As
backyard.
you know
Have
what? You know
lines
what's crazy,
painted on
Pezza?
them.
Pezza was crazy is that Pezza was crazy that it has changed over time.
Yeah, I know. I know it has.
I
Oh,
know.
so it is imaginary then, right?
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah, it
There
is.
is
You
there is
fucking
an
weirdo.
there is an
So
there is a
so how did it change if it's not imagined?
Father, come on. At some point, somebody's got to put their arm around your shoulder and be like, "Dude, come on. You're failing right now. Just go put yourself on mute, dude." Like,
when did you say this big thing's coming? How long ago? How long
what
away?
the great debunker, whatever the fuck, but it's
You said there was something coming. When is it coming?
The final experiment's coming in December, and if it's not
December.
final or an experiment, it's going to be completely destroy the globe model. There won't be any explanations left for why the anti-flat earthers are still around after they've conducted their final experiment. It'd be
Are
like
you on board with
graduating
that,
from
Pazza?
college. Like you graduate from college and show up the next day. Like, dude, didn't you
okay, so-
graduate? No.
Okay,
Yes.
so
It's
okay,
the
so what I'd
final
say is,
experiment, right?
okay, so what I'd say is, they go down there, okay, right, and they look for this sun that goes around the sky, get north, south, everywhere, yeah, right.
24
If
hours.
they if they don't see it, you've got to.
No, whatever they do. If what
Can I finish?
No,
what I'm
because you
saying?
already got it
Listen.
wrong. You already got it wrong. Okay, they go down there, and any result they get, they're still talking about flat Earth or globe Earth. They're done. Their final experiment was, in fact, not final. A contradiction. It will highlight their worldview was never rational to begin with. They
Can we
should go.
sue them for false advertising then?
Well, you could, but I don't think anybody wants to.
You can't get blood from a turnip. Even
Yeah, I
if
was
it was a
gonna-
super church, a mega church pastor. He's going to go down there, and any result he gets will not be final and will not be an experiment.
Okay.
That's the big reveal. The big reveal is the globalists have always been irrational. Now they just don't have any reason to deny it.
You know what's
They
weird about
embrace it.
You know what's weird about it is that there's some flat earthers that call themselves flat earthers that say that if they see that, they wouldn't be flat earthers any longer. So I don't
At
know,
one
make of
point,
that-
I was
make of
there.
that what- Make of that what you will. but-
Seriously,
Hey guys, I've already proven. I have already proven that the 24-hour sun can still happen on a flat Earth. So anything that they show is meaningless to me.
Yeah, it's still looking the wrong way. It's not even adjudicating the ground yet. They're still looking at the sky. I was like that too. At one point, I was like, yeah, a 24-hour sun would be a problem for a flat Earth. And Jeremy was like, no, dude. Me and him were talking on Gem server. He's like, no, dude, look, think about this way, right? He's like, kind of explained to me all like logic and reason. And the people in the background are yelling, Jeremy's a janitor. Jeremy has one eye. Jeremy ignores his kids. I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Poisoning the well?
Yeah, that's it, poisoning the well. So I was on there like, hey, looking up does prove
Who said-
something, and I was wrong. I was wrong on that. And the only way they could do, they tried to like make it seem like it was crazy to think that up and down were two separate things.
So do you think with the experiment they're actually going to go to the Antarctic? Do you think it's actually going to happen?
It's not an
It's
experiment.
debatable, but no, like they're talking about it being picking one flat earther and one globe earther. They're gonna send them down there. I don't know when
Yeah,
one of those.
I know about the experiment. I know about the final experiment. Do you think they're actually going to
No.
go somewhere called the? Do you think they're actually going to go to the Antarctic?
Who the fuck knows, dude? Like they're, you know what I mean? Like
No, they're not going to the center.
No,
no,
but
I mean like whether
they are.
whether or
But
not
do you-
they're gonna be
do-
going to that place or not. I mean, fucking who knows, dude?
You don't need to go to Antarctica. You can stay
Yeah, but-
in your country, and you can have 12 hours of sun.
Here we
You
go.
must have
Okay,
every
yeah,
day
yeah.
12 hours of sun.
Just
Who the fuck knows if they're actually gonna do that though, man? There's a bunch of
It shouldn't be this hard to talk to people. Why are you so impermeable to conversation?
what?
Okay,
I'm
follow
telling you,
that.
I'm trying to-
Wait, hold
guys
on.
are
We got
going
to claim
trying
on
to
the
have a
table.
conversation.
Follow
I'm trying to have a
that.
conversation. I don't.
Write it down. Write that down. All the people in this channel, everyone else is the problem, not you. As multiple
I'm trying to
people are
talk
giving
to-
you
I'm trying to
exactly
talk
the
to
same
you.
feedback.
Yeah, it's the same shit.
This is why no one comes here. You can't talk because
Ah,
everybody
come
shouts
on.
over you.
Dude, we're number one
It's the
channel
number
in
one
this
channel,
server.
Paza.
Dude, we're the
Number one,
channel
man.
there is.
Hey, Pastor, I've been here
No one
what
comes
20
here.
minutes. I've been here 20 minutes, and all I heard you was speak, bro.
Is this
No
guy
one-
still
I
whining?
can't get to.
No one
I've been
comes
trying
here.
to
There's
ask the same
39
question for
individuals
5
in here.
minutes.
See, this
Well,
shows
minus
his
five.
worldview is not rational. No
You're doing-
one
you're
equals
trying to do it.
39.
Just
You know,
one
like-
question. That's all I've got to
Yeah,
ask
hold
you.
on, Pazza.
Don't
You
try
know,
to
like
ask one
everybody
question.
dislikes. Hold on, Pazza. You know how everybody dislikes like Crit being, speaking truth in the DMs, and they come here and they get muted by Crit and they complain about Crit. Like, what is this? Like, this bullshit, dude. Like, why do you come here? Like, if
No,
you know
he's not
Crit's in
doing
this
that.
channel,
I don't
I
moan
don't think
about
you're-
Crit. I've never,
Yeah,
I've never
yeah.
DM'd Crit.
oh, he's not one
Crit.
of those guys. Because
No,
everybody.
no, me and
Okay.
Paz are pretty cool.
All right. Well,
It sounded
I've got
like
no
it
beef
because
with
I was
Crit.
just the one talking at the time.
maybe.
Yeah, but he wasn't actually. I don't think he was directing it at me.
I was gonna say, man, people usually are drawn in, with you bringing them here, and then all of a sudden they're complaining about being here. Come on.
Yeah.
You want to be here or
Crit to
not?
tell you, I'm not abusive. I don't get shitty with people. I don't start saying crap to people. I just want to ask questions. That's all.
Well,
I'm of the opinion that even if they go there, it's a waste of time because
no. Why don't you tell them that?
Um,
Like, fucking.
It won't be a
Well,
waste of time if they get some peace in their life. If they're able to actually use it to get to a conclusion and then move on, it would be time well spent. But it won't be.
Yeah, I agree. If they go down there, okay, right, and it's 12 hours, 12 of the sun, 12 of the day, yeah, it fucked up everything, yeah. And I will be one of the people going, hang on a minute, what the fuck's going on, yeah? If that's what generally happens, I will agree with you that that there's clearly something fucked up, and clearly my position might be completely wrong, yeah. That stands as an absolute truth.
So that's the only thing that can happen, right, brother? Is that it's going to debunk the globe. It won't do anything to the flat Earth, man.
Well, this is again. This is what I agree with you because prior to it happening, people like Whitsitt, and I'm just using him as an example, was saying that if they go down there and they do see, and please bear with me, I'm just don't interrupt. Listen, to what I've got to say. He said that even if he saw the sun go round, sweep round and majestically in the sky, 24 hours at a go, north, south, everywhere. Okay, right? It would just be a problem for him. It wouldn't break. It wouldn't be a break in his concept of the flat Earth. It just be something out. It's another challenge for Whitsitt to deal with in the future. Yeah, so that's why I think it's a waste of time because if it does show a 24-hour sun, we just move on, and if it does, we just move on anyway. It doesn't. It's not the final experiment at all, is it? Really?
Who is Whitsitt?
Unless, of course, Whitsitt.
The Earth will still be flat either way.
Who is Whitsitt?
Yeah, water's not going to curve once the sun goes around 24 hours. The water doesn't turn into a ball.
Well, I don't know. I think Daza. It
Go
sounds
ahead.
like Daza was of the mind that he thinks it's bunk, anyways. I don't know. There's some Globers that think that would be a good case for globe Earth. I don't know. I don't think, Pazza, you're not of that mind, are you?
there's a narrative that says you'll see a 24-hour sundown at that time of year, yeah, based upon what they tell you about the globe, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if you do see it, all the globies are going to go, "Oh, I told you so." But if you don't see it, then it fucks up everything. It
What, for
completely
Glovers?
fucks up everything. Yeah, of course it does.
Nah, bullshit.
Why wouldn't it?
I don't think it would. I think
If you look at
the moment that even comes in on the wire, or if we get a video or some shit, whatever it is, that Globers will still be in here saying, "Nah, that's fake news." The moment, I guarantee it. I know that's what's gonna happen. That's bullshit. What kind of camera they're using? Like, no, no. That's what we're gonna get, dude. It's all just no. It's not possible. It's not gonna be like they're gonna be like, oh shit, we're done. Fuck no,
Yeah, but
dude.
Alpha, you don't think we should have had a 24-hour legit video by now? Because we have so many for the North that are legit.
Yep.
There are
We
some
should have by
time
now.
lapse stuff for the.
They
There
don't
are
even
time
have.
lapses from the Antarctic.
No, dude. Like, there's like what 2, 3, maybe.
That are only like 16
And
hours.
what's wrong with those two? And
They
what's
got
wrong with those
cuts,
2 or
bro.
3? Are
They
they no good?
got cuts. They got cuts. They got cuts. They got cuts. Cuts in their video. Anyway,
Repeating clouds, exact same clouds.
yeah, repeating clouds, cuts. Like, so yeah. There's no. What we're talking about is a straight shot, 24-hour, nonstop, and I don't know how big that file is going to be, but it's going to be pretty massive to have a
It will
uncut
not
footage.
change anything, baby. It will not change anything,
Sure.
even if you get
No.
that.
Yeah, but like Rob was saying, we should have had thousands upon thousands of videos already saying, "No, man,
Yeah,
bro's
yeah.
fucking son's 24 hours. It's all good."
We
This
should
topic's
have
not new,
thousands and
Alpha. Like,
thousands.
I know you
We
and
should
I have
have.
been here for a number of years. Sorry,
We
Sash,
should.
I didn't mean to cut you.
Sorry. We should have
What
a
if?
1,000 videos showing drop over distance also.
What would
Yeah,
you? What would
but
you make? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? What would happen? Let's suppose in Jeranism or Witsit went down there, okay, right, and they filmed it going around 24 hours in the sky, up and down, like they say it's going to do, like that dot to dot image there. That's kind of what they infer it does here. Just meanders up and down once and up once, noon and especially the highest point in noon, like everywhere else. Yeah. If they come back and say, "Yeah, that's what we saw," what would you make of that?
Look at the ground. Did the
No,
ground
I'd be like,
curve?
good for you. You saw something in the sky. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
ground
sure.
stayed flat. Look at the ground; it's still flat.
But like what we're saying though, and the opposite would be true for you guys. Like, because what I'm telling you, it's gonna be what happened when you don't see the 24-hour sun. All you guys are gonna do is claim fake news, bad video. Who did it? Was Witsit? Nah, we can't trust him. Dude. He's a flat earther. No way. Like, we're gonna get all kinds of shit, dude. You know what I mean?
My position would be, okay, right, yeah, and this, I'm being completely honest now, okay, right, is that if it was a completely cloudy day and you couldn't see the sun, then it's not conclusive one way or the other. However, what would be totally conclusive and would totally fuck up everybody in the world who thinks it's the globe, okay, right, is if it actually set, like on a cloudy day, where you live in North America, yeah, I live in Northern Europe, yeah, there are days when it's so cloudy and I can't actually see the sun from dawn to dusk. I know roughly where it is in the sky because I can see a diffused cloudiness, in front of it, yeah. But I don't actually see the sun. And on really cloudy days, you really don't. You have to think. You have to look up really hard to look where it is. Okay. On those days, I know it's there and it comes up and it goes down because there's nighttime, daytime, nighttime. If they go down there in February and there's nighttime, daytime, nighttime, the globe model's fucked. Totally fucked.
Dude,
Why?
I already told you guys are gonna claim fake news. How do you not understand what I'm saying?
I don't think that's the case. I'm being honest with you. I don't think it for me and everybody else who evaluates the position of the globe. If there's clear daytime and clear nighttime, where our position is totally compromised.
No, but the point was a 24-hour sun because there could be daylight without the sun being present. You do know that, right?
Yeah, but you know as well as I do.
Antarctica, Alaska.
Yeah, 24-hour sun, and not sunlight. The sun, 24-hour sun.
Yeah, well, you would
that's
expect.
What's happening. That's what's happening in the north, Paza. So if it's happening in the south, exact same way, then let it be known that it's the sun we're talking about, not the sunlight.
in the Arctic Circle on a clear day, you can see the sun all the time meandering up and down.
No,
Yeah?
that's what I'm
On a
saying.
completely no, but listen, on a completely overcast day in the Arctic, all you see is you can't see the sun, but
No,
you see
that's
continuous
not what's
daylight.
being.
Right?
Okay, what's in contention is viewing the sun 24 hours, dude. That's what we're saying. Yeah,
Of
minus the
course, of
clouds.
course.
All right. Knowing
course.
that it's the sun that you're seeing going around 24 hours and it stays above the horizon, then would that do anything for you as a glober? That you don't see that?
What if there was if I don't see the sun going all around and it's dark, yeah, then I know the sun's set, don't I? The key is, does the sun set? Does the sun set?
But you can't add the addendum that if it's dark, because it could be sunlight without the sun. I'm saying viewing the sun actually.
Come on, man. Listen. You can't have daylight where you are if the sun is
No,
set.
you need to see the sun
You need to
above
see the sun,
the
dude.
horizon for 24 hours. That's the way it is observed in the north.
Yep.
Okay, so on clear days.
Nah, dude. Why are you? It was a bit cloudy on that one video.
What do we do if they have a completely
listen,
overcast?
you're trying to. I know, but that's not what. Okay, so what's in contention? Once again, like Plum Bob stated, the sun above the horizon, visible for 24 hours. Now, if it's a little overcast or whatever, we're not worried about that. So long as the sun is above the horizon for 24 hours, that's what we're
That's
asking.
right. If it's set, some fucked. Aren't I? If it's set, some fucked.
Yeah, if it's or if it goes below the horizon at any point.
Yep.
Yeah, if
That's
you
what I
can't
mean
see
by
that
set.
bright circle, that bright imaginary sphere of
Yeah. Again,
superpower.
I can keep saying it to you. If it's set, it's a big problem for a load of people, isn't it?
Well, like I said
Not
to
us.
you, like I said, well, not to us, but like I said to you, the only thing you guys are going to claim is that it's a fake video. It's not real. You're going to say, well, no, because we had Witsit or Jeranism or whoever that's a flat earther there, and they edited the video. Are you going to make some kind of excuse to hold on to the ball claim?
Hang on. Isn't the whole purpose of this trip is that some Globers go with them and some people of the flat Earth.
But you're gonna start saying shit like he got paid off. That one guy, he's just a shill for some dumb shit, dude.
I won't say that. I won't say that.
You know what? Then we just gotta wait because
either way, it would be the end. Either way, December is the end of the line for you, one way or the other.
Do you think
we won't see you around here anymore?
Why do you think that? What do you think that people aren't down there already? This is a tourist trip.
Yeah, then why? So it's already not the final experiment
Then
for you.
call them and get the footage. Say, hey Bob, can you do me a favor and let your kid play with the phone real quick for a couple hours? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, if it's already not the final or an experiment for you, then why would it be a final and or experiment then?
Because they're not doing because you know, Pazza, they're not doing it now, and they haven't been doing it because it's not been done. So you can't say the people down there are even focused on the sun. And the one or two videos that show that have edits, have cloud stream formation, that you could tell. But you've never had somebody go straight over there for that specific purpose, or even be there for that specific purpose. No one's ever done that.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not entirely certain that's the case. I can take your assertion
Then
on that.
prove it wrong. That's all I gotta say.
Well, Alpha, hang on. Just Alpha. We shouldn't really say that because there are 24-hour videos of claiming 24-hour sun. So somebody's tried to do it just deceitfully. That's all.
Yeah, that's what we've already gone over that. Yeah, there's edits and there's same cloud formations. So what we got to witness is that somebody's actually doing a legitimate test with like some kind of way to demarcate time as like they're going through 20. I don't know how they're going to do that 20. They have to have like I would say a group of people that were going to be like rotating shifts so they can get the 24 hours. That's just me. But
they're going to have to, aren't they? They're going to have
yeah, you'd have to take at the very least 4 people, 2 on each side at the very least. So it could take shifts, staying awake.
I think that's what was it Jeranism or Witsit said there's got to be 2 Globers and the
2 flat
the guy, the Duffy, the 2 exactly, and they actually, I think Witsit Jeranism said he wouldn't go without someone else like Witsit, and
All
Duffy has conceded 2 seats either side, isn't he? I think.
Well, you have to. In that case, though,
Sure.
but so in December, do we expect you over here, or do we have to? Do we have a jacket made for you and all that?
I'll be.
Well, I
I'll be
believe that
over
the
here.
price of Adam has a good point. Yeah, has I?
Fucking flat Earth Pazza,
I'll be
dude.
here. I'll be here with you, asking what the fuck's going on.
Oh, you
if
mean
it's
what the
conclusive.
fuck? You guys are.
Rick,
Nah, but
I think
I don't know.
Price of Adam's got a good point. Yeah, because just to state that seeing the sun one way or another, whether we see a 24-hour sun above the horizon or not, is just an affirming the consequent fallacy. Yeah, because
Sure.
at the end of the day, there's a lot more that we need to investigate. It's just oversimplifying it. And secondly, you would just be saying that correlation is causation when we know that that's not necessarily always the case. There would need to be some sort of a further investigation beyond just stating 24-hour sun globe or no 24-hour sun flat. So that's my position on the whole thing.
I totally agree, and I think that's the gateway statement that Whitsitt made when he was asked about that. He said it wouldn't be conclusive; it would just be it would be a problem, and a problem is not an assertion that you're wrong. It's an assertion that your position needs reevaluation because there's something you haven't seen yet. If I'm at work and
I'd say it's a problem for the flat earthers that like to claim an actual map and say, here's our AE map. Here's what's going on. They're only going to debunk their own beliefs. That they haven't been able to prove.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, the AE map's in jeopardy.
I think we need to make T-shirts.
Well, but the AE map is the globe, so I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't.
It's a flat projection of the globe, isn't it?
I know. So you know that. I know that. Like who else doesn't know that? You know what I'm saying?
But in and of itself, it does. You know, the model of let's put it this way: the globe is spinning round. There's a light in the distance, and it's tipped to one side. And if you imagine that geometrically, whether you believe it or not, that means that half the time the bottom bit is lit up, and half the time the top bit is lit up. We can do that experiment ourselves, and with lights in our house.
Yeah. Check out the reality. Check out the time and date. Paza. There's a time and date.com. Flat map projection of the sun and the moon, kind of like in waves. It shows in waves how much light the north or the south's getting at any particular time. Timeanddate.com has that flat, that map projection. It's like the Pac-Man version.
It does. I've got software that takes the time and date sun day-night projection and maps it onto a globe, and it's always half a hemisphere in light and half a hemisphere in darkness. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, that doesn't help you. That doesn't prove anything. It's just it just evidentially fits on the sphere.
It shows how much sunlight is in. And I don't know if you've seen the solar analemma. That's another thing to look at. Have you seen that?
Yeah, the solar analemma, precession of time against the equinox transverse. Yeah, and I get that. That again, that doesn't not work on a globe, but it's not necessarily an absolute proof of the globe.
No, what it's doing is the pear-shaped idea is garnered from that specific kind of viewpoint. It's that Mobius strip, in the sky that the sun does when it's moving through its angular movements. Yeah, have you seen it? It's different geographical.
Yeah, I know the analemma is a manifest of two transforms. One is the precession of time, and one is the transfer of the sun over the equinoxes.
Yeah.
It's the thing is that again, none of this is a proof one way or the other, but it does comport to the globe model. The question is, you can say it comports to other models. An analemma it doesn't debunk the globe. It really doesn't.
Well, it's not evidence. It's not evidence of the globe, but it's evidence of, and I've said this before, the celestial sphere. So when you're looking at the sky in an angle of view, you're seeing the sun at different angle positions throughout the year. So you're gonna say, or solar noon, right? When that time frame is, you're gonna take a snapshot of the sun at that specific angle in the sky. So what it does is that it demarcates that angle of view from that solar noon. You know what I mean? And so you're gonna go.
Yeah,
you can do it each day if you
every
want.
day, isn't it?
Yeah, you could do it every day, and then just say, like, at the end of it, draw this time lapse kind of overlay, what it looks like as the sun moves across at that particular area in the sky that you're doing at solar noon.
Yeah, I mean, the analemma is effectively the path of the sun at solar noon throughout the year, isn't it?
Yeah.
From a given position.
Yep.
And to be honest, the people who conceptualized that did it in a time when they were in their mindset thinking the Earth was flat anyway.
Yep, that's correct. Which is, I mean, like, it just shows the position of the sun annually. So, what's interesting about it though is that from the Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn, you're going to notice that the movements of the sun, they operate differently in the northern hemisphere than they do in the south, and I think that is something to look at, but not necessarily too telling. But it does kind of give you an indication of like, well, why is one of the sides of the analemma bigger than the other? That's just something to question, right? Why it seems that way. Maybe that's not an indication of shape.
A mod on that, please. Hey, who was that?
Rico Rose. Rico Rose.
Yeah, shit like that you people do. You might as well just get banned. You think you're clever.
Yeah, that's pretty crap, isn't it? No, the analemma has a large. It's a figure of 8, and it has a large section. In the northern hemisphere, the large bit is in the lower bit, and in the southern hemisphere, it's the other way around. The analemma is observed differently. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not symmetrical. If they go down there on the final experiment can only be the final experiment for the globe position. It won't be the final experiment for the flat Earth position. Can't be. It's impossible. This is what I don't understand. There are globers who say it's a waste of time, and there are flat Earth people who say it's a waste of time. The only people who should be saying this is a waste of time, if they're defending a position, is the globies.
Let me put the analemma in there.
You've got nothing. You've got nothing to lose from the final experiment, because if it demonstrates that what the rhetoric of that's a analemma from a certain latitude. Every latitude's got a slightly different analemma. This is the point. This is the key. That's not a shape shared across all positions on the Earth.
Yeah. I don't know what I was saying too is, think about it. The position that the analemma is also geographically consistent with where you are on the Earth, which is something that probably people don't speak of. But think about it. It's actually, if you think that smaller half of the top, like where it's facing, or the bottom half where it's facing, could also depict whether you're in the southern or the northern hemisphere. I think that's interesting too.
Yeah, the analemma. But the thing is, there is a meaningful description of that from a globe Earth model. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true. I mean, like you say, the top and the bottom extreme of that 8 shape, let's call it an 8, the figure of 8.
Mobius
top
strip,
part of that, the top part and the bottom part of that are effectively the solstice domain. So the southern solstice and the northern solstice are when the sun is at noon at those top and bottom positions. Yeah, and the typically in the northern hemisphere, the equinoxes are somewhere along the loop, just below where it crosses over in the northern hemisphere, and for the southern hemisphere, it's the other way around. So, for example, that what you're looking at, if you've got a big bulge at the bottom, you're looking at it from the regions north of the equator. If you're mapping that out, say from Australia, it'll be upside down, so the big bulge will be at the top. So not everyone shares the same perception of the analemma.
I think you can
The picture
actually.
you show is
There's
from the US, isn't it? I think.
well, hold on. I got some images from everywhere on Earth. 1 second. Yeah, peep this.
There we go. So they have a variance based on latitude.
Yeah, look how it's upside down in Australia. The bigger portion of that is at the bottom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But hold on. But hold on. Like, let me pause it. Let me just help you walk you through a little bit of what we're talking about, right? So if we're saying like New York, you know, that what the analemma that they're seeing is different because look at where the figure of 8 is pointing. You know, at that specific time frame, and how it's upside down in Australia, or right side up rather. It could be the right side up.
Cool.
But the bigger portions on the top on Australia, and the bigger portions on the bottom for New York.
Sure, I get it. I mean, that's because it's a function that motion is the transform function of the precession of the sun between the seasonally between the tropics. You know, the sun at one point is over one tropic and its sign slowly moves down, transverses the equator on the solstice, goes down to the on the equinox, goes down is the vernal and the spring and the autumn equinoxes. That's the up and down. The left and right is what's called the equation of time, which is the deviance from solar noon to mean solar time. What's it against? I can't remember. The sidereal time. Sidereal.
Looking at the analemma, can you tell me what season it is in New York? What season is it in New York? I could tell
looking
you.
At the
analemma, yeah.
From the whole.
Well, it's got dates on there anyway, but okay.
Yeah, well, I can tell you the season as well. If the sun's at the top, you're in your summer, and if it's at the bottom, you're in your winter.
Right, and so look at Melbourne, Australia. They're in summertime.
Yeah, it's the same way. If you're in the big bulge, if you're at the extreme of the big bulge, you're winter.
Yeah, well, for us in the north, and then for Australia, they're in their summer. And then check it out in Quito, Ecuador. You know what they're doing is looking straight up because the palm tree's underneath the observer, so they're looking up at the like at the their zenith almost.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Because okay, so from Ecuador, they're where it goes from Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn, you're always going to be looking directly up in Ecuador. As you can see, the analemma is represented from looking 90 degrees straight up into the sky. So the analemma is right in the center. You know what I mean? It's right up. When you look straight up, the analemma is right above you. And on New York or Melbourne, you have to look at the horizon to see the inversion of the analemma on the horizon. You see the difference?
Yeah.
So if you have the inversion, New York to Melbourne, and then you have Quito, Ecuador, looking straight up 90 degrees or to the person's zenith. They have to be looking straight up. How cool is that?
It's very cool. All astronomy is cool, and studying all the things in the sky is cool. There's no question about that.
Looking at the sky is definitely cool, but nothing.
Well, the thing is about looking at the sky is that historically, everyone has looked at the sky, looked at the way things moved, and drawn a conclusion about the surface they live on based on what they see in the sky. It's a fight that can't be won one way or the other, is it? Really? It's not the surface you look. Looking at the sky for the surface only gets you as far as you want to believe it gets you, one way or the other.
Yeah, that's why I much prefer measuring the Earth as opposed to looking at life from the sky.
Sure, I totally get that. Measuring the curvature at the scale when the curvature is as slight as they tell you it is on the scale, it is a challenge, isn't it?
So check
Anybody.
this out, brother. So we can see boats go over the horizon, right? And they disappear bottom up due to Earth curve obstruction, right?
That's what they say, don't they? Well, and that and refraction.
So let's say we're on a hot air balloon and we start going up. At which point do you think you'll start seeing that curve? Like, do you think you have to go to space to see it, or do you think you'd be able to see it a lot sooner than that?
I think you've got to go pretty fucking high even to start to see.
Why do you say that though? Like, you can see the boat disappearing over the horizon, right? How far do you think that is away?
But the boat can be like beyond like the 2 or 3 or whatever it is, ordinary observation period. But if you think about it, if you are, and this is just a thought experiment, you're on the surface of a gigantic sphere. There's an extent. There's a point to, you can move out and see some sort of like, there's some sort of like bulging and obstruction, whatever, which is what we do when we even in commercial planes. I don't think you can see the curve. No way at all.
I don't think you can either, but I'm just saying, like, wouldn't it like logically follow here, right? We can see a boat going over the horizon, over a curve, right, and disappearing due to obstruction. So now, if we start raising our elevation, we should be able to see what's going on there, shouldn't we?
Well, I mean,
like, you can say that it's gigantic, but it's not. It's 4,000 miles radius, right? Like, we know how big it is.
Sure,
we can see boats go over the curve.
But at the scale they say it is okay, right? Yeah. This is the thing that gets lost in all the fog of the arguments. Okay, is that if you're on the ISS, let's suppose in the ISS is where they say it is, and it's on the globe, it's orbiting a globe, you could only see 3.2% of the surface.
I get it, man. I understand, but how come it's not curving, right? Like, even if we can only see a little bit of the surface.
But
like, we can see that boat's going over the horizon, and it's like, what, 3 miles away?
Yeah, because you're looking. It's a transverse observation, but it's occluded by specular effects, refraction. It's not consistent. It's useless.
Okay, fine and dandy, man. Like, why can't we see the curve? Like, it's just simple logic, right? Like, I think it is, anyways. I don't know why it's so difficult for everybody to grasp this part, right?
Because I think at the scale that it's proposed, the distance away from it you've got to get before you is obvious hemisphericity to it is a gargantuan distance.
So that's the story, right? But like, let's think about it logically.
Yeah, sure.
Like, logically in your brain, like, you can see that boat going over the curve 3 to 4 miles. Let's even say it's 10 miles away because of refraction. Yeah. As you raise an elevation, you should be able to see some kind of change there, right? Like, something. Like, you should be able to see that boat disappearing, right? Like, and coming back into view and a bit of a curve, right?
If you go up high enough, you'll see the boat again, won't you? Even if if you're on the coast and it's
yeah. Well, our angle of view is changing, though, right?
Sure. But they have. This is the thing is that they have an explanatory mechanism for all of this, whether you believe it or not. They're if you're going to present an alternative worldview, you've at least got to concede that they've got something which is enough to convince themselves about.
They don't have measurement.
Yeah, but if you just use simple logic, you can debunk that just in your brain. Like, it's not very hard, right? No. Like unless you have to buy into this shit, right? Like, to believe that it's too big to see, right? Otherwise, but we do see boats going over the horizon, like, and not far away either.
Yeah, but that's you can see if you look across if you engineer a piece of equipment with a tiny curve or a tiny bulge in it, if you look at it at a very slight angle, you can infer that it's there because there's a bit of occlusion. But if you come up above that, you can't see it. They have a mechanism for occluding all of this kind of discussion. It's the problem, isn't it? They've got an airtight model that in their mind's eye. And I don't think anybody working from the proposition that it's flat has come up with a satisfactory mechanism to break that down as of yet. If you can, fantastic. If there's a unequivocal evaluation in the paradigm that completely fucks it over, great. Then let's go with it. But there isn't one yet. I think that's a fair. I think that's a fair assessment of where we are. I get people who I get people who are convicted of the opinion that it's flat. I understand that. That's not an unreasonable thing to be. Of all the things in the world you can look at, and all the things with all the lies and all the deceptions and all the things that are built to throw us off and to deceive us and to clamp us, to compromise us and to imprison us in thought mechanisms, you can just tuck the notion that the Earth is a different shape to what we're told our entire lives. But to break free of that, you've got to have something really, really substantive. Anywho, I didn't want to induce silence on your server.
Eggshells came in to save you, but he left.
Good job, Eggshells, eh?
What's that?
Do a good job, did he? He just buggered off.
Well, he came to chime in, and I stopped him.
No,
So you
he
didn't have
came.
to derail the conversation.
Hang on. He was coming in to show his AE map with the South Pole as the center.
You know what, fellas? If you change the world paradigm,
that was playing yesterday.
if you manage to change the world paradigm on how we conceptualize the world we live in, and reveal the true nefarious nature of the deception that extends as far as it does and permeates all of the science and the politics and the anti-religious and all the ramifications there would be. Good on you, chap. Good on you.
The Earth isn't trying to deceive us. It's the people that claim to know the most about the Earth that are deceiving.
Yeah, I get that position. I get that position. The visceral nature of reality can't deceive you. Only what people.
Ain't no turtle. Ain't no earth trying for you to put a flag in it for me, baby. Enough.
This had immediate and terrible consequences. The indicated core vibrations of both engines went up to the maximum within 1 second on the left engine and within 4 seconds on the right.
And now accuse me of anything. I counted around two, three accusations, and never shown anything for them.
The M1 with about 3% or so.
So you can scream at me. I'm going to bed. Have a good night.
But on the left side, though, things were much
Go.
worse. Out of the estimated 3 birds that got sucked in, at least one of them would have been characterized as large, meaning that
I don't want to argue and be screamed at like I am now, sitting arguing about flat earthers being nice when they cuss at people because I tried to give you a proper advice, but fuck no, I get insults and accusations.
Shut
Oh,
up.
pardon me.
This is not your middle masturbation room.
So what's the topic for today, guys?
You're going to prove that there's Earth is curved with measurements.
Yeah, 69 mile per degree of change to the
However you
sun's
measured that.
celestial stars. I'm sorry, did you say something? I was still finishing my sentence.
You're going to, on the Earth, not the sky.
Why do I have to use the Earth? Hear me? Why do I have to use the Earth?
Don't you just love that? Man, we evolved from apes, and then apes and that's why there's still apes. Okay. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! That's hilarious.
Yeah,
We evolved from apes, and then somewhere along the line there was de-evolution, and there are still apes. Okay. Alright. That's cool.
That's not what evolution says, though. Evolution says that we evolved from apes and that the modern apes also evolved from
Nobody
other
cares,
apes, a
dogs.
common
Nobody
ancestor.
cares what you have to say, dogs.
This is why I mock you for not understanding things, Jim, because you just don't want to hear about facts, or reality, or knowledge. You want to be ignorant. That's all you want.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Me and my friends were laughing at you.
Yes, the true flat earther is someone who doesn't want to know the truth about reality. Just wants to
Yeah, well,
laugh and
you
laugh at their
think
little
that we evolved? Well, if you think that we evolved from apes and then somehow there's still fucking apes, you have an issue. You have to figure that out.
No, I don't. It's pretty simple. There's a common ancestor, which is ape-like. Humans evolved from that common ancestor.
There's a
But
common ancestor, which is ape-like.
it
Well,
also
that's
kept
not
evolving
really
into
fucking
ape.
facts,
So
is it?
I'm sorry if you don't understand that.
If we evolved from apes, why are there still apes?
I just answered, but you didn't listen or understand. So we both evolved. The modern apes and the humans evolved from a common ape-like ancestor.
Okay, sure. That's fine.
So think about it as it kind of looks like a bear with a dog, and then it evolves into modern wolves and bears, and then there's still bears, but that thing also kind of looks like a
Bears,
bear.
and then there's still bears, and then there's still bears,
There's no
and
problem
then
with that, Jenna.
bees, and then there's
Yeah,
still
yeah.
bees, and then there's bees trapped
Truly
in
intelligent people mock.
200 fucking
Truly
years
intelligent
ago.
people just mock,
200
right?
fucking years ago, and there's still fucking bees trapped in fucking 200 million fucking years ago in fucking amber, and there's still fucking bees.
Wow, you're belligerently stupid now. Not only are you uninformed, but you're mocking people trying to inform you. Even though it's a very simple, logical thing that you don't
And if
seem to be
you
able to
want to
grasp.
believe that you came from fucking apes, be my fucking guest.
Well, there's so much proof. Like, there's genetic proof,
There's too much proof. No, there's no fucking proof, mate.
There is, Janet. You have no proof for your side, which is why we have this mocking stupidity. We have proof, we have evidence, we have things that we can make predictions on that are true, that would only be true if we came from some common ape ancestor. This is just more proof that you're a fucking imbecile, Jen.
Oh, I'm a fucking imbecile, mate. When you think you fucking came from an ape, mate.
You never spell imbecile.
Dogs, can you go ahead and provide?
Parents for fucking humans, mate.
Yeah, so you're either
Dogs,
drunk or stupid or both.
Dogs, do you have any of this
What?
evidence? Just go ahead and post it, please.
I asked him for Earth curve measurements, and he pointed at the sky, so I just ignored him from that.
Yeah.
So you gotta understand, mate, that my parents came from parents, right? And their parents came from parents, right? And their parents' parents came from parents, mate. And their parents didn't
That's great.
fucking
So,
apes, mate.
so I just posted like some information. It's not studied or linked to all the actual studies. But also, doctor, you didn't explain I can't use the sky as evidence. If we both disagree on what happens to the land, then why can't I use the sky as evidence?
Where's the missing link, mate? Where is it?
I don't understand that question. There's millions of missing links, and we've found a lot of them. So, doctor, why can't I use measurements?
I mean, for a long time, mate, there's been a fucking missing link between evolution, between fucking apes and humans, mate.
You don't even understand what it means to have a missing link, Jen, okay?
Yeah, I absolutely understand what it means to have a missing link, mate. All right.
What does it
If
mean
I
then?
went to court with these fucking missing links, mate, I wouldn't fucking win the case with missing fucking evidence.
Ooh. You know what's really funny? Evolution has gone to court multiple times, and every single time it's won. Did you know that? Do you want me to link
Oh,
the
how's
trial?
it? Show me. Show
Yeah.
me. Fucking show me your
Great.
proof, mate. Fucking show me your proof, mate. You think you came from a fucking ape? Fucking ape.
Yeah. You just said it. That's a court. It's a court. So I'm sorry that you're again uninformed and stupid. You did. Maybe it's both though.
If we
Dogs, instead of
evolved
just
from
kind of
apes, if we
elephant
evolved,
hurling
okay,
this
Tyler,
particular Jenna, just a moment. Dogs, instead of just elephant hurling this source in here, can you point me to what the evidence is that you're trying to convey? No? Okay,
Where you want
continue,
that
Jenna.
evidence presented. In what way
Yeah,
you want
what
that evidence
evidence?
presented?
Well, I'd like you
In
to
what
kind
way
of
do
give
you
me a
want it? In what?
citation. Brother, you can calm down for a half a sec. Just give me an idea of what it is that you're presenting and how it leads me to believe that somehow man came from a common ancestor is the same as an ape. What are you doing?
So endogenous retroviruses is when a virus implants itself in the germline of a
What's a
and
virus?
that just be quiet for a second and listen.
What's a
So
virus?
the genetics inside of that virus are independent
Dogs,
of the host.
dogs. We have to be a little bit more specific, friend. What's a virus?
This guy think this is a medical server all of a sudden?
Yeah, probably we should avoid the retrovirus. In fact, we should probably talk about flat Earth.
Speaking of medical issues, maybe you need your head checked, figure out where the fuck you are. Do you know what channel you joined?
Yeah, I do. I'm in a channel of fucking pussies.
Okay, so
Wow.
you're gonna speak to the topic of the channel, or just spurg out like a moron? Do you need medical attention? Is that why you're going off the topic? What do you need?
So who brought up the topic? Was it me? No, it was Jen. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't really give a shit. You're perpetuating it, so you're on my shit list. So what are you gonna do about it?
Nothing. You don't give a shit about anything.
Okay, alright. Well, I'm not the topic either. Did you figure it out yet?
You are the topic. You're fucking stupid.
Okay, you think you dictate the topic here. How's that working out for you? Is that going good? You're having an easy time dictating the topic in this channel that you have absolutely no power or sway over at all? How's that going? Let me know.
Yeah, I'm not a pathetic little child that has.
Okay, well, that was so interesting that I just muted it like 5 words in. Next.
Okay, next. Heretic, you have no arguments for the flat Earth.
Do I need one?
Yes, you do. If you believe the Earth is flat, you need an argument for it.
Okay. Why?
Because if you have an assertion without an argument or unsupporting evidence, your assertion is empty and is overruled by.
Sorry, I'm doing something more important than you. 1 second. Alright, I had to do something here. Yeah, what were you blathering on about?
So if you have an assertion without evidence, your assertion can be dis.
Okay, where's my assertion? Can you quote it?
Your assertion is.
Oh, sorry. I pre-muted you. Let's get it one more time.
Yeah, I know, because you're a bitch. Heretic, why are you such a bitch? Why do you come to the server
I
every
already
day?
know that I don't have an assertion.
Because you like
what
that.
So what was my assertion?
And you have to exert your power over just people online because honestly, you have nothing. Is that all you have?
So what's my assertion?
Your assertion is the Earth is non-spherical.
Can you quote that?
Yes, you have said to me before you believe the Earth is planar.
Okay, can you quote that? Provide a quote, citation, some sort of reference, a source.
You have said it to me before. Do you disagree with something that you've said to me
Okay,
before?
well, how do I know you're not just imagining that? Are you 100% sure of that?
No, but you could disagree with me right now if you want.
Okay. So when you find out so when you find out what I asserted, you can go find the proof that I asserted it, and then we can go from there. Any assertions of your own that you'd like to make in the meantime? So far, all I heard was you waffling off topic, so I joined in to set you straight. Now you're hallucinating. You really do have medical. You really do have mental health issues, don't you? That's why you went into the medical topic. You're having some struggles there internally because I haven't made any assertions. I've said, "Hey, boy, it's a flat Earth channel," so you know what that means, right? That's what we talk about here. Everything adding up so far? You get it? Does that work for you?
I understand the projection of you saying I have mental health problems, which is why.
Yeah, okay, that's really cool, but you've demonstrated again and again that you do. So do you know the topic yet? It's not me making assertions that you can't prove. What next?
You have made assertions before. Are you denying that you think you...
Well, you already told me you weren't sure that I did, so what's your next cope going to be?
So do you deny that you say the Earth is plane?
Yeah. So what's your next cope going to be? Who cares what I say? What are you going to say? Why are you here?
So you care...
So why are you here?
You're muting me instead of just...
So why are you here?
I'm here to mock people like you until you actually have a substance.
Oh, how's that going for you? Do you think you're doing a good job? You're pulling it off? How would you evaluate your efforts?
Yeah, I think I'm doing really well because you're pathetic.
Anybody else think that this loser's doing well? It seems like he's mad. He's about to burst a vein. I don't think he's doing well. I mean, he seemed to be confused upon entry. He didn't even know where he was. But yeah, he's doing well. Have you figured out the topic yet? Hey, guy who's doing well, have you figured out the topic yet? Or a dog, or whatever you are.
Do I have to hide from people all the time? Is that doing well?
I don't know. What's that supposed to mean? Who cares? Anyway, have you figured out the topic yet?
You seem to care because you hide from me all the time. You run.
Okay, so have you figured out the topic? Or are you hiding from the topic right now?
The topic right now is you not being able to...
No, actually, I tried to let you know earlier. You know, this could go easy for you if you pay a little bit of attention, that you don't dictate the topic here. Have you noticed that yet? You'll notice it hasn't worked yet, right?
Why did you just lie? You said it'd go easy for me, but you've never been able to have a conversation with me, Heretic. Because you're pathetic.
Well, I mean, you haven't figured out what the conversation is even about, so it's a you problem, clearly.
So I'm the one that just lied and said it'd go easy for me, because that was a lie, Heretic.
No, I said it would go easy for you if you would actually pay some attention to what's being said, right? So try to do that.
That's always a lie.
Figure out where you are, you'll figure out what the purpose of this channel is, and you'll figure out why the fuck you joined it and what you have to say about that. But so far, you're just mad, so you're confused and lost, and you don't know why you're here, you don't know why you joined, you don't know what you want to say about it. You're just here to mock people, as you said, because you're angry, you're upset for some sort of reason you yourself probably don't even know. How's that going for you?
You just lied again. I said I'd mock people till they...
Anyway, does anybody have, like, anything relevant to say? Like, who gives a shit about this? Okay, counting caskets. You're up. You just gotta spank a bitch like that. That's all there is to do with them. Counting caskets, you're next. Your spanking's next. Hey, dogs, yeah, keep typing so I can grab your user ID. Caskets, hello. This is Moronic. Tell us all about it. Let your feelings out. Let them flow in the VC. Oh, he's scared.
He said he's not interested in getting a spanking.
I'm here for my spanking.
Okay, you showed up. I got a phone call, so Rabin will handle you for 1 second.
Are you gonna spank me yet?
Yeah, what do you got for globe measurements?
I never talked about that. I joined in. You guys were just talking about nothing. So I said, this is dumb.
Are you a flat earther then?
I'm not.
Oh, so you know you live on a ball in a vacuum chamber?
I don't know anything about either one.
Oh, so you're just clueless.
I just Yeah, that's why I said I'm not interested in spanking. I have no arguments to make. I just joined in and you guys were going back and
You
forth
joined
about
in
what
to
he
make
believes
comments
and
in
what he
chat
doesn't
then?
believe.
Yeah, you joined in just to make comments in chat?
Yeah, I joined in to listen to flat earth conversation and that's not what I heard.
Oh, no, it's all about the globe that doesn't exist is what we talk about. That's just a trigger name for you guys. Flat Earth. It just triggers people.
I joined to listen to a conversation and there was no conversation being had.
No, but there's a difference.
You were asking him to
This is
prove
so
that you're a
dumb.
flat earther. How about you talk about proving the earth is flat instead of proving that that guy is a flat earther?
That guy has been in this conversation for like more than 5 years, and he's coming back doing the same thing over and over. So that's why he's getting that treatment, I think.
So you guys are talking about evolution. Is
Just to
evolution
give,
related to flat earth?
it's somewhat related, yeah.
Yeah, there's no such
No.
thing.
How so?
We
mean, it's
came
not
off of
related.
that because it's not necessary to talk about that kind of stuff in this particular panel. So, anyways, proving the Earth is flat. Well, it's axiomatic. It's navigated flat. It's obviously stationary. No, no curvature or motion can be detected. So, flat stationary plane is what you dwell atop, unless you have evidence for the contrary. And there it is. Flat Earth confirmed. Nobody's going to argue against it. Cool.
All right, I'm back. Did he shed any insight on why he thought the past conversation was so moronic? Or all these conversations? I've heard him or noticed him whining in the text chat.
No, in fact, he tacitly agreed that the Earth is flat and stationary, so we're good.
All right, don't see what the problem was. Why so triggered, everybody? Dogs thinks he's like a debate MMA fighter or something. It's just kind of pathetic.
Dogs and Gods completely dominated the debate here.
Oh yeah. Crushed it. Came in and talked about things that were off topic and tried to slap a few claims on someone else. And
He's a debate savant.
yeah. Oh god damn it, I killed our entertainment. That's why I have to just listen these days. It's too annoying to go through it for like thousands of times with that idiot. It's just over and over. I should leave it to somebody who hasn't done it 1,000 times, who isn't like sick of it. Well, you could be the conversation, Mr. Caskets. Don't complain if you're not going to do nothing about it. I mean, I do that. I complain when I'm not going to do anything about it, but I have that luxury. I have special status. We still need to see, your merits.
Counting caskets. Is Earth a globe or is it flat? Let's have the discussion.
All right, we got some conversation fodder now. Okay, I'm making a fool of myself. I didn't realize it. How did I do that? Enlighten me. Let's help me not make a fool of myself any further. What do I need to do? What did I do? And what can we do about it?
Counting
Just type your
caskets. You
answer.
might as well
What?
just mic up.
Typing the answer. God. Just use your microphone.
Isn't he in the VC, heretic?
Yes, he's scared to use his voice.
That's how he's answering in text. He's listening.
Counting caskets. Come on. Press the button. Open up your microphone. Let's have the discussion.
Well, nobody really cares about... Well, I shouldn't say nobody. It seems to me like the Globers really care about convincing people of their position, which I thought most people were already convinced of to begin with anyway. I mean, I don't care about convincing anybody about anything. Just here to share information, have debates, have fun, and let you think what you want.
So, counting caskets. If you are here to be convinced, just mic up. Let's have the conversation. It's a lot
I was
easier
doing
to
something.
do.
I'm here. I couldn't talk. I'm here.
Okay, awesome, wonderful. You could have said that in the chat. Give me a minute. I'll be in VC.
I
Hey,
could have. You're correct.
yeah.
We've got some
Hi.
information on water you might be interested in.
On water.
Yeah. There's
All
this
right,
stuff
right
called
here.
water, you see.
Water.
I'm drinking some right now.
Excellent. Familiar. You're off to a
So
good start.
can you see through your glass? Put your glass down and notice that it seeks a horizontal, perfectly level, flat equilibrium on the surface. Can you observe that in your glass?
It's actually opaque, but yes, that is happening inside of it. Yes.
Cool. Awesome. Okay, and now at what distance? Let's just make that glass. Let's make the glass 24,000 miles around in circumference.
All right.
Right on. So, do you think the water is going to curve in an even bigger glass?
It would depend if the glass itself is curved,
What?
wouldn't it?
Nope.
What?
Nope.
Okay,
Nope.
lay it out for me better then.
I got a picture for that. Here, I laid it out for you. Go ahead and check out the chat.
Hold on.
Bill Clinton? Right. So your glass of water that you have there in front of you is seeking a horizontal, flat, level equilibrium in its container. Is it? Or is it not?
Correct. It is.
Okay. Cool. So let's make your glass of water 5 miles around in circumference, right? Do you think it's going to be any different?
No.
He's worried about talking to Eggshell, so I'm getting rid of
No,
him.
I don't.
Yeah, he's gone.
Okay. And if you made your glass 24,000 miles around, circumference. Do you think it would change?
No, if the base of the glass is flat, no.
Okay, perfect. I'm glad that you said that. So here's the thing. We've got these things called abyssal plains, which are the flattest plains of the ocean floor. They are the flattest plains, and they span covering over half of the Earth's surface. Flattest, over half of the Earth's surface. So on the bottom of the quote-unquote container, the ocean floor is flat. And the water that rests within those basins, right, seeks a horizontal or flat equilibrium on the surface. That's a whole lot of flat
You just said if the bottom is curved, the top will be curved. You just missed that part. That means if you drop a marble in it, a marble will appear on top. He's kind of goofy, thinking that if the bottom's curved, the top has to be curved. I don't understand that logic from anything.
Right. That's not going to happen. That's not something that happens in nature. You have the flattest ocean floor possible, that it covers over half, more than half of the Earth's surface, and it's flat, right? And then you've got this sea level. The overall calm sea level for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles is flat. It's level. It doesn't curve. That's a whole lot of flat that somehow makes a ball. You see the problem?
To be honest, I'm not educated enough to form an argument there, which I said. But I am curious. I am curious about something that is kind of unrelated. So if we have a flat Earth, right?
Okay, I'm listening.
And I'm genuinely curious. I'm not trying to make an argument here. What is on the edges? What makes up the edges?
Who cares?
I'm curious.
How are we supposed to know?
It's a land keeping the water.
Well, what's that got to do with anything? Okay, there's a shoreline. Is that the end of everything? Is that the end of the world?
Okay, but what?
How are we supposed to know?
I assume you don't think the Earth is infinite.
We don't know. We don't know.
Well, I mean, to know that it's infinite, I would have to probably travel to some sort of infinite extent, which I don't think is going to happen.
Yeah. So what is on the edge? It's not infinite. So what is the end?
Can I ask you a question? What can be infinite? What can be?
No, nobody knows. Where's the end? Who knows? What's that got to do with it?
Why doesn't someone go there?
Well, you're saying one thing about the way that the surface measures out, and then you bring in this other angle. What's at the very end of it all? I mean, one thing that doesn't necessarily give you any information about the other. How should I know?
But I'm curious because the globe, the end of the globe, quote unquote, is nothing because it wraps around itself. A flat plane would not wrap around itself. So what is the end? What is at the end?
I don't know, dude.
What is the end?
Is it a pot of gold?
Have you been out to where
the Earth is not that big? The Earth is pretty big, but you can get to the end pretty.
So have you been to the full extent of it?
I have not been every single place on the Earth. No.
Okay, so you haven't been out to the extremities where it might end, where we must suspect that it ends.
Yeah, but I guarantee you, someone would have by now.
So maybe they didn't tell you. Maybe they're telling you it's a ball. Maybe they went and checked it out for you, and then they went, "Hey, nothing to see here. It's just a ball, guys, with a pole at the bottom." That's all.
Your opinion of what is at the end is, I don't know. That's what you think. You don't know.
I can't know. I haven't been there. I haven't been to the limitations of this place. I haven't been further south than Central America. So I got no goddamn clue what's out at the fringes, man. How should I?
Does anyone else know?
I think there is no one man in the world that know what you are asking now.
There's no one in the world that knows what's on the edge of the disc.
Maybe the Navy does. Hey, nobody's saying disc. Nobody said
Wait. You said
Disc
the
is a
edge
shape.
of the disc.
Okay. What shape is it?
Yeah. Well, we don't have a shape claim.
Well, see, but this is what I told you. I'm not here to argue. I'm here to learn.
Right.
I
You're
don't
not
know
making a
what you
shape claim
think.
though.
I don't.
Well, we're
I'm
trying
not
to
here to
teach
debunk
you.
what. I am not here to debunk your beliefs
I
because
know,
I
I know.
don't.
I'm just letting you know our
Listen, man,
position isn't a
listen,
shape.
let me. Can I teach you something?
Go for
I'll
it.
teach you
I'm
something.
listening.
Okay, some things aren't a shape. If I said what shape is a cloud, it doesn't have any definite shape. People have pareidolia with them. It can be a giraffe, a leprechaun, Santa Claus, grandma, or a cloud. So what we're
So like an
saying here,
abstract form.
yes, basically because it has hills, mountains, topographies, cliffs, Grand Canyons. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
imagine that, but
Oh,
basically
I
a
know. I know you're not
horizontal.
claiming the Earth itself is perfectly flat ground. Yeah.
But that's
Okay,
not a
okay, we
shape,
just
dude.
want to. Okay, but it's not a shape. You understand that, right? That the ideal of Earth, the realm we live on, the dirt and the hills, that's not a shape. You understand, right?
So you're
Now,
saying
now,
like
now
the same way that America is not a shape. Like America
correct,
isn't a circle.
correct,
Okay. Okay.
right. America is just a shape on a map that represents America's shape of what it is. It can change at any time if like peace fell off or you grew some new land. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's okay. So Earth is Earth shape, but it's on a horizontal plane of existence, like a baseline. Our elevation works like that. The voltage increases like that. Temperature, everything like works on like. I mean, like the idea of how pressure or the idea of resistance or anything, it would be the ground up, not like from outside in space to the ground, like you would think like that either, right? So water's being held by the dirt. You pour water in something, if it's able to hold it, if it's not a hill, it'll hold it. Hills can't hold water. Hills in your backyard can't hold water. And if the little hill in your backyard can't hold water, there's definitely not like a 10-mile water hill somewhere. I mean, this cannot be the case.
So then that goes back to my original question: what's holding in the water on the edges?
Well, see, that's my point, though. We don't know if there is an edge or not because just like you haven't been there, right? I
So
haven't
so
been
you're
two
going
and
by
a
the
half
principle of
years.
seeing is believing then.
Yeah, 100%. Because, well, seeing and actually touching or being there, also, in the inference that we have no damn clue of what this is, we have to then get firsthand experience, which then leads us to knowledge, because firsthand experience of us standing there, touching it, looking forward, and saying, "Hey, I can't see any Earth in front of us anymore, Bob. Can you?" And you're like, "No," and I'm like, "Okay." Democ, can you? I'm like, no, I don't see any Earth in front of us. This must be the edge of said Earth. No human's ever been to that spot that I've ever ran across.
So that's what I'm mostly curious about is the the geometrics of this flat Earth. Like
Right.
what do you believe is below the plane that we're on?
Dirt.
How about that? That's another thing I'm curious about. For how
Well,
long?
dirt that we know, and kind of like, I mean, they've dug up to 8 miles. Well, 7 point something. It took them 12 years to dig the last point something to almost 8 miles. They haven't ever, no one's been further than 8 miles, supposedly. That's the
So
government.
at least 8 miles of just dirt, stone, different
Yeah, it's like
materials
liquid
below us.
granite to a certain extent, they say. That's how they describe it. It's like a gray liquid granite. It's like granite,
Timo,
but water can flow through it.
only on
So,
one. Timo, only on one point on the Earth.
Yeah.
well, he would be looking for a center of Earth, which he's never. There's no way in
Yeah,
hell
but
he's
I'm
ever
saying
been.
it's in Russia. They didn't make like a 1,000 holes, all around the
Oh
world.
no, I
With
know, I
a,
know. In Lake,
Yes.
yeah, the Nikola Tesla borehole. Right. You're right. One hole. So we don't even know the elevation they started from or ended with. So actually, that's in contention also. So we don't even know if we can dig 8 miles. Then you have to believe we have an 8 mile long drill bit too, or you have to know that somehow, right? I don't know that. I've never
I mean,
seen
you
an
could
8 mile long
subtract
drill bit.
the sea level of their starting point and then the
Not on a
depth
globe, you
and then
can't.
get the depth below sea level.
No, not on a globe, you can't, because sea level will drop below your feet and back around to itself. So that wouldn't work on a ball. Sea
What do you
level
mean
only
by
works
that?
on. Sea level drops down below your feet. You're standing on the top of the ball right now at 12 o'clock. You're on the top of that clock on your wall, that circle on your wall. Imagine that to be a sphere. You're on top of it, standing there, little guy. You understand what I'm saying now?
All right. Yep. I'm there.
Okay. Yeah. So flat Earth is a horizontal plane. The only spot that can be horizontal is your feet on that globe. Your feet are the only horizontal thing that ever could be. That's it. As long as that, and that's it, your feet. And then other than that, there can be no horizontals. And the globe has to fall down away at a rate. I don't care what rate, at the rate you claim, that has to fall down below your feet and out and down and back and down to itself, to accommodate, to make the attributes of a sphere, right? That shape. So what we found is, and that's supposed to be from your feet out. And after 1 mile, it's supposed to be an 8-inch point whatever drop, and then squared 1.22 inches times the square root of the height of the observer. So if you get 1 foot off the ground, it's like 1.22 miles. That's where the Earth's supposed to be dropping at 8 inches. But we haven't ever measured that. Nowhere. And if the Earth is claimed to be 73% surface water, right? Then, as far as we know, 73% of the surface is a horizontal existence of a realm, like topography, the surface. And what we would be looking for would be a ball. And I challenge you or anyone, and it's been so many years now, and there's no curvature ever been proven. That means water, while it's at rest, will not curve away from a horizontal line. No matter how far you go. You can go 50 miles and it's not going to drop 8 inches. That's impossible if you're on a ball. You understand? You got a horizontal line. It's impossible for the water to not drop away from that. If the water doesn't drop away from the horizontal, then you're proving flat Earth. That's flat Earth. That's how we prove it. And it's called a water level. Is one of the tools we can use. Oddly enough. Then we also have a horizon. The whole idea of the word horizon means horizontal. When you look everywhere, that's all you see is a horizontal line. You don't see a hump in the center of anything.
What about because when you get high enough up, you do see a curve. What about
They
that?
don't. Where?
Hold on. I got him. When you get high enough up in a helicopter and fly forward, you're supposed to see no Earth in front of you. Can you get me some footage of that spot?
Where I can see a curved Earth?
No. Stop. You're not listening. I'm trying to teach you. If you rise your little drone up off of a ball, you might see a piece of that ball in front of you. Do you understand? The sphere? Right? With your
Why
little
would
drone
it be?
and
Why would
camera.
it be in front of you if you took off from it?
You're flying up, brother. You're taking off from it vertically. You're going to fly straight up. Correct?
Correct, but it'd only be in
So
front of me
now,
if I was looking down.
stop. The higher you go, the less of that ball you're going to see. That means no Earth in front of you. That means no Earth curve. That
Okay.
means no Earth, right? Stop. So what we're going to do is go up a little bit, fly forward, and hover right there in our helicopter, right where the edge of that ball is, like you see in your room, like you would see in any reality that matches real physics. There's no joke here. This isn't a fucking joke. So in a helicopter, when you go, right, and your buddy's like, I'm 4,000 miles away from you. Yep. Okay. Well, I'm standing where the center of Earth would be located under my feet. I'm at the center. My buddy's 4,000 miles away in his helicopter. Well, he's 3959 so far, right? Then he's going to get in his helicopter, fly forward to make it 4,000, right? Now, what he should see is no Earth in front of him. This has never happened for any human in the world's history of time. The Earth's radius is only 3959. So if you had a rope of that, you could tie it to the ground and tie the other end of your airplane, fly out that far till you felt it taut, and you're not supposed to see no Earth below you or in front of you now. That's what we're looking for. We're not looking for, we imagine something in front of us to be the curve 8 million miles away. You would need a side view for that also. Now, it's odd to me why scientists, want every kind of format of anything for the variables and manipulating and all this, but all Globers do is look forward and say, Superman, Santa Claus, it's an air, it's a plane, it's a bird, it's a curve. Do you see the difference here?
Well, but the globe Earth explanation for that would be
No,
a
we're not looking.
helicopter.
We're not. Yeah,
Well,
go ahead. Go ahead,
I'm
real quick.
offering the reason for what you stated.
Yeah, go ahead.
The supposed reason. The supposed reason would be
that a helicopter is not traveling fast enough to be unaffected by gravity. So the helicopter would be being pulled down as it's going further out. It's not going fast enough to be unaffected by that force. But what you could do
Pull
if you
down
took like a
when?
rocket, you took like a
No, no, no.
rocket
Hold on.
and
Stop,
launched
stop,
it
stop, stop, stop,
sideways.
stop. When's a helicopter getting pulled down? Brother?
That
Hold on.
rocket being launched
Helicopter. Stick to the
would be
helicopter.
fast enough to not be
No, you
affected by
just made a
gravity.
claim that a helicopter is getting pulled down. How do you get up to where you're going if a helicopter is pulling you down?
You cannot leave Earth's orbit in a helicopter. You cannot.
How are you leaving Earth dirt then?
A rocket.
What's the difference?
What's the difference
So
between
you're saying
in
Earth's
orbit and
gravity
not
is
in orbit?
stronger 29,000 feet up in the air than it is right down in the Earth? Is that what you're claiming right now?
I am claiming that a helicopter is not fast enough
At
to break
29,
through the barrier.
brother, we're not talking about going fast. We're going to go really, really slow, and we're going to stop our helicopter right there. We're not going to keep going down around the curve. We're just going to hover like a helicopter's made to do. I know this is hard for you. Just like your drone will over that ball. Real physics. This is no fucking magic involved, I told you. Flat Earth reality here, brother. In reality, your drone will do exactly what I'm trying to look for outside. The reality of a sphere, the attribute of such. And you can use all any catchphrases you want. You can be Mark Twain and write stories about the porridge was too hot and the curve was too cold. I don't give a shit about none of that, brother. All I care about is seeing that one spot or helicopter or any human that can look forward and not see the fucking Earth in front of him. Because what I'm telling you is the flat Earth goes on forever, as far as you know, till you can find the edge. And what you're claimed is a radius of 3959. So like I said, if you were standing 4,000 miles away from your buddy, and he said, yeah, Bob, I'm exactly 4,000 miles away from your geographical location, longitude, latitude, whatever, right? You guaranteed it. He's supposed to be able to be floating in his helicopter right now and have no Earth under him or in front of him. He's not going to space. He's stopped. He's not going down around the globe. He's hovered. That's what helicopters do. Now go ahead.
I'm trying to picture what you're describing here. I think I understand what you're saying. So
Yeah.
someone's standing on the Earth, that someone is in the helicopter. They're both facing the same direction.
Yes, and the helicopter flies away from you. And you can have me, little old Democ, standing on the side, a certain distance away to where I can see both of you guys in my view. I can back up really far to where I still see you both. I got a horizontal line as my reference frame, right? Across the screen, right across the screen, horizontal line. It's a level camera. It's sitting there watching. Now, what I'm going to look for is anything to drop below a curve while I see it between you and the observer 4,000 miles away. What I'm going to see is no curve. I'm going to see a horizontal horizon that matches my horizontal line that's a hair above it, and watch both of you observers. And from my perspective, and I'm going to watch no tilt, no drop, no nothing. It's not going to be the edge of Earth at all. It's going to be keep going way on. But what your guy in the helicopter is supposed to see is, no Earth in front of it. Hell, fly him 3959. Just fly him right to the edge. Don't even go. Fly him 3859. Give him a little dirt in front of him where he can stand right there, sit right there in his helicopter, and then look and see no Earth in front of him. That would prove a globe to me and every human in the world, because that would prove the Earth stopped right there at your claim. It would have to be a globe, because now all you could do to keep going is go down below it, right, and around it. My claim is you can't fly down below around flat Earth because it's horizontal forever, as far as you know. I'm not saying it's going to be forever, but as far as we know humanly, no human has been where we can not see the sidewalk end.
But my argument would be, because of gravity and the mechanism of the helicopter takes it straight up off the ground. So the helicopter can only rise without being tilted any direction, can only rise straight up. So as it flies forward, that helicopter would be tilting along with the Earth.
No, helicopter
so
doesn't
if you
tilt.
manually tilted your helicopter back
No, brother.
to be on an even visual plane with the person standing on Earth, you would not see the Earth below you.
The claim of a globe is no tilt. The helicopter doesn't tilt ever. An airplane does not tilt. It does not drop. It does not dip. A helicopter does not drop, does not tilt, does not dip. Do you comprehend? And I'm
I
glad
do.
you
Who
described
made that
flying
claim?
up vertical and down vertical. That proves only flat Earth. You do not tip your fucking helicopter and fly it around at 35 and 44 and 80 degrees, do you? Let me see you do that, stunt helicopter guy. Let me see you tilt your fucking helicopter and not fly into the ground. Actually, go about 1 foot off of the Earth, fly out about 1 mile, drop your helicopter, right? You're 1 foot off the water. Drop your helicopter down 1 foot and 8 inches without getting your helicopter wet while you're in it. Then I'll wait. We'll all wait for you to prove the globe right now.
What does me flying my helicopter 1 inch above the water prove?
No, I didn't say that. I
Yes,
said
you did.
fly. Listen, brother.
You told me
hear
to
very
fly my
well.
helicopter 1 inch above the
No,
water
I
and
didn't.
crash
I
it
didn't
into
say
the
anything
water
about
and
an
see if
inch.
it gets wet.
No, I didn't. I didn't say an inch. I said
Yes, you
fly your
that.
He said 1 foot.
brother. I said fly your drone. I said your helicopter, but we'll use drone right now, so because I don't want you to get hurt in this experiment, because I know your drone's not coming back. So you fly your drone 8 inches above water, out 1 mile. At that point, the Earth is supposed to be dipping down and away from your drone an extra 8 inches after 1.22 miles. That's the fucking math. That's the calculation, the equation, the rate of. So what you needed to do.
I think you're cutting out. But yeah, they tell you live on an incredibly tiny Earth, 8 inches per mile squared. Did he cut? Did I cut out or he cut out?
I can't hear him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they tell. I mean, he's got a point. Maybe you don't understand it if you're new to it, but yeah, they tell you it's an incredibly tiny Earth. Like 8 inches per mile squared. So 1 mile, 8 inches, right, on one side, and the other side you'd be at 0.
Yeah. So what you do is you fly out 8 inches above the water. For 1 mile, 0.22. Then you drop it down 8 extra inches. Other than that, and that would prove when you fly your drone back up and bring it back. That's all you got to do. 1 mile out, drop down 8 extra inches. Boom. Prove the globe. Come back. That would prove the globe to everyone in the world. You would win a bet. I would bet you money you can't do that. Plus, I know you're going to lose your drone because no human's that fucking dumb to go spend their money on a drone and go fly it out, and because they know the horizontal water's not dropping nowhere. What you're supposed to do is be able to prove that water curves down 8 inches after a mile. That's the only thing you're supposed to be proving here. That's it. It's the only thing the globe is about, is curbing water away from a horizontal line. You don't comprehend that? I mean, you can throw the stars away, you can throw the sun and moon away, you can throw boats over the horizon away. All that shit's garbage. If you can't prove water curbs away down 8 inches from a horizontal line after a mile, no globe. And your
What if we use something that definitely
I
it
never
definitely
brought the
doesn't
claim that
curve?
it did. You brought the claim that it didn't. Where is my
Well,
proof that it does not?
Well, that is the claim. I mean, if you don't believe or want to, I don't blame you if you don't believe or want to fight for the globe Earth claim of radius of 3959 with 8 inches per mile squared. 1 mile is not that big, right? So like, you ever seen a high school racetrack? I try to, right, the high school racetrack.
Yep.
That's a quarter mile. Yeah, it's a quarter mile. So imagine, like, from the starting point, if you run around that track 4 times, you've dropped 8 inches on one side, lower than your starting point.
Here's maybe this I think this almost sounds harder, but maybe this would tell me if you guys think this would be
Okay, what's wrong with the initial one?
What's wrong with the drone? Just bring your
because
pissy ass drone back.
the drone's height, like you
Bring
can't
your
make sure that
drone
the
back.
drone.
No, fly
No,
it back.
the reason
Not
I'm
have
worried
it.
about the drone, you asked me a question. The reason I'm worried about the drone is that we can't make sure that the drone is going to be flying straight, right? Because what
Yeah,
if the
you
drone
can.
flies in a
Yeah, you
curve?
can. You're a dummy.
Well, I mean, I might be.
What
I
about?
might
Sorry,
be.
do you not understand?
Well, what I'm saying is that I don't know how
What about
you can
horizontal?
make
Do you
sure
not
that drone
understand?
is going to be flying perfectly straight,
They fly level.
right? Well, you mean level with the water? Well, then that's not. Then it's going to follow the curve of the Earth. We need it to fly straight so that it
Okay, so
flies.
Horizontal is not
yeah.
following a curve of Earth, brother. Don't be dumb as shit. I said
Right.
fucking
Well, I'm
horizontal.
trying not to be dumb as shit, but it's
It flies
tough for me.
horizontal.
Look, Demok is I love and respect you, Demok. Love what you do here. You come off very abrasive.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. So here's what I'm thinking, because you think lasers go straight, right?
Well,
No,
they do depending
If
on
they're in
we're
vacuum
not
the
states.
talking about
conditions
fucking.
of the Atmos, right?
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
not
The
talking
laser,
about shining Christmas lights, brother.
yeah,
right?
We're not looking for
right.
Tupac rainbows on stage. Shut the fuck up.
No. But
We're
but
looking
I'm
for
saying,
your
like, so
helicopter.
if we put the laser in a
No, if we
let's say we
fly your
build.
drone down, I gave you the
No, just
experiment.
listen to me. Just listen to
Yeah,
me.
we
You
don't
can,
need
and
to.
then you can make fun of me after. I promise. I'll
I'm
let you
not
make fun
making
of me.
shit.
No, yeah, I will. You can make fun of me after. Just listen for a second.
No, just go find
So
where the globe stops. Then we'll be
no,
on the.
we're gonna get there. We're gonna
Yeah,
get there
right.
together.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch
So
video.
You gonna bend some light for us, brother?
well, we're gonna
Just
try
bend
and
the
not
check
bend the
on
light.
it.
We're trying to. So just
Just
let just
bend
just
it.
hear
Check
me out,
on it.
and then you can make fun
You
of me.
gonna
I
get out
promise.
your iron and a blow dryer and show us how light affects?
No,
Diplex?
we're gonna try and make sure that it doesn't bend. Hang on. So here's
Oh,
what I'm gonna suggest we do, and you guys tell me if you think that this makes any kind of sense. Let's do this. Let's build a tube. This is gonna cost a lot of money. Okay, let's build a
No, we're not
tube.
doing all that shit.
And no, don't worry. We're gonna build a tube. It's gonna have a vacuum in it, right? And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna shoot a laser through that tube
never
and
heard
bounce
this
it off a
before.
mirror. We're gonna make this tube
Yeah,
4 kilometers
some mirrors.
long.
Yeah, 4
We're gonna
kilometers
make
like
this tube.
LIGO. What, dude? Shut the fuck up. I
Yeah,
need you to
we're
shut
gonna
the
make
fuck
this
up.
tube 4
With your
kilometers long.
snake ass talking, to shut the fuck up. Why don't you just say LIGO and LIGO proves Earth curve and shut the fuck up?
Well,
Instead
here's what
of pretending you're not talking about LIGO with your sneaky thing, just say, "Let me hear me out, hear me out." Why not be?
Yeah,
Why
we'll
not
do it.
being a
Hear me
snake?
out.
But don't be a
Well, so
snake.
hear
You're
me
being
out
a
then.
snake. Just
Well,
say
please
LIGO.
stay.
Say it.
Yeah. So what we're gonna
Say
do is we're gonna
LIGO.
fire this. We're gonna
Hey
shoot
snake.
this laser
Hey snake. Say
through this
LIGO.
tube.
Snake.
LIGO.
There you go.
We're gonna shoot this laser through this
Okay,
tube. The tube's gonna
so
be vacuum.
this didn't
Gonna be a
happen. This never
vacuum
happened
chamber.
yet. This never happened, or are you saying this did happen? This is evidence you're bringing forward, or you're saying this is something we could do that's never been
Well,
done?
right now I'm just saying that we could do it, but we can
Okay, so
talk
you're
about whether
still
it's been
lying.
done before.
All right, you're still
We
lying.
can
Okay,
talk about
just
whether
being
it's been
fair.
done later. But
I'm talking about. I'm asking
so
you right now. Right now, I'm asking you.
yeah,
Are you referring to LIGO?
just let me lay the groundwork, and we can talk
Dude,
about
we've
LIGO
heard
in a
this before
second.
so many fucking times, man.
I
We don't
think
need to hear it again,
everybody
bro.
knows that this has been built at this point. You're kind of
I blew up your
you're
spot.
kind of jumping ahead of
You're
me.
still sticking on the snake talk, even though I blew up your
Yeah.
spot about LIGO.
What's that? So let's just make sure that everybody's on the same page. So here's the
Are we?
idea.
What page of
We're gonna
LIGO should we
build
look
this
at?
vacuum chamber,
Dude, fucking
and this
relax,
vacuum chamber is
man.
gonna be 4 kilometers long. There's gonna be a mirror on the end of it. It's gonna bounce this laser. The laser then is gonna be dead straight. Does anybody think that laser is gonna be anything other than dead fucking straight?
I don't know. Why don't you pull up the LIGO papers about it?
Huh? I'm just asking you whether or not you think that
I'm asking
laser
you
is
what
gonna
happened
bend.
in the LIGO experiment that you're referencing.
Huh? You think the laser's gonna bend or not?
I'm asking you what happened in the LIGO experiment you're
I'm
referencing. Why you
asking you
speak like
what
a
should
snake, like it's an
happen.
imaginary thing that
What
you're referencing, when it's an
should
actual thing you're
happen? What should
referencing.
happen, man? Are you afraid of the answer?
So
What
you're
should
building
happen?
this over water or on land?
You're just a
We're
snake,
gonna
dude.
build it on land. We're gonna build it on land.
Well, how the fuck are we gonna tell, man? Fuck, let's do it on water.
No,
Why
because
not?
it's very expensive, and I don't want to build it on water.
I get
And
it,
because
man.
I need to make
Everybody's
sure that
afraid of the water. Fuck.
because I need to make sure the pipe is dead fucking straight, and water is gonna screw that up, right? Because if
I
the
get it,
water's
man.
moving, the
Water
pipe is
wraps around
moving.
the ball. We get it, dude.
No, so here's the question I'm asking you guys. So if we build this pipe 4 kilometers long and we're shooting a laser down it, it's going to have to be, and it's a vacuum inside, so there's no refraction, there's no atmo in it. That laser is going to be traveling dead fucking straight, right?
I don't know. Go check it. Go dig
Right,
a
of
canal
course.
next to lot.
No,
Go
I'm
dig a
asking
canal.
you. I'm asking you.
telling you
We'll
to go
check
check it.
after.
Hey, dude,
Let's
shut the
predict
fuck up. If
first.
you ask me, then shut the
Let's
fuck up. How
predict
about it?
first.
How about like when you ask
What?
me, shut the fuck up so I can answer, right? So, okay,
All
to
right.
test what you're saying, I don't know if it's going to be true or not. Let's go dig a big trench next to LIGO that you're referring to and see if the
Mm-hmm.
water is higher in the middle and lower on the ends. Let's go check.
No, let's do this
But
first.
normally before you check,
I know you want to. I know you want to do any experiment other than this one desperately.
I know you don't want to go anywhere near water either, right, brother? So
We'll go to water. We can go to water.
we were
after.
just
We
at
can
water. You
finish
ran away
right now.
from it, man.
Or run away from it. I don't think I ran from it. I don't think I ran anywhere. We were
I
talking
think
about
you
whether or
did.
not things have to be straight, right?
Yeah, like
Because I think
water.
this is actually harder. Well, yeah. Here's the thing: is that this proves the water's curved.
Oh, it does it?
Yeah, man.
That's why you're doing it on land, right?
Is the laser straight or not? Is that laser straight or not?
What,
That's
so
a
what
real simple
at
question.
LIGO? What did they put up? Did they put the water in the tube and it rolled to the center? Is that what you're saying happened at LIGO?
Well, no, of
It started
course not. What
flowing
I'm
to the
saying,
center.
no.
Okay, then what are you
Why
talking
would they
about?
do that? That's stupid.
Okay, so it's not a
No.
water test. Why are you
So
afraid of
what
water?
it is a vacuum, and there's a laser. Now, what you guys seem to be running from desperately is answering a very simple question. Is that laser shot down the middle of that tube
The
going to be
globe's a question.
straight,
Brace yourself,
or
guys.
is it
It's
going to
here's the
curve?
globe right here with this question. Go ahead.
Here's a question. Is
Dude, you
that
know how many
laser
laser
shot
tests we
down
got
that
in the
tube?
other channel there, man? There's
I don't
probably
know,
there's
man.
probably
All I want to know, I
1,000
don't
of
want
them.
to know about any of those laser
There's
tests. I
probably
only want to know about
1,000 of
this
them,
one.
and according to
Don't
you, they
care.
shoot right through the curve of the Earth, man, so that you can see them.
Don't care. Do not care. Care only
Obviously,
about
I
the
get it,
laser.
man. I know you don't
You're running
care.
from lasers and
Care
water.
about.
So
I'm
weird.
asking you about one
How many of
thing,
them
and
were done in a vacuum?
you guys want to talk about anything else in the world but
Anything
this
else?
one.
Anything else? So we're talking about lasers and water,
Just
and both
one.
of them. You won't
I
deal with
want to
lasers
talk
or
about
water. What else can
one
we talk
laser.
about besides lasers and water? That you refuse to talk about. What else?
I want to talk
Yeah, you
about
want to talk
one
about something
laser.
that doesn't exist.
You want to go back to the helicopter?
No, well, here's the problem with the
No,
helicopter.
Anderson.
And this is the reason though I want to talk about lasers, is because helicopters, they don't necessarily fly straight,
Okay,
right? But lasers, they always shoot
review the
straight.
2 videos that were sent to you regarding lasers and water. You can mix them up a little bit. You can have both, right?
Yeah.
And get back.
Are these lasers? Are your lasers in vacuum tubes, so that
Yeah.
there's no atmo? They are.
Are you denying that Earth? Are you denying that Earth resides within a vacuum right now, sir?
Am I denying that there's no atmosphere on Earth? I deny that there's
Are you
no
denying that
atmosphere on
we
Earth.
live in a vacuum? A
Of
perfect
course, I'll
vacuum with
deny that we live in a vacuum. We live in an
a
atmosphere,
perfect
silly.
vacuum. Have you ever witnessed a perfect vacuum? Listen, this is good enough. Here's some lasers and some water. Check it out. What do you think?
Here's a very, very, very good vacuum.
Where
LIGO
does
is
it
a
exist
very
on
good
Earth?
vacuum.
So let's get out of reality, right, and jump into our imagination.
LIGO is a very, 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 very good vacuum.
What
Do
are you
you
using
think
a
that? So
vacuum
are you
for?
telling
How
me?
good is
Are you
it, dude?
telling
Tell
me that
us.
you think the amount of
How good is
atmosphere
LIGO,
in
man?
LIGO?
What's the vacuum
tell
in
me-
LIGO, dude? Tell me.
Oh man, you know what? I don't. I told
You
you.
just said it's very, very good,
Yeah,
man.
I
What is
told
it?
you. I told you already. It's very, very, very.
So you don't know.
Very
I get it, man.
good. Oh, you don't want
You're
the
just
number?
talking out your
Go
ass.
look it up.
Very
Go
good,
fucking
like
look
a
it up,
cartoon.
you lazy bastard.
It's very, very good, man.
I'm not gonna go do your homework for
It's
you. If you
very
want to know,
awesome
go look
too,
it up.
isn't
I'm
it?
not your
It
encyclopedia.
must be very
It's
awesome
very,
too.
very, 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 very
Awesome.
good.
Very,
Are you
Very
telling
awesome.
me? Answer me this. Are you telling
And riddle
me?
me this.
Riddle me
What a
this.
snake!
Sure,
This guy is a
that way.
snake from the
Riddle
first
me
second he
this,
opened his mouth. I
Batman.
could see the snake coming.
Riddle me
Like he,
this.
like he,
Are
like he
you
jumped
telling
in to
me
be
the
a
amount of
snake. He's
atmosphere
continuing to be a snake, and
that
he
is
won't
in
stop.
LIGO?
I think he's
Are you
afraid
telling
of
me the
water.
amount of? You telling me the amount of atmosphere
Glover's afraid of water.
inside that tube
Make him
is
swim.
sufficient to cause
Saying
that
it wouldn't
laser to
exist in a
bend?
special place
Is
that
that what
nobody
you're
can go
telling me?
to. Just believe the papers, right? On whatever they say, it doesn't matter. You can't test it. You can't go to this
You
special
can go
place,
there.
LIGO, that is different
You
than
can
everywhere
go
else.
there.
You can test. Yeah,
You
you can
can.
test.
Hey,
You
D-Mox,
can
maybe
go
we should
there.
go hide behind the hill and maybe his laser can make us visible, right?
You can
Yeah,
go to LIGO.
what a
Go.
snake!
Go to LIGO.
Behind the pool in your
Choose
Yeah,
me
yeah.
wrong. Go there. You
What
can
tests have you
go.
performed
It's
at
yours.
this LIGO place that you snaked in here to begin with, Mr.
You
Anderson?
can
What tests
go
have you
there. It's
platform
It's
there to
not a
confirm the
trick.
consequence of what you're affirming.
You can go there. Go yourself.
What have you tested? Did you get a square and put it up against the mirror to test the this claim? What have you done?
Go there yourself and
What
test
have
it.
you
Why would
done?
you take
I'm
my
asking
word
you.
for it?
This was your
Why would
evidence.
you
What have
take
you
my
done
word for it?
to test
Okay,
it?
you know
I'm
what
not.
if I told you? If
I'm
I told
not.
you I
There's a
know
special
LIGO,
place called LIGO that you're
if
saying
I told you, I'm
things
saying you
things
go there.
exist in a
Why would I
specific
go
way that
there?
you've never seen.
Why would
How
I
do you
go
get
there?
into
Why would
LIGO?
I don't know. You
you?
brought it up.
I could give you all kinds of evidences of things that I've seen, and you're not going to
All right,
accept
great.
them.
Bring them
You're
up.
only going to
Yeah.
accept the
Where's your
things that
evidence?
you've seen. So go yourself if you don't
How do
believe
you
me.
get there?
You can get there. Oh, do you live in the U.S.?
Well, I mean, who's going to let you in there?
You are allowed in there. They give tours. It's not
You get
a
to take
secure
your tape
facility.
measures and your measuring tools and your
You
levels
sure
and stuff.
can. You can
So
do
so
that.
what
You
is
can take.
LIGO
You can
measuring,
go.
bro?
What is LIGO measuring?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
complicated. It's got to do with gravity waves. It's got something
It
to.
is
Yeah. It's got.
complicated. Yeah.
Measuring space
Do you know
time, right?
anything about? Do you know anything about gravity waves?
Yeah, it measures the ripples in space time, right?
That's right.
What a
Oh,
snake.
great.
Wow.
Space warping time and time bending space, something
This
like that.
laser can see that
Space
shit, right?
warping time. Well, matter warps
What's
space
matter?
time, and space time is kind of a one.
Matter for what?
Matter, man. The
For
stuff you're
what?
made of.
Yeah, that's funny. What is
Where have
it?
you seen that? Where have you seen that happen? Where have you performed that experiment, Mr. Anderson?
This
Which
dude's
one?
awesome. He makes people out of matter. Show us. Show us the
Huh?
matter. Show us
Well,
how
you're
you
made
make
of matter.
people out
Look
of
at your
matter.
hand. Look at your hand. What do you think it's made of?
I'm
It's made
looking
of
for
matter,
the
dude.
matter, you idiot fuck.
What's that?
I'm
You
looking
don't
for
think you're made?
matter.
You
Yeah, the
don't think you're
matter.
made of matter?
I
Everything
don't think
around you,
anything,
everything you
dumb
can
fuck.
see.
You're going to demonstrate what matter is. I'm made of skin and bone that I know of. Where's the matter?
Yeah, that is matter. That's what
Dude, if
it
you're saying
is.
everything is made of
Matter?
matter, like the air, the dirt in the air, everything is made of matter, then
Yeah.
what are you saying is bending? The matter's
What is
bending what?
bending?
Everything? Everything is
So
bending
yeah,
everything?
No, no. What happens is that
Dude, show me your experiment.
space time
no,
itself
we
is
got all the
Show me.
bending,
matter.
Show
No,
it to me.
space time.
right?
I thought
Yeah,
you were
it's
showing
the
us matter.
fabric of reality. It's like kind of like the
Holy
fabric of
fucking
reality.
time,
Fabric of
right?
reality.
Just
Yeah,
let
it's
him present
crazy,
his
right?
argument.
Yeah, but I
You're
can
Yeah,
prove
he's saying,
it.
supposed to show us
he's saying
matter,
all
brother.
things bend all things.
Yeah,
What's
You
the
know?
matter
that's
with
Fucking
matter?
kind of.
fairy tale earther
Yeah.
here, man. Fuck me.
Oh, I mean, I would, but I'm
I'm
not
gonna
that
measure the
interested in it.
space time that comes out of that black hole, dude. Watch.
Well,
I'm going to measure
you
the matter
actually
of the
can.
hatter.
That's funny that you should choose that example because that's exactly what we do. Yeah, yeah.
Space
You
time
can measure that. You
continuum.
can measure the, and so like that's what LIGO is actually detecting, right?
Space
Boy,
Is
Mr. Anderson, hold on a second. Mr. Anderson, do you have anything other than baseless assertions today?
sure.
Okay, what do you have? What can you
don't want to
present?
talk about this. You don't want to talk about this stuff anymore.
You're
Let's talk
only
about something
making baseless assertions. Can you make a assertion of some kind with backing?
Sure. You want me to make
What do you have?
Okay, you want me to make an assertion with backing? Let's do this one.
It's a very, very good one.
Have you ever looked up at the sky? Let's do that. These are
Dude, don't be, Mr. Anderson. Please do not be so condescending. Can you make a claim and back it with evidence of some kind?
Sure. So if you have looked up at the sky, then you've seen the stars, and you've seen that the stars rotate
Okay,
around.
what's a star? What's a star? Hold on a second. What's a star?
It doesn't matter what a star
Now it doesn't matter. So a star rotates. So the Earth is stationary.
Do they rotate or do they?
So the Earth is stationary. Okay, so your claim is that the Earth is stationary.
No,
Mr. Anderson.
My claim, sir.
Oh, okay. So the Earth is rotating.
Sir,
Then,
my
sir,
claim is,
sir,
listen. You have to listen before you make fun of me. Do you want to hear what I have to say or not?
Is the Earth rotating or is the star rotating in reference to a stationary plane? Which one?
Well, I think we disagree on that, so that's the claim I'm investigating.
No, we don't disagree. I want you to go ahead and support your claim. So first of all, we have a star. You don't know what it is, but you say the star is rotating. And the star is rotating in relationship to a stationary Earth. Is that correct?
The reason I think that
So,
you want to
do you realise that you're stonewalling the conversation right now?
enough for everybody to follow, then you're going to fall down. So if you're not afraid of the argument, then you'll walk
right
through.
now, the rotating stars are in relationship to a stationary Earth. Yes or no?
we're going to have to back up. You're way ahead of me. And I think you're way ahead
Yeah,
of me.
you
on
said
purpose.
rotating stars. I'm just trying to get a go ahead and talk about
Okay. All right.
the
So
rotate.
I'll ask
So
you.
the
Oh, you know
stars are
what?
rotating in relationship to a stationary
what?
plane. Yes or no?
Here's
From
what we're
our
going to. I'm going to
perspective, the
ask the
stars
I
question.
don't know why this
they
is
never
such a
claimed it wasn't true.
problem. I don't understand
I
why this
do
is
know
such
why
a
it's such a
problem.
problem. Do you
So,
want me to explain
are
to you
the
why it's such a
stars
problem?
rotating or is the Earth
Just
rotating?
let
Which
him
one is it?
talk. Just let him talk.
The Earth is rotating, and I will prove that to you if you shut
Okay,
up.
so the Earth is rotating, not the star.
The Earth is rotating, not the
What?
star. But we don't agree on that, do we?
Aggressive.
Do we agree on that?
This is not. We need to go ahead and
Do we
establish which
agree
one
on
is
it?
moving, the star or the
Do
Earth.
we?
No,
Do
we don't agree.
agree
That's why we
on
have
it?
to establish
What
this.
I
Is
thought.
dude.
That's what I thought. So let's go back to the things we.
Okay. Okay.
The Earth spins, otherwise you would not have day and night.
Yeah, we had day and night on the geocentric model, dude, and the Earth didn't spin. And it worked great.
Henry the Brick, can you step out of this for a moment? Mr. Anderson here likes to come into the server. He likes to record people. He likes to post YouTube videos. So making claims, and I want to see if he can back them. So far, he's made a claim that the stars rotate, and I just want to know if that is something that he is asserting with evidence. And then he backed up and said that the Earth is rotating, and I want to see if he can back that up with any kind of evidence. So that's kind of where we're at in this scenario. Mr. Anderson, is the Earth rotating or are the stars rotating?
I would posit to you that it is the Earth that is rotating and the stars merely appear to rotate.
Okay.
Do we agree on that?
Okay, so how do we establish that the Earth is rotating in this scenario?
Question, a real simple.
Okay, so Mr. Anderson does not want to go ahead and let me know how he established that the Earth is rotating in this scenario. I hope he's getting this recorded. So, Mr. Anderson, how did you establish that the Earth is rotating in this scenario?
I'm trying to do that, but you won't even let me start.
Right now is a great time to go ahead and, I mean, right now you could go ahead and just talk about that instead of talking about how you're trying. So, I'm going to take you off of mute. You can go ahead and tell us how you established that the Earth is rotating. Go ahead.
You muted me? Oh, you're a dick. Okay, so the stars appear to rotate around a central point.
So, once again, I let you know that I want you to show us how you established that the Earth is rotating. Once I take you off mute, go ahead and tell me how you determined that and proved it.
Again? All right, tell me when I'm not muted. Am I muted now? Am I still muted? When are you going to unmute me? Am I not? Oh, good. I'm not muted anymore. So here's how I'm going to prove it. I'm going to get admissions from you. I'm going to ask you questions. You're going to give me.
No, sir, you don't understand. Counsel, I went ahead and asked you very plainly, how did you establish, what evidence do you have to present for us that the Earth is rotating? Go ahead.
It's right out of your own mouth. That's where the evidence is going to come from. Are you ready?
Okay, so if you're not going to present any evidence, should we just throw this out? What evidence do you have that the Earth is rotating? Go ahead.
Here's the evidence. Will you agree with me that the stars appear to rotate?
I'm sorry, will you agree with me is not evidence. Can you show me what method you use to detect the Earth's rotation? Once I let you off mute, can you give me the device, what experiment possibly, optical or otherwise, that you use to establish the Earth's rotation? Go ahead.
I take it from your reticence that you are not willing to admit that the stars.
So right now, I just want everyone to know, for the record, that Mr. Anderson has failed to go ahead and prove, optically or otherwise, that the Earth is rotating.
This is Henry the Mud.
You're not in your pool, right? This is our pool rules. I'm asking a very specific question. So anyways,
you're not letting.
Do you have any evidence? Yeah, I'm letting him answer every time, and he will not, as you can plainly hear, unless you heard an answer that I didn't.
He needs more than one
What
word
evidence?
to give you an answer, so he needs several words.
Henry, how many times have I given him? Did you count? I think this is 6 or 7. How many times did I give him an opportunity to present his evidence?
You're
instead of
not.
him asking me a question.
You're not allowing him.
Henry,
You're not.
all he's done so far, Henry, all he's done so far is ask questions. So why don't you pipe down, have a seat, and we'll see if Mr. Anderson can go ahead and present his evidence instead of asking me a question. Mr. Anderson, go ahead and present your evidence for the Earth's rotation.
All right. I'm going to present evidence. I'm going to present evidence in a style called cross-examination, and I'm going to give you facts, which I am going to hold to be true. I'm going to ask you whether or not, in fact...
Okay, so instead of asking me questions, I'm just looking for the actual evidence, Mr. Attorney. Is this how... I know all attorneys are liars, but you're being kind of more, over the top about it, more obvious about it than most attorneys. So do you think you could just go ahead and present evidence? Is that possible?
I am. And in fact, I'm presenting
Okay, so the evidence is where? Where's the evidence? Can you put it in the side chat, maybe?
No, I'm not going to put it in the side chat. The evidence is in the sky.
So you don't have any evidence? The evidence is in the sky of the Earth rotating?
That's
is this going to be an affirming the consequent formological fallacy?
It is not. Do you have any other questions for me before we begin?
So what is the evidence that you have?
All right, so now it's my turn then. So, sir, I put it to you that, in fact, when you look up at the sky, that the stars appear to rotate around a central point. Isn't that true?
What central point?
Around in the northern hemisphere, around the North Star.
Okay, what's the problem?
Isn't that true?
In the northern hemisphere, I guess so. Yeah, they appear to rotate, yes, around a central point, sure.
Okay. And as you travel north, you would agree with me that that point is higher and higher in the sky, right?
Are you saying angularly?
I'm saying that the point around which the stars rotate in a circular pattern is higher in the sky. It is further away from the horizon. However you want to.
Oh, so is it not angularly? Would you be specific about what you're talking about as far as higher is concerned?
I don't know what you mean by angular.
You don't want to detail that? Oh, so higher. I can't tell the distance to the star. I can't tell the distance to the star, so I can't agree with you.
Okay. Would you agree with me that as you go north, the point around which the stars appear to rotate is closer to 90 degrees up?
Oh, so it is an angle. So degrees, yes? Well, how many degrees at what location?
That wasn't my question. My question
was... you said, don't worry about the angle, and now you're bringing up degrees. So we are talking about an angular relationship, Mr. Anderson, yes?
No. What I said was...
No, so not 90 degrees. Not 90 degrees.
Talking about an angular relationship?
Oh, okay. So how do we determine in a degrees relationship angularly in the vertical axis? Right. So in the vertical axis. Sir. Yeah.
Wait until I'm done asking my question before you answer. Otherwise...
Counsel. So, are we talking about an angular relationship higher in the vertical axis? Is that what you're talking about? The angular relationship higher? No.
I don't know. You're breaking up. I will ask you my question in a clear...
So an angular relationship in the vertical axis, yes or no?
You need to stop interrupting me.
So an angular relationship in the vertical axis, yes or no?
So, sir, you need to wait until I'm done asking my question.
So, sir, an angular relationship in the vertical axis, yes or no?
I'm not sure, because I don't know what that means.
You don't know what that means. You brought up 90 degrees, and all of a sudden you don't know what degrees are. Is that an angular relationship or not?
I think you're misusing the word, and so I don't think...
Oh, so 90 degrees is not an angular relationship?
90 degrees is an angle. It is not an angular relationship.
Okay, so is Polaris 90 degrees above its GP, Mr. Anderson?
Is Polaris 90 degrees above its GP? You know what? Look.
Yes.
I'm going to just answer the question simply, okay? Isn't it true
Isn't it true, Council, that Polaris is 90 degrees above its GP, yes or no, in an angular relationship?
You're not trying to prove jack. I'm proving right now, and you're answering questions.
Mr. Anderson, is the Polaris 90 degrees above its GP in an angular relationship, yes or no?
You know what? You can have a turn later. Right now, it's my turn.
Right now, it's my turn because I control the mic. So, is Polaris 90 degrees above its GP, yes or no? I noticed that Mr. Anderson and Platypus come in together. I think that's very interesting. You guys are always in here together. How funny. Anyways, 90 degrees. Is Polaris' relationship to the ground, is that 90 degrees above its GP, yes or no?
That's a nonsense question. Now let me ask you a sensible.
It's a nonsense question, even though earlier you said that Polaris has a degree relationship with the horizon. And now all of a sudden it's a nonsense question. So are you saying these questions about Polaris and its height, or apparent height, or all the stars rotating around it apparently is nonsense? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that you're very bad at phrasing questions. That's what I'm saying.
I think you're very bad at coming in here and trying to get the gotchas that you're trying to get. So is Polaris 90 degrees above its GP, yes or no, Mr. Anderson?
I think the only reason
Mr. Anderson, please answer the question, or I'm going to have to grab the judge.
Are you going anywhere? Or are you just trying to?
Because you talked about 90 degrees.
Yeah. I know.
Okay, so is 90 degrees above its GP, yes or no?
Polaris, if you're standing on the GP of Polaris and you look straight up, then it will be 90 degrees to you. Are you happy?
All right, thank you very much.
You know what? Hang on.
You continue. So now we have an angular relationship. Absolutely, because now you've went ahead and given us the evidence that we need for the flat Earth. Because you can't have 90 degrees to a sphere, can you? So welcome to Flat Earth, Mr. Anderson. I'm glad you came. Do you have any other ways that you can prove the flat Earth to us? I can let you know. You can tell.
Polaris. Straight up. Polaris will be 90 degrees to your position. Isn't that true?
Thank you very much. That is welcome to Flat Earth. Yes, welcome to Flat Earth.
That true, sir.
Mr. Anderson, isn't that true that you need to have a flat baseline to measure that degree angular measurement? Sir, Anderson, Mr. Anderson, you're more like an Agent Smith. You're more like an Agent Smith in this scenario. So, can you have a 90-degree relationship to a curve? Yes or no?
Sir, I'm not answering your question. You're
okay, well then you came in here to tell us about how the Earth is flat using a 90 degrees below Polaris. So I guess you're not here to answer questions, you're here to tell us how the Earth is flat using your example where Polaris is zenith 90 degrees to its GP. Isn't that right?
So the question I asked you was, isn't it true that if you stand on the GP of the Polaris and you look up, the Polaris will be 90 degrees from you?
Yes, welcome to Flat Earth. Thank you very much. Yes, welcome to Flat Earth.
And where is that GP?
It's 90 degrees below Polaris.
No, where's the GP, sir? What's GP stand for?
90 degrees below Polaris. I just told you. It's a ground position. It's 90 degrees below Polaris.
Where is that ground position geographically, sir?
It's not, maybe you're really slow. It's geographically 90 degrees below Polaris on a flat plane that you just told me about.
Where on the Earth is it?
It's 90 degrees on the flat plane you just told me about.
Where is it? Is it in Canada? Is it in Russia? Is it in Australia?
It's 90 degrees below. Well, I haven't been there. Have you been there?
Sir, you know the answer. You're just afraid to say. Where on the Earth?
Sir, it's 90 degrees on a flat plane.
Yeah, no. Where is it? Is it
below Polaris?
Is it in Alberta?
It's
is it
a
in Northwest
flat
Territories?
plane.
Where? Yeah, I know it's in a
Bro, you just told me. I don't understand. So, no, according to you, you said it was 90 degrees below that. So, 90 degrees on a flat plane on the Earth.
Where is it at 90 degrees? Where?
On the
Where
Earth.
is it at 90 degrees?
What part
I know.
of flat Earth is it
on
situated?
on the flat
Answer
Earth.
this. What country? What country? What country is it in?
Oh, I have no idea. Is there a country up there?
What up where? Where?
90 degrees below Polaris on the flat plane that you described to me.
What country is it in, dude? Is it
I
in
don't know.
Russia?
Is there
it
a
in
country
Australia?
there?
Okay.
Is there a
I would
country
put
there?
you- It's definitely not
Obviously.
Australia, right, sir? It's definitely not Australia.
Is there a country up there? Is
Sir,
there a country up there?
The GP of Polaris in Australia.
Mr. Anderson, I know why you came in here. You were hoping to get some gotcha and some sound clips. It's not going to work out for you today. Now, if you could verify for me where the GP is at 90 degrees on the Earth, directly below it, as you have claimed, and tell me what country that it's in, then we can just move forward. I have not been to the GP of Polaris. If you have been, please let us know what's around that area.
Where do you live?
I live on the Earth.
Mm-hmm. What country do you live in?
It's a flat country. It's got green grass. It's kind of rural.
What's the name of the country that you live in? The nation state. Do you live in Canada?
I'm not going to give you any of that nonsense. Why are you even asking? Are you trying to dox me?
Where are
Because
you
if you're trying to
visited?
dox people, then I have to boot you. Mr. Anderson,
Where
are you
visited?
doxing
I
people
don't
on
need-
this?
No, of
Mr.
course
Anderson,
not. You know
as a
that.
lawyer, I think you know better than this.
Where
Okay,
have you
so
visited?
what does it matter?
Where
Have you
have
been
you
to the
ever
GP of
been?
Polaris? Okay, bro. Now you're being obnoxious and you're not going to win here today. Everybody knows your game, okay? So if you're hoping for the sound bites, you're not going to get them. If you're not going to be forthright in this GP or this VC, then we're not going to have this conversation. So either you've been to the zenith of Polaris and you can tell me what's there, or we're going to move on. That's it.
Right. Here's how it's going to go. So
Okay, here's how it's going to go. You're not going to walk to somebody else's VC and tell people how it's going to go. If anybody else wants to talk to this monumental douche, they certainly can. He's here to get sound bites. He's got a YouTube channel, and it's pathetic because he wants to come in here and tell you what's going to happen. Anybody else want to talk to this douche?
You won't let anybody else talk to him or yourself.
Henry, shut the fuck up. So anyways, anybody else want to talk to this guy? Henry, I don't want to talk to you.
I got it. Who am I talking to?
Who wants to talk to him?
Me.
Who are you?
I'm Neil.
All right, Neil.
Who am I?
You want to get sound clipped? You're speaking with Mr. Anderson. He's recording this for his YouTube channel, so he doesn't usually disclose that. And as an attorney, which apparently he is, he should be disclosing a lot of this stuff. So it's up to you, man. Do you want to talk to him?
Sure, let's see what he has to say.
All right. Away you go.
Mr. Anderson, oh, you've gone.
What's up, Mr. Anderson?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm chilling. So, what brings you
Good.
around here?
Oh, just looking for some good, strong opponents to talk to.
What does that mean? Strong opponents to talk to.
Well, this is kind of a debate, kind of a server, right? So I always like to talk to people who can handle themselves. People who are smart.
I don't think there's a debate whether the Earth is flat or round. It's
No?
100% flat, and I know that for a fact.
Well, there you go. See, because that means that I disagree with you, so that means we can have a little debate if you want, but only if you want. You want to?
Kind of, a little. I want to hear what you have to say. I like hearing other people's, globe.
Theories.
What's the word?
Wacky theories, call it.
Theories. That's perfect because that's all they are.
Sure.
If Earth is flat, how big is it? Is it finite or infinite? How wide is it?
If
The
Earth
piece of land,
is
the,
Henry, I just
how
cleared
big
the
is
piece.
it?
Henry.
You literally just asked 3
Henry.
questions in one statement, you dumbass.
Good. Answer the three.
Henry, I just bounced in here to clear the floor. Henry, I cleared the floor so these two could
How
talk.
big is the
Could you
piece of
shut
land
up?
you live on? Have you ever measured it, or know anyone who's measured it?
Henry, dude.
You do have a measurement system, I assume.
Henry, I need you to step out of this arena, please. You're being incredibly rude.
No answer.
I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking with Mr. Anderson. Thank you very much.
What other questions he could ask you then?
And in your statement,
Henry, did you mute me?
3 separate questions. Oh, you just rattled them off. And I'm not even speaking to you. I don't have any attention to you. So could you please go away?
Neil, let me talk to him for a moment. Henry, did you come into this VC to just kind of obfuscate and derail the conversation? I cleared the floor so these two could talk. And now you're talking. Why?
Oh, he's not going to answer. He's just going to wait till I talk to answer, right?
Someone's muted him.
Did you mute me, Henry?
He's
You
been
gonna mute Henry?
someone's server muted Mr. Anderson.
Hey, Neil, can you ask him if he's muted me?
Hey, Henry, did you mute Says Who?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. That's all we needed to know. And we've got it on recording. So I can mute him now.
Thank you.
Check my profile.
What is
Don't
this,
care.
my authority, Henry? Is that how it's going to go, buddy? My authority. You want to mute me too?
I will unmute Mr. Anderson so you can continue your conversation with him. Go ahead.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, there we go. I'm not going to make this long. I
Well,
just
we'll
have
see.
one question. I don't even really want to make this a debate. I just have one
Alright.
question.
You have one question. All right. Do I get to
Yeah.
ask questions too, or just do you want to just ask me one?
I just want to ask you one, then I'll pass the mic.
Well,
to
then you're
someone else.
gonna. All right. Go ahead.
So I've been asking Globers this question for the last 2 weeks, and I seem to only get one answer every single time.
Well, that may be a reason for that.
And no, it's I'll get to it.
Well, go get there.
Satellites.
Okay, I'm familiar.
How many satellites are there orbiting?
I haven't.
You
I mean, I
you
don't know.
have to
Look it
give
up.
you don't have to give an exact number, just like a rough estimate, like 10,000, 20,000.
I don't know. I haven't got a clue. I mean, you want to look it up together? We could look it up, I guess. Just
If you
Google
can.
it, man. Why do you keep
If you
asking
say so.
Globers? Just Google it. What's the answer?
So
You must
okay.
have looked it up by now. What's the answer?
I'm not at my question yet, but thank you.
Oh, well, you say you only ask one. I thought that was it. Okay. What's the real question?
You're
then?
right. You're right.
There's
100%. You're right.
10,000 satellites orbiting Earth. 10,000.
You're right.
How many I don't know. What's the answer?
I'm not done yet.
Have you looked it up or not?
Hold on.
It says there's over 10,000 satellites orbiting the Earth.
There you go.
Thank you. Perfect. So, can I get a picture of one of these satellites from the ground?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, people take pictures of satellites quite often.
Yeah, I've seen them with the naked eye.
Okay.
Can't see a
Well,
lot
I'm
of
trying
detail.
to
but-
add to my satellite photograph collection. And I've been asking this question for the last 2 weeks, and I've only
Well,
received
what is it?
one photo.
One photo, huh? Did you
Mhm.
Google it? Did you try Googling it?
See, I'm asking Globers
Yeah.
for
Well,
their
So you want
Pictures.
what? You want Globers to go and take pictures of satellites? You like do this. Try that. Like, I mean, maybe this will help you. Is look up when the International Space Station is passing overhead for you,
Okay.
and find a clear night and look up, and you can take your camera if you want, and you can take a picture of it, or you can just see it with your eyes.
Okay.
And you know what? If you look up on a clear night, you can probably see several satellites. Just the little look like slowly moving stars in the sky. Take a
Okay.
picture of any one of those. You can take them yourself. You don't need me to do it. I mean, a
Okay.
picture,
I got
it's
you.
not
I
going
got
to
you.
look like a hell of a lot, right? Because it's just a little bright spot, because like the camera's resolution is not the greatest. You
Okay.
know what I mean?
So this is my dilemma. Callie says there's 10,000 satellites out there. But for the
According
last
to UNOOSA, it is 8,261 satellites orbiting the Earth as of January 2022, out of
Excellent. I'm
which
going to write that down.
4,852 satellites are active as of the end of December 2021.
Perfect.
So, because
Thank you
remember, the
so much for that information.
satellites include both the ones that are working and the ones that are just like debris, right? Or like kind of what they call space junk, I think they sometimes call it.
Sure, whatever you say.
Yeah, well, that's what they say.
So we'll say 4,000 then. Active.
4,800 active is a core. Yeah,
We'll
as
round
of the end of December 2021. And remember, they're launching more all the time, right?
Yeah, so we'll just say we'll round number
And they
5.
burn up too, right? Like they burn up as their orbits decay.
Totally.
Yeah, 48.
Whatever you say. Whatever you say. I'm not going to debate you on what they do or where they're going or anything like that. That's all up to you, bro. That's all up to you, bro.
Yeah, but what's your question? I mean, you must be going somewhere with this, right?
All right, I'm trying to get through to you. I'm trying to get through. So here's
are you just
the big shabam right now.
What's that?
Why is every time I ask this question, they only present me with the ISS? I've been asking for 2 weeks for pictures of a satellite, and the only pictures I've been presented is the ISS. Now, there is 5,000 satellites out there. I'm just interested in a picture of another one. That's it, bro. I'm just trying to add them to my collection. That's it. And I've just been perplexed by every single Glober I ask can only give the one.
What I
Oh, the reason is. Excuse me? The reason is because the ISS is a relatively low orbiting satellite that is relatively big and therefore relatively bright and easy to see. So it's kind of the easiest one to take a picture of. That's why. Right? The other ones are smaller, so a lot of them are higher. The ISS is huge, right? So that's why that's the one that people go to. It's the go-to one. It's the biggest, brightest, easiest to see, especially like in the city where there's light pollution. But if you go out to the country and you just look up, you can see like a whole schwack of them. Just look for like a slowly moving star, and that's a satellite.
So, what about Sophia?
I'm not familiar. She is no customer of mine.
Okay, well, Sophia is basically a NASA. I think it was a NASA project. I'm not 100% sure, but it's basically like an airplane, but they have a telescope on the airplane.
Okay, that may very well be. Sounds like a great idea. What's your point?
I would just think it would see some satellites orbiting.
Are you saying that you never tried to Google pictures of satellites taken from the Earth?
I have been looking, brother. I have been searching far and wide across the land, and all I've found is the ISS.
Did you try Googling it?
100%. It just shows a bunch
Because
of
I'm seeing a
animations
whole
and
bunch.
cartoons.
I'm seeing a whole bunch. Like
I see a bunch of
them,
animations
Mr.
and
Anderson,
cartoons.
if you've.
Like, I'm just looking here. There's the ISS. This one's the European Space Agencies. Some of these might be drawings, though, right? So I'm not sure which ones are. Like, I'm trying to make sure that I don't give you one. This one looks like it's a picture of
100%.
Hubble.
I just know it's 2024, and we have GoPros, which are capable of 8K.
Right.
So we have all the technology.
Like
Get
it looks
clear.
to me like there's a lot of them. There's pictures of satellites, and like I said, you don't even need like you don't even need a set of binoculars or anything. You can just look up with the naked eye. You can see these things.
I'm still wondering, brother, if you're gonna show me one, if you're gonna post a picture, gonna post a video. I'm still waiting for something else that's not the ISS, and that's my big question because I've asked this for the last 2 weeks and I haven't had any other answers besides the ISS, and there are supposedly 5,000 active satellites out there orbiting. So I would just like
most of them are a lot
an HD
smaller.
video of another satellite besides the ISS. Thank you very much.
So, I mean, what do you want? You want me to now, right now, go on the internet for you and find you a picture of another satellite in space? Is that what is that the challenge?
Well, I'm just asking Globers, since Globers believe in satellites and they believe they orbit.
All right. Well, I mean, like I'll throw you a few of them, and then we're gonna have to look at them together to tell to figure out whether or not they count, right? Or because I mean, I'll just give you a bunch, but I'm not going to promise you that some of them aren't going to turn out to be artists' conceptions, right?
Well,
and then the other problem I'm going to have here, and I think this is probably gonna I'm going to run into this problem pretty quickly, is that you're going to say that nothing counts, and you're going to say that it's a
So you're just assuming what I'm going to say. Great, that's an honest opponent.
No. What I'm saying is I'm concerned. Can you reassure me that that's not going to happen?
Why don't you just post them and find out what happens?
Well, I'm trying. I'm working on it right now as we talk. But as I do that,
instead of asking what his
there's a whole bunch of
instead of asking what his reaction is to something that you haven't posted yet, wouldn't you just post it and find out what his fucking reaction was?
Well,
I'm going to give you 2 minutes to post it, and that's it. And then I'll mute myself, and you can have a nice day.
All right. Well, hang on here. I'm just trying to get. There's a whole bunch of.
If you need 5 minutes, that's perfectly fine. Whatever time you need.
Yeah. Hang on a second. So here's. All right. Here's on image. I don't know whether it's any good. These are just images. I mean, I'm just Googling this thing, man. Like, here's another one.
Who took that photo?
Well, I mean, I don't know because I'm just finding these. I'm just trying to get your number up. You wanted more images. You're just collecting them, right?
He's asking for a photo, not an image.
From a
right. I mean, the same. There's another one.
Photo with this camera at this time at this date.
Oh well, now you're adding extra Now you're adding extra.
I mean,
didn't
he say photo?
You like that, right? You like the ISS? You want another one of the ISS?
Mr. Anderson, how were these pictures taken?
Well, I don't know, man. I just barely looked them up myself. You said they only got one picture, right? But now you got 3.
You said that they were easy to see with the naked eye from Earth.
Sure.
So
yeah, but they look like little pin dots, right?
A picture of them in the sky, not these cartoon pictures.
Well, I don't think it is a cartoon picture. I don't think it is a cartoon picture.
You really think that there's another satellite that took that picture?
Remember, like a second ago when I said,
"It's too weird."
Do you guys remember? And this was really recently when I said that
I don't remember.
You don't remember? I'll tell you again.
Yeah.
So I very recently said that
you were concerned about making something
was that
up
you're
going to
say that it doesn't. No, you got to listen to me.
About a reaction. No, I'm not going to listen to you. You're a fucking
asshole. I didn't
asshole.
think you were going to. So mute that guy.
How about I mute you? There you go.
So,
Thanks,
Mr. Anderson, I'd like to thank you for your pictures of these so-called satellites. I will put them in a category labeled Mr. Anderson, photos of satellites. Thank you very much, sir. You're exposed.
Dude, stop talking. Am I muted?
Yeah.
No, you're not muted, man.
I was gonna say about a year ago, I actually watched someone for like 3 hours find a satellite. Like, they literally went to the website that commissioned the satellite. They found where its position would be relative to his position on Earth and the time of day, and he found it. And it took him hours, but yeah, it was just a little tiny, it was just a dot on the screen, basically indistinguishable from everything else that was on the screen.
Yeah.
So I did the same thing. I went out with my
You
friend.
need a flat Earth for the movement to those things, anyway. So there you go.
I went out with my friend, and
I
went
have
to
a
the
question.
forest, and we found a unicorn.
Except I'm not making this up. Like, you could actually go through the same process. Like, you could find somebody that literally launches their own satellites, and then you could find out where they claim it's supposed to be in the night sky. Go to a place where there's least light pollution and try to see it. And, people do that. There's videos. It's hard to find more videos of that right now.
Can you show me a satellite from the ISS?
A satellite from the ISS?
Yeah. You got these big pictures that show like half the Earth, right? There's 10,000 satellites up there, right? Or are they all at the same elevation as the ISS?
Yeah, when it comes to light exposure and whatever camera settings
Oh,
you
so
got
excuses. So there's no pictures of a satellite from the ISS, right?
you can take a picture of a satellite, there's a good chance you won't.
So the answer is no, right?
See a satellite floating by when someone's on the ISS,
Like I said, you can see half the Earth there, dude. There's 10,000 satellites up there. Show me any live footage with a satellite going by underneath the ISS or anything going by, like space debris or any kind of reality, dude.
Yeah, there's 10,000 of them.
Like I just said, the exposure settings on these cameras that are on the ISS, they're not typically set to the right setting to pick up light at that focal length.
So the answer is no, right?
How do you know that? How do you know that about the? How do you know that about their cameras?
Oh man.
Yeah, crickets.
Satellite should be easier to see from the ISS. No.
Okay, I don't know for sure, but I would expect that to be the case.
Yeah, you're making shit up. That's what you're doing.
So to my original question, do you have any footage at all showing me a satellite from the ISS?
I posted a video.
What's that?
I did post a video. I'll repost it.
Hey, I have a question for flat earthers. Can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Those are satellites?
No, not about satellite, something different. We can go into the satellite topic later. I'm wondering by the way, I'm new here, so can you explain what the flat earth model you guys claim Earth to be?
No one claims one.
Okay, yeah, sure. So what's the flat earth model?
It just explains that the surface that we live on is a flat horizontal reference plane. So, there's mountains, hills, and things like that, but the reference that we go off is a horizontal plane.
Yeah, and what about the sun and the moon? I guess
What
they
about
orbit
them?
around.
That's got nothing to do with the surface that we're talking about.
Yeah, but I'm not
Yeah,
trying
but what?
to get you or something. I'm just wondering
No,
how
I don't really care if
they
you're
fit
trying to
into
get
the
me.
flat.
It's like saying, oh, okay, so this table's flat, but the light is round. So that means that this table must be round. Unless you explain the light. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like it's so the surface of the Earth is used, measured, observed, and practically used, right, in practical purposes as a flat surface, flat non-rotating surface. So whether you bring up the sun or the moon or whatever you want to bring up, that doesn't change the surface.
No, I'm not talking about the surface. I'm just trying to understand. So the sun,
No,
it's
but
a
that's not
celestial
part of
object, right?
that's not part of what we're talking about, though. So if you're going to start
Okay,
talking
okay.
about the sun, you're going to have to relate the sun to the Earth and go, okay, how does the sun make the Earth curved when it doesn't measure that way?
Yeah, okay. So I'll just get to my question. So I'm from Pakistan, So here at the moment, the time is like 9 in the morning. So I can see the sun. And now there's probably a place elsewhere on the globe, right? Where
Yeah,
they
I can
can't
see
see
the
the
sun
sun.
too. I'm in
Yeah, but
Australia.
there are
I can see
places,
the
right?
sun. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can probably also see the sun. I suppose that in Americas right now they can't see the sun, but
I can
you
see it
do
at
Yeah, but
believe
9 at
that,
night,
right?
and I see it.
yeah, but that doesn't make the Earth's surface curve, though.
Yeah, no, but I'm wondering that if there's a flat Earth surface and if
Yeah.
the sun is visible from one point on a flat surface, if you can see another point that's not on that surface, that's above that surface, it should be visible from everywhere on that flat surface. The angle
No,
might
because then
change.
you're assuming how big the sun is. So how do you
Oh,
know how
so
big the sun is?
okay, so how big is the sun?
I don't know. I just asked you that question.
The sun is very big. It's
How
the
do you know
biggest thing
that?
in the solar system.
How do you know that?
Well,
Measured
I
it.
think you and I don't agree on the basics
No,
on the
no, it's
premise
not.
on which I
No,
put it.
this isn't agree or disagree. I'm just asking you how you know how big the sun is.
Well, as science has it, it's a nuclear fusion bomb in the sky, and
That
they
doesn't tell me how
detonate
big it
it.
is. Though.
Yeah, but
A nuclear fusion bomb, but
self-sustaining nuclear
no, no.
fusion reactors,
It's a simple.
they
Hey,
they
dude,
tend
it's
to
a
be very
simple
big.
question. It's a simple question, yeah. So, how big is the sun, and how did they come up with that measurement? That's that because you're relying on the sun's size to make a claim that if the Earth is flat and the sun is that size, then it would be daylight all the time. Yeah. So now you need to go. Okay, how do I know how big the sun is, and how did I come up with that size of the sun? So, have you got
Yeah,
any of
okay,
that
so
information?
I have a question then. How high do you think the sun is?
No. Well, that's the same as how far away it is.
Yeah, so I am asking you. I don't know. I don't know. Educate me, you know?
Yeah. Well, I don't know either. No one
Yeah,
knows.
but you're the one that made the
Oh,
claim. Andy claims
yeah,
scientific evidence. So let's see your scientific evidence.
yeah,
Kiwi slapped
but
him around last night with the same shit he's posing
well,
now, man.
Oh, is this the guy that came in and
Yeah,
said, "Well, if we have the distance to the sun and to the speed of light, then we get the
yeah,
distance to the sun"?
speed of light.
Yeah.
no, I'm not that guy. I'm not
Oh, you're
that guy.
not.
I don't know
You
what
sound the
you're
same.
talking about.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
not
but
here in the end.
okay,
Oh,
so
sorry.
my question is,
Okay,
you
so
guys are
no,
making a
we
claim,
can't
right?
move.
So
No, we
can
can't
I
move
can I
from
can I
this.
speak up?
No, no, dude, we can't move from this. Right? You said that the sun would make the Earth daylight all the time. I said, okay, how big is the sun and how far away is it? Right? How big is the
Okay,
sun and
no,
how far away is it?
you're also making a claim, right? So
What
can
Who's
I
claim?
making
speak?
a claim,
Can
dude?
I speak?
What claim did I make? Claim did I
Okay,
make?
okay, okay. So the claim you have made is that the
Yes.
reason I can see the sun and someone from America can't see the sun is because the sun is close enough to me at this moment and it's
I
far
didn't
away
say
from
that.
them.
I didn't
Oh,
say that.
you're not saying that. Okay, okay. So then my question remains, why can I see the sun and they can't?
Because when the sun is over your head, it's midday, and then when it's not over your head, it's not midday, right?
Yeah, the
So when the
sun
sun moves
moves.
away, then it's not midday, and as it moves away, it gets darker. This is what we observe. This is what happens. And if you got some other claim that this is not what we observe, then I'd like to hear it.
Okay, thank you.
Because, like, you got to think about this, dude, right? I'm not making a claim. I'm just telling you what we observe. I'm not telling you how it happens. I'm just saying, okay, this is what we observe. The sun comes, and then it goes away, and it gets dark. What are you disagreeing with that?
I don't know. Okay,
Yeah, you're
I guess you guys do
oversimplifying what the
you.
sun
I'm
does.
gonna do me. Yeah, you know,
It's
Yeah,
not that
Kelly,
it's
can
simple.
you
You
kind
know,
of
just
hard
can
we
you
to.
just wait?
measure angles. We measure the angular
Kelly, can
size
you
of the
just wait,
sun.
dude? Can you just
Yeah.
wait with this?
Bye.
You
You can
do?
jump in. You can
Compared
jump
to
in
what?
anytime you want, Kelly. Right? So
All
just
right.
Yeah. Okay.
let
Sure.
the new guy
Bye.
ask
Take
his
care, guys.
questions.
Take care.
Oh, you're going
Can't do
because you
two at
can't.
once.
Yeah. Okay. So he had to leave because he got asked how big the sun was and how far away it is. There you go.
I want to see the angular size to the light bulb in your room. Fuck the sun.
He couldn't even answer his own claim.
Well, I mean, I just want to know how he can do the math in front of us live for the angular size of the light bulb in his room from the floor. If he can do that, he can shut the fuck up, and then we would believe a story that he told about math, at least, right? Just, close and local things, right?
Yeah.
All right, what were you saying, Callie? I'm oversimplifying it or something.
Yeah, when you say the sun comes and the sun goes and that's all we see, when you try to
Is it
really
not what
determine
we
the
see?
path of the sun, you end up, the conclusion ends up becoming you should use orbital mechanics to determine its path and its position on a celestial
Wait, so
sphere.
I just
What do you use us for?
mentioned, right? Yeah, I just said, okay, I see the sun come and then the sun goes and then it gets dark. That's all I said. Is that wrong?
It's an oversimplification of what we see when it comes to the path of the sun.
It's a straight observation of what he saw. Like, what else do you want him to say?
Yeah. I'm not going to make up a story to go along with it. I'm just saying this is I see the sun come and then it goes and then it gets dark.
Yeah, it's almost like people are looking for explanations. You want explanations?
No,
We're
they want
looking
you to
for
add
verification,
fairy tale.
validation. And that other guy claimed he had scientific evidence. So we're looking for it still.
They want you to add the globe hocus pocus. That's what you're asking for. Hocus pocus, some magical philosophy or religious
Orbital.
belief about the sun, like the globe earthers have. That's what you want us to add. We're not going to
Orbital
do that.
mechanics that we can't demonstrate
Searching,
anywhere in a
that's
lab.
right. They're searching for their preconceived notions of how everything works. They just want some validation. But we're asking you to present your ideology on. Show us something, anything, please.
Anything but what we see.
Yeah, because we like this is what we see. Yeah, the sun comes and goes and gets dark, and then you guys go, well, that's the Earth spinning while it's orbiting the sun. Yeah, okay, that's an interpretation of what you see. It's unproven. I'm just simply stating what we actually see without adding a story to it. Pretty simple. Could be this, could be that, could be this. That guy desperately wanted me to make a claim that the sun is close and local. I have no idea if it's close and local. Because you can't triangulate the sun's position. Isn't that interesting? You can't triangulate the sun's position. We can't triangulate the sun's position. No one can triangulate the sun's position. Yet you guys want us to triangulate something that you can't triangulate. And then say, oh, you guys can't triangulate it, therefore the Earth is a globe. But you can't triangulate it. So we can both agree that we can't triangulate celestial objects. But all of a sudden, when it turns into a flat Earth, you must be able to triangulate celestial objects. Bit of a conundrum. It's like the thing with, you can't see on a globe, we can't see this far due to curve and atmospheric conditions. And then you go, okay, well, on a flat plane, you should be able to see forever. Okay, what happened to the atmospheric conditions? Oh no, you don't get them on a flat surface. They don't happen. It's the same kind of argument. It's fucking stupid, retarded.
I got a question.
Neil?
What is Starlink?
I have no idea, man. It looks weird though, doesn't it?
I'm curious, bro. I'm very curious.
Me too, and I've
Well,
seen the motherfucker. I've seen the lights in the sky, like a long train. I don't know what it is.
yeah.
I would like to know because
'Cause
apparently it's
like you
they
can't.
say it's orbiting satellites, right?
Yeah. Well, you can't deny there are things up there. Yeah. Like, you know, we see lights go past. You know.
I understand, but shouldn't we want to know how that works?
How are you going to know? Because they're telling you it's the only information is that you've got that they tell you that it's a chain of satellites orbiting the Earth. So how are you going to what do you unless you come up with your own theory and try and prove it somehow of what they are, then there's no other information that exists that can help you though.
I wish there
You know what I mean?
was I wish Mr. Beast could just that would be a fake one anyways. Mr. Beast is BS, but I mean just the common man. Let's just say some Filipino with barely any money, but he's super well at making stuff. You know those people, right? And yeah, he sends a freaking Starlink in the air, and he does this thing, videos how he does it. I'm just curious because it really is starting to get on my nerves because that's one of my. I'm a flat earther, right? But that's just one thing. It's not even about flat Earth or round Earth. It's just
Yeah, it's about space.
it's up
Yeah,
there. It's
I get you, man.
yeah, it's what the frick is that?
Yeah.
And it's starting to piss me off now because that guy actually posted I looked into it. Now he posted a little bit of photos. I'd say 90% of them were fake, but I got
Yeah, the photos of satellites. Yeah, but who's taking the photos?
No, exactly.
That's how you know. Yeah.
I gotta say, the Starlink is the only thing that he posted that is very interesting.
I agree.
I'd like to tell him that too. I'd like to tell Mr. Aronson that. Oh, he's not here.
He left.
Yeah, you should read what I posted in the text chat, in the side chat.
I'm gonna read it. Not out loud, if you don't mind. Read it.
No, not out.
I'm not a very good reader, by the way.
He copy pasted ChatGTP.
42,000 satellites. I thought he only said there was 5,000.
He said 10,000, but 42,000? Holy shit.
No, that's the plan. That says it's a plan. It's not actually happening yet.
Oh, okay. Low Earth orbit. The low
can't see any
altitude
of them.
reduces latency compared to the transitional geostationary satellites.
I can't see any satellites from the ISS. What the fuck?
You know what's crazy? I saw a satellite the other night catch on fire. Apparently, I looked it up in the news because a bunch of people saw it. There was reports of it. 7 satellites pretty much got burnt up in the atmosphere, and I literally saw it. It was 7 burning things.
What color was the burning?
It was
white, isn't it?
orange.
Orange. I never seen orange in the sky. Like
But
shooting
there was
stars. They
definitely,
look.
there was definitely 7 objects in unison, and they all were burning up.
Yeah. Like what did they look like? Shooting stars.
Honestly, it looked exactly like what it was. 7 satellites. It looked like a couple objects falling out the sky.
Yeah. Because we got a meteorite the other night. So-called meteorite. And the light, the no. But the light's white.
What the frick is a meteorite in the first place? What they tell us, whatever, they're coming from space, but
Yeah, they say it's rocks, but
what is it? Has anyone seen one go flying past an airplane? You know what I'm saying?
no.
Oh my god, they're just videotaping their family. All of a sudden, they just see one go flying past them. They put the camera out the window and they see it.
In the movies.
I know. I want to see it in real life.
They've never shown one come out of the atmosphere or out of the atmo and hit the ground, and then someone go walk up and pick it up. They never
Yeah, I
show.
want like Men in Black, like a freaking egg comes out of it, and they're just harvesting it, or they're getting like whatever materials and I don't know, whatever they would do, spacey stuff. I have no clue about.
Honestly, I think Elon Musk is full of shit.
I think you're right.
Yeah, he presents a lot of his stuff like this is the new innovative way. Like this is how we would have Wi-Fi on Mars. This is how we would have green energy on Mars. Like we're creating the best solar panels. We're making the best batteries. We're making the best sustainable energy for outer space. Like, no, you're not. You're full of shit.
Yeah, he's
That's
a sci-fi. He's a sci-fi author. That's what he is. Or he's probably not even that. He's just a sci-fi puppet. Someone else is writing the script. He just is put up there to spout out the script that's already been written for him. He's a puppet.
Does he get government funding or anything? Or did he win all the government contracts?
Yeah, he wouldn't survive without it.
Yeah, so maybe he's just a new face because everyone's sort of waking up to the fact that the old machine that's been laundering all their money is full of shit. So now they're just working on a new one to get someone that people like.
Now they do it privately. It seems like he's been put there to get all the people who are for free speech with this X thing on side. Yeah.
From what I understand, just to be honest, well, whatever. Anyway, from what I understand, Elon did take a certain number of billions of dollars, but he's actually paid it back. Unlike anyone else. Yes, he actually paid it back. And is running financially successful company. Just say it. Supposedly on the books. Because, everybody gets billions of dollars, and that's the whole point is suck on the tit. But he actually paid it back.
Yeah, where's the oversight of that payment back?
Yeah, I know. That's like I said, that's from what I understand. He actually supposedly paid it back.
Well, if you can cook the books, you can cook that it's been paid back too. No one would know what's been paid back out of what because money's just made up of digits that they put into a computer anyway.
Then they just have ridiculous accounting methods that make no sense. Like the costs of things are just blown way out of proportion.
And I'll be honest, I think it might have possibly have been government, what's that called? Subsidies for electric cars, and maybe that's the business he paid the money back. It might not have been SpaceX.
Yeah, it was. It was Tesla. Yeah.
There you go. I was just being honest, objective.
Yeah. But I think SpaceX is a government contractor.
Yep.
Could be wrong, but I heard it was. Yeah, heard someone say yes.
Yeah, I heard the same thing, Timbo, that they got all government funding or they won all the government contracts or something like that. I can't remember exactly where I heard that, but yeah, I heard something similar.
Elon holds the record for government funding, man. He's gotten the most money out of the government than any other private business.
What's hilarious is so many people are such fanboys of Elon Musk, and it's like, you guys love that cryptocurrency? Didn't he just screw them over so hard? Didn't he dump billions into, what was it, Dogecoin or some shit, just to inflate it? And then he pulled out and just wrecked it and made a fortune.
Yeah, but he says funny things, so that's all good.
That's such a dickhead move, though, if you think about it.
He gets people on side telling the Disney CEO to go fuck himself, and it's just he's getting the other side back on side.
Yeah, he's the new people's champion. It's not really working for him.
Yeah, once he
You
starts
know?
telling some truth, then next thing you know, Ben Shapiro takes him to Israel so he can wear a yarmulke, kiss the wall, and come back, and he shuts the fuck up. He got the call.
The satellite thing's pissing me off. I gotta stop talking about it. It's like in my head, this frickin' Starlink thing.
You got to learn to separate those things too, Neil. Like, yeah, if there are satellites, who cares? Yeah, but you got to
It's
think,
not
all right, there
proving
might be
like the
something
shape
else.
of the Earth. I know that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like, it's just like it's out there. It's like the fact that I can't get my hands on it.
Neil, have you seen it? Starlink?
Personally, me, no.
Yes. Yeah, me either. And I tried to go out of my way to see it and, download the app and yada, yada. And then all of a sudden one night and sitting around a campfire, my wife's like, holy fuck, look at that. And I looked up and I was like, holy shit, that's Starlink. It was clear as day, just like in the video you see in the chat, like 50-some.
Get down.
It's just crazy. That was the first time I ever seen it. It was like last summer.
Yeah, it's like, is it like
Sorry,
a
I was
high
talking to the dogs.
altitude, like airplane thing? Like they somehow,
In
fly
my
that high, or Satelloons, but it's going in a straight line like a train. Like it's just,
yeah,
it's new. It's new technology.
I've seen the so-called ISS. I've seen other satellites. These things were ripping across the sky, and then everyone says, "Yeah, they're at much lower They're at lower altitude, and they're going really fast." It's like, oh well, I can't tell distance and size from with my eyes, but I'm telling you, they haul freaking ass. You see it, and then they're gone.
So how is that supposed to offer reliable service when they move that fast and they're there and then they're gone?
From what I've heard, Elon Musk wanted to put up a shit ton of them everywhere and make like this thing encompassing the Earth, right? But then people were protesting against it, saying that that's going to be what is that called?
Privacy
Sky
issue.
pollution. Sky pollution. Because
What?
people want to look up and not just see a bunch of freaking lights streaking around, and it would screw up their amateur astronomy shit and all that. I don't know. That's just what I heard.
It's new. It's also new. It's like, the flat Earth global Earth debate's been around for a while, but Starlink's pretty new. And my buddy's got it. He's in Canada and the East Coast and the boonies, and he gets internet from Starlink, so.
Yeah, but it's got to be intermittent. If
it sucks.
I don't know.
It's pretty ass, the internet, but at least he gets it. Like when we play
You
video
know what's
games.
funny? The 7 things I saw crash in the sky the other night. It is true. This area, we have Starlink around here because we are, in fact, far from all the towers. So, yeah, some people connect to Starlink for internet, like in this area.
Yeah, I had it in the bush, actually. You're right. I was like 3 weeks ago, I went camping. I had a Starlink connection. That's kind of funny.
That's why he says he's doing it, because he's pretty much testing if he can, provide internet to remote regions. That's why it's doing it. What's the set height of these things? Let me read this. "340 miles above the Earth."
Dish internet service is retarded. Like, I remember when our company used to have it, and they capped you on data. And it was expensive, and they cap you at data. So it's like, well, this sucks. Then people started putting up towers everywhere, and then that was great. But no one would go with Dish unless they absolutely had to. It sucks. I don't know what Starlink is, like what it costs if they cap you on data and how intermittent it is.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused. I go to you guys for the smart stuff, and I don't know, you guys seem to be a little bit stumped, so that makes me even more pissed off and annoyed.
Well, I'm just spoiled because I have decent internet and I don't have to worry about it.
Well, I guess I'll drop it for now. Maybe bring it up another time. We'll let the other juices flow, but don't mind me if you call me satellite boy.
Dude, yeah. When I honestly, I had to look up this stuff, right? I had to really look into it because they claim they correct their course with thrusters. So you got to ask, like, do these satellites have, you know, do they have engines on? They got thrusters.
All right. So you're a
Because
Glober, and you're kind of confused on this too.
I used to be a flat earther. When I looked it up, this is one of the reasons why I was like, oh shit.
You used to be a flat earther, and then this is the main. Was this the main reason?
That was just one of the things that I don't know. It's just, these are really extraordinary claims, and the extraordinary evidence is there.
Well, if
It's
they have
like we can take
thrusters, if they have thrusters, then it's fuel. It's probably gas, compressed gas, right? I'm imagining. So, are these disposable? They run out of gas or run out of fuel, and then they just, can't thrust anymore and correct their orbit, so they fall.
Yeah, there's
Or
only
they,
a certain amount of time these things are really in commission, right? And the fuel is not really to drive it the entire way. It's
Sure.
just to slightly adjust its course so it
Yeah.
can maintain the path of the orbit or some shit like that.
Yeah,
They
correction.
could be solar powered, but then how would they work? They could have enough juice for night. They could charge up during the day, and they would never need to technically recharge because they're just fully run on solar. If they do have that technology to power massive freaking objects flying like a freaking jet in the sky off of solar energy, I don't know if they have that. It hasn't been proven in the mainstream yet, but I don't know. There's more questions
Yeah,
than answers.
I could ask that question to this thing right now. I could ask it, how does Starlink maintain its orbital paths?
So you are playing on ChatGTP or something like that?
Let's see what it says.
Yeah.
Here, let's see what AI has to say about this.
Ion thrusters. Krypton-powered ion thruster allows a satellite to perform orbit raising, station keeping, deorbiting maneuvers. The ion thruster provides efficient propulsion. Here, I'll just post it. Sorry.
Krypton thruster. That sounds like from Superman.
It's an element.
Yeah, it literally says Krypton right there.
What? All right, I'm gonna Google Krypton powered ion thruster. Now I'm just getting a bunch of animations.
The question is if they get to that altitude by means of rockets or balloons. Let me ask it this real quick.
I'm no NASA fanboy, but I heard that this whole ion thruster thing was like weak and not effective a long time ago.
Every video I find is just an animation.
All right. Falcon 9 rocket.
Yeah, if anyone wants to find me any video that's not animation, that'd be great. And then Callie, like, wouldn't it be easy for them to just put a GoPro on that bitch and be like, "Look at we're orbiting, wee."
The first time I heard of ion something or other, it was Star Wars. It was ion cannon, and it's like, okay. And then I watched a whole video where they broke down the whole ion thruster, ion cannon shit is like so weak. That's
So
why
I
it's
don't
science
know.
fiction.
I don't know the exact method for every satellite. Like if I just say like Starlink uses this specific type of, I don't know what you call it, stereo photography, like radio imaging. I don't know what they're exactly doing, but their methods of figuring out, like when they're using the best cameras possible. They're not bringing GoPros. If they're bringing any kind of, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I would love to see it from a Starlink. That'd be amazing.
Well, they got the Himawari apparently.
What's that?
Himawari 9. It's a Japanese satellite that's like, I don't know, something like 20,000 miles away from the Earth. It takes a picture of the entire, the entire circumference of the Earth is within the frame.
I don't know about that, brother.
Yeah, I could pull up the Himawari 9 stuff right now. That's what they're
Okay.
saying.
Yeah, if that's what they're saying. I don't know. I'd like to see it. I like digging, bro. Like, I know we like hitting on, where's the curve? Oh, where's this? But I don't know. This stuff seems a bit interesting to me. But you said you were a flat earther before. Like, what about the curve, brother? Like, how do they find the curve and like the core of the Earth? Like, just there's so many just like ridiculous things that goes with believing in the globe Earth.
Yeah, it's like
There's so many. Like, maybe I can believe in one or two, but like to believe in all of them, like there's so many things that are just absolutely ridiculous.
there's better reasons to think Earth is a globe than the ones that I thought validated the globe.
I don't know. I think the flat Earth evidence just knocks it out of the ballpark by a freaking landslide, in my opinion.
Callie, would you call yourself a full-blown glober, or would you say you're potentially a globe skeptic?
Yeah, I'm still a globe skeptic for sure.
Okay, because I kind of lean that way, because it's like I'm not 100% flat Earth because I'm questioning everything, right? So I'm still learning both sides and to understand the arguments and stuff. And I've seen arguments for both sides fall apart, and it's like, and I can't explain satellites, alleged satellites and stuff. So it's kind of I'm still questioning and skeptical. Because how do you
I
think
believe
you know?
in flat Earth 100% just by the evidence that we have. But just this satellite's just interesting because Starlink's new, right? We had other stuff from the past. We had crappy cameras, you can't really tell, but it's 2024. We got 8K now. Like, put this shit. I used to be a live leak and World Star aficionado when I was a freaking teenager of deciphering if videos are real or fake, right? And that's that's it.
Here's an example. My daughter and I were watching YouTube Live, SpaceX, where they were rocketing off and then flip it around and then land both those engines, right? And when they landed, both images were absolutely flawlessly identical, and we both laughed and pointed it out. Like, oh, they're just reusing the same footage. The very next day, they edited the video, claimed it was an accident, a technical malfunction, and then superimposed the real supposed footage. But then, here's the thing. If you go live on YouTube, it's locked in. You can't go back and change it. Otherwise, it's no longer YouTube Live, right? That's the whole point. But they made an alleged exception for Elon Musk and allowed him to change it. Therefore, it's no longer live, but, they fixed it.
I didn't realize I had a live mic. Yeah, that was for the first launch of the Falcon Heavy. they were trying to have this epic,
Yeah.
spaceman with the who was the singer that David Bowie. They wanted to have David Bowie playing right when they had a shot of spaceman with the Earth in the background, and they missed the cue. They went back and edited that, and so yeah, that's definitely shady. But
Totally, because it's not YouTube Live.
yeah,
End of story.
but I've been listening to you guys for the last, I guess, half hour, and I understand that there's some globe skeptics and some hardcore flat earthers, and one of the things that I try to do is just correct misunderstandings, because I think that about over 90% of flat Earth is misunderstandings, and then the rest is actually deception. So if
Let's
there's
stick
something
to
that you,
satellites.
what'd you say?
Let's stick to some satellites.
Okay, and I'll just speak extemporaneously, but yeah. So what would what would be a question for a Glober?
Just the
Oh,
we talked about it a lot, but just the new technology is the Starlink, right? That's within the last 4 years per se.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and so
I'm
they
just,
are orbiting. So they've got like a relay where each satellite is knowing where the other satellites are, and so the satellites are transmitting to each other. There's animations to kind of show the little like a little zigzaggy laser beam in the animation. So yeah, the satellites are going overhead with some speed, but it's like driving in a car, and like you're constantly changing antennas. Like when you're driving on a car and talking on your cell phone, they used to call it roaming, and now it's just everyone takes it for granted. But it's actually very, very technically complicated. The signal is literally being passed from ground-based tower to ground-based tower as you talk on your phone when you're driving. And then everyone just takes it for granted, but that's called roaming. And then Starlink does the same thing.
I know what you're talking about. So normally, so you're not paying for roaming charges. You just pull over and talk. I know what you're talking about, and that's supposedly why
it used
they
to be
have.
a thing.
Yeah, I remember, and that's supposedly, from what I understand, why they have airplane mode on your phone. So you shut it down, supposedly because you're not like super roaming. You know what I mean? When you're
Yeah,
at low
yeah.
altitude.
That's good. That's a good point.
this
Yeah.
this orbiting. This is what I think I'm the most confused about. Could a YouTuber just orbit something?
No, I think the highest for like amateur rocketry is just like gaining elevation. So like there's definitely a high powered rocketry hobbyist association, and they shoot the rockets off in Nevada. But they're just trying to get elevation. I mean, if you go straight up, you're gonna come down not too far from where you launched. That's like what Blue Origin does with their tourist flights. So they're nowhere near achieving orbital status, because you have to go like 17,000 miles an hour to get into orbit, at least low Earth orbit. So I don't think there's any
17,000 miles per hour.
Yeah. So every time they put up Starlink satellites, or they visit the ISS, they're doing about that speed.
I don't know about that, brother. That
Yeah, well,
seems
the thing
like
is, a lot of folks don't have a physics background. It's people are like, oh, it's all equations. Well, it's like, well, the equations have been tried and true for about 300 years. So it's just F equals ma. That really is all it is. F equals ma. You got a certain amount of fuel, a certain amount of oxidizer. You got a rocket engine, and just let it rip, and then it's going to do nothing but accelerate once you're in the near vacuum of outside the, what is it, the thermosphere.
so. So you're saying once it goes a certain speed at a certain elevation, it will begin to orbit, and then it'll just be stuck up there.
Yeah. I mean, and there are various parameters. Like the Earth's atmosphere actually extends out beyond the moon, so there is going to be some drag, but it's very, very small. So you can't just like stay up there
No.
forever.
I don't know about that, brother.
Yeah. Well, there was the thing is with some science geeks, they really get into the weeds, and so there was a thing that said, mankind has never left Earth's atmosphere. And of course flat earthers would be like, oh, look, see? And it's like what they were talking about is that there are particles of Earth's atmosphere at the distance of the moon.
I don't know about that, brother.
Okay, then that's fine. You can totally dismiss it. I'm just saying, it's for the science geeks out there. But if you just want to stick to rockets, it's all F equals ma. It's just a matter of fuel, oxidizer, and then a rocket engine, and just let it rip.
So we need.
Can you show that?
Oh, not while talking in voice chat. But,
Can you show a rocket propelling itself in a vacuum?
So this has been covered 1,000 times. Are you familiar with Peter Lean's demonstration?
Yeah. So as soon as you've got a vacuum container, as soon as you set off the rocket, it's no longer a vacuum chamber. So it starts pushing off the pressurized system because it starts pressurizing the vacuum chamber. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not actually doing what you're claiming it's doing.
Okay. So you got to be careful with the word vacuum. It's really near vacuum. Okay. So even the people who
no one cares about the ins and outs. It's a claim to be a vacuum. Yes. So near vacuum, whatever.
But not a perfect vacuum. Okay.
Yeah.
And neither is space.
Yeah.
Well, you asked the question, so I thought you cared.
Yeah, but what Timbo's saying is that every instance where they demonstrate a vacuum chamber and a rocket going off, it's in a relatively small vacuum chamber. And what he's saying is the ignition creates gases which increase the pressure. That's what he's saying.
By how much is the question? By how much? Because the claim is that rockets push off air, right? The claim is not that rockets push off a near vacuum. Okay, it's that rockets push off air. So if you have this ignition of a rocket source and it puts a little puff of exhaust, so yeah, you went from being, a 99% vacuum to a 98% vacuum. It's still not a whole lot of air.
Okay.
It's a near
Can you
vacuum.
show a demonstration of a rocket in a vacuum pushing off nothing?
Well, Peter Lean, that's what I was asking if you were familiar with Peter Lean's demonstration. That's the best one I've ever seen.
Okay, and how big is that vacuum?
It was, I believe it was 3 meters tall. So he had like a 9-foot tall tube with the rocket mounted on a little, armature at the very, very top, which means that, the argument that, he's pushing off air, and it's like you would have to fill this 9-foot tube with air.
Well, how big was that? What about the thrust? Because you've got walls of this vacuum too. So
hold on. He only gave one dimension, 9 foot. Yeah, length. What about diameter or width and depth?
It has nothing to do with the atmosphere
it wasn't that
itself.
wide.
It's the inertia. It's the momentum. It's the reaction from the thrust going up the back.
Why is this guy yelling while we're having a conversation?
I was looking up this mainstream explanation of why rockets work. It's a reaction from the thrust going out the back end. So you're gaining momentum from ejecting
Show me
the
thrust in a vacuum.
Yeah, that's what I'm. So what I'm asking for is, I've been asking for a demonstration of rockets propelling in a vacuum. Yeah.
Yep.
Thrust. You're giving me a rocket in a vacuum chamber that, when the thrust goes off, is no longer a vacuum chamber.
Right, but that's not the original claim. The original claim is that rockets push off air, not that rockets push off a near vacuum.
I didn't say that, did I?
Well, no, that's the general claim in the.
I don't care. That's not what I asked.
Okay.
I didn't ask anything about that. I just said, can you present me evidence of rockets in a vacuum that push off nothing?
Well, what do you define as nothing? like
What, a vacuum?
like a 1% atmosphere,
Who
or
cares? Like a vacuum, like
2%
you were saying. Like it would say you can't
Yeah,
present
but I
it.
mean, but what kind
10
of
to the negative
level are you talking
17
about?
torr.
Because you're sort of stating the scenario such that it is
10 to the
unwinnable.
negative 17 torr. That'll be perfect. Go ahead.
It's to the negative 17. You sound like Kiwi. Kiwi is the only guy I've ever heard use Tor, but now everybody uses it. But,
Well, NASA could do it in their
the thing
big
is,
old chamber, right?
Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, yeah.
No, what
So
I'm
NASA,
saying is,
so NASA don't use Tor.
no, not to express vacuums.
Well, they don't, because when you look up on the
Tor is
NASA, when you look up on NASA.gov and you say what is the pressure in space, it says 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Huh. Well, when I did my research, like I was doing a thing about
QE's the
quantum
only
erasure a
one that
couple years
uses
ago.
that number, is he? So where did
Yeah.
he get it from?
No. That unit of measurement to express engineering
Okay, so
engineering
you're
vacuum.
getting sidetracked, right? So can you show us a vacuum? Can you show us a rocket in a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr thrusting off itself, or thrusting off the vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr?
Yeah, I don't know if any vacuum chambers, at least
They don't.
commercially available vacuum chambers can go that low.
They've never been able to do it. 10 to the negative 17, 10 to the negative 6 is the lowest they've gone.
Okay, well then, but that's a really thin
and you'll need a really
atmosphere.
big
So
one.
is the claim that rockets are pushing off of this air?
No one claimed that.
Air.
I just
I mean,
asked you.
what is the
I
claim?
asked you, can you give us a demonstration of rockets working in a vacuum, thrusting off nothing?
Why is this hard,
Listen,
Charles?
And
You
my
okay?
and my response to you every single time is,
You're
what do
talking
you
about
define
air.
as a vacuum?
Oh, so you're not
Okay.
going to do it then, yeah? Whatever vacuum you want.
Oh, the best one I've seen.
The 6.
I can
Do
do a
the
quick
6.
Google search. The best one I've seen is Peter Lean's demonstration.
Okay, so when
we
the
don't
thruster goes off, then what is the pressure after the thruster goes off?
It's a near vacuum. The pressure gauge seems to indicate the same pressure as when the before the rocket went off. It's a little pipsqueak rocket, which it burns for a tenth of a
Okay,
second.
so
You gotta get someplace.
what's the pressure in that test?
I don't know. It's extremely low. It's a near
I don't know.
vacuum. It's he uses
A
a
near
commercially
vacuum.
available vacuum pump. I don't
Alright,
know
and
what
how-
the actual number is. But one of the
Alright,
first things that I said when I started the conversation.
So you test people's life with a vacuum chamber that you have no fucking clue what it's doing compared to what you think is 10 to the negative 17 torr in space. Is that what
He's
you're
here to fix all the misconceptions.
There's people's life on the line. You guys are like, we don't know. Just throw a number
Whose
out.
life is on the line?
Supposedly
Who's
astronauts and any human getting in a
But
damn
they
rocket.
know that
going in a
rockets work in
vacuum
space.
that
So
you can't demonstrate.
they've
Cool
known that
story.
rockets have work in a vacuum.
We don't know shit
back in
till you
Newton's time,
demonstrate it.
before rockets even were invented.
No, we don't, liar. Till you demonstrate
It's
it.
F
Today,
F
right
equals
now.
MA.
Why can't you demonstrate it right now today then, liar?
Because I'm literally talking to people with my
Yeah,
voice.
I know.
So,
So no
I
videos,
can't
no live
exactly-
videos.
Flat Earth Math, can you do us a favor? Can you please just post the video and then we'll pull the information for ourselves?
All right.
Yeah,
So
that'd be
there,
good.
I just posted it.
Awesome. Thanks.
It'll have to be a
This-
miniature
this-
vacuum, a
this
miniature rocket, and a big
again
ass vacuum.
No, there's no
This
link.
again comes to one of my original points was that it's based
gotta
on
post it
misunderstandings. F equals MA.
There's no
does
link,
not mean-
dude.
Please
I
repost
just
it.
posted anything.
There's no link.
Is this the
It's it. You just have
Thaddeus
to
is posting?
He posted the URL. You just have to copy paste it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanna press
was
a
there a
button.
button I should have? Was I supposed to hit something to make it a link?
Yeah, you
What
press
is
copy.
this?
When you're in YouTube, you copy it and then you share. But anyway.
Oh,
Typically,
right,
it does it automatically. It usually does it automatically. Something glitched.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, because if I hit copy, if I do share in YouTube and I hit copy, it gives me the same URL.
There we go.
There it goes. It must have glitched the first time.
You had used your bong incorrectly, dude.
Yeah, but I hope you guys understand one of my original points was that this is based on misunderstandings. That F equals ma does not require air, right? You have force and your accelerating mass. I'm sorry, your accelerating mass, which produces a force. So this whole concept of whether it's pushing up air or pushing up a vacuum, it's not pushing up anything. It's pushing up itself. It's literally accelerating rocket gases, and that's what propels the rocket. So no atmosphere is required.
I'll be back. I'm going to watch it. I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Okay, then. So when they make the little car like rocket with the balloon, and they hold a vacuum cleaner behind the balloon, and then let their fingers off the balloon, and let the air start escaping the balloon, and the car doesn't move, what does that mean?
Well, the vacuum is changing the direction of air in the room. So
Wait. I thought this was about force. So it's just the force coming out of the balloon. It shouldn't matter what's happening to the air after it's exited the balloon, right?
but the air in the room is going to definitely push on the balloon on the front of the balloon, right? And if the air in the
I
room
see.
is moving towards
Okay, thank
the vacuum
you.
cleaner,
Thank you.
you know. But, you know, a really great demonstration of this is just a guy in a swivel chair, or a guy sitting on a skateboard and just throws a weight
Of a
like a
vacuum
medicine
and a
ball.
rocket. That's a good
No, I'm
demonstration of
just saying
that.
F equals ma. F equals
No,
ma.
I'm just
You
saying no.
accelerate
So it's
mass,
not
you
a
get a force.
vacuum. So it's not a vacuum with a rocket in it working, right?
Well, what is the original claim that is being discussed?
Okay, like the
Because the
big
original
vacuum
claim is that
chamber.
rockets can't work in a vacuum.
Yeah, like a small rocket, like a bottle rocket, right? In a big vacuum chamber, and you hang it directly in the center of it, and you get it as big as you can, the biggest one you can. You get a small little rocket, and you release it after you get it to 6 whatever, and then you hit the ignite button and you ignite it, and if it goes and takes off, then your claim would be right. If it doesn't go and take off, then you're a liar. Really simple.
Okay, but
Little bitty
there's
rocket, big
many
old chamber.
videos on YouTube. One guy
No.
made
It's
it
not the
on like a
Brian.
little
Stop
centrifuge.
talking over yourself. It's not the Brian Cox vacuum, the big one, is it? Is it
No,
the
it's a
big
guy
one?
with
No. Okay,
with a
idiot. So, idiot, it's not what I'm asking for. You need a fucking huge, the biggest one we got. That'll work.
why
'Cause
does
we
it have to
have
be
it.
huge?
Stupid ass, because space is huge compared to you, isn't it? Micro guy?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Okay,
but
use
you're
your
getting
fucking
away from the
brain.
original claim.
Use your brain. No,
The
we're not.
original claim
You're going to use a little
was that
rocket,
rockets
and
have
you're
to
going to
push
set
up
it off
air.
in the center of it, stupid ass, and we're going to see it. Fuck you
So
talking
I'm
about?
not going to insult you or call your names, by the way.
Well, you're not going to do the
No.
demonstration, right? Are you? Either, loser.
I posted a link in the chat.
Yeah, not to what I asked for, stupid. I asked for the big fucking chamber
This is
with
called
a small rocket.
moving the goalposts.
Retard motherfucker, it's called what you're supposed to be demonstrating is a little bitty rocket doing what the fuck you claim in a big vacuum at 10 to the negative 6 torque.
So let's say somebody demonstrates that in NASA's biggest vacuum chamber, then the claim is going to be, oh well, that's not outer space. And it's like, okay, so the goalposts get moved again.
No, then it
reasons
would be
why.
then we would have to face the reality that it works in 10 to the negative 6, but we still don't know about 10 to the negative 17. That's what that
And what
would
about
do.
F equals ma? That's the thing that you don't
How about
understand. F
fucking
equals ma.
cornbread equals mashed potatoes? 1 fish equals 2 fish. Yeah, what's your fucking mathematical slang going to help you with, Mathebonics? That's really fucking helping you do physics, isn't it, stupid? 4592. I just bent
Right,
some
I'm
metal
sorry.
saying numbers. You really bend metal doing that,
I
don't you,
triggered
number
you.
guy? 529.
Yeah.
What am I saying to you right now, number man? 32415.
All right, I'm sorry, Demich. I don't mean to trigger you, but I think the
You
temperature
don't
is
mean to
increased.
demonstrate anything that's real either that makes any fucking sense to anybody worth even paying a fucking nickel for, right? Bunch of cockamamie dog shit like a magician.
So I'll talk to you guys
Well,
later.
once you get
Maybe
some
when the
balls,
temperature
do
is a
a
little
real
cooler.
experiment. Let us know.
But it was good talking with the couple of people that I was talking to, and I hope you guys have a good night.
Integrity would be nice, Charles.
I love how you guys get to the nitty gritty, just expose it. Like, yeah, he's saying a vacuum chamber, but like the vacuum of space, right? That's massive, correct?
Right, but my thing is if they use a little one like a bottle rocket, you know how small that is, and they get the Brian Cox type observatory that's like, I mean, it's fucking huge, and if it does, like if they turned it on and it got to its super right before it started pulling air in the concrete, hit the ignite button on the little bottle rocket, and if it's flared up to the top, I'd be like, okay, I understand 100% now that in a vacuum chamber that big and something that small compared to that size, so we'd have to scale it up, and it would work in that area per volume, per size, per the attribute of the vacuum. -6 torque, 10 to -6.
You can clearly see in the video that he dropped a link in there for that the vacuum chamber was so small, and you could literally see the gas, the exhaust, in the chamber, and that's what the rocket was pushing off. If it was pushing off of the exhaust.
Right.
Yeah, it wasn't a good video. Even the Globers in the comments were saying it was bad. So I don't know why he brought that up as his like
And-
#1 proof.
And what was the power of that chamber? What was the?
Oh, I don't know. It didn't. I'm not sure if it said in the
I
video.
just saw
didn't listen to
Heretic
it, just
sucking
watched.
my cock and blowjobbing me. Yeah, he just niggered my cock. This nigger sucked my cock so
Okay, we need a mod here.
That is a racist. Yo, that is racist. That is racist. That is racist.
Sucked my cock. This gay nigger sucked my cock because it's a gay nigger.
Dude, why are you so gay? Yo, why you gay?
Like that.
Dude, that's so gay. Yo, you're gay as fuck.
Why'd you do that?
You are gay as fuck. You are gay as fuck.
I'm not gay.
Damn! Finally.
Wow.
What the hell?
Damn, yeah.
Did we get when Charles? Did Charles call him in? Damn you, Charles.
I think it was GE Platypus
Charles
that called him in.
reinforcement right here. Hey, what's up?
It's okay. I got him, and I'll ban him in about 10 minutes.
All right.
Why did the Globe guy leave? I was watching his damn video.
Because he got mad at me for saying he needed a chamber as big as Brian Cox's because his was a little too small. Brian's is bigger. And then he needed a bottle rocket in there, and then he got mad. And he said, Then he said we won't accept his demonstration because he wants to use a little PVC pipe in a rocket. Yeah.
Because he's...
Sorry.
He boasted this long-ass tube, but it wasn't long. And that's why I was like, okay, he gave us one dimension. I want diameter and or length and width. And, we need volume here. And then he evaded that question. And then I watched his video, came back and watched the pressure drop on this tiny little thing. And it significantly, the pressure dropped. And I had a question for him, and damn, he left.
Yo, Platypus.
But he was saying that you're surrounded by vacuum, therefore you can push forward now. That's what he was going to say.
You're surrounded by vacuum and you can push forward.
Yeah, that's what he was gonna say because we said the air. He's like, you said something. He said, well, the air stops it because he brought up the vacuum and you put the vacuum hose behind the balloon, and there's air resistance in front of the balloon. He was saying, but little does he know is that vacuum tries to pull what's coming out the balloon and around the balloon also. So like, yeah, it does kind of hold the balloon back, but it's a vacuum in front of it also. If the vacuum's turned on and the balloon's sitting right there in front of the nozzle. Wouldn't that be the same as a vacuum? I mean, so he's saying a vacuum doesn't pull one direction, pulls all directions. So doesn't he just understand that that means explosion? That doesn't mean go forward. That means pull apart, right? Like gravity means all the way to the inside, and vacuum would be from the inside out.
I had to steel man the globe argument. The best argument I heard, and sorry, it was from Zanuck. He said, imagine you're on a wheelie chair, like an office chair with wheels. And you have a medicine ball, and you shove that thing one direction.
That's what he said.
The equal opposite reaction. So therefore,
that's what he
fuel
said.
converted to thrust doesn't require something to press upon. That's their argument. It doesn't require something to press upon. It turns the fuel into thrust. It's ejecting what they call matter, right? And then therefore it's reverse opposite reaction. That's their argument.
Your muscles are pressing and lifting the ball, holding it up, contending with its weight, and then throwing it away from you. You're pushing forward back.
Yes,
So,
but what their argument is ignition
Hold on.
replaces your muscles.
Hold on. No. The weight of the bowling ball versus you in a fucking chair with less resistance on wheels, the weight ratio is almost equaled out now. Because your weight, you're not standing on the ground resisting it totally. You're in a fucking wheelie chair. Now, if you're standing on the ground, you don't get the same principle, do you? You just throw the fucking ball.
Yeah,
Now,
I hear you. The example is, or their explanation is that ignition replaces your muscles in your arms thrusting it. The thrust is created by the ignition. That's their argument. It's static, right?
Well, I'm saying it wouldn't happen unless the weight ratio was now reduced because of the wheels. So, now that now you got a big ass object, and you're a little dude in a chair, and now the idea that you're just going to get thrown back anyway on the wheels, you're pushing off that weight. You're actually pushing off the weight, right? And the weight's going forward, and then you're going back. But you're also in the medium of air. So if you were in a vacuum falling, and you threw that bowling ball, and you're falling in your wheelie chair, would you roll backwards, or were you continue just to fall down and throw the ball away from you? Because remember now, in this instance, the ball doesn't have the air resistance at all to even work with. Now you're just throwing the ball away, and you don't have any resistance to regain traction for yourself to go back off of. So you should stay where you're at and probably do some flips while you're falling, maybe. You know what I mean? How do we actually even test the scenario with a chair that's not on the ground on Earth? Do you suspend the chair from a balloon and have it hovering, to where it's level, and then have somebody throw their ball, and then see what actually is going to happen? Because I think you're just going to start flipping backwards and fall. I don't think it's going to make you go. The toroidal effect, right? So, if you're a thing like a bottle rocket and you start going and you start shooting, maybe you don't shoot directly straight. Maybe you just start shooting in a circle. I'm saying that's the option too if the shit works. If it has the ability to catch in the vacuum, right?
You'd have no use for fins because there'd be nothing for a glide path. There's just nothing there.
Not fins, just the ass end shooting that thrust. I'm saying I think it would make you just twirl around in circles. You'd just be like a one-armed duck swimming in circles.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because they use water for everything else. And if you got a rocket or a boat trying to go too hard into water, it's just going to have to turn or sink or stop. But the water is more resistant than, I don't know how you would test the idea of what exactly you would do in space. Now, the equal and opposite reaction thing, that's here. But remember, in space, got fake gravity that works fucking awesome, and it just like holds shit in Lagrange points. And then you got mass attracting mass. So I don't know if you'd be able to throw the ball away from you. I think you'd follow it. I mean, what do we? I mean, how do you? Bacon. There he is. Would you follow the bowling ball when you threw it in space, Bacon, because of gravity?
So how does that prove that the Earth is
what the
round?
hell?
Gravity, mass attracting mass. If you you throw that thing away from you in space, do you follow it? You're the only two pieces of
No.
mass there. No.
If I throw a bowling, I'm pretty sure if I'm in space with a bowling ball, when I throw it, I'm throwing it faster than its escape velocity from me. So I'm not gonna follow it.
So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna start tumbling backwards? Are you gonna tumble? You're just gonna shoot backwards really far, like the speed of light, or what?
You're gonna move towards the other direction. You pull the bowling ball in one direction, you move towards the other direction.
Right. But like how? Like what are you gonna like? Do you think you'll do flips or twirls or keep falling, or do you think you'll just go backwards and pull it? I mean,
That depends on how I throw it. If I throw it exactly away from my center of mass, then I'm just gonna maintain my orientation. Otherwise, I'm gonna start spinning.
Okay, so we're looking for like the Superman punch effect, like where he punches the bad guy and he just bends in half and goes backwards into the wall. Yeah.
Well, it depends. That's a good question. It depends on which has the greater force. Now, me, I'm not a big dude, and if I drop kick a big old fat bitch, guess which direction I'm going? I'm going the other guy. Oh, CB, fucker. What I'm saying is, if I drop kick a big old fat bitch, I'm going to eject the opposite direction. Right?
Oh, well. The bowling ball in space thing, it does matter how you threw it.
That's what I said, bro.
If like from your perspective, if you lifted it above your head and like threw it in the direction of your feet, then yes, you would start spinning like fucking crazy.
I actually think if you kicked
Can
the
you
Jigglypuff,
demonstrate
it would
that?
fly back, bro. If you
Man,
kicked
I'd
the
love to see
Jigglypuff,
that
it would fly off.
Space pool. You give it a little massage with the cue ball.
I'd like to see a demonstration of it.
Kicking a Jigglypuff? Yeah, facts. Misogyny.
Someone with a bowling ball in space throwing the bowling ball and going the opposite way. I want to see that.
They could do it on the
That's
ISS.
not-
On
You can't do that, dude.
Spacewalk
There's
ISS.
There's no space to demonstrate that in.
Hey, I'm
Sorry.
gonna believe the ISS is real. I want to watch that. At least I want to try it. Have them try it.
They can't. Sorry.
Use the vomit comet.
Yeah.
Drop
gotta
kick a
jump out
fat
the vomit
bitch.
comet.
See where you
Hey,
go.
where'd that guy go? I just wasted 15 minutes of my life watching that video.
No
I was gonna
shit.
say,
Me
Timbo,
too.
what'd you think?
It was the worst.
Dude, this makes no sense. No one gives a fuck if you throw a bowling ball in space or not.
What? There is no
Doesn't
space
prove
to throw a bowling ball in.
Dude's
Hey, dude. Hey, do you believe you live on a spinning space ball?
What?
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
Do you?
Oh, man.
Do you, mate? Do you, mate? Do you believe you live
So
on a
if I
spinning
walk-
space ball?
If I walk straight, how long will I
You
reach
can't.
the
Where are you going to walk to?
You can't do that.
How long will it take for me to reach the ice wall?
Sir, you can't walk straight.
If I walk straight, how long will it take for me to
Okay.
reach the
Hey,
ice wall?
NPC. Let's
NPC,
think about
you're the
this.
NPC.
No, listen. Let's think about this in reality. Okay, let's put your back to your front door wherever you live. And you start walking straight. Tell me you don't hit a car, a building, a tree. There is no such thing as going straight. You don't just walk straight through reality and phase through buildings and trees and shit. It doesn't happen. You can't go straight, period. So stop just asking us if you just go straight. You can't.
You can go
Whether you're
straight.
biking, triking, crawling, walking, climbing, biking,
All right. Let me rephrase
flying,
the question because
fucking
seems like you
anything.
don't like it. Where's the ice wall? I need to know where
Yeah,
the
that's
ice
not
wall
a
is.
thing, bro. That's your
Wait, hold
idea.
on. Wait. Can we understand?
What are
Can
you
we
talking about?
can we talk and like let's
Flat.
hold on, chill, please. Creation, do you not think that both could be true? Like we don't know the actual shape of the Earth, and it could also be flat, and also NASA could be a huge money laundering scheme. Like, do you not know the creation of NASA was literally done through Aleister Crowley's work? And yeah, you should look this up. It's serious. A lot of black magic was made from NASA. Yeah, it's crazy, right? You
What the
would
fuck are you
laugh
talking
your ass off.
about?
Hey,
You would-
We have
This
we have
guy.
one. We had
sorry,
this
Kennedy.
Gohan
Can we
claiming
go
that the
back?
Earth is flat, and
Can
then
we go
now you're
back
saying
to the?
NASA is magic.
Listen,
Can we go back?
yes. Well, no,
Kennedy, shush! It's not your time to speak, mate.
it was
There's a
never.
new guy in the room.
I
There's a
just
new
joined.
person in the room.
Shut
I
up,
know.
Pit.
There's a
You
new
shut up,
person in the room, and we're
Goku.
going to talk to them. We always give you time to talk about your dimensions. Just let the other people talk, and then you can talk about your dimensions. All right?
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, man. All right. English dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, where are you going to walk to, man?
To the ice wall. I just want to know where it
Okay,
is.
where's that?
I don't know. You guys tell me. You guys are the.
Can you walk
That's
on
a
water?
globe. That's a globe claim, man. The scientists went to Antarctica. They came back. They said it looked like an ice wall. That's not our claim, dude. You got to get your facts straight.
Facts.
Okay, but okay. So the Earth is flat, right?
Yep.
Yep.
So where's the end?
Why does it need an end? Why
So
does
you're
it? Why does a
saying-
flat?
so
Why
you're
does a
saying
flat
it's
surface
unlimited.
Why does a flat surface necessitate an end?
So what you're saying is that the Earth is a unlimited resource.
No,
anything. You're
that's not
saying
what.
that.
You can continue to go straight through. Let's just say I'm
You
flying
can't
a
do
plane.
that. We just told you how you
Let's
can't
just
do
say I'm
that.
flying a plane. Let's just say I'm flying a plane that has a
You
limited
can't go
fuel.
straight, dude. You can't
Can't
go
do that
straight.
either.
How? Yeah,
But I can go straight on an airplane. Yes.
No,
mate,
now you
how
can't.
do you? Yeah, sorry, CB.
Dude, why can't I?
Because you're just thinking about it in your imagination. Well, if I just imagine
not.
there having
I'm not.
infinite fuel, hold on. If I imagine in my mind that I have infinite fuel and I can just get on some random plane and just head in whatever direction that I want to, that's not how it works. You have to hold on.
Okay, so how does it
You have
work?
to- Sir, just like when you drive in your car, you have to
Work.
abide by the traffic laws, roads, etc. You don't just drive off road and cross over curbs and shit like that. You drive on the road. And so if it turns in this direction, turns in that direction, you follow its path. And so same thing applies to the skies. They have certain pathways that you must follow, air traffic control. You don't just go up there and start cruising around like Grand Theft Auto. This isn't a video game, dude. Come on, man.
Okay, okay. Now let's remove the obstacles. Now there is no building. There's just plain.
No, we don't just imagine
nothing.
a hypothetical.
Dude, you
No.
are actually avoiding my question.
Your question is a hypothetical.
No, you're
Grand
avoiding my
Theft Auto video
questions.
game world that
No,
we just
you are
let's
avoiding
move
my
on
question.
buildings
This
and
is
Can I just try and ask
hypothetical.
him
straight
something?
line. That's not reality.
Yeah. Okay. Can I just ask him something, CB? And I'll let you
Wow.
get back to him, man. Yeah. Hey, dude. So, how do you know? I just want to confirm that. How do you know you're going in a straight line?
Well, I'll have a GPS tracker.
Cap.
That's not going to tell you you're going in a straight line, dude.
So I'll have a
So how
bit.
you-
I'll have hypothetically. I'll have one stick. Attach a rope that has that is
All right,
unlimited longness.
You can
Cool
have him back,
hypothetical, bro.
CB.
That
Go for it, man.
will,
you
and I
can
will.
have him back.
Listen,
Cool
the stick is
hypothetical, bro.
the stick is like 100 feet long, right? Oh no, you know what? The stick is 300 feet long.
No. Let's talk about
And I
reality.
touch a rope
Things that
to
actually
the end.
happen in
The rope
reality.
has unlimited length.
Nothing's unlimited.
And I use a plane, and I will go straight.
You can't.
Dude, why can't I go straight?
Can I?
Okay, here's the thing. Let me just say this really quickly. You're trying to use these examples where you're bending reality. Okay, you're saying, well, if I just,
All
you know,
right, all right,
let's
fine, whatever.
let's just suppress all. Hold on. all Air Force. There's no police. There's no rules. There's no speed, road speed limits or anything. I just do whatever I want. Let's just imagine, and you're going to use this imagination to try to use it as proof. You can't use this hypothetical and then cash it at the bank and say, well, yeah, now I
fine.
proved
What's the
something because
diameter?
I just
What
imagined
is
a
the
world
diameter of
that
the Earth?
doesn't exist.
So what is the diameter of the Earth?
We don't care. Just like you don't care about the
Why?
diameters of the universe.
What is the diameter of the flat Earth?
We don't care.
Dude, you're avoiding my question. Every single question I'm asking, you're avoiding
We
it.
don't care.
Yeah,
What's the
exactly. You don't
diameter
care
of the
because I'm
universe?
right. I'm right.
You haven't made any claim to be right about.
Dude,
So,
I am right. The fact that you're avoiding my
Can I make
question
a
just proves that
sir,
I'm right.
what is the diameter of the universe?
I don't know. You tell me.
Exactly. We don't care. Just like
Diameter
you
would
don't care.
necessitate a
It's not
shape.
that
No
I
one's
don't
claiming
care.
a
It's
shape.
just that
You
I don't
fucking
know.
numpty.
It's just
Yeah,
that
you
Can I
I
don't
throw
know.
don't
We
know.
something
don't
in?
know. Exactly. It doesn't
So
mean
you don't
you're right
Hold
know.
on.
or I'm right.
I haven't been able to speak for a minute, so can I just throw something in?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, well,
I just
he's
want to
not
say,
right just because you don't know.
well, listen, chill, because like, let me say something like this, and I have something I could read if nobody believes me. NASA was, and jet propulsion and all this was made some sort of out of an occultist viewpoint, and no, listen, it's true. It is very true. It's documented. I could read a whole article that breaks down the occult with Aleister Crowley and all this, talking back to the 1930s and previously. But it comes to go, like, you have to realize, though, when it comes to this type of stuff, maybe the Earth is, like, flat or, like, some sort of a, even if it isn't flat, if it is a circle, there is still some sort of outer force. There's an outer force that is working with regular people through these types of, like, satanic rituals and...
No,
Listen,
he's
it's
right.
not.
He's valid. He's valid for that. He's valid. No.
valid.
How is he wrong? How is he wrong?
I have documents. I could read an article about how NASA was invented. That's what I said. All of this is true and
Hold
it's
on.
documented.
Let me stop you for
Jack
a second. Let me stop you
Parsons
for a
was in
second.
magic and in Crowley's like rituals. Aleister Crowley, magic with a K, I should say. Go ahead, though.
Valid. That's valid.
Exactly, but I can do research. It says here there's 93 billion light years in diameter. See, I did my research and I found out. So you tell me
Research.
what the
You call
diameter of flat Earth
googling.
is
You call
right
typing
now.
into Google. You tell
Exactly.
typing
No,
into
just
Google.
okay. Go on, Google it.
Okay, so
Google it.
typing
The
into
diameter
Google
of
is
flat Earth
now.
and see what it comes up.
That's
And see what it
cap,
comes
If you
up.
bro.
talk,
What do you just
hey, if you
you just
talk over
and
me
This
you
guy
one
is
more
right.
time.
This guy is right. This guy's right.
Stop the cap.
Sorry, man. You're
NASA
gonna go,
is magic.
dude.
NASA is magic.
Dude, if you keep going, you're gonna go on mute.
No, but he's correct. Why is he going on mute?
Because he's just
Because I'm
talking
trying to talk and he's talking over the top of me.
Well, but he's
right?
correct on the NASA thing. I have a paper that I could read to
No,
you.
he's
Hold it up.
not. He's not agreeing. He's just agreeing with you because he wants to argue. He doesn't know what he's talking about, Kennedy. He's just agreeing with you, but he doesn't even know what he's agreeing about.
Can I read this
Yes, I
though,
do.
if you don't mind?
Okay,
Can I-
wait,
Yes, I do.
Kennedy. Okay,
Yeah.
dude, what are you agreeing with him about?
I'm agreeing that NASA is a satanic cult.
Okay, good. So why do you believe them then?
What do you mean?
Just like why do you believe in flat Earth?
No,
It's
no,
the same
no.
reason.
This is
No,
a serious
it's
question.
the same
Answer the
reason.
question without reversing some weird
I
burden
don't
of
care.
proof, you
I don't care.
goofball.
It's a serious
I don't care.
question, all right? You agree with him that NASA is a satanic cult. So why do you listen to them and believe them? Are you in that satanic cult?
True. Very true. Good question.
It's like why you think that is flat.
No,
I don't
No, that's
stop.
understand.
not
No, you didn't answer my question. You didn't answer
Hold
my
on.
question.
Hold on, wait, no, but listen to what he's saying though. He's saying that NASA is lying to you. So why would you believe it? Why would you believe what NASA is putting out if you know that it's a satanic cult? You know they use these rituals. You know how NASA came to be. Why would you agree with them? That's following the snake. That's following the
But
lies.
if rubber is glue, then what about you?
That's true. No, Nemesis. No, is it Nemesis? Oh, wait, let me see. Kennedy. What you
Right.
said is true, right? NASA is a satanic cult, but it's emitting. NASA has this machine that's emitting brain wavelength
This is great.
that alters
This
our
is
brain.
fantastic.
Hold on, let him finish though. Let him finish. Maybe he's got something.
He's
Come on,
He's
play the
trolling.
33
He's
music.
just trolling, Kenny.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Trolling.
maybe.
Hit the 33 music, guys.
I try to
If
be
you
so
sign
nice
with this
sometimes.
guy, man, yeah.
But
Let's see
yeah,
where it
no.
goes.
I mean, sure, yeah. What, like brain emitting? What? Sorry about the fireworks in the back, by the way.
Come on, man.
He's not gonna say anything, huh?
Cap.
Dude, you guys keep it. Sorry.
I did want to read something, if you guys don't mind, though. So if any doubters in this room think that I'm wrong,
I believe you.
okay. No, then never mind. I won't waste my breath. But
Go for it. You can read it, man. How long's the article?
let me check real quick. It's not that long.
yeah.
Probably, just give me a minute. Let me go inside real quick because it's loud out here.
Wasn't NASA with 2 S's? And I'm not talking about the you know which S's I'm talking about.
It could have been because, I mean, after World War
Now stop
II.
and make that motherfucking booty clap.
But hold on here. I'll start it off. Give me a minute.
Post it on the chat, the article. I want to read it.
Okay.
So stupid.
Don't pretend you can read, bro.
Dude, you guys are so mad. You guys didn't even answer my question.
Hold on, let me
Was
just
the guy
read it. Go ahead.
Great.
Whatever.
Let's read the article.
Wobble.
If anybody wants to read it better than me, they can. I
How do I
posted it.
get how do I get video chat approval?
You don't. Just send DMs and screenshots.
Huh? I want to do video cam.
You don't. Just slide in my DMs. We'll
Here, let me.
screenshot. All
I
good.
don't want to slide it.
Let me read this.
All right. Well, then don't slide into
Okay.
our DMs.
Read that.
Hold on.
I mean, what he was
Okay.
saying makes sense.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I just got here. I just wanted to cam up and smoke.
Listen, lady, send some screenshots if you're mid or not mid or whatever. We'll figure it out.
If you're above a 6, you get all right. If you're above a 7, I think you get video.
That is actually a satanic ritual.
If you're mid, you're out of here.
Oh
my
God.
That's
No
not a
e-girls.
lady. That clearly sounds like a 9-year-old boy.
Whoa, shit! You gotta get off.
No one wants
Discord.
to see your shit. No,
Yeah, get out of here. Get out
All
of
right,
here. No
you're
egos.
mid. You're mid.
I'm
Get
just in
out
here.
of here.
I'm just in here. I'm a flat earther.
All right. Well,
No
then
one
just,
wants to see
big.
your shit.
Hey, hold on, girl. Shut up and
There's
let
no
the men
simps
talk
around
real quick.
here. This is no
Okay.
simp.
All right. Listen though. All right. Just give me a minute, please.
Go ahead, Kennedy.
Okay, so the title of it is "Occultist Father of Rocketry: Written Out of NASA's History." Okay, so we're talking about Jack Parson, by the way.
Oh, that's a lot of big words I didn't understand.
Well, that's why you need to shut up
if
and
you
listen.
break out in one, I don't want to mute you, but just please control yourself. All right? Thank you.
All right.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. As Jack Parsons' interest in the occult developed, his colleague Molina approached the National Academy of Sciences for funding into quote-unquote jet propulsion as a means for developing more nimble aircraft. The team, which was Jack Parsons' team and this girl Molina, was granted $1,000, probably about $900. It says $950 at today's exchange, to fund the rocketry research group in history. A quarter of the funding had to go towards repairing damage to buildings caused by the group's experiments. Blah, 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 blah. Hold on. Right here. One of the group's key innovations was developing JATO, which is Jet Assisted Takeoff, engines for the U.S. Air Corps. And then going down, at the same time around 1941, Parsons starting to have sexual relationships with his wife's Helen, 17-year-old sister Sarah. Something that was encouraged by his church. By the way, his church was very satanic. It was more so around this time, 1941. He was taking a lot of Aleister Crowley's views on the church. I forget the name of it. I could pull it up, but whatever. His wife. Let's see the fuck. I'm trying to find out like the good part of him, and maybe this isn't actually. Okay, hold on, wait. Here we go. So basically, he had a lover, right? And she was like a redhead, and he thought that when he would have sex with this woman, she would be, like bring up like the Antichrist or something that in his verbiage was like the new moon or something like this. And Let's see. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Poetry for his elemental. After one such ritual in 1946, Parsons decided he had managed to conjure up his perfect woman. So when he came into contact with this woman, he was convinced she was the one. He felt as though his elemental has arrived, said somebody. Blah blah blah. My bad. I'm just reading from this thing. It's a lot of bulk that really doesn't. I wish it just hit into the occult. Whatever, it was a fucking waste of time. That's why women shouldn't be in politics. It was a woman, right? It was retarded. I thought I had something.
What the
I didn't
hell?
understand any of that.
Yeah, okay, don't listen, girl.
Politics.
Well, where's the beef?
So let's.
Why did you
One
just stay on?
second.
What is the point?
Yo,
point is, he was in
when
the
was
cult.
Kennedy? Kennedy, when was NASA founded again? I forgot.
Hold on. What was the point of that?
I linked that
You know,
don't even.
NASA used to discover the ocean.
Okay, hey, let's
Listen,
talk
lady.
to Amy. She can't hold it. She can't.
She's got a
Until
point.
can't
they found
concentrate.
stuff, and now they're trying to get off Earth.
Is there
She's
are you really talking right now?
NASA, I think, was in 1957. I could be wrong.
No, she's right.
1958.
Google it.
Yeah.
NASA used to just explore the ocean.
Yes.
No,
Yeah,
I
and they
understand.
what
I get
did
that.
they
Yeah,
find
NASA
down there
used
that
to
made them
explore the
want to
ocean,
get
yeah.
off Earth so bad? They must have found
Yeah.
some pretty fucked up shit. They must have found
Yeah.
some pretty fucked up shit if they want to get off Earth so bad, and they're trying to make
Well,
a new civilization on Mars so bad.
Wait.
I don't.
Guys,
Is the Earth
guys,
flat or
can
is it a cube?
everyone stop, or I'm going to start pressing the buttons. All right. Okay, Angel,
It's
do you
good.
believe you live on a spinning ball?
Oh,
No,
shit.
I don't. How the? You really fucking
Jesus
believe?
Christ.
You really
Yo,
fucking believe that we live
yo,
on a floating fucking ball in the middle
yo,
of nowhere? You really fucking believe that?
yo.
Wait, what?
Reel it in.
Shut up! Shut up!
Yeah,
Just
Angel.
make no
Emotions at
You're
the
too
fucking
door.
sense.
masculine. You're way
Hey,
too masculine.
what's
What?
the better?
It's
Hey,
feminine.
Really? Is that not way too
the most
masculine?
perfect shape. The most perfect shape is a.
Don't listen to her.
The most perfect shape is a sphere, Angel. So why would
It's
it not
not
be?
a sphere. It's a. It's
Can
like
you
a
stop
plate.
yelling?
The tectonic.
Sorry.
Thank you.
And then
I'm
you've
getting
got,
a little
and then you've got
aggressive.
some moron in the background yelling over the top of you as well. So it's double
Yeah,
fucked.
Tell
That's
your
my
tell your boyfriend to
no.
shut up
That's
before I
my
slap him.
boyfriend. That's my
Tell your
boyfriend. He's really
tell
passionate about
yo bring him
Yeah.
on here. Bring him on here so I can shit
He's
on him.
really tough.
If
Really
I'll
this
tough
bring him
with
on
bullshit
here so
people on
he
the
can shit
internet.
on you guys. He'll shit talk you guys.
Can
I'll
everyone stop
drive
fucking
home.
yelling?
God damn.
I'm
Fucking yelling.
done yelling.
Hey, but just put an end to this bullshit.
I'm done
Use the
yelling.
mute,
No.
Kimbo.
The Earth is like a plate.
A plate.
If the Earth is a
No.
plate,
Yeah, the Earth is like a
Now,
plate, okay?
all right, I'm
And it's
losing
like
my fucking
flashlights
patience.
that
I'm
spin
losing my
around.
patience.
So when the sun goes down, it goes down
All right,
under.
chill out,
All right.
girl.
Sorry,
You're gonna get
Angel,
muted soon.
you're gonna go. Sorry. And who else was talking over the top? That was Xantham.
no, it wasn't.
You want to talk or not?
Oh yeah. Oh no, I had a
You do.
question for Angel, but so I have a
No, you're
question
not
for
going
you.
to
Is
talk
the
to
Earth
Angel.
more
She's
of a
an
cube,
idiot.
like a long cube,
Sure,
or
all
is
that
it like
sounded
flat?
horrendous on the YouTube live stream.
Oh shit, you guys are live
I can
streaming?
imagine, man. Yeah, I know everyone
Fuck.
was just talking over the top of each other.
Bullshit.
Yeah, what did you say? A cube?
Yeah, is it a long cube or is it like a short flat?
Is
What is the exact shape
Of what?
The Earth?
of the Earth? Yeah, I just want to know.
Do you think it's a cube?
I think
No.
I'm not too sure. It could be like it could be anything.
It's not a fucking
You
cube
tell
though.
me. But I just want to know. You tell me.
Well, why would you think it's a
Alright,
cube? That doesn't make sense.
No,
the
I don't
surface-
think it's.
The surface
just
presents
curious.
itself and is practically used and demonstrated and visually represented as a flat surface.
Right. No.
This is the thing
What's
that I
This will also help you, Xantham. We don't live in a cosmic vacuum, and the stars don't envelop us. They're just above the face of the Earth.
well, they're very far away. I can agree on the fact of like a flat Earth, just because of everything that starts in, or just we see in nature is spherical. There's a lot of sphere, and it's not a perfect sphere.
Where?
Just like how the Earth
Where?
is not. What do you mean?
Where's the spheres in nature?
Well, there's a beauty in that when you even break down the Fibonacci sequence. Use the Fibonacci sequence to go ahead with Hertz, and you can use that through music.
Yeah,
Use
okay,
that. You
where's
see that
the
through
sphere?
nature.
It's a very hard
Where's the
segue from
sphere
what I
in
just said to
nature?
Xantham. That's not helping him.
Where's
No,
the
I
spheres
was.
in nature,
I just told you.
Kennedy?
Like, look at flower.
No.
Oh, there's not a perfect sphere.
Sorry,
I
you
never
gave
said
me
there.
you gave me a
No, no.
golden ratio. You gave me a golden ratio, not a sphere.
Right. Right.
Where's
Golden
the spheres
ratio.
in nature?
There's not a perfect sphere. Never said that.
No, can you give me spheres in nature though?
Yeah, but it's never perfect.
I'm not trying to be disruptive, but he
Oh my
disrupted what I
god.
said to Xantham. He digressed to something that's totally irrelevant to what I said to Xantham.
Yeah, go ahead, Gregory.
So, Xantham, like I was just saying to you earlier, we don't live in a cosmic vacuum, so we're not just substituting the ball in the cosmic vacuum with some other object with a horizontal surface. We don't live in a cosmic vacuum. The stars don't envelop around us. Obviously, the stars our entire lives have just been above the face of the Earth, not wrapping around the Earth. That'll help you.
Well, because they're out of gravitational pull.
Kennedy, he's talking to Xantham. Please do.
Sorry.
So you're
Trying to
telling me
help
the
him.
stars are just above
The
the
way you're emphasizing just in your reply is kind of like throwing me off, but they are above the face of the Earth, right? You look up to see the stars, right?
right? We do look up to see the stars. So what is the distance between the Earth or the surface that we stand on to the stars that we see?
Only the God knows that.
Damn, goddamn! Everyone is saying they don't know.
Bro,
Yeah,
all
do
you
you
have to,
know?
all you have to say
Wait,
is the
Xantham.
gravitate. All you
Xantham,
have
Well, it
to
do
say
you
is
depends
the
on
know?
which stars. There could be a star like 1
Xantham.
trillion miles away. I don't know.
There could
Well,
there could
There
be,
could be
or
one
there
that's
is.
like
but the reason there's no
300.
pull, the reason there's no pull is because it's so far away. There's no gravitational pull.
Sorry, Kennedy. I had to do that, man. You're just butting in. So Xantham, you claimed that you know the distance to stars.
Yeah, I mean, there's like billions of stars in the universe, right?
Yeah,
So,
but because
right, like you can agree on that. Like you can agree.
right. Your point is that we don't know, right? And then I'm asking you, and you don't know either. But you're teasing us for not knowing. But you don't know.
Yeah, this is the point where you realize that you've only been indoctrinated to believe a entire cosmological paradigm that includes all this lore about the
Greg.
supposed distances to the stars. You don't actually know the distance to the stars.
Facts. Greg, back off your mic just a little bit or turn your mic down just a teeny tiny bit.
I'm talking in the phone mode. That's why
I
I'm
like
trying to
it.
adjust the distance to the microphone from my mouth.
All right, cool. Got you.
I think I might just turn him down a touch by myself, and then he doesn't need to do anything.
Oh,
He's
popping.
down for
It's
me already.
popping. Popping.
Like I
I hope
said,
this
it
distance
depends.
works.
Like I said, it depends on which star. There's one star that's like 25
No,
trillion
you
miles
can't
away.
say like. You can't
Look,
say
There's
like.
Xantham,
one
didn't you hear what we
that's
just told?
there's
Didn't you hear
one that's
what we just
100
said to you?
trillion miles away, dude. Okay, so
Xantham,
okay,
Xantham, can you hear us?
yeah, I can
You
hear
have
you.
to justify believing that. You have to demonstrate to us by some argument that you know the distance to any given star. You can't just take that for granted.
Facts. He's taking it as a default position that there are billions or trillions or whatever. That's never been measured. We're not going to take it as a default position. Ever.
Oh, it has been measured, dude.
Go
What do
ahead,
you
give us
mean
the
it hasn't
measurements.
been
Yeah,
measured?
yeah.
They
Okay,
measure it
great. Go ahead,
through
give us the
light.
measurements.
I don't know the exact science,
Yes.
but
Yeah, of
I'm
course you
right. I'm
don't.
right.
You
I'm
don't
right.
know.
Oh,
Well, hang on.
science.
Let's not
I'm
keep
right.
talking
I'm right.
past
You
that.
guys
Hang
don't know
on.
as well. If
Hang
you
on.
guys don't
Listen.
know
Hang,
and
hang
I
on. You're
don't
making
know,
this too
that
difficult.
means the
Making
the
this too
argument
difficult.
is
You're right, but
the
you don't know
argument
how
is
you're
Xantham.
right.
neutral.
Xantham, come on, dude. It's not that difficult. You just conceded you don't know. You don't
Okay, fine. You know
know
what?
the
Okay, if
distances.
I don't know, if
Xantham,
I don't know
come
and
on.
you don't know,
Xantham,
that
come
means the
on,
argument
dude.
is neutral. So
Xantham,
that means
you're not
Awesome.
the only one
Good.
in the
I
voice
don't
channel.
know.
There's a
Right.
YouTube live stream. There's an audience. Act like you have some self-control. So you just conceded to us
dude,
that you don't know,
listen.
right?
If I don't know and you don't know, that means the argument is
No, we
neutral.
didn't.
Yes. That is the whole point.
Perfect.
So
Thank
you
you.
can't
Exactly. So
use it.
it's my
No,
words
don't.
against
I didn't
yours.
finish. I didn't finish my sentence. So you said we said we don't know. You said you do know, and now you've found out you don't know. So let's not
Stupid.
No,
use
no.
distance to the stars as an argument. Would you agree with that?
Listen. You guys are not understanding
Stupid.
what I'm having to say.
Yes,
we
we
do.
do. You just
No, you don't.
agreed that you don't know.
I said I don't know the science behind how they calculate the distance
Facts.
That
between the
means that
stars.
you
But
don't
You
I'm
don't
know.
saying
know
there's a
then.
stars 25 trillions. There is a star that's 25
No,
trillion
not
miles
really.
away.
No.
You said
Xantham,
you
we don't need
don't
to keep going
know.
in circles about this. It's a very
No,
simple
I'm not going in
conclusion right
circles.
now.
You're the
You
one
don't
going in
know.
circles.
Xantham,
You
stop
just
making
said
this so
God
difficult.
knows. You just
Stop
said God knows.
making
That
this
means you
so
don't know.
difficult. You're just being disruptive.
You just
You
said there
don't
was a
know.
star just
Xantham,
above.
Yeah,
stop
you don't know
it.
either.
Dude. No. You guys
Xantham,
are not
stop
answering my
talking through
question.
everyone's reply to you. Talking through everyone is not going to refute them. You don't know. So stop appealing
And
to what you explicitly conceded you don't know about to try and make an argument against us.
there is
Stop
a
appealing to
star
what you just
25
conceded you don't
trillion
know
miles
about.
away.
Appeal
Listen,
to
you
And
get
something
mad
else.
for
listen,
no
You don't
reason
need to keep
here.
going in
I'm right.
circles about this.
I feel like you're getting mad because you.
you're not right. You
All
haven't
right,
substantiated how you're right.
Xantham. We're going to go through some rules here. All right. So you're going to Xantham. You're going to wait for whoever you're talking to finish their sentence, and then you can reply, and then he'll wait until you finish your sentence, and then it goes like that. All right. If you keep butting in, then no one's going to finish their sentence. No, we're not going to get anywhere. We're going to go in circles. Can you please do that, Xantham?
Nope.
All right. Did you hear what I said, Xantham?
So,
Did you
Organo.
hear what I said, Xantham?
Yo,
Nope.
I'm talking to Organo.
Yep. Nope.
Did you
Organ
hear
guy.
what I said about the rules?
Nope.
I'll let him finish speaking. He was interrupting me too, so his words against mine.
Okay. So you're not going to do it. Are
Absolutely.
you going to agree or you're not going to agree?
I agree. Happy?
You agree? You're going to wait for
Agree
him to
on
finish
what?
his sentence, and then you both wait for each other to finish the
I
sentences.
believe that's what I agree means.
Okay. Thank you.
So we don't need to keep going in circles about this. We don't need to keep going in circles with you about you not knowing the distance to the stars. So you obviously don't know. You haven't said the argument to prove that you know the distance to the stars. So if you wish to actually engage in discourse about this subject, then if you want to make an argument, appeal to something else now, or inquire, or just stay silent. But we're not going to have inane circles of just redundancy.
I believe you're the one taking this to a circle because you just said God knows. I'm quoting you by the way. God knows. So why did you refute my
Yeah, it's
claims
not
then?
like you know, goofball. What?
No. You can't do
Let him
that. You can't
finish.
do that. You can't just say I don't know
Yeah, you definitely don't know,
as the
nor do I
argument.
know, nor does anyone
Hang on, let
know.
me
So
reply.
who
Hang
would
on.
know? Maybe the one who made this place. It seems
Yeah,
like
hang
a
on, let me
valid
reply.
answer.
Xantham, your critique is what?
You said God knows, right? I'm quoting you here. I'm
Yeah.
quoting you.
Yes, I did. And
Who else would know? Name one
Because
other person.
you claimed that the stars were just right above, right?
I didn't hear that.
they
You
are above the
claimed the
face of the earth.
stars.
That's what I said to you. Stop
Yes,
emphasizing
exactly.
just above. I'm not talking about the stars like they're just above my head, like the ceiling of my apartment.
So
Good answer, Greg. Good job, Greg.
that means, and then you said God knows after that when I asked you for the
Yeah, who
distance,
else would
right?
know? Name one other person who would know.
Your point is, therefore, what?
Therefore, because you said you don't know, God
Yeah, it's not
knows,
like you
the
know.
argument is irrelevant and I win.
Oh,
How do
you
you
idiot.
win? You don't know
That is
either,
an
goofball.
inane
What the
reply.
hell?
So you didn't
GG.
refute anything. You just echoed what I said to you already, and then declared yourself the victor when echoing what I said is not at all an argument against what I said, obviously.
Greg and I both agree
If
no one
you
knows. And you're like, yeah, you know what? You're right. I don't know also, so I win. You sound foolish.
if you said God knows, that means you don't know. And
That
you
means
claim
we don't.
something.
Yes, we don't know.
Give
Only
it
That's
That
what I
you
means I
just
don't
win.
told
know.
you.
If you
Like,
come into
you're
an
You
acting
don't
as though
argument
you're
win because
with
refuting
I
you're
don't
part of
know,
the.
Xantham,
I
stop making
You,
win.
this so difficult.
you're part of the
Hey, you
club that
interrupted me.
doesn't
You interrupted me.
know, Xanthem, goofball. You're
You
So
can
just
once
call me
like
again,
goofball
us.
all you want, but I'm the winner here.
What did you
You're
so
win?
once
no
again,
What did
different
you?
than anyone in this panel. You're unknowing.
I
hang
won
on,
against
Creation, let
Organo.
me reply to him. Hang on. So Xantham, you're acting as you're refuting me. All you've done is echo what I've said.
Stupid.
That's all you've done.
And that's enough to win the argument.
Not really.
Your
Argument
own
about what?
stupidity was the
About
reason why
echoing
I
what I
won.
said? Argument about what?
Yeah, you just said I don't know. You just said I don't know, so that means I won.
Yeah, you don't know
Did you
either.
or did you not
Stupid.
say God
Okay,
knows?
that's enough of this inane redundancy. He's just trolling.
Yeah,
Dude, I'm
Yeah,
not
and
trolling.
I
I'll
Everyone's
refuse to
told
believe
you.
he's that
You said God
idiotically.
knows.
I
Who comes into
refuse
an
to believe that
argument
he's that
and
much of a
says God
moron
knows?
in spite of his best efforts.
Dude, you're the one. You're the one. Dude, who comes into argument and says God knows?
Yeah.
And
You
and
don't know. Who else would know? You can't name a
that means
single
I
other
won.
person who
Default.
knows, especially not you. So, what are
He's
you
Like
arguing?
claiming
real
I
idiots
won.
have
You're
You
engaged
lost.
agreeing with
better than
You
this.
can
Gregory.
call
You're
This is
me.
agreeing with
ridiculous.
me.
You can call
How
me
Stupid.
long are
whatever
we?
names you want.
How long are we gonna do this?
Yeah, we're looping.
You can call me names because that's how you
Yeah, we
guys
are.
think.
I don't
Facts.
know, man.
I
Are we
won the argument.
next? Are
Fact.
we gonna
You
get a? We're not
don't.
gonna
That's
get. We're not
crazy.
getting a decent conversation out of this, dude.
Yeah, so moving on.
Dude,
Next
you guys
person.
are so losers. It's okay.
Yeah,
It's
not
okay.
really.
It's
You
We
okay.
are
disagreed with
biggest
us.
losers here. We
You
got
guys
it.
said God knows, and I won. No,
Xantham, just
See
stop.
you later, man.
Like, you're not adding anything worthwhile listening to. Spare us.
I know mods don't like to mute. I
Already
understand.
done.
It's required. Okay, I know. It's just required.
I tried, man. I tried.
He
Tried
did.
not to.
Nobody was being short with Xantham. We gave him plenty of room to make a point about something.
Well, I think he won. I think he won the argument, though, didn't he?
He did. We lost.
Yeah, he whooped my ass. If it was
Back to cap.
if it was a contest of idiocy, he won by leaps and bounds.
All right, Mez, you're getting unmuted. Another sophist.
Someone from the gulag.
Hey, what's up, man?
How are you?
I'm not too bad.
Warm there in England?
It's pretty temperate today. Not too bad.
You guys call 25 a heat wave, though, don't you?
Oh yeah, it's miserable. It's humid. Don't have aircon.
Need a container for that, don't you?
For aircon.
Yeah.
What besides a solid is sufficient to contain air?
Gravity.
Oh, that refuted unverifiable doctrine. I'll show you again.
Refuted? How do you refute it?
Yeah, I'm going to show you again.
Okay.
So there's the three arguments right there in the open chat. So if the sheer existence of matter can't be manipulated in a hypothesis test, then the hypothesis of mass attracting mass is not verifiable. The sheer existence of matter can't be manipulated in a hypothesis test experiment. Therefore, the hypothesis of mass attracting mass is not verifiable. And if the sheer existence of matter can't be manipulated in a hypothesis test, then the hypothesis of mass curving spacetime to cause material entities to fall to the center of mass is not verifiable. The sheer existence of matter can't be manipulated in a hypothesis test. Therefore, the hypothesis of mass curving spacetime to cause material entities to fall to the center of mass is not verifiable. So, if the hypothesis of mass attracting mass
Come on,
under
Gregory.
mass curving spacetime, I'll get there eventually, to cause material entities to fall to the center of mass is not verifiable, then the scientist cosmological doctrine with the globe Earth has an irreconcilable discrepancy. the hypothesis of mass attracting mass and or mass covering space-time is not verifiable. Therefore, the scientist cosmological doctrine with the globe Earth has an irreconcilable discrepancy, which necessarily implies the patently false implication that the cosmos would be dismayed into oblivion.
So you said you refuted it, which seems to suggest that you've proved that it doesn't exist, which this doesn't. The other thing is, if the sheer existence of matter can't be manipulated in a hypothesis, then the hypothesis of mass is not verifiable. This is obviously not true because you can manipulate the mass by, moving it. Things like the Cavendish experiment shows that mass quite clearly is attracted to mass.
How do you prove a negative?
Well done. You're wrong twice.
Okay, so don't interrupt my rebuttal. I'm going to refute you now. The Cavendish operation wasn't even trying to verify mass attracting mass. So you're wrong on that point. And furthermore, moving matter from one place to another is not the manipulation of the independent variable in the hypothesis. The sheer existence of matter is the independent variable in the hypothesis. I know you don't want to acknowledge this, even though that's exactly what the hypothesis says, because it's obviously an insurmountable task, which you cannot verify. Hence the argument that deductively proves that the hypothesis is unverifiable.
Yeah, no, I won't. Because that's just obviously bullshit.
Well, yes.
The Cavendish experiment is pretty simple. You put the mass near the mass, and the mass kind of moves towards the mass. Sorry, are you interrupting me? Gregory, stop persevering through my rebuttal.
Keep trying to suppress my voice with yours. I'll say it again eventually. What you just said, right, just replying saying, quote, that's bullshit, end quote, is not an argument. I'm going to make that clear.
Yeah, because then I said more things, but you were already interrupting me. So yes, it is bullshit because we don't need to completely create matter out of nothing to prove that mass is attracted to mass. We could do things like the Cavendish experiment. We put the mass near the mass. Hey! I'm not done.
Hey, exercise some self-control.
When we put the mass, Gregory, please exercise some self-control and stop interrupting. So when you put the mass near the mass, the bar moves. When you don't put the mass near the mass, the bar doesn't move. What do you make of that, Gregory?
Yeah, that's not an instance of manipulating the independent variable. So we're not going to go in circles.
Gregory, you don't need to manipulate whatever you think you need to manipulate.
Stop trying to suppress my voice with yours. You're not going to do it. So the hypothesis is the sheer existence of matter, mass being mass, mass attracting mass. That is to say, mass being mass. That is to say, matter being matter. That is to say, the sheer existence of matter is the cause. That's obviously an ontological error because sheer existence is not at all causal, and any entity being what it is not an entity that is exercising causation, exercising causal power. So not only is that an ontological error, even if you took that for granted, you cannot manipulate the independent variable in the hypothesis, and therefore it's not verifiable.
So, Gregory, you kind of whistle past my question. So, in the Cavendish experiment, right, you have the bar and it has the weights on the end. You understand so far? I'll take that as a yes. So, when you do nothing to the bar, it stays still. It doesn't move. When you put the weight near the end of the bar, it moves. Why? What do you make of that?
Any other reason besides the unverifiable hypothesis? I don't need
any other
to
reasons, such as
I'll
yes,
finish eventually.
So we have some strange reason, right?
The reply eventually.
It's not electromagnetism. It's not anything else.
It needs to be moderated. I'm going to finish
the mass seems to be magically attracted towards the other mass.
Eventually, I'm going to finish it eventually. So stop trying to suppress the rebuttal. I'll try again. I don't need to
trying to be indomitably ignorant.
I don't need to substitute. I'll finish eventually.
Kathy and Roy's granddaughter went home.
I don't need to substitute your unverifiable hypothesis. That is not at all required. You're shifting the focus. The focus right now is the hypothesis that I just refuted with the deductive argument exposing that it necessarily indicates that it's not verifiable. That's the focus. So you haven't refuted it. You're trying to act as though I refuted a straw man. I didn't refute a straw man. The hypothesis is mass attracting mass. That is to say, mass being mass, matter being matter, the sheer existence of matter is the cause. If that is the cause, that's obviously not, but let's take it for granted in principle for the sake of argument. If it is the independent variable, then you can't manipulate it in the hypothesis test, and therefore it's not verifiable.
Yeah, the sheer existence of mass, you put the mass next to the other mass, and the mass moves.
So it's
not an instance of manipulating the independent variable. The independent variable is the sheer existence.
The independent variable is the mass. You put the mass there.
I'll finish eventually. Stop talking to me every time I'm refuting you. So once again,
you're not refuting me. You're just repeating the same thing over and over again. We put the mass near the mass. The mass moves. It's that simple. You've got nothing, Gregory.
I'm going to keep disrupting your disruptions until you stop. So again, the independent variable is the sheer existence of matter, not the distance, not the quantity, nothing else besides the sheer existence of matter, regardless of quantity, regardless of distance.
Yes, it is. The closer you move the mass to the other mass, the stronger the gravitational effect is on it.
Okay, you're not.
Now,
you're
you
not
might not want to call it
touching the
gravity,
reply I
but
just
well,
said to you.
Gregory, you
not
seem to
touching the
admit,
reply I
okay,
just said to you.
that when the mass is near the other mass in the Cavendish experiment, the bar moves. Correct?
You're not touching the reply I just said to you.
And you're not
trying to
touching this
shift the
very
focus again.
clear demonstration
I'll
of
finish
mass
the
being
reply
attracted towards
eventually.
mass.
I'll finish.
You're not finishing the reply.
eventually.
You're just repeating shit.
Stop trying to suppress every rebuttal I'm saying to you.
Stop
It
trying to
cannot
shout
work.
over this obvious,
Stop
clear
trying to
demonstration
suppress
of gravity.
every
Stop
rebuttal I'm
dodging
saying
it.
to you. It
Acknowledge
cannot
that the
work.
mass
Stop
in the
creating
Cavendish
audio
experiment is
chaos
attracted
in the
towards
live
the other
stream.
mass.
Stop talking to me. There needs to be moderation at this rate. He's just doing it
Yes, of course there
deliberately.
needs to be
He thinks he's
moderation.
gonna
Make
suppress my
Gregory
voice with
acknowledge
his.
the Cavendish
He cannot do
experiment.
it. There needs to be moderation at this rate. I've been trying to moderate by
I agree
myself.
there needs to be
He can't do
moderation.
it.
Gregory, please acknowledge the
There needs
Cavendish
to be
experiment.
moderation at this rate. He's still going. So once again, stop digressing the focus. The independent variable is the sheer existence of matter, period. Regardless of quantity, regardless of distance. Stop trying to change the independent variable just because you realize that your position is untenable.
All right, let's change things a bit. All right, let's think of another experiment. Okay, why does water boil?
Why are we digressing to this?
Well, I'm making a point. Why does water boil, Gregory? Why does water boil?
Why are we digressing to this?
Why does water boil, Gregory? Come on, play
Why
along.
are we digressing to this? Justify it.
I'm making a point. Okay, Gregory, come on, please engage in good
Just
faith.
make your point.
Why
Stop
does water
asking me
boil?
questions.
Because it gets
No,
put in
come
a
on, play
vacuum.
along.
Water boils because it gets put in a vacuum. Next question.
Okay, well, I've seen water boil that's not in a vacuum. So what's going on there? Come on, Gregory.
Make your
Gregory,
point. Stop
engage,
asking me
please. Be
questions.
in good faith.
It's your
Gregory,
position that's
engage
under scrutiny
in
right
good
now.
faith.
I'm the plaintiff, right? I'm the prosecutor. You're the defendant. I'm prosecuting your mass.
No, we're
attracting mass
two human
and
beings having a
experiment right now.
conversation. Okay, Gregory,
Stop
why does
talking to
water
me. I'll
boil?
finish again. I'm the one prosecuting.
Stop avoiding the
your
question.
hypothesis.
Answer it.
I don't have a hypothesis to be prosecuted right now. I'm the prosecutor. Of
Take
your
a guess,
hypothesis.
a wild
So make
guess.
your point.
Okay,
Stop
come on.
asking
Why
me
does water boil?
questions.
Do you not know why water boils,
Stop
Gregory?
asking me questions and make your point.
Does anyone in here know why water boils? Can someone answer?
So
Yeah,
we're waiting
I'm
for you to
heating
make
up.
your point. Stop asking me questions.
Can anyone tell me why water boils?
Because the temperature reaches up sufficiently to.
Don't entertain it. No, he needs to make his
Temperature!
point.
Yay!
Don't
Well
entertain
done.
it.
Okay, well, Gregory couldn't answer that, but someone else did. So, yes,
Just
temperature.
your point, yeah.
Temperature makes water boil. So, how can we test this? Well, obviously, if you're a normal person, you have like your whatever, your little container of water. You add, your Bunsen burner under it, increase the temperature, and it boils. But in Gregory's like fucked up world, he says, no. You're asserting that temperature's making the water boil. You need to remove temperature from existence. You need to control this independent variable. Absolutely, you can't just move the heat near the thing to make a thing happen. You need to have two universes. One where heat doesn't exist, another where heat does exist, and then you can have your experiment. Obviously, this is retarded. Gregory is retarded. The Cavendish experiment quite clearly shows that mass is attracted to mass, because obviously every person knows that the
shut the fuck up.
Be a better person. You won't get muted so often.
So he just actually explained the independent variable to you,
And the
because you
manipulation
add
of it.
heat and then you remove heat.
Exactly.
Heat is the
yeah.
cause of boiling.
Yeah.
So he just debunked himself.
Yeah, he really did. Yeah, I can't believe he thought he was doing anything there. That was hilarious.
Yeah, he just is obviously a wounded dog barking. They know that this deductive argument that I presented is devastating to their hypothesis. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry. Like, just forsake the hypothesis. It's very simple. You don't have to dig in your heels to try and defend it, whilst you keep distorting the hypothesis itself. Like they have to keep changing what the independent variable really is after they introduce the hypothesis, because they know that the hypothesis that they're trying to defend is untenable. It's the Mott and Bailey fallacy. They introduce themselves saying mass attracts mass. And like you've heard me say a dozen times now, that obviously conveys that mass being mass, matter being matter, the sheer existence of matter is the cause of other matter being pulled to other matter. That's the supposed cause. That's the independent variable that's affecting the dependent variable. That's their position. And because I've said this argument that clearly exposes that it's untenable, now they want to change it. Now they want to change it, to digress the focus to the quantity or the distance, when the quantity of the distance is also not causal, right? Matter being matter, any quantity of matter is not causal, or the distance between matter is not at all causal either. And you can't manipulate that either. So not only is that not the independent variable, you can't manipulate quantity itself, you can't manipulate distance itself. It's like these ridiculous reifications and ontological errors that they keep making to try and account for why things don't fall into oblivion and their dumbass cosmological doctrine.
Gregory, let me ask you a question. Basically, what he's trying to do is with the that thing, it's just a test, and he's correlating gravity. Does that sum it up?
He's trying to correlate gravity. Gravity is an ad hoc fallacy.
Exactly.
It's an ad hoc rescuing device for why things are not falling into oblivion and the cosmos isn't dismayed.
Exactly. It's just a test.
What's the
And
value
he's
of the
correlating the effect or the result. That's it.
Yeah, he's just correlating his asinine metaphysical doctrine with the instance of things falling or things moving to one another. So not only is it unverifiable, like I've already proven thoroughly,
yes,
but obviously there's material that's not pulling other material, right? Not all matter is attracting all matter, and not only that, there's matter that's repulsing other matter. So it's patently false.
It's not a scientific experiment. End of story.
They wouldn't even need an experiment if gravity was real. Everybody in the fucking world would see all kinds of weird shit, according to big, small, little, tall. You'd see stuff popping up in the Lagrange point around you. You'd see spheres getting made out of grains of sand. You would see the attributes of gravity. Just because fucking you're a human and you look around and you're standing here wouldn't make gravity stop. And just because you get a magic fucking trick set up, right? Let me get the trick set up right here. I mean, the experiment. No. Gravity doesn't need a fucking hamburger helper. It doesn't need two balls or a spinning of them. If gravity worked, you wouldn't need to do anything to those balls but watch them fucking go together. Case closed. Gravity would end your experiment. You wouldn't exactly know exactly what the hell it was, but you would see it happening 100%. And that we don't do. We see guys doing a lot of shit and making stuff up for what's happening with that shit.
And DMOC is on the right track. In fact, let me be more rigorously strict with their worldview. As you've heard me explain before, after the supposed primeval atom expansion explosion, you take your pick. Is it an expansion? Is it an explosion? They don't know. But let's go with this, right? So after the primeval atom expansion, all right, now you have this universal gravitation. Now all these discrete, indivisible, fundamental material particles are exerting gravity just by their sheer existence, of course, right? Blah, 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 blah. So either they're too close and everything will clump together, or they're too far away and everything would be absolutely disintegrated. No material particle connecting to any other material particle. Those are both false implications. We don't live in that world, and that which implies falsehood is false. Sorry, not sorry. Stop believing idiots. Think better.
And when you have an object, this is a little bit different, but you got any object and it's going around the earth, right? Drone, plane, helicopter, jet, missile, anything. How the fuck can you stay 8 inches away from the ground at all times if gravity's going to pull you back past a hill or a mountain or a curve or a hump of water? As soon as your helicopter or airplane flies over that hump of earth, the gravity should affect you different because the hump of earth is closer to you right there. But we don't ever see shit like that, do we? We don't see gravity actually grab an object and make your drone fly up and down and around fucking hills, do we? When have you ever seen gravity grab your drone because it's flying around the hill or a dirt hill in your backyard? When's this ever happened? You're flying your drone straight over the hills, 1 inch above them, and gravity just pulls you down around them and up and down and then down and up to the valley.
Well, I guess to steelman their argument, I think they would say, you know, like the center core of Earth's mass is constantly pulling you at a constant rate with the gravity. It's not really about what's on the surface. But wait,
Where would you mark that out on the surface to be so we could know, hey, we're leaving from the center of Earth right now. The center of Earth is directly under this flag. Now, from this point, 59 miles, then we're going to see no Earth in front of us. And we can all end this, right?
Wait, D-Mark, real quick. I'm not sure what you got going on in your background, but it's kind of hard to get what you're saying sometimes.
go
It sounds
ahead.
like you have a TV or something. I'm not sure what your audio settings are, but there might be a way to, like, you know, shut off like background noise.
How's this sound?
Yeah,
Check.
I don't know if I
Check
don't know if
out.
anybody else is having trouble hearing you, but it's kind of distracting. Like trying to hear what you're saying and like the background noise. Just thought I'd put that out there.
Oh, it's all good. Go ahead, guys. I'm sorry.
So who would like to prove that they know the Earth is a ball?
I'd love to see where 3959 appears. Where the Earth stops in front of you, where the globe's edge is. That's all I want to see.
Well, we have pictures from space. I mean that's enough proof as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, well, good for you. What I'd like to have is like about 2 inches off the ground or a foot off the ground. Fly forward to that spot, or have your buddy that's sleeping right there already that many miles away from you stand up and tell him look forward. Does he see Earth in front of him still? Then you're not on a fucking globe. And clap your hands. Really, it's simple, guys.
Hey, Gregory.
Mark Wallbang, would you like to demonstrate to us that you know the Earth is a ball? Here in the voice channel? You have plenty to say in the open chat. Might as well say it in the voice channel.
Unless he's a keyboard warrior.
Who, Gregory?
What's that, Timbo?
Who was it?
Oh, yeah. I'm not
Are
sure.
they muted or?
Come on, Lamb of not God. What do you got to say?
Okay.
It's a silly, syntactically broken account name.
Anyway, since we're a bit quiet, Gregory, I just have a quick question for you. We can dismiss this in the next 2 minutes. I think everyone knows what I'm going to ask. What do you think about Starlink?
Remind me what that is again?
That's that satellite Tesla thingamabobber. The internet.
Yeah, if there really are machines flying up and around in the air, then they're just doing that, of course. They're not flying around in the cosmic vacuum, because, of course, we don't live in that. So, sure,
Totally
why not?
understand.
A bunch of satellites flying around in the air.
I'm just trying to figure out what the heck it is since it came into existence in the last 4 years, per se. So, I just know that
I don't really study that, but it's a good question.
Yeah, I just know a couple people here have seen it too. Even flat earthers, globers, both of us. So, yeah, I don't know. Just curious what you any thoughts, but no, it's all good. Thanks, bro.
What up, party people?
Are fireworks popping off for anyone else where they live?
Didn't you hear me when I say hey? No, I'm just kidding.
You say
I
ho.
did.
Hey,
Hey,
ho.
mate.
Where'd you go?
All right,
Hey,
where's
ho.
it? Where's the global evidence? Come out with your hands up.
That's what I was asking.
I don't know. Mez is unmuted now, so you can talk to him if you want.
Fucking nails on the chalkboard right there.
Timbo, since I can ask you in voice now, how can I make an experiment to figure out how water boils?
I don't really care, man.
Okay.
Go take a long walk off a short pier, dude.
Don't really give
Alpha,
a
do you know?
Yeah, before he irritates everyone else in the voice channel again, so I'm just going to obliterate his asinine distortion of my argument earlier. So he's trying to make it seem as though that in order to manipulate the independent variable, you have to make it stop existing, which is not the point, right? The general principle is not that you must do that with every supposed independent variable. You have to do that with the independent variable that explicitly has the sheer existence as the independent variable, right? So given that the hypothesis has the supposed independent variable as the sheer existence of matter, then that's what you have to manipulate. If you manipulate the sheer existence of matter, then that is obviously an instance of making the matter exist and then not exist and do it back and forth and see how many times you can do that.
Yeah,
so
if
that
you
you see how it
manipulate the sheer
affects the independent
existence of
variable.
heat,
But of
then
course
you've
you can't
manipulated
do
heat
that,
to exist and not
right?
heat.
So it's not
And then you can
verifiable.
conduct your
And he
experiment.
has to talk to
And
this
you
every
can't do
time.
that, so you can't.
He doesn't
So it's not
exercise any
verifiable.
human decency. He has to talk to this every time it's being said to him. And then he laughs and tries to play off like he's being the superior interlocutor when he's actually being embarrassed again. So I'll make it clear before he
Gregory,
tries
I
to
am being the
obfuscate the
superior
issue again.
interlocutor,
I'm
okay?
going to make this very clear before he tries to obfuscate it again. Right? He's trying to make it seem as though the general principle I'm implying or presupposing is that you must manipulate the sheer existence of any given supposed independent variable in any given hypothesis, when that's not the point. I'm only saying that about this particular hypothesis because in this particular hypothesis, it says the independent variable is the sheer existence of matter.
Maybe in your hypothesis, Gregory.
No.
Yes, because in normal,
it's not my
normal,
hypothesis.
sensible
I don't
person
have an
world, we
hypothesis
understand that
for you to
the distance
prosecute. I'll
between
finish this
the
eventually. I'll
object
clarify this
between
as
the
you try to
masses
distort again. So you're
is
not refuting
affects
my
the
hypothesis
gravitational
because I
pull
didn't
on
say
each of them.
hypothesis for you to refute.
I'll
Right? I
try
don't
it
have a
again. I'll try it
hypothesis.
again, Gregory.
I'll
So in
clarify
our
this
normal
eventually. I'm not
world,
going to
we
let you just
understand that
run
the
away with
distance
this like
and
a
the size
like a snowball
between
down
the
a
two
hill.
masses
I'm not going to let you run
affects
away
the
with this like a
gravitational
freight
pull on
train
each of
down the
them.
track. I didn't
Gregory,
have a
Gregory,
hypothesis for you
please
to try to
don't run
refute.
away.
Stop
The
pretending as
size
though
and the
you're
distance
refuting
of
my
the masses.
hypothesis because there is no hypothesis for you to refute from me. So stop pretending as though there is.
Yeah, so Gregory, in normal person land, the size and the distance between the
That's why I
masses
don't let
affects
this
the
guy talk.
gravitational force between them.
He's a fucking shit arguer.
Can you acknowledge that, Gregory?
God awful. He's not good at this.
Gregory, can you
He's a
acknowledge
shit
that?
arguer. He's. I don't know. I don't know why.
Well, you
he's
seem
still
very
around.
scared of me, Alpha, for being a shit arguer.
You don't bring anything to the table, dude. You just overtalk
I brought lots
people.
to the table.
You just been
No, I don't
overtalking
overtalk.
people.
Gregory
That's all you
overtalks
do.
people.
Well, you kind of give him a place to rebut, and then you don't let him rebut. You just keep talking. So if you
No,
you
I
don't
let him
allow
rebut
him
until
to
he says
rebut,
something wrong. Then I say, hold on, Gregory.
yeah,
You've said
and you
something.
keep talking.
You're mistaken
in between
about
that.
something.
So you keep talking in between him trying to rebut. And you don't hold on, Gregory. Wait a minute. You just like, keep talking. You don't let him rebut. The fuck, dude.
No, because then
You're
he
a shit
repeats his rebuttal
interlocutor,
again and
bro.
again and again and again and again.
Yeah,
Okay?
you're a shit interlocutor.
And when I say,
just
Gregory,
face it, bro.
Gregory, the distance between the masses affects the gravitational pull. That's part of the hypothesis. Do you understand that, Gregory? And then I ask
So
Gregory, what do I get?
So
Great.
what?
So then we can manipulate the distance between the masses.
Right. The distance isn't the
Boom.
cause, right?
It's part of the cause.
Okay. What's the cause? Is it the distance or is it the matter?
It's both.
Okay. Distance isn't causal, and matter, being matter, is not causal either. And you're not manipulating either the sheer existence of matter, nor are you manipulating distance itself. So you still don't have a verifiable hypothesis.
Yes, you are. You have the mass.
Show me the matter
you
that
know,
is
a
distance
centimeter
itself.
from the other mass, and then
Show
you
me the
lift it
matter.
up.
Show
And
me
then you
the
turn around and you
matter.
put it somewhere else,
Stop
and then the
talking
distance is
past
increased,
this.
and then you
Show
can
me
see
the
that the
matter
See,
that is
you're
the
doing it
bar
distance
now.
doesn't
itself.
change.
Stop
You're doing it
talking
now, man.
past
No,
this. Show
No,
me the
Gregory
matter
was doing it. I was
that is
explaining
distance.
to
You're not
Gregory how
gonna
this
whistle
experiment
past
works,
this.
and now
Not
he's
gonna whistle
overtalking me.
past this.
All right.
I'm not going to whistle past this. Show me the matter that is distance itself. Now,
Show you the matter that is distance itself. What does that even mean?
exactly. Right? So distance
You
is
just
not
said
fucking
nonsense.
causal. Right? What is
What do you mean
distance? What
distance
is
is not
distance
causal.
per se?
The distance between the masses.
Define distance. What is distance per se itself? Define it now.
What is distance itself? I don't know how you define distance. A meter, that's a distance. That's a measurement of distance.
That's an example of distance. You're not answering the question as to what it is. What is distance?
Oh, again.
I don't know. I don't know how to define what is distance. The space
Okay, so you
between
don't
two
even know
objects.
what it
library.
is.
You have a library at
Okay,
your
so you
fingertips.
don't know what it
Mez?
is.
You have a library at your fingertips, dude, and you're this. I don't know.
Oh, I was right. The existence of space between two objects. There you go.
Fucking
That's
hell,
right.
dude.
Okay, so there you go. That's not matter,
Yeah.
right?
No, that is not correct, Gregory. That is not matter.
Thank you. Next question. So that doesn't have causal power, right?
It doesn't have. Well, what do you mean it doesn't have causal power?
Well,
the distance
what do
between
I
two
mean?
things in this
I'll
in this
explain to you what I
example,
mean.
even in the heat
I'll
example,
explain to
right?
you.
You reduce the
explain to
distance
you.
from your flame to your water. That makes the water boil more. You reduce the
stop
distance
talking.
between
Stop
the
talking,
mass
you're
and the other
confused.
mass.
You didn't know
That
what
makes
distance
the
was until
bar
someone
move
told
more.
you, and you don't know what causal power is.
No,
Stop
I
talking.
did know what
You're trying
distance
to
was.
ascribe causal.
I think I
Stop
did correctly say what distance
Stop
was, and
talking.
then
You're
I
just
googled it
adding
to
confusion.
confirm it,
Stop.
and I confirmed that I was correct.
Okay, causal power, right? The ability to make motion happen in this instance, in the sense of cause, locomotion. So distance itself, given what the definition is of distance, like you were just told because you didn't know what it was, is not
I didn't know what it was, Gregory.
causal,
Stop saying that.
right? Right?
Distance is not. Gregory, I don't even understand what you're asking. I don't even think you understand what you're asking.
Because you're out of your depth.
Distance
You're
is
so
not
busy trying
causal.
to
What does that even mean?
masquerade as though you're intellectually superior to me, and you don't even understand these basic concepts such as causal power when talking about what is the cause of motion. So let's see if you can track with the dialogue.
I don't think
at this
saying
rate.
distance is not
Well,
causal is
stop
like a basic
talking.
concept.
That's
That's
not your cue to
nonsense.
talk. That's not your cue to talk. You're confused. You're ignorant.
Okay,
You're out of your
okay,
depth.
right,
Stop
Gregory. You
talking.
tell me when my cue to talk is, and
Stop
I'll tell you when
talking
your cue
now.
to
That
talk
means
is.
stop speaking. Right? So
Okay.
I just told you what causal power is. So given that which is immaterial, right? Like something like distance does not have causal power, right?
Distance on its own does not. Well, you need distance between two things.
Right? Yes or
Distance
no?
on its own is nonsense.
I want
So
a
no,
clear yes or no and nothing more. Yes or no?
Distance on its own, no, it does not have causal power.
Thank you. So that's not the cause of matter being pulled to other matter.
No, distance on it. Distance in complete isolation does not have causal power. The distance between the mass and the other mass does.
Okay, so where are you specify what you're ascribing causal power to?
You just contradicted yourself. You
The
dumbass.
distance
Yeah,
between
he doesn't
the
realize
two
that.
masses.
We'll
The
help
closer
him.
the
He'll get there
masses,
eventually.
Hold on,
closer the
Mez.
masses, okay,
Fucking Mez. Nah,
the
hold
stronger
on.
the gravitational effect.
Let's
The further apart the mass.
let's just rewind the tape because he's such a dumbass. Distance in and of itself doesn't cause anything, but the distance between two masses does. What the fuck?
It's ridiculous.
It's entertaining, though. I'll give him that.
Yeah, it's fine. Like he doesn't realize that he's like double speaking, and I think we need to kind of marinate in what his double speak is about because he's very confused. This guy Mez, like, he's very confused, and he doesn't understand. Like when people are asking him certain questions, he's laughing to himself. Everybody knows what Gregory's asking for him, and he doesn't know. He's confused. That's why I said he's a shit interlocutor. Like he does not understand. Like the simple basic things that Gregory's asking him is escaping him. How the hell is he double speaking saying that distance in and of itself is not the causal mechanism, but the distance between the mass of two objects is? What the fuck? Are you guys
This is what you get with
tracking?
these
Or
people.
is it just me?
This is what scientism produces. This is the garbage that scientists produce.
No, I said it once. I said it before, man. This guy's like nails on a chalkboard when it comes to interlocutors. He is like garbage, dude. This guy. It sucks because at some level you want them to have some kind of common sense, and you know, within the debate, and you know, it definitions and such can be looked up at the fingertips. You know, you got Google fingers. You can just easily type in, well, what is distance, and it'll produce a definition, and you can read it out and see how that works. But when you're just like totally oblivious in it, it's so hard to hear. It's like at least get the groundwork for your argument and come forward and then make it. Because when you're doing it on the fly, it's painful for everybody. It really is, man.
It is.
Fucking hell, dude. It's.
I want to say this observation.
Oh, dude.
Because the pattern is so conspicuous and so frequent, especially like in this channel, it has to be mentioned. Like I'm recently watching this series on A&E. I think it was a while ago, but it was recent. Leah Remini, Scientology in the Aftermath. Right, it's 3 seasons, and obviously it's an expose of the Scientology organization and all its manipulative and exploitative and destructive customs. Right, it doesn't only apply to something like Scientology. It applies to the government. It applies to academia. You see, how deep do you really want to go down the rabbit hole to abuse that very often abused metaphor, right, from the Matrix? Perhaps you're in a manipulative, exploitative, destructive cult, such as academia, such as the government, such as NASA, etc., such as whatever given multi-million, multi-billion company that you have invested your entire life in.
Well, like these guys, and I don't know why most of the Globers in here don't call people like that. Listen, if we're hearing doublespeak on the flat earth side, we would say something about it. Like, that guy's doublespeaking. How can he say that something is not the cause of something, yet it is? That's a paradox. Can't have that.
It's worse than a paradox. At least a paradox is reconcilable upon further examination. This is a carte blanche contradiction.
Yeah, and how can you rectify that in the same sense to say that it is a cause and not a cause? It's just, it baffles the mind how they could be saying two things into. It's a contradiction. How can you get away from that? There's no way out. And yet he
So let's
persists.
review with this. You're right. Let's review with this. So they introduce themselves. Hello, I'm a scientist of scientism. Okay, hi. I believe mass attracting mass. Oh, okay. So mass being mass, matter being matter, the sheer existence of matter is the cause of other matter being pulled to other matter. Hence why everything is not falling into oblivion. Everything becomes totally dismayed in your cosmic vacuum. Okay. And then I say the deductive arguments that expose that it's unverifiable in the first place and is patently false, given the fact that there's matter that doesn't attract other matter and there's other matter that repulses other matter. And then after I say that, what's the reply? Oh, you know what? I should toss this doctrine over my shoulder. This is garbage. No, not that. I'm going to change the independent variable. I'm going to readjust, make on the fly, and pretend as though the thing I'm readjusting to is the thing I said all along, which is the Mott and Bailey fallacy. So now I have to go from mass attracting mass to this particular quantity of mass, either this minimum or this maximum quantity, which wasn't the hypothesis, but you can go to that also, and it's the same issue. Or you can go to, the distance between the material particles. Okay, that wasn't the hypothesis in the first place. And that's also the same problem. So are you going to forsake the doctrine now? No, I'm just going to go in circles with inane redundancy, just repeating the same things that's already been refuted over and over again until the other interlocutor that's embarrassing me in the debate gets exhausted. And then I'll just cry myself the victor.
Yeah, they'll spin your wheels into infinity. They just have you stuck in trying to figure out what they're... Because they don't understand what you're saying, because it's well beyond their intellectual capacity to reason. So they're just gonna stay here stuck on, well, I'll say it, stuck on stupid, because it's painful to listen to, man. When they don't comprehend what you're saying, and you kind of have to draw it out of them. It's excruciating for me. I hate hearing it, dude. And Mez he's a big one that does that. Mackie sometimes gets on his his rants where he doesn't understand what he's talking about. There's a few others that come in here, but namely Mez. Oh, this guy, I don't know why. It's just how he debates is horrible.
And let me make this observation also. It's not that they're trying to edify anyone else. That's not why they come in here. They're not trying to be a blessing in any sense at all whatsoever to anyone else. Someone like Mez, they are trying to convince themselves. They're obviously not even they're not trying to engage in any cordial or amicable way that'll make themselves seem remotely decent, right, to be worthy of consideration. No, they do that because they're persevering to convince themselves. That's why.
That's degeneracy, man, for sure.
They have to be willfully ignorant because you're giving them the help to comprehend what you're saying, but they're just not accepting it.
And not only that,
Very
man, but
insincere, yeah.
in the Yeah, well, I'll take that. And it's here. I would say that also. I mean, the information for definitions can be looked up at a whim. You know, all it takes is for somebody who's really wanting to get down to the point, like just search it up. What does it mean? What does that word mean? And then maybe post it in the text channel and say, "Look, this is this definition for it. Do you agree with that, or are you in contextual saying that it's different than what I'm saying?" But if it's the same context and everything, then what what's wrong with that? In the case for
Yep, that's
distance,
called
like
a
yeah,
yep. That's called a denotative definition or a stipulative definition. And usually in debate, a stipulative definition is sufficient to resolve the equivocation,
well, and it
the
was in this
ambiguity.
it was in this
Yeah.
case because distance was sufficient. What he read on the definition was sufficient, but then he understood distance in and of itself is not a causal mechanism. No, in and of itself, no. Which is where we were wanting to get to in the first place, where this whole thing was derailing. And then we thought we got somewhere, and then he went back and said that the distance between two masses is a cause of something. Wow. Just wow.
Mm-hmm. Got to make up your mind. See, that sort of inconsistent Mott and Bailey goalpost switching garbage. Right? Make up your mind. To what
Yeah.
are you ascribing causal power? If you
Yeah.
can't even make up your mind on that, as you do this rigmarole with your pseudo-intellectual apologetics for your
Yep.
scientism, that's obviously a demonstration of your position being untenable. You can't even make up your mind what the hell the
Yeah.
cause is.
So the definition distance, you just look it up in the dictionary. Number 1, noun, an amount of space between two things or people. So yeah, two things. Things that have mass, perhaps, in your worldview? Well, yeah. So two things that have mass is not the cause, the causal mechanism. But yet, on the case for two things with mass, it is. It's the same fucking thing. What are you doing? Like, I don't, wow, dude. It's just, I don't know. Do you guys like that? You guys like when Mez comes in here and he's just totally oblivious or just spinning everybody's wheels? Like, fuck, dude,
Negative.
it's annoying, bro.
I don't like it at all.
No. Reminds me of Plano trying to say location causes volcanoes.
Oh, did he say that? That's weird.
Yeah. Yeah. It was, I don't know, Oakley's ages ago. It's hilarious.
I mean, do we have any other people in here that think that the Earth is a globe? Because if not, I mean, we could just review what's been happening. It's crazy, man. Feels like there's no redeeming qualities from that gentleman. He's just in here just for content, I guess. I don't even know.
And it's not just geodesy, it's not just physics, it's not just metaphysics. That sort of depraved, invincible ignorance, it extends to all major areas of knowledge, especially ethics. That is a demonstration of someone who is depraved of self-discipline to behave in any remotely pious manner. That is not a person that is disciplining themselves, humbling themselves to cooperate with the person that they disagree with in the discourse and or debate to ascertain the truth.
Yeah, Rolling. We don't. Matthew usually jumps in only when he wants to. We have him in for a while, but Rolling's wanted me to talk with Matthew Learns, but I don't know. There's days I will, but it's just he's just really in here to listen. He jumps in whenever he wants.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything Mez was saying earlier anyway, so
I don't even know.
I'm just waiting to hear what they said.
Well, there was a bit of a contradiction that just happened or occurred just a while ago within what I was listening. But and I know that he was talking about mass attracting other masses. But is distance the cause of something? Specifically distance. Like if we're isolating distance and saying, does distance cause anything?
Yeah, I wouldn't put it that way. That seems sort of a weird way to say it.
Right,
And that sort of weird rhetoric, that was not English. That sort of weird rhetoric only rears its ugly head when someone is determined with invincible ignorance to defend a given position like this. In any other context, you are not going to find anyone talking like that. That's just BS
Well,
nonsense.
Yeah, I do want to state, to be clear, when the definition was brought up of distance, he went ahead and said that he disagreed that distance is the cause of anything in and of itself. But the issue that I was having was immediately right after that. He said, but the distance between the mass of two objects will cause something. So
The
it's the
distance
same.
is not the cause, but the distance between
Yeah,
X,
two
Y, and
masses.
Z
So,
is the
so
cause.
he
Yeah, the distance
so
is the cause. The distance is not the cause simultaneously. Yeah, thanks.
yeah, but in the definition, it states there the distance between two objects or people, right? Two things or people. That's what distance is.
Right.
The amount of
So
space between.
not only is it self-contradictory, it's a distinction without a difference, as he's contradicting himself.
Anyway,
Interesting.
it's a funny argument, but it's also dishonest to say that if you're going to persist that way, then it's hard to contain. Let somebody contend. He was over talking. It was just there's a level to where you can't handle that much, cognitive dissonance. At least be honest with like the thing that you're saying. If it's a globe paradigm that you believe in and you want to go wholeheartedly into it with all of Einstein and all that, like that's fine. But you have to stick to what the rhetoric is, not what he's making shit up on the fly, and that's annoying. Don't do that. Just stick to the rhetoric. Fuck, if you hide behind that, that's your belief. But I don't know. Whatever.
Well, the whole argument started off first by Gregory inquiring on how the Earth atmosphere can have any pressure without any sort of solid containment, and Mez's answer was gravity.
Very good memory.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's when to sort of review a bit as Alpha was saying, because maybe he popped in a little later.
Yeah, that's a very good
so his-
mention. That's good that you mentioned that. Yeah.
So Mez's first response was gravity, and then that's when he started to appeal to like the Cavendish experiment, this kind of thing, and that's where the sort of tangent rabbit hole went down to. But if I can
And then
bring up
specifically
another
up to now, yeah.
if I can bring up another point on a similar note, I would like to know, would Mez be able to demonstrate what is proposed on the globe model as far as the atmospheric pressure? Would he be able to demonstrate on a smaller scale, like a uniform, cohesive sort of ball of air pressure existing within the environment of a vacuum? Would he be able to do that? Because
It's up to him. He can tell you if he can or not.
that would be great.
If he wants to, he don't have to. But if he wants to, I unmuted him.
Because that is what the globe model proposes, that the Earth's atmosphere, like as a globe, is existing adjacent simultaneously to the vacuum of space in all 360 degrees. So we all know good science is testable, repeatable, demonstrable. I would like to know if he can show us, like give him a vacuum chamber, and then within the vacuum chamber, can he demonstrate a cohesive, uniform ball or whatever shape he would like of air pressure existing within that environment? If he can, then I'm a glober. I'm a glober today.
All right. Well, if he's got that in his back pocket, I mean,
We're up his
because
sleeve.
Sorry, what was the question?
Oh,
shit.
Jesus fucking
Yeah,
Christ.
no, don't.
Now
just-
watch the Gish
yeah,
Gallop play out.
Don't do it, Rebel Andrews. You said it once. He wasn't paying attention. Don't do it.
I said it twice
Sorry.
already.
Or twice, but he wasn't listening.
I was abundant someone in chat. I didn't realize you'd unmuted me.
It's going to the same position. Like you give someone a chance, you think they're gonna want to like take the opportunity to redeem themselves,
Nope.
man.
When it's his time to
I'm
talk,
taking the chance,
or it's
please.
time to listen, not
No.
going to talk, not going to listen. When someone else
Nah,
is
you
talking,
missed it. You missed it twice, bro. So
Oh, okay, sorry. Well, I'm
boat
sorry,
sailed
whoever
away.
asked the question, you're not going to get an answer.
Yeah, boat sailed away. You might as well wait for
Damn.
the next one.
Disappeared over the horizon.
Sure. But
Speaking of which, have we got any
sad
videos of zooming in on boats after they've disappeared over the horizon yet?
Whatever, dude.
I'll take that as a no.
How did he manage to
just-
run away from that question? That boggles me.
I didn't understand
What
I didn't hear what the question was.
don't be boggled. It's obvious why he didn't listen.
Because she'd muted me, and then I went away, and then I came back, and then I responded to someone in chat.
That caused you to not listen.
You got in your
Your
feelings.
microphone not being able to output your
Yes.
voice caused you to not hear what was output to your speaker.
Yes,
On
so I wasn't in
computers
my
it does.
computer, so I didn't hear the full conversation.
So you just ontologically inept.
So I wasn't even aware that
That's
you were
the problem.
talking to me.
You just keep ascribing causal
No,
power
it's
where it
because
doesn't belong.
you're demanding that that you mute
You need
and then
the
unmute and then
microphone to
demand I
output your
listen
voice in order
and
for
then
you
don't
to
listen
hear
and
the
then
output through your speaker.
To Rebel Andres is
I'm
saying-
going to find a flat earther.
What?
What?
Yeah, when you ask someone to
So I'm happy to
demonstrate
answer whatever
that
question you want.
Kelly, you're,
Someone needs to stop talking
Who's
to
a
their
flat
hold on,
microphone.
hold on. Wait a minute.
Who's
Wait a
the
minute.
flat earther? I have questions.
Kelly robot.
Peak, wait a minute. Kelly, you're roboting. So, okay, if you can hear me, yeah, he left. Peak, ask your question, please.
Are you a flat earther?
100%. What's up?
Okay. Well, what is the most compelling
100%.
evidence
How
to
do you
Let's
know
start
that the
way.
Earth is flat, Alpha?
No,
Mez,
come on.
Obviously not your turn to talk, man.
Mez, shut your stinking pie hole, man. Let
Hey,
the new
listen.
guy. Let the new guy come in here.
Yeah, thanks, bud. Okay, listen.
Hell, go ahead.
So, what is the most compelling evidence in your opinion? What's the most compelling to you, or to you? What is evidence? I guess we could start there.
Evidence, as in for the flat Earth or globe
Yeah.
Earth. What are you talking? What are you?
For if you believe in flat Earth, I want you to advocate for your worldview. So, like, tell me what evidence brought you to the belief, or why you hold the belief in flat Earth.
Yeah, large bodies of water display no convexity. Pretty simple.
Except when they do.
So, just based off that fact alone.
Well, it's the measurement test and also verified practical use of all the things in reality that we have to
Okay,
pit
and-
against the. Go on. You want to interrupt? Go on.
I'm sorry. Keep going.
No, if you're
Okay.
if you're insistent to get your point through, I want to hear your point.
Okay.
I could
Well-
talk your ear off, dude. Like,
Well, it just immediately blooms into this, like, since I don't see a curvature on a lake,
Hmm.
you know, you probably believe in atoms, right? Don't you believe in atoms?
well, the atomism is a philosophical stance. It was invented. Not
Okay, do you
discovered.
believe in a molecule?
Molecules are like these types of things, like atoms and molecules and protons, neutrons. These are conventions that are used to quantify certain things in
Okay,
our
but-
reality. But
But
they're
we
not in
can't
and of them-
see. You think that when
Oh,
we
go
say we
on,
can
dude.
see a molecule, that's false?
Just real
Like it's-
quick, just very quickly, just
Yeah,
very
go on,
quickly.
Greg.
Running evidence. Look in the open chat. I tagged you. Peek.
All right.
Oh,
So
thank you.
yeah, if you want to take a look at that, is there stuff like videos that he needs to look at, Greg, or
I'm more
just
of
a
a,
couple
more of a
that I
reader.
usually
You
that
need to
I
have like
usually
paper.
post.
you might want to save those, Pete, because the chat's
Okay.
going to start moving. If you
All right, I'll save them. I got them.
all right, go on.
So, like, even if you can't see the curvature, I don't know how you go from that to there's a global conspiracy that promotes a false science that includes space, fake sci-fi, fake STEM, okay? And this is all enforced with an illusion of a multipolar geopolitical world in order to, like, what? And see how much immediately has to be accepted just
Yeah,
because
I
you
get
don't
what
see
you're
the
saying.
curvature of the lake. Like, seems
Wait,
pretty.
Yeah,
hang
I
on,
get
hang on.
what
You
you're
just contradicted yourself.
Oh,
well, I mean,
what-
I could
what'd
see,
I
I
say?
could see what you're trying to say, Peak. If you did make a contradiction,
I didn't.
just
Well, tell me
yeah,
what
no,
it is.
that's
If I
fine.
did, tell me if
no,
I did.
know, no. Listen, like I get where you're going with this, so I'm gonna allow if there was a contradiction for him to kind of like understand our position of what we're thinking just by saying that water is flat
Yeah.
and stationary. So
Yeah.
well, not stationary, just flat. But like stationary would be the Earth entire, like what we perceive in our reality, like it's not moving anywhere. So if you're saying from that one thing, then there's a lot of more questions that we need to ask. But if you can conceptualize the space mythos, like you just described in a way, right? Like all of the things that encompass like our understanding of the physical and natural world, being that we are told that it's a globe, and you're in a solar system and all that. Like, how can we throw all of that away when
Yeah.
just the one thing that we saw in reality was that the water is flat on large bodies? Like you're trying
Well,
to go from
Okay,
Go on.
I see what you're saying. It is uncharitable of me to reduce your decision to accept this worldview to the one fact.
Yep.
I'm just saying that I know you probably have dozens or hundreds of things that you can point to as evidence, but it presupposes like before you are able to interpret all that evidence that you will provide, you have to have some presupposition about the possibility for global scale deception and the apparatus that would function to achieve that. So
Yeah,
I don't even really have that presupposition.
You're talking
So
about
I'm-
the vehicle which is used so that we can understand that the Earth is a globe. Like, what is
well,
that vehicle?
it's clearly enforced and mandated through education.
Well,
And-
I mean, yeah, you could say it that way, but most of it has to be dealt with in a conditioning mindset. So you're basically conditioned over time. This isn't like a wham bam thank you ma'am. This is like you are told from at an early age because maybe everybody that in your friend circle, in your family circle, in your school circle, everybody that you know thinks this way. So it's like more, I would say more in the sense of a tradition peak. The information that's handed down from generation to generation is a tradition. It's not like there's these overarching dudes, in a robes in a conference room somewhere plotting your demise. It's not like that. It's more like people have been told that it's this way, so everybody's telling everybody else that way, and we got curriculums built on this idea. And I'm pretty sure at certain levels, like when you get really high up in ranking, like you're talking about the higher echelon in certain corporations, there's people that have information that's on a need to know basis, like that, the lower ranks don't understand. They just think about it like a corporation, right? Like if you departmentalize certain aspects of like corporations, the higher ups know things that the people, the people and the employees don't know, right? Kind of like that in the mindset, but
Okay,
not so much to the sense of like there's this kind of like evil plan to thwart the efforts of humanity. More of it's like people just believe things that aren't true.
Okay.
And by proxy that could lead to wars being fought and all kinds of other things. But I'm just kind of giving you a kind of an understanding from a different perspective and hitting you with like you wanted to say something?
So in your view, then you don't necessarily ascribe purposeful malice or deception to this global.
Yeah, I wouldn't
lie.
I wouldn't say that's not the case from its conception, but I will say that right now at the way the current status of things, it's not viewed that way. So your teacher is not out to get you when you go and learn about the Earth being a globe. You know what I'm saying? Like she's
but
not,
the authorities
like, "Man,
that
I'm
she
gonna plan your
appeals to
demise."
are.
Well, no, even the authorities are probably believing it too. So I would say there's a very tiny percentage of people that would have that knowledge that would be the deceptive ones. But we don't know who they like to pinpoint those like the Bilderberg Group or Illuminati or some shit like that. Like we're not going to point out the boogeyman because there's nothing in that. It's empty. Like if we start saying, well, it could be these guys. How do we fucking know? Sorry, excuse me. Well, how do we know who it is, right? So we can't point to anybody, but what we can say is the information that's put out there, that's kind of put into everybody's mind. It's put into your mind as that's just the way it is. So you don't question it. It's like a foregone conclusion, right? Oh, the Earth is a globe. Duh, we learned about it in the second grade. So you kind of like even mentioning flat Earth or anything else, any other cosmological idea, it gets viewed as a kind of with a visceral reaction, like fuck you. What do you mean, dude? Are you an idiot? Like so it's.
Are you familiar with like the Tavistock Institute or like the Committee of 300 or
are these
the Frankfurt School?
Like secret clubs and such?
Tavistock is like a public psychological warfare bureau, and the Frankfurt School is like B.F. Skinner, and they openly devised plans to socially condition the masses, usually in a war effort or in like the 60s counterculture was like a completely engineered in the distribution of LSD. I see like these conspiracies or JFK, a lot of people will just barely accept, and largely the objections will say like, well, there would need to be a reason for all this deception that we're swimming in, and it would need to be a really good reason, because I think most people tend to seek the truth over lies.
Yeah, but most
maybe
people
that's a bit broad, but I think in general,
I would say this though: people are too busy for that shit sometimes. So like when they stumble upon a room like this, they're like, "What the fuck are you guys talking about? What is this flat Earth shit?" Like so. Most of the time, I would say people just they don't even think about it consciously. Like, who the fuck's gonna think about the shape of the Earth? Like, we already figured that shit out. Like, why are you guys still in here? Right? You know what I mean? Like, it's and so because of that kind of mindset, you're in a more complacent, position in reality. You got shit to do. I got a job. You got to look. I gotta eat, man. I got time for flat Earth. What the fuck? So
Yeah.
most of it has to deal with like this notion of having somebody already figured this out. And dude, just talk to a scientist, for God's sakes. Why are you in here talking about flat Earth? So most of it is people just offloading it.
Deferring to experts.
They outsource their mind to like make sure that they don't have to think about shit like that.
Yeah.
So trusting the experts and shit.
What are some once flat Earth falls? Can you give me like top 5 other commonly held, maybe dogmatically educated things that you?
I don't even think I could say them in this channel. Like,
okay, so let's say evolution.
It's so taboo,
Darwinist evolution, is that part?
I mean, that's not really. Dude. That's almost part and parcel to the whole gambit of like what you think the Earth. It's kind of like a package deal.
It is a package deal. That's exactly my point when I was saying about your presuppositions. Is that all the evidence is a package deal with the worldview, and I want to know why this worldview is better than my worldview. So like what's the justification then at the worldview level for what knowledge does this worldview give you access to?
So
let's
put it this way: if tomorrow you woke up and you found out that the Earth was flat and stationary, what would it change in your life? Like, be honest.
Nothing.
Don't. Well, I mean, how can I make it to where you can realize? Let's just say you identified with like going to space and thinking about terraforming Mars and all kinds of shit. Like they put it in your mind. It's
I'm like an Elon Musk fan or something.
I don't know where you sit with all this, so I don't know if you're like a space fan or whatever. But you could. Or you could just be into nature. Like, I don't know where you're at. Like, are you
when Elon shoots a rocket, I go outside to see it.
Yeah, I know, but like, are you giddy about it? Does it make you get all warm and tingly? Like,
the idea of space exploration to me is extremely like lofty and unlikely, but kind of like I can appreciate it in the way that you appreciate like a 10-year-old who wants to be a millionaire. When he grows up. Like, okay, but
you want people to aspire to do it, but you don't necessarily have stock in it, is what you're saying.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, I mean that's fair, but you just like I'd say you're just like an average Joe. I hate to say that. Well, you might not be.
But I know what you mean. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
But for all intents and purposes, like when we have this discussion, most of it deals with like psychological implications of thoughts. So if it's when you think of the Earth as a globe, right? Just if I could tell you right now, if I told you, describe the globe to me, what would you say to me about it? Like,
But the globe?
Yeah, if you could say a bit of things that attributes that it has.
I'd say it has 2 poles. It's warmest at the center and cold at both top and bottom.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say it has a core, and I'd say that.
Just anything else, as much as you can.
It's
like,
mostly covered in water.
Well, what's the consequence of it being a geometric shape? What would it be?
Concerning the last question, I sent you answers.
Is that Gregory?
Yes.
Yeah, I read one of your responses. It was great. I'll read the other ones.
So the consequence of it being a geometric shape. Yeah. So if it was a geometric shape, what would be you standing on this geometric shape?
A lot of how I understand a lot of the mechanism of other things like gyroscopic mechanisms or compasses or GPS or the existence of satellites, the atmosphere, climate change, greenhouse gases, geology, archaeology. These all depend on a circular globe that's been regular and that
we test that?
Nature has been regular, and that we can test and we can speculate about and do science, and there's all these.
With with those ideologies, I would say, I heard you say gyroscopes, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Let's kind of
Magnets.
hone
Yeah.
magnets, but let's hone in on one and see if we can't kind of make heads or tails of like maybe giving you a different perspective. Not
Okay.
honestly, Peak, I don't care if you walk out of here thinking that the Earth is a globe. My job isn't to convince you. I want to
Yeah.
challenge you. How about that?
Yeah.
Just want to
Yeah, I'm
challenge you.
down.
That's it. All right. So
Yeah.
if you thought of gyroscopic, precession or whatever, happening, or the rigidity of a gyroscope, how it holds the rigidity in space, how would it be thought to you that it couldn't happen on a flat and stationary plane? Like, what would be the difference between, like, why would it break the laws of physics that it couldn't work on a flat plane versus a globe, with a spherical shape? Like, what would be the difference?
The difference between
Yeah, if you could just entertain the fact that you were on a horizontal topographical plane versus, a curved surface like the Earth
Yeah.
being a globe. Like, what would be the
Well-
difference to you in physics? Like, why couldn't it work?
if I was on a plane that had rigidity and that floated in space, that would, things that float in space because of how mass is condensed tend to take the shape of a circle. So it would change the nature and effects of gravity, and that would be very significant to like everything that I do walking on the plane. Like if there was gravity underneath the plane at the center, like the Earth, then as I walked towards the edge, I would be pulled toward the center of the plane.
So I
But
see
if
that
gravity went straight down evenly across the whole plane,
Yeah.
then we have something that, like, how is this plane supported? Is
I
there
get what you're saying.
anti-gravity?
Yeah,
like-
you're gonna ask more questions. Okay, so I think one of the roadblocks that I'm listening to, it's gravity, right?
Sure, but
All right, let's
beyond that, it's like, sure, let's start with gravity. Yeah.
Yeah, because I want to use a bit of critical thinking to kind of unpack the reason why you think the way you do, right? So we went from gyroscopes to understanding the difference between, being on a spheroid or a flat stationary plane. So the difference would be your process thoughts on gravity. So now
Mass
we're into,
would function differently. Gravity would
Well,
function differently.
I
Their
think-
relationship would be different.
I think that statement would be held incorrect if we kind of drill down a little bit further. All right. So first of all, what is your concept of gravity? Could you tell me what you think gravity is in a word or a couple words or whatever? It doesn't matter. Like it's in a gotcha. It's just like how you perceive.
Yeah, I'm not really well versed in physics. I took theoretical or conceptual physics in college. That was it. So like, as gravity is like that constant force in the space-time universe that pulls mass towards its center point.
Okay, that sounds like a Newtonian gravitational theory.
Yeah, I know Einsteinian is like time space, but for all like pragmatic purposes as a person, Newtonian physics is perfectly true. So
Well,
I don't.
mean,
it's only when
yeah,
you
I know.
break,
But they're
get into-
they're both ideas that people think due to the fact that if you're living on an Earth that's a spheroid. So all right, so gravity is conceptualized with the causation abstraction of it being, for you, a mass attracting mass, right? For all intents and purposes, things pulling themselves together because they're attracted to one another, right? According to you.
could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Two masses are attracting themselves to each other.
Yeah.
Because right? Okay.
Yeah.
So, and due to the fact that they're pulling each other to the center of each other's mass.
Yeah.
Okay. So, there's two things. There's a cause and effect, right?
Yeah.
So, what would be the effect of what you described?
Gravity is the effect.
Well, yes, but what is happening in the effect? What is happening?
Gravity is the effect, not
know,
the
but-
cause. It's a description of the effect.
Yeah, I know, but in the effect, what do we see happening? So give me something in the physical and natural world that's happening when you say that's gravity. What is happening as the effect?
There's a force that's being acted on a mass without a material explanation, and you wonder why this force is applied in like
Well, yeah,
linear
but the-
direction.
Yeah, but the
So it's
effect.
called
What are we?
gravity, right?
Yeah, but what are we seeing in the physical and natural world that gives us that question? What is happening?
Well, the famous example is like the apple that Newton falls from the tree,
Right.
and he observes the effect of gravity and theorizes about it, right?
So that becomes what we see, right? The physical and natural world, something falls, right?
Yeah, like that's the evidentialist proof for
Well,
gravity.
that's the effect. We're identifying the effect first. We see
Yes.
something. We see something falling through the medium of air to the ground,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we theorize about
Well,
the
I
cause.
know,
Yeah.
I know. So that's where we're going. The next step. So we
Gotcha.
gotta parse out. That's the effect. What we see happening. So with the effect, what can we do with that? We can quantify the average rate of fall, right, of some different elements or whatever. You can use an apple for this instance or anything else, right? Something falling down in the medium of air could qualify as something called for you and me to say that that's an effect, right?
Okay, yeah.
Doesn't matter what you can use an apple or just a pen dropping to the ground, whatever.
Yeah.
It's qualified as an effect. So that's the effect. So how can we figure out
Gravity is how can we figure out the cause? Okay. Yes,
the
keep
causal
going.
mechanism, the causal mechanism of the thing that we observe as the effect. So this
Yeah.
is okay. It's married in the framework of the abstraction of the Earth being a globe. You have to marry cause and effect. It can't be divorced. Like you can't say that you don't know the cause of the effect. You have to put some type of idea
Okay.
or theory behind it. So what is the cause of the pen falling or the apple falling through the medium of air?
So
You said it before, but you can.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand you correctly, you're saying like we both observe a fact, which is the movement of something through the air, and then we have our theories, and these
Well-
facts are interpreted through our theories.
Yeah,
And
but
you're
what I'm
asking me what my theory of cause is.
Yeah, no.
For the
so-
effect. Is that
yeah, but
right?
no, but what I'm saying is I haven't ascribed. I'm not going to ascribe anything just yet. Only thing that I'm agreeing with you is that what the effect of the things that we see in the physical and natural world, stuff falling down, right? We can drop stuff. I'm
Yeah.
agreeing with you that everybody sees that. We'd be a fool to say that stuff doesn't fall down, right? Like
Yeah.
that's pretty stupid. So we can agree with that. Now the cause, right? That's the part where we're going to have the differing opinions or ideas.
Yes.
Okay, so how can you scientifically evidence the cause of the effect?
How can you can't. Hume said all
Hmm.
inductive all causation is unjustifiable. You can't actually. It's a fallacy to say that science gets a pass and can do
Hmm.
can spot causation or do induction. So
Okay.
that's a fair
That's fair.
criticism of the scientific method.
Right.
I agree with.
Okay, well that's fair enough. But what I'm saying is because of the fact that in this arena, it gets tossed around like, well, people don't really understand how to parse out gravity in the first instance. So we got people talking past each other all the time in here because they don't understand like cause and effect relationships. They have to figure out why they ascribe to what the quantification of an effect is or the quantification of the cause is. Like, and so when we drill down into like this whole concept of gravity, it's actually a bit more robust, if you will, like to talk about it, and versus it just being one word that we ascribe to something happening, and therefore put our seal of approval of it happening on the oblate spheroid, right? Idea. So when people say, "Well, this is what happens on the oblate spheroid, and this happens always," so we know that gravity exists. You deny gravity. So what's not being talked about is how people parse it out and kind of reason with each other. What is gravity? You know, is it cause and effect? Are they married? Are they divorced? You know what I mean? How can you say that it is what you're saying it is when you only have one half of the story? The other half is something that is only an abstraction or a theory that hasn't been evidenced by science. This is just something that we have to ascribe to because there's no way, as you put it, there's no way that you can identify how you can say what it is through science. Like experimentation. So yeah, on the one hand, you have the effect that you see things, we got to deal with that first, right? So if you and I agree that we see stuff falling and the quantification of it, like let's say, the average rate of fall, a specific gravity, I would say that would be, still in line with things that people can work with in industries. You can throw formulas at it with putting mathematics behind it and saying that we can describe the average rate of something falling through the median of
Question.
Americas. Why couldn't you? You know, so go
So
ahead.
in this view, are numbers purely nominal? They're do they
They're
not actually
no, they're
correspond to the
useful.
world?
No, they're useful. I would say mathematics is a very useful thing, and if you do know math, and if you're in here, we're not denying the fact that math can also help us describe certain things and quantify things. It's
Is
not
math true?
true in the sense of in and of itself. I would say you can't categorize math as being true in and of itself. It
Okay.
explains true things. It explains true things.
Yeah.
You can say, if I hand you an apple, I gave
Well,
you
does
one
it?
apple.
Well, if you're
You know,
saying it explains true
yeah,
things, it like accurately, then it truly
yeah,
reflects things. It truly is explanatory.
yeah. It
It
can
truly
be,
isn't made up.
but then it can be made up too. Here's where the
Wait,
other, yeah.
hold
So
on.
you
If
can
if it is true and it's universal and it actually corresponds to the world, then it's not made up. Because if it's
no
in
no no
everyone
no
else's,
no
if it's
no
in
no no.
everyone's mind, and we all have different
Yeah, but
minds,
listen,
we're gonna have
it's just
conventions.
yeah, I know, but it's in how you use it, Peak. So you can use it in a way to describe true things, or you can use it to describe things that are not true. So in a like in an abstraction, right? You're saying, well, I conceptualized a specific theory, and with the math, everything seems to work perfectly in my theory. So
Okay.
in the way that I described it to you, it seems to work out with math. But there's nothing in the physical and natural world that resembles the math. You get
Okay.
what I'm saying? So
Yes.
in that
You
way,
don't find a 7 in nature.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you know what I mean. Like, there's no way that you can hand me the number 2. It's not.
Yes,
You
because it's a concept. It's
It's
an
a concept.
abstract entity. Yeah.
But you can use it for describing things that are true. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't like nobody's beefing with that here. I think that the beef is when people are saying that math is reality and it's not. So basically it's a convention. It's a language. It's useful. It's a tool that we can use to
What
kind
is
of
reality?
universal.
If math isn't
Reality?
reality, what is reality? And
Well,
tell
it's
me
the
how. What? Okay, I'll just
huh?
ask you this:
What?
What do we know? What is the extent of our knowledge, right? And then, how do we decide whether we know? What's the criteria? Can you
Well,
answer both those
yeah.
questions for me?
Well, kind of like what we see in the physical and natural world, I would say that's real. So we can experience things primarily, and we can quantify things and put them in a category that we say, let's just use definitions because I think they're very useful, right? So if you say, that's a cat or a dog, or we say whatever we do for anything that we're describing in the physical and natural world, let's say there's a defined term for something, right? And I read the definition of that thing and I say, yeah, that works. That I agree with that. There becomes an agreement between you and I. That's a definition of something that exists in the physical
Okay.
and natural world.
Okay, I
So,
know what language. I know how language works, but like,
yeah.
I'm asking, like, what can we say we have justified true belief in, knowledge of, right?
Yeah.
And how do we decide what is knowledge? Because now we're at a point where I think math reflects reality. I think that
It
it's
can.
it's
There's
an
nothing wrong
analog
with that.
for it's a descriptive analog for reality, and you can
I
explain
think
any part of reality with math. That's
no.
the view that I have, right?
Yeah, right
I know
now,
you
right.
disagree,
No, I
right?
do
So
because
I
there would
can
be
know things because I can test them against the criteria of logic and math.
all right.
But if math is partially social construct, then it's not reliable to test knowledge against. So I'm asking
So
you what you test to know if you have true knowledge of something.
So if you use math in a way that's constructive to reality, I think that's very useful. But if you're saying that a theory or an abstraction, such as what we just mentioned before, a gravitational theory, I don't think that's useful in a way that we can because so what I would say the gravitational theory is not useful, but the quantification of the effect is. So there's two things. Like I said, I divorced it from the idea that you have to use the causation equations to say that that's how we're viewing our cosmos, because if you're starting to go to that realm, you understand that science doesn't deal with these absolutes. So that means that there could be somebody with a better theory later on that will debunk the previous one or build on top of the previous one, not necessarily debunk it, I would say, but in this case it could. And so if you say that math is reality, then you're going to be stuck in the paradigm where people can't disprove somebody else with that same theory that you thought of, like, Newtonian was superseded by Einsteinian and so on. Einsteinian might be superseded by another person's and so on. So if they're saying that math could be superseded with some other math or another, idea or theory, then I think that you're saying you're being it's a kind of a dogmatic way of looking at what you're telling me about math. And it's not analog. I think it's more malleable than that, because it would have to be in a world where things are ever changing. So you couldn't say that for mathematics, because math is only the description of something. It's not necessarily in and of itself something truthful. It can be when you describe something that's relative to our understanding, but in the sense of, you saying that, somebody comes up with an idea. I don't know. Let me just give you some weird idea, like Superman's flying around, or a human being can fly, or they got superpowers. I'm sure with math you can figure out the physics with that and quantify it in a way that math seems to check out. But there's nothing in reality that you could pit it against, because it's just, people do this in games, right? Don't they? They make up these weird physics and such that don't exist in reality. And so that's what I'm saying. You can't say that it's analog, because it can be useful for many different applications that are not in and of themselves reality. So hopefully that kind of clears up a little bit of, because we do get that kind of mixed up. People come in here saying that, no, Matt, you're wrong. Math is reality. It's like, no, it's not, because it's not possible for you to say that it is if things that are brought up in mathematics are superseded later on by somebody else in
So
certain
can you
theoretical films.
So back to my question though, what is the extent? Because I understand that you disagree that math is true.
It
But
can be true, yes.
well, yeah, you don't agree that math is a actual universal that's invariant, that is descriptive of the world, that isn't a social construct. You think it's partially social
You can describe
construct, or I know?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
yeah,
useful.
I
It's a
understand
useful
your
tool.
position,
Yeah,
right?
it's a useful tool. Yeah.
Yeah, so this leads me to question, like, well, if you don't hold the belief that math is a valid criteria to test knowledge against, I want to know, how do you decide whether you know?
I don't think I ever said
What's the
that.
criteria of knowledge for you?
No, I don't think
And
I ever said that.
what is the extent of your knowledge? Those are the
I don't
two
thi-
questions I have
Yeah,
for you.
but you kind of glazed over the thing that I didn't say. I never said you can't pit reality against it, because here's the thing. If somebody said that you could measure the surface of the earth using math, then we have to take that math and go out into the field and verify this math. That's never been done. All we have are these ideas and concepts, but they never get put to the test. This is the issue, right?
I'm not
That's the
saying
reason
any,
why.
of course, no person, of course, I'm not saying any theory devised that includes math is true. Okay? That's ridiculous. I'm saying that
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm hearing.
I'm saying
from you.
that
I'm like, nah, that's not. You can't.
no, of course not.
Can't
But
do that.
math is actually descriptive of reality. When I say that I have 10 jelly beans and 10 cents, the 10 shared between those two things is real. That's a real thing. It's a quantity.
Yeah, you're
okay?
describing something. Yeah, of course.
Yes, it's invariant. 10 is always 10. It's never 9. It's always 10 by definition. See, I can go to any culture and there's no convention that would ever violate the identity of numbers. You see, because numbers are true. They aren't invented by the mind, and they actually reflect reality. So,
Well, the reality is true. The numbers that used to describe them were invented. So
they're
it's-
descriptive.
Yeah,
They're
they're descriptors. But
Yes.
saying that the number 2 is true that exists because there's two apples. You can't say that. You can only say that the two apples exist, but the number 2 didn't. Because we could say something else. We could speak another language or say something else. Maybe think about it like ones and zeros, use binary, and then it would be not even used in the typical conventional mathematics. It could
it's
be useful
ironic that you would
and
appeal to
different.
binary, which is
I'm
dependent
just-
on the invariance of ones and zeros. It's a perfect example, kind of self-refuting, because if a single zero turned to a 1 in a binary string, you'd have like some kind of error, syntax error, whatever. It wouldn't run. Same thing is true of math. If at any point, if I just took the number 27 out, it breaks math. Now, you can't just take 2 out in India and put 2 7s in China. Math is invariant. It's universal, and it's not social convention. There's like Bertrand Russell, the master logician. You know, he didn't. No one disputes this except for Muslims. Muslims think math is purely in the mind, or Kantians. Kantians think this bullshit too. It's something only graduate level education could make you stupid enough to believe. Okay, so like this now, our flat Earth is dependent on holding this prehistoric. It's called nominalism. You can look it up. They killed it in the Dark Ages. Okay, it's a terrible philosophy. And now my flat Earth is dependent on, like, really? I can't allow math to be true if I want to be a flat earther?
No, I didn't say that either. I think that's where you're getting the lines crossed.
Well,
if
math is true, even if there's a flat Earth, then I want a justification for why math, or how math can describe this new gravity,
so you know how so basically, right, we speak a language, don't we? English. Right now we're talking to each other in English, right?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Could you tell me the truth in English?
Could I tell you the number 2 in English?
No. Truth. Could you
Could I
tell
tell
me
you-
truth?
What do
Could
you
you
mean?
tell me something that's true in reality? Like your
Yeah.
name is Peak,
Yeah.
right? Okay, you could tell me something true in English, right?
Yeah.
Could you tell me that your name is Dog? And would that be false or untrue?
Yeah.
Okay. So using the same language, things can be true and untrue, right? Depends on how I use my language. Correct?
Yes.
That's what math is. It's a language. It could be used
I
to speak
agree.
to
Yeah, I agree. I've been saying it's a descriptor this entire time. I agree. It's a descriptor. It
yeah,
can
so-
describe true or untrue things.
Yeah,
Yes.
so math in and of itself is just a convention that's used for speaking about things
No,
that you
it's
can
not
say
a
are true.
convention. If
It
you
is.
say it's a convention, then it's in the mind. Here's the problem with that.
Go ahead.
If it's a convention that we agree upon, then I could agree upon new math. You know, me and what's that guy that went on Joe Rogan, who's totally insane, and is did the thing with
There's a lot of people that went.
okay,
on Joe
he's a
Rogan.
black dude who's
Terrence
crazy, and he's
Howard.
like, Terrence Howard.
Howard.
I could be like Terrence
Terrence
Howard
Howard.
with my 1 × 1 = 0. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard of some of the things he said.
And why is it that Terrence Howard is a blithering fool? Okay.
Oh, what'd you say, Actuals? Hold on, Pete. What'd you say?
I just wanted to correct Terrence Howard's insanity was 1 × 0 = 1.
Okay. Equally retarded, but thank you for the correction. Yeah. We all can agree that Terrence Howard is an idiot. And it's because he thinks that math.
Okay, sorry,
is
I didn't want to interrupt here.
intersubjective.
It was actually 1 × 1 = 2. But
Yeah, even more
wait,
retarded.
was
doesn't
it-
So Terrence
it
Howard
was
should
1
review
× 1
Alpha
1 × 1
Veritas.
= 2.
No,
He
I know,
also
I
thinks
know.
that
was
math
that
is
as
a
well.
construct.
It was both of these, and they are all equally retarded.
Yes, and Terrence Howard says it's a social construct, it's in the mind. You know, this is about, he said that his equation was actually a metaphor for like being a revolutionary or something.
What do you mean? Like what he said? Terrence said? I don't know.
Yeah, so tell me in your view then, because I don't think that you understand what I'm trying to say, why Terrence Howard is wrong about math. Because you disagree with him as well. We both
Yeah,
disagree with him for different reasons. So you tell me why he's wrong.
You're trying to tell people that when, like, say Terrence is trying to explain something, how could he describe things that are true using his concept or whatever he put forward to say? I didn't hear what he said, so I couldn't say what with one of the 3 people that just spoke about what he said. So I don't know, like, specifically what he was mentioning. But how could you apply that in the physical and natural world? I would say that it has to happen in application. If it's not applicable, then how are you then going to state that it is something that could tell you truth about something in reality? So if it is applicable, then what's wrong with that? I don't see anything wrong with that. But I don't know if the math is something we're really disagreeing on, Peak, to be honest. Like, even if you think that math was invented or it's just analog, it just is. Like, what does it...
I think we discovered math. It's important because it speaks to the. I've basically been asking you this whole time for your epistemic justification, and when we talk about these categories like math, which require justification in a worldview, I'm trying to get you to tell me what your criteria is for knowledge, right? This,
Yeah.
It's an epistemic question because you
So-
have a worldview that's very unique. It's very rare. And it could be that you have some way of sifting through information that's led you to truth with higher efficacy than most people.
Well,
Or
no, I
you
would
could
say
have a
like
faulty system for sorting truth from untruth. So that's why it's important we
I agree.
examine the mechanism and not any of the individual facts that you have collected. I want to know
All right.
what your criteria is.
So
Okay.
we usually start from a position of like primary experience, right? So if you can depend on your senses to help you navigate the physical and natural world, if you're not inebriated in any way, right? So if you're not taken in by some kind of illness or some kind of brain disorder, or something that's making you not see the world in a perceivable way like everybody else is, with a sober mind, you're able to understand things like, oh, wait a minute, that's a car coming my way, I need to move out of the way. Like, so the primary experience of the person going through life is able to have discernment in some type of way, right?
That's begging the question. You can't just say discern. He has to start asking, what is the mechanism of discernment? What is it that you
I told
test
you.
to
The
know what is
senses.
knowledge? The
So
senses.
yeah.
So the senses is not a mechanism.
Yeah, they're useful in determining things, aren't they? So if you don't have like sight, touch,
No, because
sound,
remember when we were
can't hear
talking
things.
about how all facts are theory laden and how you and I could see the same fact but interpret it different because of the theory that we presuppose. We already established that. So the fact that you and I have sense data doesn't get us to why your theory that you interpret the facts through is valid.
Yeah, I know, but there's a framework that we're working with here.
Yeah, so I'm asking you, why is your framework justified? That's what I've been asking over and over and over.
Listen, primary experience through the physical and natural world is helping us talk to other individuals who are experiencing the physical and natural world in a very real way, just like I am. So if you say, for instance, right, things that are subjective or objective. So subjective would be we both sit down, we have a piece of pizza from the same pizza that was made. My slice of pizza, the one I eat, said, I don't like this pizza. It's mushroom pizza or whatever. And you love mushroom pizza. So you eat it and you think it's the best thing ever. So our subjective experience is such that we can disagree on the idea that we can experience the same thing, but still have different opinions. Now, if we're saying that it didn't matter, we still ate a mushroom pizza, then the objective truth is that we both ate a mushroom pizza. We can agree on that. There's an agreement between an objective stance.
Okay,
and
that's
position.
the problem. You're using an analytic example, or I'm sorry, you're using a synthetic example, something that's true by definition because we can observe it in the world as an analogy here, which isn't fitting because in a worldview, you need to have starting axioms like the existence of good or bad, or the ability of one to detect truth.
Yeah, but that's too far
in this
into
whole worldview.
philosophical.
It's not.
That's
okay.
a little too far.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
You can't go too deep, man.
I'm not going to go too deep. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that
by saying that. Like that's too far
okay.
in.
Listen, you and I have access to the same set of facts. The internet is free for anyone. Yes. And so why is it that your interpretation of the
is this guy going to go on and like and not say anything for an hour?
I have no idea. I'm just.
Yeah, I'm
pretty sure.
I got something for him. I think that they'll snap him out of it.
I think he's going to come. He's just going to come to the conclusion that you can't know anything. Is that where we're going to end up?
Yeah, well, he's heading that way. I don't know if he's going to land there or not. He might not. But
let's see.
Let me try something. I've been wanting to get into.
Yeah.
Because so earlier you said 10 is 10, regardless of what society or culture you go to. Right? There's a concrete idea that describes 10 apples, 10 years old, 10 something.
Yeah.
And that equals 5 plus 5. 7 plus 3, etc.
That's right.
Okay, now change your base to base from base 10 to base 4. What does 10 equal?
What is 10? 10 equals 10.
No, in base 4 math.
In base 4 math? I'm not familiar with this.
Yeah, you can. Base 1, base 2, base 3.
No, I'm
all the
not
way-
familiar with higher level maths or like a theoretical physics. This is like a quantum physics
It's
math
not
or
high
something.
level. Base 10
No?
is when you tick over. We've got a base 10
Yep.
system. So when you get to 9, you tick over and you need another digit.
Oh,
You could base
I
it
see.
at any point. So
what if it was
arguably
a
more optimal system would be a base 12 system. So 13 was when you added the second digit.
Okay. No, I haven't even thought about this notion before. Okay, go on.
You mentioned binary earlier. The same idea.
I see.
Yeah. So right there, that should allow you to understand that 10 is dependent on what base math you're describing.
Okay.
So if you're
I'm
talking
not
to
sure
a
that's
culture,
true. Sorry, I'll shut up.
no, I mean, yeah, jump in if you want to.
What did he say? I didn't hear what
Said
Eggshell
10 is
said.
dependent on
No, not you,
what
Peak.
base
Eggshell.
math you're describing.
I wanted to hear what he
No,
said.
I said I'm not sure about that. I think 10, if it's describing 10, doesn't like any number like 44,000 would have different figures, different like glyphs that you would use to describe it. But 44,000 would always be 44,000 regardless of the base system, I think. Am I wrong on that, Crit?
Yeah, I'm saying, but that word, that 10, is different. Like if you were to say someone who in a different culture who uses base 2 math, and you offer them 10 for whatever good, to them that it could be a completely different number than what you're thinking.
Wait. So are you saying that like the language changes, but you don't believe that 10 always there's always an equivalent reference to 10, which is 10
No,
today
so
and tomorrow?
In base 4 math, 10 is 4.
Okay.
And in base 10 math, 10 is 10.
Okay. So
4, if you change where you are in math, saying 4 would be equivalent to saying 10.
yes, but you
Same in
realize
base 5,
4
6,
still
7,
has
8.
an unchanging invariant
No,
identity
4.
as
It
4.
would be 10.
It may be in the position of a 10, but it's still a 4, right? That's why you
No.
said 4 is equal to 10.
Yeah, because it's no longer 10. 4, it would be 10.
So 4 is in the place of 10, but it's still a 4. It still preserves its identity as a 4.
10. It's a 10.
So when you write it on a page, do you write a 4 or a 10?
You write a 4.
Okay.
But in
Interesting.
base 10, it would be 10.
I understand that it represents a 10, or that
So
it
that you have no idea what number that is. If someone just puts a 4 on the paper and tells you nothing else, you have no idea what number
What are
that
you talking
represents.
about, dude? You just
Correct. You're cooking with farts and you're way off the point. The point
Well-
is that 10, if we're using base 10,
Yeah,
No,
not
he's-
using base 10.
dude. No matter what,
he's
you
not
wrote a
using base
4
10.
on the paper.
Yeah,
And I don't care
that
what you
number, that
you
number could be lots of different things.
You could the meaning absolutely. It's like I repeated so
Well,
many
there-
times. Wait, hold on. It's just a descriptor. So of course the meaning is prescribed after the fact. You could decide on the meaning preemptively. Of course, I don't think
Well,
that math is
we don't
related to meaning.
Then we don't disagree. Then I think we don't disagree. Then if you're taking that stance, then we're all good. I think.
Yeah, that the number is really meaningless until you add meaning to it with some sort of
it accurately
first
describes.
norm.
Okay, I think
No, it
that
doesn't accurately
I think
describe.
The problem
That's what
here
I'm saying.
is completely
That's a good point.
syntax or something, because we keep agreeing with each other, and then I'll say a word, or you'll say something that is like, wait, did you just undo everything you just said? So I think that there's some kind of miscommunication here. We should move on from this point.
Yeah, I don't think we're disagreeing, to be honest. But if you
Yeah.
feel like we are, that's I don't know. You're basically saying the same thing that
Would you
I thought you were saying.
subscribe to nominalism?
No, that's where you added that, and I was able to get you out of that by demonstrating that you can say 4 using a different base system and still say 10 in your base 10.
I'm
Just by
not a
simply
nominalist.
switching. Yeah, well, you turned into one when you said the only way to use math is base 10. You became that because there's lots that any number you can use. There's
What
a
is it?
debate about
Bro,
what
that's not.
about what
I
we
don't
ended
think.
up at base 10, but you look at the history of it. There was a discussion about where do you put the line.
Okay.
So you have stuck in yourself in a different, an alternate reality, a multiverse. They ended up using, say, base 4.
Hopefully he gets it, because I mean I understand the point, but that's what I was trying to convey to him, that you did really well, Crit. Thanks, man. I think he gets it. He's just trying to mull it over, perhaps. I don't know.
No,
Yeah, it's like
no.
trying to
I'm being
reset to make it.
completely no, not at all. It's not a reset. I'm not downloading or unpacking files. Okay, I honestly, I wouldn't say this in real life because, we're all more polite in person. But I think you guys don't know what nominalism is and are trying to.
You using
gives a-
base 10
Who gives a
math
fuck?
as the only
Well,
way
I mean,
of using math.
I asked a question. You could have just said, "I don't know what that is," but then you're accusing me of nominalism, which makes no
Just
sense.
based on what you've said when you how you
Yes, man.
described it.
So, yeah,
Can
I mean, Crit, I appreciate the effort you're trying to explain, but honestly, bro, I don't. It's not
Well,
compelling
he's
at all.
basically he feels like he's in a disagreement with that, Crit. So it's kind of got him in a position to say that because he has this very rigid approach at looking at the way he's looking at numbers, then his worldview is confined to this only.
No, it's
method that
because
he
I
has.
haven't heard a justification
Yeah,
for
you're
any other
confined.
worldview.
It's a rigid way that you're looking at the world.
I've asked 10 different ways, 100
just
different
told you.
times for a justification.
Didn't
he
I
told
just
me
hear
about
him tell you?
modal math or something, based
All right.
math.
So
Okay,
So what's the conclusion? What can we? Because this is
He wants to get past it, Peak. So Timbo is saying, like, what is your point? Because we can't understand your specific type of math.
Well, I just
then in that way we can only define it with a reality to say that
I've been asking, dude.
the physical
I've
and
asked
natural.
two
Peak,
questions
why are you
over
jumping
and over,
in, brother? Why are
because
you jumping in?
you're asking.
Like I think that's kind of rude, bro.
You
Like
see
when
what
I'm
the
when I'm
point
going
is.
through, I think that's very rude, to be honest.
Go ahead.
So if somebody's describing things in the physical and natural world and they can only use a system of math that you're prescribing, and that's the only way we can know truth, then you're basically regulating truth to how you view the world. It's
No.
very rigid, and you set parameters around it. There's nothing else outside of that box that you are in, how you can perceive the physical and natural world with the rigid view of math that you have. That's the only way you can perceive reality. Other than that, outside of that, you cannot. You are all crazy, batshit crazy people. That's what you're saying. Outside of my worldview, you're batshit crazy if you think of it any way other than the math that I know to
No.
describe reality.
No, that's all. I'm sorry that you inserted and injected and concocted that crazy emotional take. I'd never said
Okay, so
anything
you just-
negative about anyone who. I haven't even shared my worldview. Okay, so that's quite a jump. All that I'm saying is I want to know, since
All right, shut the fuck up. Can you? I'm going to unmute you, but can we just come to a conclusion? Just tell us what your conclusion is.
Yeah, it looks like he bounced.
Can we just skip it and go to the worldview?
He gone.
Yeah.
Gone.
But that's I basically
There
summarized.
was a whole lot of fucking. He was just.
I
dribbling.
summarized his position. So he was trying to basically frame his argument in the sense to say that everything's got to pass the smell test within his rigid worldview. And if it doesn't,
you don't.
It's batshit crazy. It's what I said.
Yeah, if you don't agree with him, then you're crazy.
Yeah, his rigid worldview perspective of how he sees the world. If it doesn't follow within those confines, then you are batshit crazy.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but that's just the way I see the world. But I get it. Do you hear it? That's what he was saying. That's what he wants.
Yeah. He needs everyone to conform to his view. Otherwise, I don't understand how we can go forward if we can't have a base understanding of anything.
Yeah, but see, Crit broke it down, right? And so what happens is you got these people, and he was basically projecting the very thing that he was saying that we're doing, that he was actually, being charging us with. That's what he was.
Yep.
It's weird, right? That's
Yeah.
the way it goes.
One thing I found interesting about that is he was using the term "math is true."
Yeah.
Right. I mean, one could analogously say, based on the definition that you guys were going over, it's like me saying English is true, or French is true, or Italian is true. Like it's a category error, right? You know, like.
Yeah, and everybody that's in here, hopefully, can say that you can say true things with math. That's nothing wrong with that. It's a descriptor. Can you say two things, and you can also say things that are untrue with math.
Definitely.
And so, math and his way that he thought about it is not truth itself, and he wanted to make it sound like math is just objectively the reality of the world that we live. It's, you know, what's weird is that I actually had a conversation such as this one with a person that I work with at my job. We're having this very conversation face to face. I was laying it to him about the flat Earth and whatnot, and he was basically sounding like that one guy that was just in there. I was like, dude, this is weird. I had this conversation face to face with the guy, but he was.
How did that conversation end?
He was actually, you know, like when somebody tilts their head sideways, like they're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, like a dog. Yeah.
Same thing, dude. He had that kind of tilted head response when I was talking to him. I was like, bro, I'm not saying that you can't define things in the physical or natural world with math. You can absolutely do that. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you're doing things that are using ideas like the Earth is something that it's not, and then using math to support your idea, that's not true. Because what I said, the important part is that you need to comport that mathematics into the physical natural world and go test them. Go test that shit. And if it lines up, voila, right? Fucking hell. Like, you got yourself reality. But if it doesn't, how the fuck are you going to then make reality be what you want out of the math that you're constructing or useful in this, you know, mathematical construct? You can't. It's not going to stand. I give a fuck how many times you say it. It's not a globe of the radius value of 3959. It's not going to stand up. How the fuck are you going to measure that against the physical and natural world? Like, that's what I'm asking. I've been like, anyway, I mean, but just telling him, I didn't really get that hard with him, but I was telling him, I was like, dude, you got to realize that math isn't reality. It's not reality. Reality is reality. And so fucking, we don't go around fucking seeing number 2s and 10s and fucking, you know, 8s everywhere. It's not the way that shit works. Anyway, I use language to help him understand what I thought it was. You know, fucking, we speak in English. It's a language, but if you don't know the fucking language, how can you understand what the person's telling you? They could be screaming at you in a different language, and you're like, I don't know what you're saying, bro. Like, you know, like, fuck.
Sounded to me like a fallacy of composition and an all or nothing fallacy.
I could fall in that category, yeah.
Here's a good example.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead, Flatty.
Oh, I was just going to say, sometimes things with quality is what you test reality against. You don't always have to test it against quantity.
Yeah, go, Crit, did you have something?
Yeah, so in the story, I'm sure you guys have heard it, the Black Hawk Down, Somalia, where Marine, I think it was a Marine, or maybe our Army helicopter crashed. And what happened there was a misunderstanding, okay? Because in their culture, showing the bottom of your foot to somebody is like the middle finger. So, like, if you were to, like, people
Weird.
like lift up, they lift up their foot and like kind of show them, you know, the bottom of their foot. So what they saw all day long was these, you know, UN, NATO, whatever the mission was, helicopters where they had the skids on them, where people had their feet hanging out. They looked up all day and just saw people's feet above their head, and the whole time people just getting pissed off. Like, every time they look up, there's an American flipping me off. And that would have been all it would took to diffuse the situation. Yeah, don't have your feet hanging out the helicopter. It'd be like the same thing if a foreign power was here and every time you looked up, there's someone's hand out the helicopter showing you the middle finger. See, that right there, in that dude's worldview, he couldn't be able to adjudicate that. That was something completely different.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna every now and again have these hard cases that come through here, but it is what it is, I guess.
He'd be like, if feet equals 1, you know?
Brings another meaning to put your foot in it, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
he was trying to discern.
Oh, yeah.
We had this.
If
Go ahead,
only it
go on,
were
Scott.
true.
Um,
It'd be a really cool story if it were just true.
what was just true?
The thing that Crit just said.
Earlier we had a discussion on density. Were you guys? Was anybody in here the time we were talking about it? Oh,
Yeah, I
Max
was.
But yeah, density. And I asked Glover because we're asking the flat earthers, what's density? I hear you guys saying density all the time. What's
Yeah,
density?
here it is right here.
And
1991, Mogadishu, Somalia. Just open the history book, dude.
I think that's the Scott.
Yeah, like
All
basically
right.
brain farting complete swaths of human history because he was too high to pay attention.
Which part do you think I skipped over, Crit?
I don't think. Well, Scott he's been, as far as I know him, like non-conspiratorial. So he's never one to say that anything that people say that's outside of what's been said by mainstream is, he's not going to take that as, you can't look at it like that's the case because there's a bunch of tinfoil hats running around saying things. He'd just rather go with whatever's mainstream said, and that's just what we got to accept.
Or you could just ask me what I think. But go ahead and tell me what I think. Makes more sense.
But you said that before. Why are you gonna go back on that? You've never heard one thing
what did I
that's a
say
conspiracy.
before?
Anything that's a conspiracy, you just don't have a reason to believe that.
Kurt
Could
wasn't
be the
talking
case.
about. Kurt wasn't saying anything about a conspiracy, was he?
No,
He's
I'm
saying
saying
that
though,
the fact
anything.
that they were hanging their shoes out of the helicopters was insulting, and that's why it all happened.
So it's not. Wait, hold on.
Just plain
Oh my
crazy.
God.
You're saying that
That
it
is
is
straight
not.
crazy.
You're saying it's not. It's okay to show someone your foot in Somalia. That's
I'm
normal.
saying that's not why that incident went down.
God, you are completely bricked, dude. Yeah, you can look up Somali culture. Is it polite to show someone the bottom of your foot? Let's say it's akin to giving someone the finger. Like, wow, what the fuck? Like, put down the wacky tobacco. Like, try to think these things through.
All right, we have nobody in here who's a Glober, huh? It's just us.
You look at this cultural arts, Somali etiquette. Like when traveling abroad, be careful which way the soles of your feet are pointing, especially while sitting.
We're going to say something about density.
Yeah, we're just talking about density, and I don't think I really got a descriptor from the Glober side. They didn't really come in here. They were stumbling upon like what density is in their worldview. So, and I thought it was kind of weird because they were in here poking fun at the flat Earth and saying, "You guys are always talking about density and buoyancy. What is density?" And then when I came back around, because I was busy doing stuff and I was listening to the conversation, and then I came and asked them, they didn't know what it was. So I was like, "What the fuck? They're charging us with what we don't know, and they don't know either. The fuck?" And you know why? Because it's a convention. Density is just something used for, it's like a descriptor. They didn't say that. They said it was something real, concretely real. And I was like, how is it possible that you have something that has density? Anything. How much density does something have? We went to like molecules and fucking mass. I think they were even using kilograms. The weight of something. They were all over the place, bros.
Yeah, all over the place, up to and including denial of Black Hawk Down. Because the flat earther said it, so therefore it must be wrong.
I think that conversation was going well until we just got hung up on that shit.
With that other guy that was just in here?
Yeah, whoever that was.
Yeah, he got in his feelings.
Peak.
But see, Crit exposed him, and he didn't like that one bit. That was good work, man, because yeah, he felt the sting of that one. He didn't want to like, no, no,
Yeah,
you.
he couldn't let. He goes, 10 is still 10. I go,
Yeah.
in base 10 is 10. 10
But
is
it's
not 10 in other base math.
Yeah, there's. I don't know.
He like gives up all his senses. So for math. All right. So how'd you do that? So you're just able to sense math without
Yeah.
seeing
Math
it,
is.
hearing it.
He said math is analog. It's just reality, my friends.
And then doesn't know anything about reality or math and just pairs the two together. Like,
But he also said something else weird, like sensors aren't an instrument or something like that. Sensors aren't
Essentially, yeah.
a way to adjudicate the world. Like you can't use your
mechanical or
senses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was hard to unpack that because you're like, okay, so this guy's saying that his senses are in fact not senses. And
Yeah.
reality is not reality. Math would be reality.
Yep.
You're like, dude, from my quick Google search of what you mean by nominalism, that sounds like nominalism.
Yeah, and I kind of pegged him for it when I was kind of framing him at the end of that. He that conclusion kind of left him with a bad taste in his mouth. He's like, I can't believe there's some people like you putting me in this. Like, bro, that's what you're saying. I mean, why can't you? If your worldview is such that you think that math is reality, just come out and say it, bros. Just fucking say it from the fucking rooftops. Why are you hiding behind this fucking I don't know, verbal judo that you're trying to use in this chat? Just
Yeah.
fucking.
Where was it leading to? Like, what was he getting to?
Yeah, he was using a lot of words to say absolutely nothing, huh, Chuck? It was just like
nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing
it
at
was
all.
absolute. Yeah, he's just circle working for no reason at all. Like it had no premise. Like it wasn't going anywhere.
He'd been hanging out with the debate bros.
I would think so, because like you look at the thing is, when you make an argument, fucking make it, dude. You know. And for me, I was just passing time. I was like, I don't give a fuck. We can go wherever he wants. But
it sounded like that.
Yeah, he just wanted to take it to like the long way around. And Timble's like, dude, fuck this.
Yeah, come on, man.
Just tell me what is your fucking point?
He wanted to show us how smart he was. That's all it was.
Yeah, that's
maybe.
that's what I gathered. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just fucking.
Yeah.
Shut up.
He swallowed a thesaurus and he needed to get all the words out.
Like someone else roasted him for being anomalous, so he's like, I need to go into another group and call them here flat earthers.
That was good. It was good. I like it. Yeah, we got conservatives are weak that just joined us. What's up, man?
This should be good.
Not
You
much
know-
sorting files. What about
Sorting
you?
files.
Yep.
Sorting files.
Is he have you been here before?
Yeah, of course.
Crit knows you, I think, or does he?
Is that what makes conservatives weak? That they don't sort files?
His name was quite funny.
Kind of lazy.
Like
Yeah,
if he's on the globe side and talking about conservatives being weak, that's pretty contradictory.
Do you think that the Earth is a globe? Conservatives are weak.
Sure. I mean, it's not a globe per se, so no, it's an ellipse of sorts. Yeah.
Ellipse of sorts.
Ellipse.
Yeah.
Wait,
It's both at the ends.
Yeah, all right, man. Who told you this? Who said
Conservatives told
this?
them
Were they
that.
conservatives telling you this?
Yeah, NASA. Social conservative.
Well,
like you will not see an LGBTQ at NASA.
The Earth is irregularly shaped ellipsoid, so it's not a sphere. No.
Okay,
Site
so how
sortation NASA.
How did you find that out?
I don't know. I read stuff, I guess, and have education.
You don't know. You read stuff.
Yeah,
that's pretty to the point, isn't it? Right down to the fucking what we need to know. You don't know. You read some stuff.
Yep.
But wouldn't there be a more poignant answer to that? Like, oh, my teacher in 3rd grade told me, or something. Like, this is like,
or just the description of what you read. What did you read?
Most children see that
It's
the
even
planet is
weirder than that.
round
You're saying I don't know, but then you're saying you do know because you read it somewhere.
Yeah.
So do you know or you don't know?
It's in some book somewhere.
You seem very confused about the planet's shape. I'll let you figure it
Really?
out.
What do you mean?
Okay.
What planet?
The planet we live on. Maybe you live on another planet.
We live on a
Maybe
planet?
that's the issue.
That's new information. How do
Okay,
you know
so
that?
how'd you confirm it was an ellipsoid? Go ahead and enlighten us.
I think his answer was
we
he read
have,
it somewhere.
satellite.
He read it somewhere. Somewhere. We
I'll
don't need
take
to know
it.
where.
Right.
Just somewhere.
Yep.
Probably in a magazine when he was, taking a dookie or something. Who knows? But the problem is, we don't have people that can substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe. So can you do that?
We do have people who can do that. People who have gone to space.
Oh, we're letting other people do it, right? Not the people that come into this room. Well, people who think that the Earth is an ellipsoid that come into this room can just remain as ignorant as all get out, right? You guys don't need to know anything.
I mean, didn't NASA? Wait. Didn't NASA offer a bunch of like flat earthers to go to space, and they were like, "But the helmets are round," and then NASA was like, "We'll make the helmets square," and they're like, "But the mathematical cabin is going to turn the glass around, and it's not going to be accurately, like flat like I want it to be."
Is this what
Well, yeah, I think that did happen in your imagination. I don't think that
No,
happened.
it did. I mean,
I've heard it too.
You dreamt that one up, conservatives.
I'm sure like all of you can gather your money together and afford like a cheap, like space flight that is like less than 50K.
I think you can gather all of your brain cells together and try to summon up an actual argument.
I did. Gather all of your money together, like go to the Flat Earth Reddit, like put a piggy bank for
Got an answer for you, conservatives. I don't have to because I don't care, and I don't have to care either because it's non sequitur to the fucking ground.
Okay, sure.
Ether's coming in hot.
I'm not here to make you care. You seem very confused.
You're not here to make a point either, evidently. Do you have
I
a point,
made a point.
conservatives? This is
I
just
did
coming
make a
in
point.
super hot.
I did make a point. You're just not listening.
Oh
So
shit!
do you think? So do you?
Egg cells is here to help you, brother.
You seem to be
You think
struggling
you're
with listening.
Well,
Maybe
maybe
it's
make
the roundness
one
of the
point again,
planet.
because it sounded like
see
you were
where this
saying
goes.
us flat earthers
Mhm.
that NASA offered us to take us to space with square helmets. I haven't heard that one before. Is that a thing that happened in reality, or
Yep,
did you
they did.
dream that up?
Again,
Can you show
once
me a
again,
link or something?
Once again, this is not hard. Gather all of your money together. Each of you puts $10 in, and you go to fly to space with whatever.
I wish you would give a link.
So hang on, there are how many
wait,
people
wait,
in
I
this
wish you'd
room?
give a link to his
How
claim.
much do you think it
Let me
costs to
ask
go
you-
to space? There's 25 people in this room. Do you
Let's
reckon
see.
with $250 we're going to
How much
space?
does it cost to go to space? Let's see.
I wanted to go back to the
So
NASA offering
it's
square helmets
wait.
to flat
It's
earthers thing.
250K. So it's 250K. You think that like all the flat earthers on Twitter, Reddit, you guys can't elect one of you, like who is the most trusted guy of all of you, to like get like a camera
Timbo.
up there
Well,
and
I elect
You're moving the
Timbo.
goalposts a bit now,
How
mate.
much-
But I wanted to
how-
go back to this thing that you
No,
said
I-
NASA offered.
Just answer this question. We can go back to whatever point you want. Like, why don't flat earthers do that?
Because we
very-
don't believe that it's a real thing. Now I've answered your question. Can you go back to this thing
What
where you
do-
said
what do you
NASA
believe?
offered to take
That's
us to
non
space
sequitur.
with square helmets?
Yes.
Can you show me any evidence for that, or is that something you dreamt up? Any evidence at all? Just like a website link, something from CNN, NASA.com, anything. Is it something you dreamt up? The
Sorry.
square helmets thing?
The first thing that pops up whenever they search NASA offers flat earthers take them to space is like, but has no plans to bring them back.
Right. And is that from NASA? Or is that like a funny satire
No,
article that
it's
you
a funny
accidentally fell
satire.
for because you
Let
had
me
poor
see.
critical reasoning?
No. Let's see.
I think you fell. I'm going to
Like,
guess you fell for a satire article.
What
That's
is
my
the
guess here.
reasoning that you're thinking is a failure here? Like, we already reached the point where you admit.
I don't think that has ever happened. I've never heard anybody say that before. And I don't think that NASA would actually say that. So that's why I think that you made that up or read it once in a satire article and accidentally fell for it. So you came in here to own the flat earthers, give us your
I
evidence
just
for
came
that
into
wild
this and
claim
you're
you
the one
made.
who engaged me. I wasn't the one looking to
Well, you
like.
came into the
own
room,
one.
man.
Oh.
Let's just put that aside, and then
Okay,
you
so
made a clear
keep moving the
claim
goalposts.
that NASA offered to take people to space and offered
Mhm.
to make them square helmets, and I don't think any of that is true.
Oh, here we go. Here's a crowdfunding campaign to go to space.
So is that
So,
NASA or is that somebody great? Is it a successful
I
campaign?
believe it was with
This is
NASA.
going to be awesome.
It's been a bit since
Do
I've.
should I share my screen as we go through this claim?
Sure.
Okay, let's do it.
So again, like, what do you believe? What's your belief? I guess.
I believe you're full of shit.
Oh, that's unfortunate belief to have. I
Now,
guess.
hang on, what is this? The Bite. There's a crowdfunding campaign to send a flat earther to space. So this isn't at all what you claimed. There's no square helmets. There's no NASA. This is some
It was a
weird
NASA shuttle back in the day.
article. It's not even Pop Sci. So I'm going to have to follow your links, am I? Right, GoFundMe campaign. Was it even funded? Oh, it's £345 raised. Wowee. So is this the evidence you had that NASA said to flat earthers they would take us to space and offer us their helmets? Is a GoFundMe from a fucking random called Mark Gould who doesn't even have a profile picture who managed to raise 345 English pounds? Is that your evidence, or do you want to keep searching and find something a bit better?
I can search for something better if you care.
You better search for something a little better.
Or what? Are you
That's
going to be
trash.
upset?
No, I'm loving this. This is awesome.
Oh,
I
I'm
live
sure
for
you
this.
do.
I unmute for this, baby.
Mm.
I force my partner to hear me talk like this to people because this is epic.
Damn.
Does it turn her on, eggshells?
It does. It does. We go to town after this. She goes, "Oh, I heard you absolutely own that Glober before." So the claim was NASA offered to take you guys to space, but you didn't want round helmets, so they offered to make you square helmets. That's what you came in on. That was your big opening salvo.
Again, it's been a while since I've Googled
Told the
this,
truth. Made sense.
Told the truth.
Backed
It
up your
makes
claims.
sense.
What's it been a while since you've done there, mate?
Your argument doesn't even make sense because you said you don't believe in flat Earth, so it's really interesting.
I don't remember saying that.
You literally said that, like not but 3 minutes ago.
Did I?
Yes,
I
I
don't
asked you. Do you believe that the Earth is flat? So you can clarify now.
I think you asked that of somebody else.
Okay, I'll ask it of you. Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Oh, it's not a belief. No, I don't believe the Earth is flat.
Okay, so what is it to you? Like, we're not going to play the linguistics game.
Well, it's an exploration. Generally, what flat Earth is, you'll find, is an exploration of other people's epistemology and why they come to believe things.
Mhm.
And we explore what other people believe, and we go through that and challenge that in the hope that people might have a revelatory moment and sit back and look at themselves and go, maybe not only do I have unfounded confidence in my worldview, but maybe I'm also a dickhead because I have unfounded confidence in my worldview. And I think you are currently the poster child for that.
Okay.
Because you seem like you have unfounded confidence that NASA offered to take flat earthers to space and offer them square helmets.
Irrelevant.
Square helmets is the bit that's particularly got me. In case that's skated past you, I want to make you particularly aware of that is the bit I find the wackiest part of what you just said.
Irrelevant.
I don't think the first part's true, but I think the second part is insane.
My personal proposal has always been, like, if flat earthers want to confirm their belief, they always can crowd raise. It's simple enough. 250k.
Right, and if you want to prove what you're saying, you need to do even less than that. You just need to find a credible page saying that. I'll believe it, even if you find a CNN article. Though I think CNN are probably pretty sketchy in terms of what they produce in terms of factual content. Even if you can find me that, I'll eat my hat.
Unfortunately, there's lots of results that pop up.
There's nothing to confirm what you said. Do you think that? Do you think?
Conservative.
Okay, could be
What
wrong.
height?
Like, I'm not saying
Hey,
that.
conservative. What height do you have to go up to see the curve?
Isn't it like 19,000 kilometers or something like that?
19,000 kilometers.
Kilometers. Do you think
That's
that's
a
how
long
high
way,
they go when
Josephine.
they pay 250 grand to go to space?
Let me see. How much?
Do you think that's how high they go?
1,000 kilometers.
That's the first one I've heard.
That's a long way, bro.
How tall is space? I guess. Let's see. How tall?
How tall is space? That's a great question. How tall is
Fucking hell.
Oh, it's not even that high. Never mind. It's okay. I must be thinking about something else. It's
You must not be thinking. That's the answer.
80 kilometers out.
You're thinking of the square helmets, maybe? I think that's what you're thinking of.
Maybe.
I appreciate you googling it. That's one step above.
Is it really though?
Well, it depends if you
I
can.
still want evidence for that.
comprehend what
Okay,
you
can we
come
have
up with,
this
I
then,
guess.
conservatives? It seems like you're somewhat tacitly climbing
I
down
have
from
a
the square
question for you.
helmets.
Would the
Can we
Blue
have on the
Origins-
square helmets before we get into the rest of your epistemology?
Sure.
On the square helmets issue, it sounds like you're skating away from that claim now. Are you willing to
you're
say that
asking
you
me
made
another
that
question?
claim completely unfounded and you don't have any support for it?
It's been a while since I saw that. I will be happy to Google it for you, but sure.
But do you think there's a chance that you made it up or fell for a
No, I
satire
didn't
article?
make it up. No.
Do you think there's a chance you
You
fell for a
don't-
satire article?
You don't feel a little bit silly? You sound a little bit
You
silly.
don't feel at all
Sound
silly
a-
making that claim?
If I can't find it, I'm willing to concede that I was wrong, but I'm 100% I saw it. Yeah.
Right, but what I'm saying is it could be a satire article, it could be a joke article that you didn't realize was a joke.
I mean, I doubt it.
That's
no.
not a chance.
I was looking out if it was a satire to begin with because I was curious
Right,
about it.
but you can't find it now. So you're still sure it existed.
Yeah, I saw
and
it
you want
years
us to
ago,
believe that
Mike,
you're
but
not.
You do know that
You
things
don't see
go-
that this is damaging your credibility?
I didn't know that I had to build up credibility with you, my dude. Like you're not the
Everybody's got to build credibility with
expert
everybody
here.
by saying things that are true.
No, I don't have to build credibility with you. You seem very kind
Well,
of
you're not successfully doing it, so like you don't have to. No, you just in order to be taken seriously by other human beings, you'd hope that you maintain some credibility.
Okay.
And coming in with a
It's
wild
not
claim
really
that immediately
up to you.
gets challenged, that you immediately can't
Want to
support,
establish a
and then
credibility
go.
base.
We will assess the credibility.
Would
Yeah,
Blue
with
Origin
what you
take
say.
Honest
you-
credibility, I think, is a good way
again,
to say it, Jobs.
Would Blue Origin take you where you want to go? Like, would it be a verifiable enough of a flight for you?
Those people who've claimed to have done one flight with people they handpicked, would they commercially send me up? No, I don't think they would, because they're not sending anybody up. They did one claimed flight that didn't even go to the Kármán line with people they handpicked to go on it.
Okay, so apparently they're giving out.
Did they have? Hang on.
selling
Quick
out.
question on the Blue Origin. What shape were their helmets?
Oh, no, let's see. Blue Origins.
Are you really googling this?
Is he really looking it up?
They are round, yes.
You don't want to just go, maybe I misremembered it, or maybe I fell for a satire article, or just climb back from it going, well, I can't show it to you at the moment, so it's understandable that you think that I'm full of it. Because that's never happened, man.
I
That's
already
never happened.
told you, I simply could not be able to find it. That's possible.
Right. So you
That's
think
not
there's a
really
chance
that-
that maybe you sort of misremembered it or fell for a joke article? I'm going to try now. I'm going to try and find it.
it could
I
be
think I'm going to be able
99,
to find that's
you know,
clearly
like-
on like
Unlikely.
the
I would
Advocate or
never
something.
fall for a. I would never fall for a satire
Yeah.
argument. No. Very unlikely.
Interesting.
You know, to sort of make like a counter proposition or counter like offer. I would say I would become a glober if True Paragon here, Mr. Conservative, actually got onto a rocket ship himself and traveled a whopping 22,500 miles per hour, which of course is the alleged escape velocity needed to go into the vacuum of outer space to escape Earth's atmosphere. If he was able to do that himself and verify it by taking some selfie and verifying his identity and this kind of thing, I would become a glober. So there's that too.
You're happy to fund my flight. We can arrange something.
If you go and verify that you did go on the rocket and get into outer space and even bring back evidence of the globe, I can then fund your trip after that. I'm not going to do it beforehand because as far as I know, you're just going to take the money and run.
All right.
Sound
Conservatives, do me a favor, man.
Mm-hmm.
If you will give, that would be a good thing to say. If you will just shut the fuck. No, check this out. Give Eggshells your best globe Earth argument, the best one you can muster up. I know you were kind of joking around, but like the best one.
Have a pause. Have a think.
Just the best one. Don't
have a think and go. What is the strongest bit of evidence that convinces you when you look at it and you go, you're now dealing with skeptics. You now need to summon up the best evidence you can think of for that might convince me that we live on a ball.
Oh, okay.
And I'll be charitable.
I didn't have to convince you personally,
fully, and then I'll show you why it might not be that great evidence.
Since you started to nitpick about me reading something or seeing something in an article, well,
Making
when I was
something
a child,
up, falling for a satire article is what I said.
No. I'm talking about reading articles about the Earth being round. So if you stop interrupting, that would be excellent. So when I was a child, we studied about bacteria and stuff like that, and you're like, well, how would you know there is people who don't believe in bacteria, right? There's people who don't believe in microorganisms, atoms, and so on and so forth. Well, eventually I grew up to be a scientist. I work in the field of biology, and now I have access to microscopes and my own personal verification methods, and I have proven, to the best of my ability, unless every microscope in the world, even the ones I adjust myself and fix the lenses of, are, somehow malfunctional, let's say, on purpose. Well, microscopic organisms exist, and so does atomic particles. We can conclude the same thing about, the flat Earth or the round Earth, whichever side.
Let me get this straight. I just want to make sure I'm not going to.
Wait, have you seen atomic particles?
I have seen, there is multiple tests that you can perform, even, your own kind of botched ones that you can see atomic particles that are, provable. Technically speaking, you can see atomic particles, but you can see their reaction onto the world.
So you haven't seen an atomic particle?
Well,
because you just said you've seen atomic particles, but now you're telling me you haven't seen atomic particles.
Okay, if you look at the sky and there's a bunch of stars, and you see something blocking the shape of the blockage.
We're talking about atomic particles, not stars. You said you discovered atomic particles through a microscope.
No, I said bacteria and microorganisms.
So can I understand the full?
Yes, I said atomic particles because there are tests that verify the existence of atomic particles.
Was that his evidence? Haven't seen an atomic particle.
That was his evidence that the Earth is round. Yeah, that he's a microbiologist.
Oh no, dude! I hope you didn't use that as your evidence.
That was legit his argument. I said, "What's your best argument?" And he basically said, "Some people doubt that bacteria exists, but I became a scientist and found very small things. Therefore, we're on a ball." Basically.
No, my argument.
That's not too big a straw man, is it? Would you say that I've got anything particularly wrong in the causal relationship there, Conservatives?
You did, absolutely did.
Okay.
So if
what did I get wrong?
Being aggro and stop being, a little crybaby, maybe you'll be able to identify the fact that, you'll be able to identify that what I said was that we all read that the Earth is flat. There's articles written about it. It's the same thing as, about microorganisms, right? You would verify that to be true, There is, thousands of scientists and publications and so on were written about microscopic organisms and written about, the round Earth, let's say. Well, I have had the opportunity to verify one of those hypotheses on my own. I haven't had
about the round Earth or about bacteria.
About bacteria. So, like, why would?
But can you relate to me? The bit I'm missing is bacteria may exist and may not exist. I don't understand the relationship between the existence. I guess the question is this: could bacteria exist on a flat Earth?
Sure. No, my argument, which you don't understand, is that we use education to educate. I mean, yes, like it's very obvious. We use education and we read things, as you mocked me for, and we can't verify things for ourselves. You know, like some people never have access to a microscope.
Like whether the NASA offered to send flat earthers to space with square helmets, we can verify things for ourselves. Yeah.
Sure, exactly. We can verify things for ourselves. Yes, by reading things. Well, I have read that bacteria and microorganisms exist way before I was able to see them myself. Well, that proved to be true. Ergo, if the scientists usually, like, there is a crossover between the field of physics.
Aren't you supposed to be giving your best evidence for Globe Earth?
He is, yes. This is his
This is it.
I'm giving you evidence number one. I'm giving you evidence number one.
That is not evidence that
the scientific method works for bacteria. Why would it not work for the flat
Can I ask what the scientific method? Would you agree, conservatives, the reason science is an ongoing
documentation and so on and so forth?
What is the scientific
method? Is about updating our belief because it's never quite finished.
Hey, conservatives, can you tell us the scientific method?
So the scientific method, I mean, like, do you want the long version, the short version? The short version is
just give us the version.
The scientific method is an approach of observation and repetition by which you can repeat the same phenomenon independent of other people's or their observations, I guess. So if I tell you that, you know, like salt causes water to be salty,
what's the method?
anyone can test that.
What's the method in order?
In order, I mean, I don't know, like observation, I guess, questioning.
Aren't you a biologist, though?
I am a biologist. No one postulates.
Okay, so what do you do? What do you do in biology?
I mean, depends, I guess. Like, so sometimes.
What do you mean it depends? Just tell me what you do.
Okay, sometimes you have a hypothesis. Then you create the experiment and the experimental structure. Then you make observations, repeat them, give it to other people to verify on their own if it's possible, and so on and so forth. Like, what's difficult for you? It's called the experimentation data collection.
Nothing. I just asked you a question and you wouldn't answer it. It seems difficult for you. Yeah, I know. So why would
I literally?
So why are you asking me? Why are you asking me if it was difficult when you were the one having difficulty answering it?
I explained it to you, but you seem to have difficulty with understanding what I'm saying.
I didn't have difficulty understanding you at all.
I'm glad to hear that.
Good. Okay, so in what way are you going to relate this now to the Globe Earth?
I related it to the fact that, you know, like, we have scientific collection of evidence and data.
Like what?
For the planet being round, like, what do you mean?
Okay, like what?
Okay, we'll get to it, but you do understand
you just said we have scientific.
I will give you the evidence. I will give you the evidence. I don't
want to speech, dude.
I'm just going to mute this guy. Okay.
No, you can't. I'll kick you out of the room.
I can mute.
Conservative. Just chill.
He's a mod.
You
can't
mute
him, bro.
If you're going to cut me off,
I
don't have to listen to you. Like, you'll learn to listen, and then I'll give you the chance to respond.
You don't have to be in the room then.
So the reason why I related that to the flat.
Okay. Dude, just answer.
He's probably gonna dip. In 3, 2. Oh, he's still here. Okay.
Yeah.
He's still there. Yeah. He just needs to answer what he made a claim for.
I want to hear him link.
He said scientific
he's a
evidence.
microbiologist to Globe.
He's smarter than you.
Yeah, I need to hear this.
That's what it sounded like. It sounded like an opportunity to just drop in a little humble brag.
Yeah,
not even a humble brag, just straight up brag. He just wanted to be like, "Well, the Earth is a globe because, by the way, guys,
I'm a microbiologist.
Microorganisms.
I study the very small. Therefore, you're on a very big.
Yeah, microorganisms equal globe Earth, and if there's a way that he can tie that in, I haven't heard it, so I think
I'm waiting for it. Well,
isn't it worth a listen to see how he's going to tie that?
Yeah. Yeah, I want to hear
The
it.
loop
Yeah,
he's
we've
trying
got
to
to take
draw
T
is
Dub
science
off
is
mute.
correct, but obviously science wouldn't exist if it was correct. It would have finished already, right? So the whole pursuit of science must necessitate that science gets it wrong. So that's the bit I'm waiting for, that how he knows we're not stuck in a situation like we were before microbiology, where people are still
What did he?
positing that it was humors causing everything.
What did he look through a microscope and
I still want to
see
hear
a
his
tiny
defense.
globe?
Can somebody unmute him?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll do
he's
this.
got to unmute. I think Timbo. He's got
Yeah,
Timbo locally
you gotta
muted.
don't forget to unmute Timbo, conservatives, because we're gonna ask for a sound check on Timbo, and then if you can hear him, then we'll leave you unmuted. Go ahead, Timbo. Do a sound check.
I'm not unmuting Timbo if he's going to keep interrupting.
Check
well,
1 2. Check
hold
1
on.
2.
You got to, mate. It's the room rules, and it's that he's a
Yeah.
mod. You just got to.
Yeah, and
If Timbo can behave himself, he can be unmuted.
You need to mute yourself as well. You're
Timbo's going to be
struggling
a
as
good
well,
boy.
mate.
He'll be a good
Alright,
boy. Let's go.
I'll mute because I want to hear this correlation
Yeah.
into.
We want to get from this very small ball that is bacteria to this very big ball
Can
that
ask
you're
him to
sitting on
verify.
looking through your telescope.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So the reason, let me unmute Timbo, I guess. I'll be fair and
All right.
balanced. Okay. So the reason why I related that is because we have thousands of scientific papers that most of us will never be able to verify because simply materially it's not possible. But there is like thousands and thousands and thousands and millions of articles about like the Earth being round.
Is that a
In the
number?
same-
No, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm
No,
just
sorry.
using an example.
I know. Just go ahead.
In the same way, there is like millions and millions of articles about like microscopic organisms. Well, due to my own personal experience, I have been able to verify them, to verify that microscopic organisms exist. Ergo, why would it not be like easily plausible, given the crossover between scientists in the field of physics? Like there's biologists who travel into space and so on and so forth. Why would they be lying specifically about, I guess...
They might not be lying. That's a false dichotomy. They could have it wrong and not be lying. Would you agree
Okay,
about
so
that?
you're assuming that they're seeing, the
No.
Earth being round, but it's flat.
You just need to agree to that point or show how it's wrong.
I'm
Is it
asking you,
possible
so are
somebody
you saying...
Mate.
I'm asking
Is
you,
it
are
possible
you
somebody
saying
can
that they're
get
seeing that
something
the Earth
wrong
is...
without necessarily lying?
Okay, you can't speak while I'm speaking. Like, one of us has to take a turn here. I'm giving
Yeah.
you the chance to speak, then
That's
I'll
the
listen.
point, yep.
Speak.
So can somebody get something wrong without necessarily lying?
Okay. Yes, they can. How likely is it that, hundreds and... How many people have flown into space now? Thousands of people? Hundreds of thousands?
No, about 20 something, if you mean the moon, and about 300 low orbit.
Yeah, but didn't what he just said, conservatives, undermine your position, your argument, for your argument?
No, I'm asking him.
Yeah, I know.
How likely is it that
But that's not that wasn't the question though. If it's possible, then it just
is
undermined.
possible. It is possible, sure. Okay, so we're saying that scientists who have been to space are wrong themselves. The satellites we send out to space are wrong. There's low orbit, I guess, balloons and shit like that we send.
Yeah, we get
that is
it.
also
I mean, we
wrong.
get it.
Is everything wrong?
Possibly. I mean, here's a big issue and a big difference between microbiology and orbits and stuff.
Sure.
And that is, when you've got bacteria and you go, I want to see if alcohol kills these bacteria, you can do tests upon them with dependent variables, correct? So you can go, I'm going to spray saline solution on this one, and I'm going to spray isopropyl alcohol on this other one. And because you can intervene, because you can physically go, this one gets this spray, this one gets that spray, then the death or life of that petri dish full of bacteria, you can develop a quite high level of confidence that this one died and this one didn't because of that way you twiddled the variable, right? You altered the independent variable, right? Can you do that if you're looking up in the sky and you're going, oh, here's these orbits? Is there any way you can do that and fiddle with an independent variable?
I mean, there are other techniques that we can be on the planet to examine, I guess. For example...
Direct answer and then expand, please. Can you influence an independent variable, yes or no, then expand?
Sure. Yes, you can influence an independent variable. Sure.
Okay. How?
Okay. So, what do you mean how? How in what context?
So if I want to know if we're orbiting the sun,
Uh-huh.
can I influence whether we're orbiting the sun in order to become confident about that? The same way you could
I
influence
guess
whether
not.
you're spraying something in
You have to
isopropyl.
depend
Okay.
on to other, like
Right. So you
techniques.
can't influence the independent variable.
Okay, I mean, like there's multiple techniques that we use in the laboratory, so like UV lights, and like I don't have to like bring the strongest of like pesticide chemicals to kill all bacteria inside the
Right,
sample.
but you can switch on and off a UV light, correct?
Correct. I can switch
You
on
cannot
and
switch
off
on and off an orbit, or you can't switch
a
on and off
seismic
gravity,
wave
correct?
meter. So, for example, there is like seismic waves. They have a certain pattern of and shape in which they travel, kind of like a radar, basically. You can see the shape in which they travel and like the, I guess, the relief that they leave. Would you say that's
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Sorry for interrupting you there. That was rude of
Go
me.
for it.
Something about the way seismic waves popped up at this point in the conversation makes me ask this. Is there a chance that you are Googling this while we're talking?
No,
and
I'm
that suddenly popped up?
providing you with different techniques that you can implement. I can Google.
Did you
some
already
if
know about the
want.
seismic wave thing, or is this something you've just
I
learned
do
about?
know about seismic waves because it's
You
a
already
pretty
knew about
simple,
it.
honestly, way to like tell shapes. Like it's used in many fields of study. So I'll give you another one.
What's your independent variable when it comes to seismic waves? What's your independent variable? Like switching on
your
the UV
independent
light,
variable
right?
is that you can minimize and maximize the scale of an object and observe the same phenomenon. So if there correspond, I mean, I guess it could be, like there is a 1 in a billion chance that like your like large macro scale of the planet could be like completely irrelevant to the like smaller ones that you build. Sure, but like again, we're coming here into like extremely minuscule chances. Like you're basically relying on like hundreds of pieces of evidence
No,
being
I'm not.
microscopically like unlikely to be
what
wrong.
What did he even just say?
I didn't follow that, if I'm honest.
So seismic waves travel across the planet and leave a certain mark that we can detect basically with like a quasi radar.
Yes. S and P waves. We're talking, are we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What do you say?
So we're talking
S and P waves.
Sure.
So
okay, what are they? What are they?
Go for it.
What do you mean? What are they?
What are they? What are S and P waves?
They're the movement, I guess, of the like the Earth plates. I don't know what you're asking.
Yeah, I think you're right. Eggshells.
Yeah, he didn't know
Yeah,
what that
I
was.
don't-
That's fine.
So with your UV light, your isopropyl alcohol,
Mhm.
you can spray it on one petri dish or shine it on one petri dish and not
Sure.
another. And you can also, your independent variable could be time when I sprayed it, right? This
Mhm.
culture was growing quite comfortably. Then I sprayed the isopropyl alcohol. Then it stopped, right?
Sure.
And you know, because of whether you applied that independent variable, which is the UV light or the isopropyl alcohol, and or when you applied it, to know that you're not just making the mistake of correlation equals causation or happening to get two variables that pop up at the same time but aren't caused by one another. You fiddle that independent variable, the UV light, in order to know that that is the thing causing the dependent variable change. Is that correct?
I
Would you say
understand
that's
the
correct
argument.
generally in science?
Yes, it is correct. I understand the argument that you're making, but again,
What is
we're
it?
reaching the point of like where hundreds of kind of like independent, like different little, like observational techniques are
Yeah.
coming up with like the answer being wrong. How likely is that?
It's,
Like,
it's
at
not,
what
it's not
point
the
do you
point
have
I'm
to
making.
concede?
You're not responding to the point I'm making. The point I'm making is when it comes to seismic waves, we don't choose where a earthquake happens, how big an earthquake is.
Uh-huh.
We don't choose where it happens, right? So when, where, how big, we are not in control of that independent variable. The point in science of us being in control of the independent variable is we are in control of the magnitude, the time, and the position of such things, so that we can reliably know that what we are measuring, the waves we are measuring in some other place on Earth, is truly caused by that thing, right? So
Sure.
are you doing real science if you aren't in control of the independent variable?
Okay, fair enough of an argument, I suppose. The question once again comes into, like what I'm saying, like if you're saying that hundreds of different, like methods of observation are wrong, despite like a microscopic chance of them being wrong, like altogether.
Is there a microscopic chance? That's what I'm challenging.
It is
if you're not fiddling the independent variable, that's like saying every summer the amount of people eating ice creams goes up at exactly the same time drownings go up. So these two things reliably, and we've got millions of points of data showing that these two things go up at the same time. Does that mean they're causally related? And we don't know that.
We can control the migration of birds, yet we can observe it and predict it and verify it.
So there are some things we can only. Would you agree?
Technically speaking, we can start nuking the planet. Would that satisfy you? I guess as a control variable.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is
wait, before you go on, the Tsar bomb in Russia was detected with seismic waves and other ways it was verified through. Space observation and so on and so forth. So there are nukes we can blow up right now and verify waves across the planet and the texture they leave.
And was that done? Oh, this is the first I'm hearing.
I'm pretty sure it was done. Let me go and verify.
It would be meaningless data points because they would wrap it around a ball, because it would be scanned from overhead directly down and then woven together around a model that men wanted to be woven around. And you know that.
Yeah.
You know that.
And that is a valid secondary thing, but it would at least answer the question of, is this an independent variable? Because then if you are choosing when and where to set off size like bombs, then you couldn't do it just by saying, oh, look, it happened when the Tsar Bomba happened, because then that's not an independent variable, because you're not deliberately setting it off at a time and place. You're just going, oh, look, it correlates again. But it would mean that you could then twiddle an independent variable by deliberately setting off bombs for the purpose of studying seismic waves. And then that gets to a second problem. Are you just mapping this around a globe, or are you using this to,
not to mention the moral issues of this being totally an evil genius plan that you're talking here. Like, holy crap, what the hell?
I know, right?
So I have a question, though. I have a question.
Go for it.
If our seismic meters are on the planet itself, does that not contradict your point? You're saying that we're mapping it from space onto the planet, but if the meters are detecting them, so
we need to get first to the issue of whether this ever has met the burden.
Yes, there have
what
been.
We are showing is what we are showing. Your first and best proof that we live on a globe is that you do a kind of science that is completely unrelated to the globe. But what you're saying is these two different kinds of science have the same credibility. But the challenge is, if one does wiggle an independent variable in order to reliably test and repeatably test whether the dependent variable follows suit, then, and you're saying that is as good as another form of science that doesn't use this method, then you need to square that circle. You need to go, why do we in microbiology fiddle with the independent variable? Or why is this other field of science that doesn't do that equally valid? And I think you would need to say either we do a pointless thing in microbiology, which is fiddling with independent variables, or it's not a pointless thing. It is a very important part of science, and this other field of so-called science doesn't do that. So it is not as credible. So you need to pick one. Does microbiology do something pointless, or are fields of science that don't alter independent variables less credible as a result?
I wasn't trying to establish a correlation between the fields. I was trying to establish a correlation between the scientists and the people are being truthful about what they're observing. Ergo, why would they be untruthful or wrong about the planet being around?
So then you're not hearing my main point. My main point is they could be truthfully mistaking correlation for causation because they aren't able to influence causation.
Okay. Again, we're able to, I guess, ostensibly, shift elements of the experiment, such as going to space, going into orbit, going into,
conservatives. I want you to think of one. I want you to think of one thing within this conversation. How many degrees are we away from the premise of when you came in to tell us the best evidence? I just want you to think about that as you proceed.
I started off with my premise was, I have read and have seen, articles about the Earth being
what
round.
I'm saying is moving forward
We're
from the
still
point
on
of
the topic.
no, but microorganisms was the base of the premise.
No,
right?
Once again, like if
Was
you will
it not?
listen,
Did I
please,
did I
please,
misinterpret what
please,
your base
if you
was?
stop speaking over me, maybe you'll hear. The point of why I brought microorganisms up was because people will question the existence of a microorganism, and we have like millions of articles proving them existing. Well, I have been fortunate enough to work in the field of biology and have seen microorganisms myself through, like probably hundreds at this point of, like different microscopes. So, like if we correlate the truthfulness, of like, in I guess like the field of biology in general, broadly about microorganisms, to like the field of like cosmology, like why would the scientists dare be mistaken, especially scientists that
Because
have
you understand biology in a way that's very,
Okay.
you know, experienced by you. You're the one
Sure.
that actually does biology, so you can say that with an affirmation. Now you
Sure.
can't do that with cosmology, so it's more of like you have to take somebody's word for it. Now, not with biology, so it's more familiar to you. And the reason why the reason why it sounds like it's a bit of a reach, and the way you were describing it to eggshells, what sounds like you were struggling to because you went from identifying the analogy from your field to cosmology, and it was not making this connection to like now talking about like PNS waves, that are going from side
PNS
different
waves.
parts of the earth, man. Yeah,
The-
that's
the-
what actually
the-
that's the way it's actually said.
The connection again was like
Beavis and Butthead would be laughing.
the scientific method, like the data accumulated in scientific presentation about microorganisms has been true. So ergo, like there are scientists working in the.
Think that's a false equivocation, though?
It
Sounds like it, bro.
No, I'm not trying to.
Eggshells laid it out as in that there's a procedure
pretty
to how
much,
you got
man.
to your conclusion, and then he's saying that they're not
Yeah,
following the
maybe.
same procedure.
I'm not
Alright, go
trying
on.
to like say that they're following the same procedure. I'm proving that one of the fields was truthful in the same way. Like scientists
Okay.
are using the scientific method in
well.
one field and they're using it in another. Why would they be wrong?
We
in
get the
other
argument.
field?
We're just trying to point out to you why it's weak. So I might be able to get there
I'm
another
not saying
way.
it's
Are there
wrong, like,
fields? right.
I
Are
guess
there
like other than
fields?
direct, like travel to space, like every argument's
Right,
going to be
and that's a good point, and we'll get there next. But we need to address why this was such a bad argument first. Are there fields currently in science that you would consider to be not very robust?
probably psychology, I
what,
guess.
What would you think? Yeah, exactly. I was going to go psychology or sociology or
Yeah, sure.
economics, which still attempt to use the same method, but because they look at correlation and they aren't able to fiddle independent variables, you can't give people schizophrenia, right? You can't
I mean,
actually
you can.
influence economies. So is there a risk that these people that still wear lab coats or dress up really nicely and still submit things to scientific journals and have all of the same pretense of being scientists, but you think that they're bullshit? Right?
I don't think that they're bullshit per se. I'm more of
You think they might be let me put it this way. I'm guessing you would say they might be well-intentioned people that are trying to discover the truth about reality, but because they might make mistaken assumptions, because they confuse correlation for causation, they might somewhat regularly be producing junk science. And a lot of the people go, oh, but the psychologist said, but this research paper in Psychology Today said X.
We
and
can
they're wrong.
verify
They're
that they
reaching-
produce. Wait, we can verify that they produce junk science. Can you, I guess, like produce evidence that the science we
How do
have
we?
about
How do we? I don't think we have reliably proven that they produce junk science.
we have.
I think
so
they still.
in
in what way?
psychology, in what field? In psychology, yes, we can prove that they're
Lots of
predicting,
fields.
like falsely. I mean, like I can give you like probably dozens of examples off my top of my head.
Okay, and what happened to the field of psychology? Is it still considered a field of science?
I honestly don't know if it's considered, like things are, like
It is.
depends on, I guess. I don't know if there's a cathedra that has like globally verified it's a part of science or not. Like, is
So
there?
what I'm
I don't
getting
know.
at is that there are fields, and for all you know, astronomy could be one of them. Astrophysics is quite probably one of them. Particularly if we get like there's a quote from Michio Kaku, who is a prominent astrophysicist, who says, "Nobody in my field uses the quote unquote scientific method." and then he goes on to say something like, I'm going to butcher this quote, but he goes on to say something like, when people in other sciences get stuff wrong, they're getting it wrong by 0.05%. We are getting things wrong by many, many orders of magnitude. When we get something wrong, it's not like it's wrong by a couple of million miles. It's like it's wrong by 50 million light years. Right?
So I can provide you with
problem.
Wait, I can provide you with. So he can be, like, you can admit that he can be an individual quack or like a guy that doesn't understand what he is doing. There are plenty of people in the field of biology that have no idea what they're doing, probably. So let's say that he could be like someone who is wrong. What material evidence has he provided, or other people have provided, that
he's a prominent figure in academia, so he's not some just Joe Schmo off the street saying words.
I'm not like asking to for trust here. I'm asking like what evidence has he provided? I guess that like what observations of the planet, like maybe like satellite imagery has been wrong. Has he provided like there's the chronosphere is wrong.
But you only need look him up, and I think it answers all of the questions that you might want to ask about who the character is.
I mean,
I think that would satisfy.
Can you give me a quick summary, I guess, of like what has he said that like we have observed?
So yeah, he's a scientific communicator in the realm of like cosmology, for sure.
I have. And is that the guy? I think I've seen him.
Yeah,
the Asian
of course.
Guy? Okay.
He's very well known. Like he's just a prominent figure, and he does have a platform to speak about what science is. So it's just hard to hear somebody in like, I don't know, a lesser platform say that this guy, because we hear it all the time. They throw individuals like this under the bus at their convenience because they feel like they're some quack, or you can't do that. Like these guys they're on. I guess you could probably look at it like the top of the food chain when it comes to the cosmology aspect of it. So you're not just like
I don't know.
Here's another example of it that's very recent.
I'm sorry, like, if you're trying to like do a respect argument.
They said the universe was 13.5 billion years old. They claim they shoot up another telescope, and then immediately, within week 2 of it being up there, they're like, "Oh, we must have been wrong about the age of the universe because we've seen a galaxy that is fully formed and 13 billion light years away." So what that immediately says is, if we're to believe that they sent it up there, is they built a device that immediately caused them to revise their estimate by doubling it. Right? They're currently toying with, should they double the age of the universe? Should they now say it's 26 billion years old? Is it? And in your field, imagine that happened. Imagine suddenly they were like, we are.
I mean,
out
I can imagine.
Of 2.
We assume
you would know that people would lose their jobs, right? People would immediately go, these people are full of shit.
That's I guess like scientific historiology, or whatever the term for it is. Like basically, like people making like their best guesses about like historical like phenomena.
Do you think there's anything in microbiology where change is that massive? Can you think of anything recent in biology where they've gone, we've built a new device and now we think AIDS is in fact caused by genetic conditions and has nothing to do with the HIV virus?
So,
right? Is there anything like that? I guess it's not microbiology, but like, is there anything like that? Because that to me is equivalent to Semmelweis. And Semmelweis started the field, is like considered the precursor to the field of microbiology, right? You've heard of Semmelweis, I'm sure.
Sure.
He's this doctor that starts telling people to wash their hands because he posits this crazy at the idea time that, oh my God, maybe there's imaginary things that you can't quite see that are on your hands, and when you cut up a cadaver and then you go deliver a baby without washing your hands, you're giving that woman sepsis so that 50% of the time a woman dies. And that was completely revolutionary, right? Completely changed the field of microbiology. And now the problem we always make as humans is we go, oh, that was crazy. Well, now that we've got rid of all of our busted ideas, that won't happen again. And what a more rational view needs to be is to go, I wonder how many times more that will happen. I wonder how many more times we will switch from this idea of humours and this totally busted idea about how we get sick, suddenly going, oh, hang on, we were 180 degrees wrong. We were totally wrong about this. And what I'm trying to get across to you is astrophysics regularly does that, and you don't bat an eyelid. Whereas that happened with Semmelweis and the previous idea of humors causing all of human dysfunction. And we immediately threw out those ideas and adopted the new ones. And there's a disconnect there.
There is and there isn't. So like in terms of like, like primitive science, yes, there are going to be like lots of discrepancies between what people think. But nowadays, on average, most scientists are pretty up to date on what's going on in their field, or at least there should be, at least the average scientist. There could be, like some people who are absolutely wrong. The third point I was going to make is that, you're talking about like observational history, which is like, I guess like the observation of, like the universe being like XYZ old, and like we do the same with how old like species are, or what should you call it, like the first organisms on the planet, and like so on and so forth. We're guesstimating in many ways. Like it is an estimate, but it's also a guess. Like we're doing our best to guess, which is completely different though from what you're saying, like about bacteria on our hands whenever we touch things around, which is like an immediate historically proven, like informational data.
Yeah, so you get the distinction.
I do.
Yeah, you get the distinction, and that's what he was drawing you to your understanding to realize.
I'm asking you: is the Asian guy? I don't know, Michio Kaku, I guess I'll use his name respectfully. Yeah. Is Michio Kaku saying that right now we're like off by like tens of thousands or whatever like number you want to put on it?
No, what he's saying is
current observations of the planet.
He's saying in the other sciences, when they get stuff wrong, they get it wrong by a tiny, tiny little amount, right?
But wait, not to interrupt you, but what piece of science is he talking about? Like, is he talking about
He's just talking about generally about other science. So microbiology would be one of them, where if you're talking about, cell division and the rate at which cells divide, or, or I'm trying to think of other things, physics and the combustion within an engine, and you're only ever going to get even with a massive improvement in engineering, you're only going to get like a 2 to 3% improvement in the efficiency of an engine or something like that. What he's saying is when scientists in other fields get stuff wrong and get shamed, and like the field gets like turned over by, it's by tiny little amounts. And what he's saying is in his field, nobody uses a scientific method because they can't twist the variables. All you get is tiny bits of information from photons that are supposedly have traveled from billions of light years away. And
again, not to interrupt you, I apologize.
Let me finish the thought though.
Sure.
Okay. And then on top of that, you have this massive basis of maths. And the only way that these astrophysicists can ever really answer a question of is that true is they go, well, the maths checks out. And the point he's making is the maths can sometimes be solved multiple different ways. And when they're wrong, they are wrong by many orders of magnitude. They're not wrong by 2 to 3%. They're wrong by like 2,000%.
Sure. I understand what you're saying, but like again, is Michio Kaku talking about, like global space and, like far off space and like other planetoids and like body stars, which is understandable to have like big mistakes like that, like it's again like an estimate.
Yeah, they're in cosmology. Even like Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying they're how did he frame it? 98% stupid of what's going on in the universe. Like it's they're not gonna. It's not the same as what you work with in biology.
It is the same in terms of like observing like speciesism and like the dating of species. Like I'm talking about the immediate, like has he said that about anything in the immediate observation about the planet and like satellites, like looking at the planet and so on and so forth?
Well, he's on about he's on about cosmology, man. That's what he's saying.
He's
talking about the entire field.
I doubt he's talking about like planetary observation. Like I very much so doubt that. He's most likely talking about like far off planetoids and our
I think cosmology is all encompassing, man. So he's really talking about the universe.
Okay, so since I don't have the context on his like what
the perspective is cosmology as a whole. Like if you think about it, like they're trying to square a lot of the information from a vantage point that they can never get to, because in the paradigm of the Earth being a globe with the ever expanding cosmos, you're dealing with distances that are unfathomable. You can't even imagine a distance like from what they say the distance from the Earth to a star or something. So what they're doing is like what you were saying earlier. They're doing their best guess at certain things. It's guesswork. It's what he said. It's basically saying. So it's not.
Again, but that's that's the equivalent of us observing, like species and trying to guesstimate how like old they are. It's not real time observation of the planet.
I think that's accurate, and that's why I think that it is unfounded to be confident about things that are that admit that they are wrong by many orders of magnitude.
But again, we're talking about like historiography. We're not talking about like current, like real time observation like we have of the planet.
But that's how you do reasoning, right? You do reasoning. You don't go, are they confident now? You have to factor into that reasoning. Were they confident last time they got this wrong? Otherwise, you just get a guy who goes, I'm sure I've got it right this time. He's got it right this time every time, right? He's no good. If he's always going, I've changed my mind this time, but I swear this is the last time I'm going to change my mind about it.
This is the only time
it's
not going to change anymore. For this is the real last time.
But the issue is like we're talking about two different fields.
This time in the future, we'll have it down.
In the field of history, there is I guess like, how should I put it? I guess like it's not even history. I forget the term for it. Like long-term history, like whatever the term for it was. Like in terms of like long-term history, we're talking about like guessing basically. Like since we don't have like real-time observation. Like
I think you know what he's saying overall.
I understand what he's saying.
I think you know what he's saying overall.
Let's move on to like one question I have. Do you have any real-time observations that like the I guess like the satellites or whatever you want to put out there that is observing like the shape of the planet is wrong? Like what would that evidence be?
We are not interested in satellites and stuff in space. We're interested in stuff you can see and touch and test yourself.
Okay.
And what if I told you? What if I told you?
Wait. Just some questions.
Hang on.
So why not buy a ticket?
You're telling me to hang on.
Okay, go for it. Go for it.
He's a bit excited. It sounds.
Yeah. What if I told you? Oh God.
No,
what if I told you that the Earth, if it's curved, will give you? There is an equation you can do that is roughly. It's roughly a parabolic equation, but it works pretty well for most things. That just says if the Earth is a sphere of 3959, then the horizon should be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And you can do that maths yourself if you want to sort of plug it in somewhere or Google it for yourself. But it just basically says if I am 6 foot, then the horizon should be, help me out again, guys, like 1.22. What was it? 3 miles from me. And then what would it mean for you if I showed you a photo of an oil rig that is 10 miles away and the horizon is beyond that? So
I would have to see the formula. I don't know the formula, I guess.
Okay. Maybe somebody can pop it in the chat. But yeah, interrogate the formula and you can do it with, you just get the radius of the Earth, which is 3959. And that creates a sphere, and that sphere, you would know you can do it like it's a sort of mixture of trigonometry and spherical maths. But the easiest way to do it is a quadratic equation, and it is square root of the observer's height in feet. And what you find from that is the horizon should be at blah distance from me, right? But what if I showed you a photo where it is 10 times further?
Okay, I would be happy to see it. Yeah, I'll save this for like a later research project.
But what I want to ask before we show it to you is, what would it mean for you if I could show that to you?
I haven't done the calculation, so I can't answer that.
I know. So what I'm saying is, yes, what I'm saying is we're going to do the calculations in just a second. But what if I said to you, assuming for a moment that maths is correct, and assuming for another moment that the photo does exist, and there are many such photos, what would that mean? If you assume both of those to be true, and they might be untrue, and we can get to that in a moment, but assuming those both to be true, what would that mean for your view about the shape of the Earth? We have a direct observation that falsifies the radius.
I would say that you are right then. If that's like how the math pans out and everything is accurate, then you're correct.
Okay, great. Let's do it. So the observation is somebody's put the curvature calculation. Donato's put the curvature calculation in there, where you get a right angle triangle, and you can derive that whole formula if you want. There's an easier way to do it that involves a parabola, but you can do it the complex way if you want. So you might need to dig that up yourself. But the easiest way to do it is 8 inches per mile squared. So for every mile, so at 1 mile it should be 8 inches of drop. For 2 miles it should be 16. Then for 4 miles it should be
So
32.
I reverse
64.
Google this, by the way. So like there are already holes in your theory that people have poked out. This is not like a new, I guess, like idea.
Right.
That you're presenting.
What up?
Have you addressed those? So for example, the first error people point out is like considering atmospheric refraction, which is nearly omnipresent to some degree. Like, so this is the first argument they point towards.
So what it sounded like you did was say, I'm going to need to check the maths, and if the maths is correct and the photo exists, then you're right.
Sure.
And what instead of doing that you did is going to search for an answer.
I was trying to find the math you're doing. You know, like I don't know like the equations. Like
I just want to point out that what you did was run from an opportunity to actually interrogate this yourself.
I'm happy to do the math once you present. Like which is the equation we're looking at here? I can do math. I'm more than happy to.
But what I want to point out to you is, rather than interrogate this yourself, you went looking for the counter to it.
I was trying to find.
It's fine. I'm not getting up you about it, but I'm just pointing out that might lead you into confirmation bias.
Because I'm trying to look at both sides.
Yeah,
that's not like
right. But what I'm saying, what I'm suggesting to you is, if what we are saying is true,
sure, then
obviously there must be a massive cover up. And if what we're saying is true and we're trying to wake people up, the challenge we face is that when we wake people up, they go, hang on, that sounds mind-blowing. Let me go back and check what the consensus says. Do you get what I mean?
You have to verify the consensus, I guess. Like, I mean, like, how am I supposed to, just take one side? Like, if I tell you right now, oh, eggshells raped me. All of you have to believe me right now. That's not a reasonable, thing to do.
You read for a fairly extreme example there, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, you can't.
I'm not getting up here about it. I'm just trying to encourage you to think of is this the best way to to test these things? If you know.
I think the best way is to test everyone's theory and see where does the math lie? What are the I guess variables that people are presenting and not accounting for.
So do you think the Earth is a globe by way of understanding?
I have no, I guess skin in the game. Whether it's round, flat, cube.
Okay, so your base knowledge on the shape of the Earth is basically nothing really. You don't have any.
It is the scientific consensus. That is I guess my sphere of knowledge. And I guess observational, evidence that I have seen.
Oh, observational evidence. That's interesting. What
observation? Satellites, imagery.
I think that's what Eggshells was asking you in the beginning. I don't know if you want to drop some observations to him. What do you mean?
I mean, don't we have satellite imagery 24/7 on the planet?
Yeah, satellite imagery. So you're gonna appeal to something that you can't verify once again. So how do you know these satellites are going into the locations that they say that they're going, low Earth orbit?
I mean, once again, I can't. I just have to trust other scientists, I guess, and the math.
This is why we use the black swan and images we can take ourselves and verify ourselves. That's the difference. We can't use the. Sorry, go Alpha.
No. Basically, they're showing you images. They're showing you images, right? And when they give you this image of the Earth looking like a sphere, right? You understand that, conservative. They're giving you these images. They're showing you videos, and you're on the Earth. What are you going to compare that stuff to in reality? When you go outside, you're like, all right, I got these photos. I got this video I'm looking at. How can I make it look like what I'm seeing outside? It's no way possible, right? You're never going to be in that vantage point that they are in to compare, back to. So you have to basically trust whatever they're saying they're seeing and showing you, as in that's the gospel truth. That's what the Earth looks like from a vantage point that you can never travel to.
Okay, right? I mean, the same thing is valid. So, for example, Eggshells gave an example of, you can destroy, I guess, microbes with, a bunch of chemicals. Well, true enough, but there are spores, for example, that basically can be destroyed by unless you like burn everything with hellfire on a petri dish. You know,
Yeah,
like,
but do you see
so
the
what we're
the
supposed to do
issue?
in that case?
Yeah, the issue right now is that the fact that you're just believing by the way of these images, or you're not even able to test any of these. You're not able to falsify any of these. You can't
Sure.
even see reality looking that way when you go outside. You have to
Mhm.
just take it on faith that it is
Can't you
what they're
see?
telling you.
Wait, can't you see the curvature on the horizon based on like
No,
certain
yeah,
like
we can talk about that.
conditions?
I don't want to leave the subject of
Mhm.
like speaking about what they're showing you.
Uh-huh.
Now, all I'm telling you is conservatives is you can't test any of the stuff they're showing you and pit it against anything that you see in reality. So you're at a disadvantage here. So in other words, when they show you things, you have to say, I trust what I'm seeing for this organization that I know is in good faith. It has my best interest to show me something that's true. And what you know what I mean?
Wait,
Like,
I have wait. I have a question for you. Isn't it simple
Sure.
enough to like verify, you know, like the curvature of the planet with a simple drone nowadays? Basically, like
well, this is
fly.
what listen. What we're talking
Uh-huh.
about was more local, but you went into like trusting, images and stuff. So what everybody in here would want you to know is if it was possible, let's stay on the ground, because if they're showing you images of stuff that looks like a sphere from that altitude,
Okay.
then we could just easily say, well, the ground should be curving. That's easy enough. We can just figure that out. We don't have to go to space. We could just know that we're standing on the surface that's curving. I mean, we have methods in 2024 to figure out and how to measure something, even of
Sure.
the magnitude, this size. So, and then now we're into the part where you're either going to be able to do that or not. So, is there a method by which you can think of that someone's ever measured the curve of the Earth? It's any time in history. The
I
surface.
mean, I'm sure that like ship sailors, like it's a foggy kind of like recollection, but ship sailors basically have like their own methods of like verifying like the
But you
roundness of
don't
the
know,
planet.
right?
But I have a way for you to know right now. So
No,
for
wait,
example,
but wait a minute. You're going from point to point. I want to identify the flaws in logic right now. You said mariners, but they don't have a way to verify the curve of the Earth, right? Or do they?
I don't know the specifics. I'm saying like there is a historic, like
you thought
like
there was you thought there was a way.
I mean,
but
I can bring it up if you want. Like this is
no,
not like
I actually see every point that you bring up. It shouldn't be one that we just like glance over. I think it's one that it's worthy of.
I'm bringing up a point right now that I can, like use to verify if the planet is round myself. I take a little drone, and I guess you can take a more powerful drone if you want to like fly around. Sure. And if the planet is round and you like put it at an altitude of like, let's say, like I don't know, like what would be feasible, but let's say, like 10,000 meters, right? Okay, so at 10,000 meters, it flies straight up, and if the planet curves at some point, you're going to see a dip in the, I guess, like the point at which the drone is looking down at the edge.
So should you be able to measure that on the ground, that dip, that drop over distance?
Basically, like like I'll draw it to paint like picture if you want. Of,
So
like,
how? Yeah, if it's true that if the drone, like, because here's what's happening, right?
Mhm.
It's a bit circular, because we went from satellites showing you images of the curved Earth to now drones showing you images of the curved Earth.
But you can buy a drone yourself. You can. Do it
I know
yourself.
that. I know that. But what I'm telling you is now it's the same thing. But what we're asking you is, once you get these images of a curved Earth, the next step is to now measure it. Got it?
Wait a minute. A quick question. How high do you think that these commercial drones fly?
Yeah, he said 10,000. He said
Doesn't
10,000
matter,
meters.
but like if you saw that in the image, there should be a way to measure it.
Yeah.
Right? So if you can measure that, that would be better verification that there's curvature and that you're living on a sphere.
You're basically not just seeing it, you know it by way of measurement. So seeing it is one thing, right? You can see it from a drone or from a satellite or whatever you're saying you can see it from. Now let's test it. We're on the ground from point A to point B over a distance. It should be an arc, right? There should be an arc there.
Yep.
Okay, that's the point we're at now. Now
So-
we're at the heart of the issue.
Mhm.
Is there a way to do that?
Why wouldn't you be able to do that with a drone? Is there an argument for it?
Okay, so the drone
design.
Yeah, the drone is just viewing the thing that you're saying is already a globe. So if there is any distortion in the lens, like barrel distortion, Then you're not going to get the understanding whether or not it's the barrel distortion in the lens, because most lenses, I'd say all of them do, have a bit amount of barrel distortion. It just depends. Or it's actual curvature. So for us, it's better if we understand from point A to point B if there is an actual arc in between the two.
So,
and then we can identify.
Is he saying, hang on, are you saying conservatives that just fly a drone up and see if it's curved?
Yeah, 10,000 meters.
No, fly it up and then in a forward direction. You should be able to, at some point, to like distinguish, I guess, with like the proper tools, whether or not the planet is being tilted downwards.
That's the thing, conservative. It's the wrong tool for the job you're looking to for the outcome.
What would tool?
You need to measure it.
A military drone apparently can fly up to 60,000
Yeah,
feet.
dude.
You can buy one of these.
What are the proper tools? What are the proper tools?
Okay, I mean, like there is many tools, like a camera with the depth and field, like calculator should be able to tell you that, for example. I'm sure there's, like other techniques that I can think about right now. I mean, we can design an experiment together if you want.
No, but all right. So the issue is, it should have been done by now. We have numeric values for the size of the Earth. You understand what that means, conservatives?
Sure.
It's already figured out. All we're doing, you and me and everybody in here, is trying to figure out the method by which that was done. Because we're trying to think of new ways to measure the surface of the Earth. We don't need that. There's already something that has been done. We already have the radius, the diameter, and the circumference. All of that information is there already.
But what is, I guess, like your point of dispute at that point?
Well, we need to figure out how they did it. The method, sir.
The method of what? Like you're questioning, I guess.
We think in values, right? So we need to know how they came with the radius value. So we need to know how that was substantiated. So what is the method and who did it? That is the question.
Okay, I mean, I could deep dive in for you if you want. I'm sure that all of you have read this already and have counter arguments prepared.
Yeah. So the point is, though, conservative. I know, but this isn't a debate because of the fact that the understanding that you have currently is not one of, that the Earth is a globe. You believe it to be one because of, like you said, you trust the experts or whatever, whoever came up with it, that's fine. But you don't know how they've got to the point from knowing it's a globe. So to you right now, it's still unknown to you. You don't know what method they've done.
I already provided several methods by which you can contextually know that the planet is round, and you guys are saying that it could be distortions or
the problem is not a new method. The problem is because, and I'll say this again, this is the second time I'm going to say it.
Sure.
There's already numeric values ascribed to the Earth. So if there's already these numbers that the radius value has already, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You just need to know how it was invented in the first place. That's the problem we're having, that you don't know that. You don't know how they...
I can tell you right now how we measure, the radius of the planet. I mean,
go ahead.
We have done that with ships. We have done that with
stop
airplanes.
On ships. Stop on ships.
Okay.
Stop on ships. How did they do it with the ships?
So, you have a ship traveling across, from one point straight to the other, I guess. Or, calculating, for the continental and reef barriers and so on and so forth. And by adjusting, the travel path, you should be able to, arrive at a circular, mathematic formula.
Yeah, but how are they testing the drop over the distance, sir? Because if they're not doing that, then all they're doing is superimposing a spherical understanding over a flat stationary Earth. So if they're saying that the Earth that we travel over is spherical because we did some maths, are they doing the maths after they travel the distance, or are they saying there is a drop over the distance that I'm traveling? And every time
I have a question because I need to understand your understanding of the flat Earth. Are you saying that the Earth is flat, but if you travel over the edge, you can travel to the other side of it?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
That's not what I'm saying. What is your concept of flat Earth, I guess?
The concept of flat Earth.
Yeah. What is, I guess, your model of flat Earth?
It's not necessary. Listen, we're not using models here to describe reality. All we're doing is describing reality the way it is. So we all observe the Earth to be a flat stationary plane. So it looks to us like the horizontal plane that we're on is topographical. We got some land that has elevation change, right? And then when you get onto water, that stuff looks pretty flat all the way across. It doesn't matter where we travel. Large bodies of water display no convexity. You're not seeing a ball when you're on the surface of water, right? So
Yeah,
it looks,
I agree with you.
right. So for all intents and purposes, our observations point to, well, the water looks pretty flat, but when we go to land, I mean, we see elevation change. Let's be real, right? So the thing that we're saying, though, across the plane is horizontal. So when you say that somebody is in Europe or in Australia, they're not standing antipodal to another person. They're actually standing all right side up. Everybody is all on a horizontal plane, right side up. All across the plane.
Okay, but you're missing my point. Like,
what
in your model of the flat, I guess, like Earth, like, are you is it possible to travel around it in any fashion?
Yeah, you could travel. You could travel in a in a direction where you're using your navigational tools
Around
to
the
go from.
circle of this, I guess, like the plate.
Nah,
Is
but
that-
think about it like this. If people are going to do circumnavigation, conservatives, they're going to actually make a plan a bit more broad than just your average Joe going from point A to point B. So nobody really travels circumnavigation. That's not like a normal thing. Do you understand what that is? Like, circumnavigation is something not often used by, like, it has to be very specifically like plotted. Like you don't just get on a plane and fly from LA to Chicago and then go from Chicago all the way around the world back to LA. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not.
But I assume people have done that already.
Yeah, so if circumnavigation is ever used, we have to investigate how it was used and what places they travel to. And it's a little more in depth. So it's not like a common thing. Hold on? Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not a common thing.
Sure, I understand what you're saying.
So right, so it's not like a hypothetical that we can entertain and be like, oh yeah, of course, it's just going around on a flat plate and then you end up from one place to the next, just in a circle. Like if we explain it that that basic, then we leave out all the things that happen between point A to point B, from point B to point C, from point C to point D. Like, we're not talking about the entire trip. We're just making it sound to you in your mind. Like, think of it like a plate. You're going around in a circle. That's a very easy way to say it, but that doesn't describe the surface of the Earth in a way that's real. So I would say this: if somebody does give you a flat Earth in that way, they're going to describe a specific map projection or a model, like the AE map, which is in and of itself a reification fallacy. So if, let's say, flat earthers say, well, just think about it like north as a center, and somebody's going around that central north. Yeah, that's a great way to think about it if you're trying to get an easy answer to a complex question. But if in reality we don't actually do that, and it's something else because we're navigating from point to point, then I think it's a bit more complex. And it's more not as understood as people thought it is. There's a lot of, and I'm sorry about because I'm going on, right? I don't want to kind of lose your mind on this. But
so what is the difficulty? Oh, by the way, eggshells. Like, when are you going to send me the documents for like the calculations you're doing?
Oh, sorry, they've been in the chat the whole time. I thought you saw them. There's like
I saw a bunch of people spamming. I guess, like, give me your own. I guess, like, calculations.
The curvature one. There's a simple one that I think you just
give me the ones like that say like which constants are what. I'm not like like an astrophysicist. So.
8 inches per mile squared is the easiest.
Yeah, that's working over a parabola. So
send to me in private, I guess. That would be easier.
Just 8 inches per mile squared. It's the easiest. It's a parabola, but it would match to like 1,000 kilometers or something. It would be scarily close to a few thousand kilometers, which is well beyond what you would ever need for a line.
Okay, message me in private with like your postulate, and I'll double check it. And whatever, I guess, like pictures and evidence you have.
All right.
Like,
just 17 minutes past the hour. Refer. There, I've just linked you in it. Just go for that one.
Oh, sure.
All right,
okay,
so
we're looking at this one.
So you could look at that, but I mean, do you understand that circumnavigation is not one of those common things? First, I just want to get that out of the way.
What is the limitation, I guess, for like the flat Earth community?
Limitation? Like
limitation, yeah. Like what is the issue of like getting like a plane? I guess, like even a small one. and traveling around.
Yeah, so
Or,
that's not
or a
first
ship
of all.
and plotting a course.
Yeah, so first of all, yeah, that's not a common thing, and the second of all, to do such a logistical endeavor, you'd have to figure out what are the implications of traveling, everywhere on the earth that you need to make that navigationally possible. So it's
I
more of
don't
a question
agree.
of like which way do you need to head? So you're going on headings, right? And so
Sure.
with those headings, you have to make sure what direction you're going to be. Somebody's snoring.
I think so.
Oh, there's some sort of sound. Boop.
Anyway, so navigationally, you're going to have to be able to think.
What the fuck is that sound?
Is that coming from my mic?
No, it's someone else doing it. It's
Oh,
a lamb of the
shit.
god.
Lamb.
I think she's role
fucking
playing
lamb.
that they're bored or whatever.
I don't know. I got lamb muted.
Okay. So
Maybe I
my,
don't.
my question again is like, what is the limitation? Like, let's say you said that like Spacefair, they want like allow like it's handpicked, right?
Yeah.
That was the argument. Okay. So what is the argument for like getting like a ship or a boat or like plane and traveling across?
Nothing. You're heading from point to point, and so long as you get from place to place, you're gonna chart a course.
Mhm.
The circumnavigation is just using the navigational tools to get from one place to the next. But the problem is, it's not the fact that we can't conceptualize place to place. The problem is to conceptualize the world as in an entire model. To say when we go from this point to that point, it's going to look like a circle, or it's going to look like a triangle, or whatever. But it's going to always wind up being that we start from one place and we end up back again from this other place because we took the specific route that in any idea or model, it's going to be like a circle to circumnavigate, right?
Okay, so you still haven't answered my question. Like, what is your model? Like, can you give me like
We
an
don't
image?
have
I
one.
guess no,
There
no,
is none.
of the flat Earth. I guess.
There
Also, you
is
don't
no-
have a model.
There is no model. So what all we have are
That's
just
your
these.
argument.
All we have are these, like these map projections, local charts useful for navigation. Certain ideas about like worldview perspectives with these projections. So different map projections. I'm pretty sure. Have you looked up how many maps there are for the world?
Sure.
Conservatives.
Yeah, there's
Uh,
different variations. Yeah.
Yeah, so because of that, you understand there's problems in cartography. It's not like an exact science. I hate to use that term loosely. I can't mute
Sure.
that guy for some reason. Can somebody mute that guy?
Just dial them down. I guess.
It
Right-click.
it
I
sounds like a
can't mute him.
robot snoring.
He's unmutable for some reason. He's like immune to being muted.
I muted
For
him
some
fine.
reason.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. I
Anyway.
I get the point you're saying. Again, I understand what you're saying. So, like, if you don't have like a model of like, don't you have like a guesstimate model of the flat Earth? I
Yeah,
guess.
there's these. It's not a flat Earth model. The maps
Like,
that
what-
you use
what's
right
your
now.
model, I guess.
The maps that you use right now, like for charts that you use to get from place to place, those work just fine. Any map is useful for a specific context. So maps are useful, but the world maps are different than just local maps because you got like atlases and such. And so local maps are useful for specifically getting around local places. And then you got like these abstractions of the worldview maps. Now, worldview maps are very particular because in those cases, you have like landmass size differences, orientation differences, distance differences in world maps. So world maps are very particular to one specific arena. They're not your normal maps. Your normal maps are going to help you navigate like locally. Does that make sense, conservatives? Because when you go to the worldview
makes
size,
it makes sense, but let's address the worldview size.
Yeah.
So if we say like like the planet is flat, like we say that it's like a plate for lack of a better word, right? Like if you fly a course from like London south, like what are you going to reach at the end? Is it just going to circle back around? I guess like around Earth.
yeah,
Or, like,
it's
what's
the
your
idea.
argument?
Circumnavigation is just going off of the idea that you can start from one place, navigate using the
Mhm.
tools that you need to, and come back again to the place that you started from. That's the concept behind it, right? But
Sure.
the logistical travel is where you're going to have the difficulty in saying what kind
Why?
of uniform shape you took. If you took a circle, triangle, square, it doesn't matter. However, it happened that you started from one point and ended up back to the other. That's the problem because you're not going to probably do the thing I think that you think that you're doing. So if
Why
you
not?
think you're jumping in a plane and doing a circle, like the Great Circle course on a globe, or a circle on a flat plate, on a flat Earth, then I would challenge you, how do you know you're making that circle? Because of the things that are have to factor in when you travel. Like a pilot has to navigate through geopolitical issues, no-fly zones or whatever the case, bad weather, it
Sure.
doesn't matter. So he's got a lot of things to consider in the charts for him flying from point A to point B. Much less having to do a circumnavigation, because like I said, that's even a harder logistical thing to do because it's not a normal thing. So if you're going to say that somebody that did circumnavigation, well, if you put upon them, how is it possible that they're going to tell you a specific shape that they took, like whether it be an oval or, a circle or a triangle, whatever, because they're flying from place to place. How do you know they did that shape over the entire Earth? How can you verify what the whole Earth looks like as its own totality to give me that specific shape that you traveled over? You get what I'm saying?
I guess it would be a great experiment to conduct.
Yeah, it would be, but the issue would be if you had that type of understanding, then you could say you have like I say it this way, a God's eye perspective on the Earth, because you could tell me where all the locations, the orientations of the land masses are in respect to one another. You could tell me the sizes of them are in respect to one another. You could tell me a lot from looking at the Earth at maybe a top-down view if you thought the Earth was flat, and then telling me where everything is laid out. But if you have this concept of a map projection like the AE map or the Gleason's for the flat Earth, then you're giving me a map projection. Essentially, that's what the globe ideas have. The Mercator, flattened out or whatever. So what I'm telling you is that there isn't an idea of traveling over a worldview map that's going to give you a type of circumnavigation lockdown understanding. Like, I made a circle. What's wrong with that? Well, how did you verify it was a circle? From a top-down view of the whole entire Earth to say that I made a circle around this Earth. I know it's a circle.
Okay.
Around a central point like north. If north is the center, right? If it's the center of the flat Earth, then how is it somebody going to say that affirmatively, that they know that north is the center, and they know that they went around north in a circle? You get what I'm saying? Because
I understand what you're saying.
For the flat Earth or for the globe Earth, it doesn't matter, because we're still circumnavigating with the Earth as a globe, because you're going around in a great circle course, right?
Sure.
So either way, you're going to still have to verify that it was a circle, either going around the Earth as a globe or circling the flat Earth. Like, either way, you're going to have to verify that in some way, and not just tell me you went from port to port, fueling up, and then you had different headings. I'd have to say that how did you figure out you were going in a straight line? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot to this, man. It isn't just let's get a world map.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm seeing, like the east-west circumnavigation on a flat plane. I understand what you're saying. Like, I'm saying, if you plow through in a straightforward direction, has anyone, done like circumnavigation that way?
No, because it's not possible.
Or at least in semi-straight as much as possible.
As the crow flies. Yeah, you can't. That's an ideal way of actually thinking of the non-logistical issues that you'd have to face traveling from point A to point B. Let's say point A was the place you started, and point B would be around the world and back to where you started. Like, there's so much to deal with. Like, you can't. I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is that every time this conversation comes up to this specific point, I have to make a lot about it, because it seems like we're just taking a lot of information and just chucking it into an argument, like as if it were the case. So, like they said, like the case for the world map, like, that's not really useful for navigation. What people like that travel every day, they're using local charts, they're using maps that are local to the area, and tools that are able to get from point A to point B in a short distances. They're not doing these world circumnavigations.
There is no need to repeat. I understand the point. Okay, so let's say what would be the difficulty, I guess, in like taking a plane? You're saying like there would be like logistical difficulties, like like country-wide permissions and so on and so forth. Fair enough. Okay. Have you seen like, I guess, like would you concede, I guess, or like do you say that like other planets in the solar system are spheres?
Yeah, what we see in the sky are just circles of light.
No. I'm talking about like what is your idea of like what do the other planetoids look like in the solar
I'm telling
system?
you. I'm telling you right now. I
Okay.
don't know why you interrupted.
Would you say like that the Earth is round? I suppose
the Earth is round. Of course not.
Okay. So like, can't you say that like we can see the shadow of the sun that is casting on the planet, and like the like the light it is casting is like creating like a circular like I guess like spread, like the spread a spheroid would like exude on a surface.
Are you talking about a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse?
We're talking about like either, and like the projection of I guess like the Earth onto the moon.
Yeah, but one of them includes the moon interrupting the syzygy between the Earth and the sun, and the other ones, the Earth is interrupting the moon and the sun.
So wouldn't both, I guess, like in some way prove like the circular nature of the planetoids?
No.
Why not?
Well, I can show you in a demonstration in the.
Sure.
Look at the text channel. Right quick.
Okay, I'm looking. Yeah. I've been
a
looking the
second.
whole time. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, there. I'm seeing.
All right. Can you see this?
Sure.
Look at the shadow that's being cast on that orange.
Okay. But again, you're understanding, like the difficulty of these two contexts, right? So,
yeah, but what we're getting though is a circular shadow on an orange casting from it looks like a rectangle, a piece of paper or a block of wood. I'm not really sure what that is, but it's
create
not.
a sphere.
Yeah, but it's creating that circular shadow on that curved surface on that orange.
So what would be the, I guess, like the shape of like let's say the sun is like a square and the planet is a square, sorry, flat as well. What would be, I guess, like the projection of both of the bodies on each other?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but I think the cosmology aspect is off. We don't ascribe to the.
You'd have to concede at some point that like one of these objects is round.
Yeah, you have to wait though, because you're not hearing the whole foundation.
Okay.
The foundation is such that we're not ascribing to the ever expanding cosmos, as been told to you. Like you probably in your mind, when you think of like where you are in the world, you think you're on a planet that's going around a galaxy and so on and so forth. Like there's a lot of ideas that you think about cosmology, but in the sense of cosmology for us, we're not making a claim to an ever expanding galaxy. It's not in that way looking like to us that it's possible for that to even be conceived, because this system that we're in, this realm that we exist in, you can never leave this place. So this is the issue. Like, and I'll get into that. I'm going to talk about it if you want. It sounds a bit far-fetched for you to even imagine that, but the cosmological
I'm more than
aspect,
fine with listening to you.
The cosmological aspect is such that for us, we understand it being that we're on the floor of everything that there is. So it's basically the floor of the universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if we're on the floor of the universe, then all we have above us is all that there is. So we can see the lights in the sky, right? We don't ever make a claim to what they are, what their elemental compositions are. For us to say, well, that thing's it's a gaseous planet or whatever. That's made of rock or nickel iron or whatever. It doesn't matter. But we're not saying anything about that. The only thing we're saying is that we are the floor of all of existence. So this realm that you and I are in, this earth that we know, is the floor of everything. So there isn't like a giant amount of vacuum of space that surrounds this flat earth like it's a pizza flying in space. It's not that. So hopefully that kind of clears that.
No, I understand what you're saying. Okay, so your postulate is that like since I guess like the moon would be round, the shadow that the Earth would cast, even if it was flat, as the observation I guess in your little video, is like that. Like it would be a circular shadow. Is that your I guess like postulate?
No, I guess all I was doing with that that video was just showing you that it's not just round things that cause round shadows.
No, I understand that, but you understand what I'm saying in counter to that. You're already having like one of these objects has to be spheroids.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so in that case, I guess you're saying like because like the Earth is casting a round shadow onto the moon.
Oh, but that's not what I'm saying either. Because
what are you saying?
No, what we're saying is on a lunar eclipse, the cause of the effect is unknown. So the cause of that, what we see, if you want to call it a shadow, I mean, it might not be regulated as one because we still see illumination when it's fully covered. So it could be but then it could be something else, like something entirely, instead of something physical interrupting the light that's on the moon. We could say it could be something else. Could be something else entirely. So what I would say though, is that what we observe, the phenomena that we see, is still something that can't be negated by our observations. We still see something happening. So on that, we could say there's, it's possible if this Earth is not a floating rock that's interrupting the sunlight, it could be just something naturally occurring in nature. That who knows, But it's definitely not what you might think, that it's the Earth interrupting the sunlight, because then you'd have to first identify that the thing that's interrupting the sunlight is indeed the thing that you say it is, and it's also verified to be so. So you have to have the Earth as a planetoid, like the way you might think, known first. Like absolutely. If you don't know that, then it could be something else.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So I guess to return, to like the drone, which is like kind of like a modern invention and pretty accessible. Like, what would be the difficulty? Like, what's the the altitude that you need to go to with a drone?
Oh, bro, dude, if you were talking about Earth curvature, you'd have to remove the drone as your way that you could actually look down at the Earth. You'd have to go to something that freaking NASA would have if you're going with your paradigm, your space mythos. You'd have to use something like rockets or something leaving the Earth's atmosphere, like past the exosphere, and not just space but outer space. Possibly even to the moon. Like
I understand what you're saying. Okay, so let's say like I don't know, like SpaceX or whatever, Blue Origin. I don't care about those companies, but let's say like one of them provides like consumer flights, to travel outside of space, or like high enough, I guess, to like get to like some sort of a curvature. Would that be a valid, evidence to you?
No, because like I said before, the problem that we were having was with images and videos, we still have to verify.
I'm saying with the person. Like we take one of you, I guess, from here in Discord chat, and we put you
to
on
leave the Earth and go out into the void. Yeah. Well, what we would say is that that can't happen. You can't go out into the void.
Okay, but let's say we do it. What would be like the counter evidence?
Well, that's a hypothetical. So if you're saying that if it's possible to go to space, then it's like me saying, well, if Narnia exists and you could go there, would you actually see a talking lion? Like, is that possible? Would that be possible?
I would concede, like if you can travel to Narnia, I would probably see the talking lion.
Oh, fuck, dude! If that was possible, then shit, man.
Okay, but it's not like, I guess, like outside of the realm of like what's going to be possible within just a few years or months, I guess, or like even now, they offer some, I guess, like for billionaires, like rich people, flights. So let's say they become like widely consumer available. What would be like? Would there be a counter argument, or would you have to concede at some point about like the roundness of the planet if they're able to take you to like high orbit?
You can't, like, the limits to where they can take you, the limits that they can take you with like this type of low Earth orbit travel, it's not going to go anywhere near to actually see the curvature of the Earth in that way.
Like how high do they fly?
What they were saying now, according to what they projected, is that you have to actually travel to, let's say, as far enough distance, like the people that on the Apollo missions did, to go to the moon. Like, in order to see that kind of curvature, you'd have to actually get far away from the Earth to start seeing that curvature be pronounced. Because,
but on a flat Earth, there shouldn't be curvature, right?
On the flat Earth, of course not. No.
Okay, so like let's say we fly like, I think it was 60,000 feet. I might be making it up, but let's say like 60,000 feet is like the elevation you need to like go and check like curvature, right? So what would be, I guess, like the like wouldn't that be possible, I guess, like to like as evidence to know, like to like get to, like,
listen, like anybody that has the primary experience of them seeing curvature, it would easily follow that if that was true, then you could measure it, right? If you said you saw curvature, conservative, and I said, can we measure that curvature? You would be like, absolutely, why not? Like, it's curving. There's nothing we need to know that I couldn't tell you if the Earth is curving and I saw it. So why can't we just measure it? That would be easy. It'd be done.
Okay.
See what I mean?
So you would require mathematical evidence, I guess, of the Earth.
Well, not just mathematical, but the mathematical evidence that comports to reality. So the evidence of the math would have to comport over to the physical and natural world, being such that your math would also check against reality and it would work. It would be exactly that what you said. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So nothing would get in the way of you finding out the geometry because you saw it from high altitude.
Sure.
And then you come back down and be like, dude, I know it's a globe. So all we gotta do is just measure it. We're good. After that, we're done. That's it. That'd be the end of it. Right there.
So just the mathematics would be good enough for you as evidence.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, I don't want to hog up the conversation if someone else wants to interject.
Nah, that was just they do that every now and again. He's probably a guy that got in his feelings in this chat and we had to mute him a couple times. Not him blasting music, but he probably had a bad experience in here or something.
Sure.
Or he's just a troll, who knows? Probably just a troll though. Anyway. Yeah, so all you have to do is just measure it.
So I guess like right for me, what would be like the requirements you'd have,
yeah.
Okay. For
so it's real simple, I guess, for me to tell you straight out.
Yeah, give it to me. I'll dictate and I'll write.
That's fine. Large bodies of water display no convexity, which means that there is zero curvature on the horizon. The horizon displays no convexity, meaning that it doesn't curve in any way. There's zero curvature. That's the numeric value for how much curvature there is. Zero.
Okay.
There is none. So
what
if you were
else?
what do you mean what else? Well,
what else would be like evidence that like the Earth is round or not?
Well, first of all, we'd have to figure out any drop over the distance. So from point A to point B, and then let's give it a little. We could stay conservative like your name. We can say, let's give it 10, 15, 20 miles distance. If we find any drop over that distance, let's see if we can measure how much of drop there would be from point A to point B. Preferably get as low as down to the ground as you can possible. So, if you want to do the measurement, I don't know if you've seen the Black Swan or not, but that'd be a great place to start.
Damn, we really need to get instead of people like Destiny, some Neil deGrasse Tyson to come here and entertain us for a bit. That would be awesome.
Who, Neil deGrasse?
Yeah.
Nah, he wouldn't step in a forum in this capacity. He already stated in one of his videos that he doesn't debate truth.
Oh, okay.
So he doesn't debate truth.
I'm more than happy to debate, the field of biology with anyone. I have no presuppositions about.
But he has a very rigid kind of no, I'm not going to debate truth. So Neil deGrasse. Now I'm not speaking for anybody else, but that's what he said on record.
Okay. Anything else, I guess, that you would say is kind of required evidence for you to prove curvature or otherwise?
Would drop over distance?
Yeah. Drop. So you already give large bodies of water don't display convexity. Drop over distance. What else? Give us one more.
That's really all you need.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, curvature would be the thing that once you get that monkey, you've solved everyone's problems.
Yeah,
but
it's essential.
I'm gonna tell it. It's the capstone for all of the information that we speak of in here. So if that's not true, then boy, oh boy,
I mean, I guess a fair question, generally speaking, is are you guys willing to change your mind? I guess at some point.
No, here's the issue, man. It's not about changing our minds because when we were told that the Earth is a globe, we were brought up to believe that it was a specific way. When we found out that it was not that, we have to have compelling evidence to sway us against.
I understand that. Is there a point at which evidence can be provided enough for you to change your mind?
But I would say I would say this, conservatives, and I hate to sound this way, but if we proved it without a shadow of a doubt, 100% that the Earth is flat and stationary, how could that be negated?
It can,
because
I guess.
if you say that the Earth is measured to be 100% a globe, then how can you be defeated? Unless it's not. So it's if you think about it like this, you got two people, right? Me in here and some other person that thinks the Earth's a globe.
Sure.
I say the Earth's flat and stationary 100%. They say the Earth's a globe 100%. Now, what would you need from both of us to actually see who's right and who's wrong?
I mean, like an easy, I guess, like piece of evidence would be like flying a satellite over the planet.
No,
and
that's not easy.
You would say no,
No,
like there
that's
is
not. But that's not easy though, because you have to be legit in a logistical position with the money and the capability, right? So
wait,
that's not easy.
is there no rich flat earthers?
How
Like,
many
is there like
No,
satellites
that's not.
can you
That's
buy?
not it. That's not it. So what we got to do is keep it simple as can be, right? So if we're talking about two people, and we're saying one of us says that we know the truth that the Earth is flat and stationary, the other guy is saying it's a globe. How can that guy prove his point 100% and me prove it 100%, and we're both like holding on to truth? Like,
the argument could be that like both of you could be wrong because the mathematics have been altered fundamentally as to our knowledge about the planet. If there is,
What is the main difference in the
or whatever
statement?
it might be, or wrongness, like our mathematics could fundamentally be wrong. So I would say, like in that case, like an outside experiment such as getting like a satellite or someone to travel outside the planet.
Yeah, but you're using
like-
it's almost like hearsay. You're using information that can be given to you so you could think about the Earth in a very specific way. How do you know that thinking about the Earth with what someone else is telling you and showing you, describing to you in a different way, how do you know that's true?
I mean, at some point you can travel yourself, I guess, or like have at
See?
least like a person verifiable enough.
No,
like,
but that's the other thing too. Logistically, that's not a feasible thing.
no,
You
these
can't
are
just.
not. Well, I fundamentally disagree. Like these are not impossibilities that you can like.
So can you do it tomorrow and
crowdfund-
come back and tell us?
I mean, if the I guess like the flat Earth, like community, I guess broadly is willing to fundraise it, and we can find like an available satellite.
Dude, that's not the point. You just
No,
finished
but that
saying
is
that
exactly
for
the
you,
point.
for you, it's not an impossibility. I think it is because there's no way. How are you gonna? Can you do it?
Like I myself might not be able to, but we can gather
There
up
you
our
go.
resources
That's
together.
that's the crux of the issue. You
Again,
can't do it.
that's not the. I guess like I can't lift up my own fridge, but I can call 3 other. There's nothing wrong with like calling up for other help to like gather resources for a
Well,
project.
no, I mean, listen, dude, if somebody can fundraise you and get you the money you need to go to that thing, go do that thing, man.
Again, I don't think it's all that difficult to like ask like the flat Earth community on like different websites to like raise up like $1 each, let's say.
Man, if we know if we know that the Earth is not curving, why would we want to endeavor to do that?
Well, like that. I guess like it would be like what did you call it? Like
what wasted money? Like
no,
I mean,
like
give it to me.
Wait,
and I'll tell you right now that the Earth is flat and stationary. You can go home. Like
is $1 too much for you to waste?
Yeah, but why? If we know that it's not a ball, why would we need to go up there?
I'll give you counter argument as to why. Like
Go ahead.
because you are the minority, I guess, of the position.
That
so
doesn't matter. If even if you are the only one that's holding on to truth, and everybody says that it's a globe, and you're the only one saying it's flat stationary, if you have truth, and it is absolutely true that there is no curvature and that it is flat stationary, it doesn't matter if you're the only guy holding that truth. The only thing that you need to know is that they need to disprove.
Wait, I disagree with you. Wouldn't you want to like illuminate and educate others onto the?
No.
I guess.
That's so.
I guess like you guys are fundamentally different.
No. The point is this: we're not here to convince people. That's not our job. We're here to challenge people. The challenge is the only thing we give to people. Whether or not you leave this call and you're like, dude, made a great point. The Earth is flat. Like that's not up to us, man. You can actually. You could come in here and fight us tooth and nail every single day of your life, bro. It's not going to
challenge.
Not going to
Make
change
celestial
anything.
navigation work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's simple. Celestial sphere. The celestial sphere explains it. So, have you looked into the celestial sphere, Mez?
Wait,
I did.
And what does it say?
Isn't it fundamentally an issue that you cannot
Hold
never
on,
convince?
conservatives. Mez jumped in, so I'm gonna have to. I gotta show you why he's wrong. Go ahead. What does the celestial sphere say?
What does celestial sphere say? Celestial sphere doesn't say anything.
Yeah. What is it? What is the definition of it?
Let's look it up together, shall we?
Yeah, you look it up. I already know what it says.
It is derived from flat Earth.
Yeah. What?
The celestial sphere
Not
is
you,
derived.
GBG. Let him say.
Hello,
Go
Alpha.
What's up, GBG?
Go ahead.
Mez.
Good. I
Okay, so
was
we've
just
got the
listening
celestial
you guys.
sphere. How do we make it work on flat Earth?
It works that way on a flat Earth.
How?
The celestial sphere is a conceptual tool that's been used since the 6th century BC, prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe. We know this. Everyone knows this, except for probably you.
I don't know that. I don't believe that.
I know. You don't have to. It's not based
But
on belief.
Alpha, I'm challenging you. Can you make celestial navigation work?
Yes.
On a flat Earth?
Yes.
Okay,
The celestial sphere is the foundation for celestial navigation and
No,
astronomy,
saying
Mez.
celestial sphere doesn't make celestial navigation work on a flat Earth.
Oh my God,
to
dude! You
demonstrate
need the celestial sphere for declination and right ascension. Otherwise, you
agree
won't
that
be
you
able
need
to.
the celestial sphere,
Shut
but it only
the
seems
fuck
to
up,
work
dude.
on
Let
a
me
globe.
finish. I easily can mute you. I don't want to. But the problem I'm saying though with the celestial sphere is that you can make right angle triangles to Polaris to get to the equator to know where. Like, dude, this is very simple. You need a flat. You need a flat baseline, and just like
No, you don't.
yes,
Wrong.
you do. All
Nope.
right. So
You do it from Venus.
if then you don't understand the celestial sphere, because what it does is it puts a horizontal plane at 0 degrees, 360 degrees about all around the observer. So the observer's making an angle view to everything he sees, which is a useful tool in astronomy and celestial navigation, which you keep forgetting every time you say celestial navigation, because of the fact that celestial sphere has such great explanatory power and predictability with the people in the ancient times in the 6th century BC, that they were using it to predict the movements of the heavens in a geographic location where they needed to know where the things were going to be at a specific time of year. So celestial navigation and astronomy, where the foundation was for the celestial navigation, is in the celestial sphere. I've been trying to tell you this.
Yeah, so
Why are
you're
you
saying
not
a
getting
lot of
this?
things that only work on a globe. So obviously, well, first of all,
Yeah,
a
I know. I did
sphere.
take a breath.
I mean, I don't know how you've got a sphere on a flat Earth unless you're like digging through the ground somehow. Second of all, you don't need a horizontal.
Okay. So
You can just
when you
do this
look
thing from
when you
Venus.
look at the celestial sphere and you put the observer concentric in the center of the observation, what does the observer look? It looks like at an angle of degrees, everything that he sees about him, as what it looks like is that the stars are on a
It looks like an
transparent
angle
dome.
of degrees.
Yeah. So everything he sees in the sky is at an angle of degrees. What's wrong with that?
Everything he sees in the sky is at an angle of degrees. Angles from
Yes.
what?
To the observer, Mez.
Angles to the observer from the observer.
Yes.
Are you struggling, Alpha?
Struggling.
Makes perfect
Think about what
sense.
you said, okay? Say that
What
back.
do you mean,
Say
am I
that back
struggling?
and really think about it.
Yeah, the
Angles
observer.
from the
I'm going to say
observer
it slower.
to the
Let me say
observer.
it slower for you, Mez. The observer sees the things in the sky at an angle of degrees.
Angle of degrees from what?
Just like okay, Mez. For the slower
You
people
know
in
what you
the
need to have
chat,
an
just
angle.
like you. If you think about a protractor, the protractor has a flat baseline and it has a curved top. So the curved top is what you see as an angle of degrees for everything you see in the sky. So when you point at a star at a specific location, you can say, well, that star is about 45 degrees in the sky. Angle of degree to the viewer. Concentric to the observer. From what? What do you mean from what? From the observer.
How'd you get an angle?
Because I see an angle of degrees.
Actually,
What
first
do you
of
mean?
all,
How did I
what
get
is
an
an
angle? Oh my God, dude! Do you have to be that basic? Wait a minute. Hold
Well,
on.
you
Mez,
doesn't
you don't
know
know. Hold
what
on.
an
Do you
angle
know what
is.
an
Or
angle
even
is?
how you get an
Hold
angle.
on, GBG. Do you know what an angle is, Mez?
Yeah, I know what an angle is.
Then why are you asking me?
Because you don't seem to understand it.
Yeah. So when I
So an
say
angle's
I
where
see it,
two
wait,
straight
hold on.
lines intersect. Can we agree on that?
Two straight lines intersect. So
Yeah.
when you see a star at an angle of degrees in the sky, what are you saying about that star?
Well, you're saying it's at an angle of degrees in the sky, but an angle
Yeah.
from what? So I've got the star, right? I've got me.
To the
right?
observer.
I am where these two lines are going to intersect. Okay. So I've got one line going from me to the star. Where's
Yeah.
the other line going?
From you to the star. So
The line
think
of
about this.
sight.
Yeah, the line of sight you see to the star is at an angle of degrees. So the baseline is the Earth.
From
right?
what to what?
The Earth is the baseline. Yeah.
Okay, so we've got the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then what?
That's
Then we can tell the angle.
That's what you need.
Fucking
You
hell,
fucking
dude.
numpty dipshit. That's
doesn't
why
he
it
get
won't
this?
work on your curved surface. Like,
Yeah.
I don't
That's
know.
why you need a flat horizontal baseline. And you see the
No, you don't need a
celestial
flat
sphere.
horizontal baseline. You just need two lines. So we've got an
Yeah,
angle
which
from
is
the
the
Earth to
baseline
the
of
star.
which is the
Now
Earth,
what?
which is the Earth. And so when you look at a star, you can tell that you're at a specific angle of degrees to that star.
No,
What?
you measure an angle to a star.
Measure.
Move,
Yeah.
move, move.
So you're
Okay.
a dipshit, bro.
No, this is like pulling teeth. Okay, so Alpha.
It's
So I've
not
got my
happening.
angle to
It's
the
not
star.
happening for you, Mez.
No. Yeah, he's
So,
he's
so I've got an angle
fucking
to a
brick,
star
dude.
now. What?
Hold on. What do you mean? So what? I got an angle to a star, and so what? That's stupid.
No, now what? I'm trying
What do you
to
mean
do
now what?
celestial navigation. Now
Yeah.
what? I've got an angle
So
to a
the
star.
celestial sphere describes it perfectly. In order for you to understand how celestial navigation works, you have to have an angle of degrees to something that you're seeing, like Polaris, right? And because you
Yep.
have that angle of degrees to it, and you're able to know that when you're traveling over the surface of the Earth to a different geographic location, you're going to be able to know a specific place that you're at geographically because of the GP of a star that you're seeing in a far distance, a different one. Doesn't matter what you're looking at, but everything's going to have a ground position. But that all is
Yep.
coinciding with the horizontal plane that you're on.
Yep. All the stars have a ground position, right?
Yeah.
So only using flat Earth. How do
Yeah.
I figure out where I am by measuring angles to stars?
What do you mean? How do you figure out where you are? What are you saying here? I don't
I mean,
get
it's
what
pretty
you're.
clear, right? How does
Yeah,
celestial
but
navigation work if the Earth is flat?
what do you mean? How does it work? It's
So
using
if
the celestial sphere.
so if I measure
All
an
right,
angle to a
answer this
star,
real quick. Nah, you're not going to just talk about the derivative topic. The foundational topic is the celestial sphere. Are you using the celestial sphere as a conceptual tool for the foundation of celestial navigation? Yes or no? Answer.
yeah.
Okay. So then, a long time ago, when in the 6th century BC, did they think of the Earth as a globe when they were doing or using the celestial sphere as a conceptual tool? Answer.
I don't know. I don't care what they would.
Yeah, you need to, because if they didn't use it as a globe and they were navigating across the Earth, then that breaks your idea that they used the globe only with celestial navigation. So if they were using the celestial sphere prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe, terrestrial sphere, then that breaks the idea that you were using it, the terrestrial sphere, to navigate the oceans. Got it? So were they using the celestial sphere prior to the advent of the terrestrial sphere? Answer.
I don't know. I want to know.
All right, well then go figure it out and come back and put it in the text chat, and then let me know when you did figure that out. Otherwise, you're just going to stay muted. Because you need to find out that fundamental flaw in your logic before you proceed. If it was used prior to the advent of the terrestrial sphere idea, abstraction, whatever you want to call it, then yeah, they didn't need it. The celestial sphere worked just fine. And it was useful for navigation and astronomy. Simple as that. So you can't throw in the terrestrial sphere as something fundamental for celestial navigation because its use case was supported by the celestial sphere. Simple as. Yeah, you're not going to come back with the information. Next time I see you that your mic gets open, or I'm going to come at you with this 100%. And if you don't give me the answer what I need, then you're going to be muted again, which is, I'm going to tell you again so that you can bring me the information. Was the celestial sphere prior to the terrestrial sphere used for celestial navigation? Need you to give me that answer, Mets. I need to know if that was true, then they were using the celestial sphere without prior knowledge of the Earth having the sphericity that you think is happening on a terrestrial sphere. So were they using the celestial sphere just fine for celestial navigation prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe? That's for you. So come back with that, throw it in the chat. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, in those times, nobody believed that the Earth is a sphere.
So, Miggy, I know you hate numbers. I know that. But what's the final product of doing celestial navigation?
Now, we're not going to talk about that now, Scott, if you're not going to answer the question like Mez. So let me flip it back to you, because just like him, the foundation for celestial navigation is the use of the celestial sphere. You have to have that as a conceptual tool as the basis for celestial navigation. Is that correct or incorrect, Scott?
I'm not going to answer the question, are you?
Crickets. All right. Yeah, you get the easy out, but you don't want it. So it's simple enough.
So,
gentlemen, answer the question and you may proceed, but negate that question. And we're not, celestial navigation is a derivative of the celestial sphere. The foundation for that is the celestial sphere. We're not going to talk about what your imaginations are of thinking of the Earth as a terrestrial sphere working over the Earth as if it were, you thought of like your imagination is stating. But if you don't know how celestial navigation was derived, then you can't proceed. I need to history. Were they using the celestial sphere prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe? Answer the question. Well, and I only need the answer in text. So your little scribblings about how angry you are, you getting your feelings, that's not going to help. I mean, let's get with it, guys. Really. Insults, is that what we're resulting to, Mackie? I didn't insult you. I just want you to give me the answer. And you're not doing so. So we can play this game. I don't want to. I'd rather you give me the answer, but I'll settle for this.
They beat their
No,
footstep
I
on
told you,
place.
Mess, I don't want to mute. I mean, I want you to give me the answer, but if you're not willing to
I want to
engage
mute your nigger ass.
and give me the answer, then that's up to you. Are you getting in your feelings too high, Paul? Just because your globe champions can't produce the information that the Earth
No,
is globe?
I'm Team FE.
You're from FE. I don't know about that. Doubt it, but whatever. So does anybody else have the information about celestial navigation being supported by the celestial sphere prior to the idea that the Earth was a globe? I need that answer. It's so important.
Well, I don't think they give these lessons in school. Otherwise, I'm assuming they would have known the answer.
Yeah, celestial navigation works just fine on a flat and stationary plane with the celestial sphere. The conceptual
Yeah,
tool of the celestial sphere is very useful. And it was thought of way before the idea that they were walking over a curved surface. Yeah.
Yeah, and
So
it's
that's the
very
foundation.
clear in the definition of the celestial sphere that it is derived from a flat Earth.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
I had an image somewhere. I don't know where I left it. I think it's on my phone. I'm going to post it for these guys. They seem to not understand. I hate when that happens.
Yeah.
Bugs me.
Hey, Miggy, have you seen
Oh, thank you,
the
Raymond Rod.
recent,
One second.
the recent news? Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on, GBG. But that, yeah, I had it on my phone, but I was going to post it. Okay, thank you very much. Raymond Rod just posted it. There it is.
Nice.
Yeah, that's true. Are you saying to, it doesn't seem to know much? No, look what Raymond Rod posted. Oh, these diagrams are useful tools for you guys. Can you see what he just posted? Anyone? Scott? All you got to do is type yes, you and Mez. Yep, it's useless. Yeah, because it debunks you. He's like, it's useless. Oh, we can't use that? Really? Because an observer is what's telling you the angle of view from something. The angle of view comes from the observer. You absolute
And the observer,
bonehead. You absolute bonehead.
The observer is sitting on a flat plane in that image.
Freaking, he's a bonehead, dude. All right, let me see if I can dig up the image. Oh, I found it. There it is. Here, check this out. There you go. That's a side-by-side, actually. There you go. Scott, I just posted the image. It's right there. It's right there. Can you guys see it? It's a side-by-side. You can think of the Earth as observer-centric or Earth-centric. It doesn't matter, but you still have a plane. You have the horizontal plane that the person's on. 0 degrees, by the way, is at the lowest elevation, right? On the horizontal plane. I feel bad sometimes for you guys because you just miss so much of what's important. But yapping. You see, you guys got it. Why do you get in your feelings, dude? Yap. Dude, there's no retort to what I just posted. That's exactly what happens. Do you see the observer in the center of that first image? You see how they see everything to them? Yeah, they see everything looking like that, dude. Like, come on, guys. I know you guys ain't this like obtuse. Can't be. Yeah, I do. They're using the celestial sphere as the basis for celestial navigation. Come on. Here, let me post another snippet because just one's not good enough sometimes. We'll go through it. Come on. We'll do that. All right. I just posted. The celestial sphere is a conceptual tool used in astronomy and guess what? Navigation to help visualize, it's helping to visualize positions of celestial objects in the sky. It's an imaginary sphere with an infinite radius that's concentric to Earth with the radius at its center or centered on the observer, right? The half of the sphere that's visible from the Earth is the sky overhead, while the other half is below the horizon. The celestial sphere can be thought of as a transparent dome with the Earth inside and the stars, planets, moon, and sun fixed to it. The celestial sphere is a coordinate system that uses a set of coordinates placed on the inside of the sphere to establish reference points and mark the positions of celestial bodies. The celestial equator divides the sphere into northern and southern hemispheres. Interesting, right? And the horizon circle is divided into 360 degrees with 90 degrees between each of the four cardinal directions. The celestial sphere's equivalent of latitude is called declination, and its equivalent of longitude is called right ascension. The celestial sphere is useful for determining the rising and setting of points. Dude, that's freaking amazing. Of celestial bodies and for locating stars and planets. However, it's important to note that there is no physical celestial sphere, and the stars are not all equidistant from Earth. For example, the stars that appear close together in the sky may be actually hundreds or thousands of light years apart. Either way, you understand that's what they've been noticing in the sky, guys. Come on.
I really want them to to provide us with a celestial navigation model where they use only curved lines, no straight lines at all.
Yeah.
I want to see that.
I mean, I've posted a lot of information that helps them get that understanding, but you can only help people so much.
I want to see those angles with curved lines also.
Let's see. Scott, do you have a retort to what I just posted and what I just read?
What would I retort?
Well, if you don't have one, that's fine. I'm good with that.
Which part explains why someone does celestial navigation?
The celestial sphere is useful for determining the rising and setting of points of any of the celestial bodies.
Yes? Can you really not answer the question?
Yeah, but you're not answering mine.
I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you.
Well, I will if he doesn't answer. I mean, come on. Let's not be
What do you want?
disingenuous.
What?
That's not how conversations work. You hold people hostage to get exactly what you want them to say out of their mouths, and nothing can ever be done, and you'll never convince anybody.
Aw, baby want a binky? Baby want a binky? There you go. There's your binky. All right. So, Scott, I mean, just asking, bro, does the celestial sphere involve anything to do with celestial navigation? Yes or no, man?
Well, say yes.
Well, that's the point, right? So if we're going to be using the celestial sphere for the basis, and it was used prior to the fact that we used the terrestrial sphere, then I don't see the problem. You
Okay,
can
so
say
how they
whatever
use
you
it?
want. So,
How they use it prior to the terrestrial sphere?
well, it's helpful in determining the rising and setting of celestial bodies for sure. And so when the positions of those celestial bodies are over the Earth, they could determine from the way that it looks in their vision that at a specific angle of degrees, they could say, underneath that position would be, the ground position from wherever the star is. At an angle of view, they could say, well, the star is 45-degree angle from where my position is. So the ground position would be such that it would be meet at a triangle away from me. So the triangle that it makes from the ground position to the observer, from the observer to the celestial object, and so on, you create that triangle.
Okay, what do you do with that triangle?
Well, you're able to understand that the ground position will give you a location point, so that you know.
Okay. What do you do with it?
Well, I mean, if you're going to use it in navigation, you're going to use it for traveling distances that you want to head towards.
Okay. What do you do with it?
Like I said, you're going to use it in navigating positions.
Yeah, you really don't like numbers, do you?
Well, I mean, you could use numbers, but like in this case, it's not needed for the distance to the object in the sky. You don't need to know that. But for ground distances.
But you understand the only purpose of doing celestial navigation is to get your location, right? To get your latitude and longitude. That's it, right?
Sure.
And so the result of doing celestial navigation would be a latitude and a longitude, and those would be in the form of numbers, correct?
Yeah. So
And how does anybody derive those numbers?
what do you mean derive them? Like,
Yes,
well,
when you do this
they're
thing,
traveling
by the time
distances
you're
to-
done,
yeah,
by the time
ground
you're done, you get a number, right? How do they get those numbers? What's the process they go to get those numbers?
Calculus. You calculate. That's how you get them.
Hello, Miggy. What's the process they use to get those numbers?
What do you mean the process? Like for navigating to the location of the ground position of the celestial object, that's where it was in the position that
No,
they
that's
said it
not.
was?
No,
with the
they do.
triangulation?
No, they do not use it to navigate to a ground position. They do it to get their position. How do they get their position?
But all the celestial objects, everything's useful for determining what position
You have
and
no
where they're
fucking idea, do you?
at. Yeah, geographically, yeah.
Not
of
a
course.
clue. You have no clue, do you?
Yeah, so you're telling me that the only way that they could figure it out with triangulation for the object they see in the sky is useful only on a globe?
But what you're telling me is you have no fucking clue how they do it.
Yeah, they could determine the position they are because of a flat stationary plane, bro. They're traveling
How?
over the flat
How?
plane.
How do they do that?
What do you mean, how do they do it? They're using the star to be able to determine where it is in its ground position. What do you mean?
Okay,
How do they
Miggy,
do it?
you and I are out at sea. I need you to get us our ground position so we don't die. Please do it so we don't die. What do you do?
What do you want me to do? Think of a hypothetical scenario where we're both at sea.
No, just tell me what you would do so we don't die, man.
What are we trying to do? Navigate to a location or
No.
miss the place?
We just need to know our position right now.
Yeah, there's a couple of references we can use. Probably an almanac that's going to be useful
Okay,
for determining.
how would we do that? What would we use?
Probably a sextant. I mean, if we're going to be getting an angle measurement to certain
Okay.
things, and
So-
so what?
Okay, so we can find 3 stars. We can see the stars that we need because we know our celestial bodies, and we have the almanac, and we know at this given time this star A is going to be over GP1, and star B is going to be over GP2, and star C is going to be over GP3. Now that we know these 3 things, what do? And we have our sextant in hand. What's the next step?
You determine your location, and based on that, you know how far away you are from a
We're
certain location.
trying to determine our location. We don't know our location. That's what we're trying to find. You can't say determine location. That's what we're doing.
You were not,
How
you were not
how do you
listening
determine
to
your
me, what I
location?
was telling you.
How do
You are
you
not
determine your
listening.
location?
You were not listening my answer. That's why you misunderstood.
Yes, because you led with you determine your location.
I said you determine your location, and based on that, you know how far you are from the place where you have to go to.
Okay. How do you determine your location?
Nope. That's not quite right.
How do you determine your location?
Using the sextant.
How? Okay, I have a section in my hand. What do I do with it?
You determine your ground position.
How?
What do you mean how? You don't know how. I mean, you are asking me now again, how do you do that when
Yes.
Miggy was actually explaining you for
Oh, he didn't
the
explain
last
a
2
damn
hours
thing.
in
He
here.
didn't explain a
How
damn
you
thing.
actually do
So
that.
yeah, go ahead.
So
go
I have
ahead and
I have
and
the
correct me.
sextant. I have the sextant in my hand. What do I do with it?
Yeah, go ahead, Scott. If you know so much, go ahead and lay it out for us.
What do I do with it?
Go ahead and lay it out for us.
How do you use the sextant to determine your location?
As soon as you tell me you have no fucking idea what you're doing,
If you
then I'll
are
explain
gonna
it to you.
if you're gonna invoke a spheroid, then yeah, you're gonna already be on starting off wrong. So I think that's what you want to do. You want to invoke the spheroid, isn't that true? Because you can't do it on a sphere.
What I
for
want
sure.
right now is for you to tell me how to do it, or
All right,
admit you have no fucking.
just say how you can do it on a spheroid, so you can get it out of your system, so it could actually figure out if you're on a sphere or not. Go ahead.
Yeah, we get our zenith angle to the star, and then we know we just multiply that number times 60 nautical miles, and that's how far we are from the GP.
Yeah, and
Piece of cake. That's it. That's all there is.
where did you invoke the spheroid there?
I just
Where'd
told you
you invoke the
exactly how.
spheroid?
Did I say I was going to invoke a spheroid?
Well, then we're all good, then, aren't we?
How do you do that on a flat Earth?
You just told me how.
How does it work?
You didn't you just say how it works?
No, I said on a spheroid I can.
No, you didn't say spheroid. I asked you if you were
No.
on one.
Yep, but
You didn't say-
the way celestial navigation works is you get your zenith angle, and you multiply that by 60 nautical miles, and that's how far you are from that GP.
Yeah,
and how do we know that 60 nautical? We take the zenith angle times 69 miles or 60 nautical miles. How do we know that? Because 1 degree on the Earth is 60 nautical miles.
You're still not telling me how you're on a spheroid.
That's exactly how we're on a spheroid.
No, it's not. You're just telling me locations to angle measurements and such. Well, how do
I'm
you
not
know
telling
that?
I'm not telling you location to an angle
so
measurement.
how do you know that the surface is curving over the distance?
Because that's the only way the theory. That's the only way the theory would work.
The only way that it works. No, you're gonna now be burdened with determining how you know you're on a spheroid. So how do you know you're on a sphere with those angle measurements? Go.
You want me to show you? I can give
Determine.
you.
Yeah,
I
go
can give
ahead.
you a little demonstration.
I don't
Want
give
me
a
to do
shit.
it right now?
Determine it right now.
I can do it with a demonstration. You want to watch?
I don't care. Determine how we. The fuck is snoring?
Yeah.
Determine now how you are on a spheroid.
Yes, I want to watch.
Go.
Determine how monospheric. It's the only way the process works. It's only.
No,
it's
that's
it's
affirming.
the,
No, you're
it's
affirming
the
the
only-
consequent.
It's
You're
the
not.
only way 1 degree maps to 60 nautical miles
That's
consistently.
bullshit, dude. That's affirming the consequent.
It's
You can't
the
do
only
that.
way.
No, you're not gonna. No, the Earth is a spheroid
Deny
because of
reality all
celestial
you want, man.
navigation. No, it's
Deny
not.
reality all
I'm not
you
denying
want.
reality. I'm
You
refuting
are.
your claim. I'm
You are
refuting
not.
your
You're
claim.
just saying no.
You just said you took an angle measurements and just declared that the Earth is a spheroid. How are you doing that? You haven't measured it.
No, the way they do celestial navigation is they just take the zenith angle
No,
and
how are you
multiply by
taking
60
an
nautical
angle
miles.
measurement with a
That's
curved
what
line?
they do. And the only surface on which that
Scott,
will work consistently is a sphere.
See, now you're lying,
Scott,
aren't you?
yeah.
Nope.
You took in your
I can show you how this doesn't work on a
explanation,
flat.
Scott, in your
But you
first
don't
explanation,
watch
you
because you don't want to know.
said that the ground, yeah, the baseline is a straight line, flat plane.
Yeah,
No, I
that's what he
didn't.
said. Yes, you did.
Yeah.
When?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
You didn't invoke a spheroid. You didn't use
Yeah.
sphere. You didn't say you're on a curved surface. You didn't say anything like the sort. You
But
just
when did I
described
say
what
it was
you
a flat plane?
because you didn't describe how it was being operational. So
When
you
did I
said
say it was a flat plane? Stop lying, guys.
you basically outlined that it was no spheroid invoked. Because I asked you
But
afterwards.
when did he say those exact words?
When you use a curved line as your baseline,
I didn't use a curved line as a baseline. I
you
used a
need
zenith angle.
to provide the
Yes,
arc
they did.
curvature of
I
that
used zenith
baseline.
angles. I used zenith angles. I did not use a
Well,
curved baseline.
you don't get zenith angles with curved lines.
I know.
Do you?
I didn't use any curved lines.
But
My lines were
you are
straight.
making the assumption that the ground you're sitting on and you make your observation is actually curved. It
It's the
has
only
an
way,
arc
it's
curvature.
the only way to get
So
an
you have
angle.
to provide that arc curvature in your calculus to include it in there.
Yeah.
For what?
What do you mean for what? Because a straight line and a curved line, yeah. When you draw like a
I don't have any
line
curved lines. I don't have any curved
Okay,
lines.
you know what's
the
weird?
circle.
Hold on.
Why are you bringing
Clarifying question.
I'm gonna-
Simple clarifying question. Scott, when you did the Zenith thing, did you assume Anything like to cite zenith, you assumed curve?
No.
Go.
Don't need a curve for his.
There it is. There it is. So it's not
Yeah.
assumed that the Earth is curving. He just
I
admitted
just
it.
need a vertical.
Yeah.
See? Told you. So no assumed curve.
You don't have to assume the curve. Prove the curve.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're
there
good.
you have it. Alpha even says you don't have to assume it to prove it. Whoa.
But all of celestial navigation is based.
So, no, you know, after losing the point, you know, he was smug a little bit earlier, but now he just lost the point, and I bet you what's following this is going to be a spiral. But you, even rolling my bowler, never mind. I won't. He demonstrated you, dude. I wasn't even talking at that point.
Yeah.
Sad state of affairs, Scott.
Has this not happened to Scott every single time?
Yeah,
we like for it
when
to
people
happen.
lie about what I say and misunderstand what I say.
Rolling fucking asked you, dude. Rolling asked you. Right now, he's the one that asked you. I didn't.
You don't need you don't need to assume the Earth's a globe for a zenith angle,
So
but
you
you
said
do
it
need to assume
again.
you don't need to
There you
assume the
go.
Earth is a globe for a zenith angle, but you do need to assume the Earth is a globe if you're going to use celestial navigation, because all of the theory of celestial navigation is built on a sphere.
There you go. That's incorrect. Because I told you that the celestial sphere, the foundation for that is, the celestial navigation is based on the celestial sphere. So if you're using celestial navigation that was based prior to the idea that the Earth was a globe, then they didn't need that, Scott. Just like you didn't invoke it, they didn't need it either. So you laid it out perfectly. Thank you for affirming that they didn't need the Earth as a globe. And you affirmed it with rolling when he asked you. You didn't need to assume that it was a sphere. Good. Nobody does.
That was actually the whole point. Is that he didn't have to assume the sphere.
That's correct.
It just followed. It just followed. Yeah. The Earth is not flat. He didn't even have to assume the sphere.
That was amazing. No, that was a good point, though. Yeah. Took one for rolling. I mean, what the fuck?
I mean, always check one for rolling. Rolling is always telling the truth.
Check one for. Come on, Scott. It must be late, dude. He had too much pork loin today. He was off his game.
Scott should buy himself a Barbie doll.
No, we're all good over here. We got some new people in chat, though. I mean, if you guys want to speak, we got Dan in the chat. Dan, welcome to the channel. Who else we got in here? King Bear, I see you in the chat. What's up? If you're brand new to the forum, guys, welcome. Obi Kenobi, welcome to the chat.
Alpha, have you seen the news about the Barbie doll anniversary?
Let me unmute Smorg.
So Alpha.
They took Barbie dolls on the ISS, on space station. Yeah, it's in space now. Barbie dolls. Astronauts have many Barbie dolls on the ISS.
I'm sure that costs a lot of money to get up there.
Yeah, like how much? $1 million per kilogram.
Do you guys believe that? Do you guys believe that or not?
It doesn't matter. It was just.
You guys gotta make up your mind.
When you were asked to explain how celestial navigation works on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
he skipped that part.
You're not really.
Alpha, you skipped right over that, don't you? You know that, right?
No, we're all good, man. You just said you assumed it.
No, but you never explained how it could work on a flat Earth, did you? You know that, right?
Yeah, but we're all good though, Scott.
You recognize that you never were able to do it, right?
You just said that you don't need to assume the Earth as a globe. We're solid over here.
No, Miggy, that's not what Scott said.
No, that's what he said.
You're twisting words. You're saying the wrong thing.
I'm twisting words. Rolling asked him the question. How could I
said
twist
you don't need
words?
to assume a sphere to get zenith. You do need to assume a sphere to get celestial navigation to work. Come on, it's not complicated.
Really?